Attention everyone, the Rawcast Live is now in session. Please get to your seats of assignment and get ready for another Yap Fest from your hosts, Raw Tactics and True Blue 77. Please keep your hands away from the lobotomites and enjoy the show.
Ladies and gentlemen, good to see you guys. Welcome back, welcome home. Welcome to another episode of the Rawcast. I'm your host, Raw Tactics, joined by my man, True Blue. How you doing today, Blue?
I'm good, man. I'm good. It's broadcast time, isn't it? I hope everyone in the chat is having a good morning, a good afternoon, or good evening, whenever you may be. And yeah, let's get into this. It's broadcast time.
Hey, good to see you guys. We got quite a few y'all in here today. Good to see you, Mr. Nookman, Intervoid, Anthropologuy. We got Antry. Forgive me if I butcher any of these names. Zealot Lee. We got Cody in the building. Good to see you again, sir. Corvux. Nice to see you as well. Yeah, Nookman, Intervoid, Mr. Fallout Helper. Good to see all my people in here. Hope you're all having a fantastic start to your day. As tradition, Blue, what kind of games you been into lately?
What have I been playing recently then? Right, okay, so I've went back to a RTS FPS game called Total Conflict Resistance. It's just been getting updates, so it's early access. But it's yeah, it's one of those games. I think I might have talked about it before in the Rawcast. But yeah, it's one of those games where you amass an army basically, and you can command your troops and things like that, but also go into first person during the battles and things like that. Yeah, it's one of those games where I've become addicted to it. I've been playing it quite a lot. It's still in quite a raw state, like I said, early access, but it's decent. Sounds like I'm plugging it, but I'm not. it's the usual. It's the usual. You know, buy Tinted Grail, buy Total Comfort Resistance, buy Night Trap. But no, in all seriousness, it's a good game that I've been playing. It's my sort of game, you know, strategy, RTS, and a bit of FPS thrown in there as well. I've also been playing Battlefield 2042, just been going back to that. It's actually a new mode. Raw, I don't know if you're aware of that actually. There's it's been updated, and there's a couple of a domination mode that I've been playing, and there's also this one where you plays a 4-team against bots, like robots, which is actually really good. It's like a rush mode. That's just been introduced, so I've been playing that with a few friends, and it's good fun. And also, I was actually speaking to Zalius about this. We were talking about it. It's a fan-made game that I've been playing called Double Dragon Legacy, and it's it's basically a fan's version. He created it from scratch. You know, it's a standalone, but it's the sequel to Double Dragon. If anybody's familiar with that, the old it's like the daddy of the side-scrolling beat 'em up. But I've been playing that, and yeah, that's so much fun. It's so like well done. You can tell it's made by, you know, a fan of the game. Do you know what I mean? He's put his heart and soul into it, you know. But he made it from scratch, and yeah, I've been having good fun with that. Yeah, I think that's the 3 that I've been playing mostly, jumping into like Fallout 4 as usual. But yeah, that's about it. What about you? What have you been playing?
You guys already know, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, we are right at the end of that game. Absolutely game of the year. I don't even care, GTA 6, I don't care about what else drops for the rest of the year. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is game of the year for sure. And then, of course, Fallout. Gotta get some New Vegas time in. Just replayed Toxic Whiteout's mod yesterday. Oh my god. Oh no, not right now.
Drywalls.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you. Jesus,
here we go. It's not a Rawcast with it. That's nonsense, isn't it?
oh my god. Nothing but the best. Yeah, that's what I've been up to, bro. That's really all we've been playing over here lately. Been bouncing around between a few things, but it's primarily that. We were gonna cover a little bit of gaming news. We'll just skim through these articles real fast. We're not gonna keep you guys waiting too long. Atomfall. Atomfall has been getting some more trailers, more release information. One thing of note with that, the game seems to be shorter than a lot of people were anticipating. So, I don't know. We'll see what happens when it actually releases. You guys already got us that copy of that to play on stream, so we will definitely be checking that out regardless. I'm kind of curious as to how short the game actually is, though. That kind of has me concerned, but we'll see what actually transpires. The Oblivion remake. I know a lot of people in here have probably already seen or heard about this. The Oblivion remake was actually leaked way back when Bethesda and Microsoft were in the court hearings. There's rumor going around right now that before June we could be getting that Oblivion remake, and very shortly before that we'll be getting an announcement trailer. So it'll be a trailer, then very shortly after the remake will be dropping, kind of like a they're calling it a surprise drop. That's how they're referring to it. And Todd Howard has actually been stated going forward that he wants to do more surprise drops with future releases. I don't really know how to feel about that. I mean, there's a lot that we could really delve into. We could save that conversation for a later date, but I feel like that could be kind of a way of lessening expectations. You know what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying, Blue? Like, instead of building up for years and years and people having these crazy high expectations from Bethesda, if they just kind of hit us with something out of nowhere, they won't have quite that same level of expectation.
I lost a lot of. If we're talking expectation, I lost a lot of that when,
Yeah.
well, particularly the Fallout 4 next gen update. Do you know what I mean? That was supposed to be a bit of a remaster or whatever, you know, graphically and stuff like that. And we all know how that went. It was just, it was very underwhelming. Let's put it that way. I'm trying not to swear,
Right.
right? But it was just, it wasn't inspiring at all for me. And then the stuff they did where, yeah, obviously well, we've touched on it before, but having a release on the day Fallout London came out as well. So, well, when it was in development or right at the end, that was a bit of a kick in the teeth. The Fallout London dev team.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty poor. But yeah, I'm not with this. You know, Oblivion remake. I don't know I don't know how they're gonna, you know, make it. I don't know what's the word I'm looking for.
Good.
No, I'm just, yeah. Well, that's the thing. I'm not inspired by it. You know, I'm not inspired, and I am more focused on Skyblivion. That's more my thing, because
100%.
I've obviously been watching, you know, the devs putting videos up and putting videos out on YouTube and stuff like that, and updates on how the game's going, and it looks incredible. Like, see the work the modding team are doing with that. Like, you know, it's quite a small modding team as well, and the stuff they've done, the sort of, they've added a lot of new content and they've rejigged a lot of stuff. The attention to detail and stuff just looks phenomenal. So if we're talking about something to be inspired by, I think Skyblivion over the actual Oblivion remake, that's top of my list. That's just my personal preference, though.
Just remember, like Larian Studios CEO just recently said, it's that time of the year again. Single player games are not dead. Use your imagination. They're not. They just have to be good. He said it best. Referring to Baldur's Gate 3 and the success of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, that's what that quote was actually about. But speaking of good games, good game developers, you guys ready for this? Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time ever, welcome to the Modder Spotlight. We're here to give the modding community a voice and way to connect beyond Nexus downloads. We're joined today by the man behind the Dry Wells Legion expansion and the highly anticipated Long 15 NCR expansion. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the one and only Toxic Whiteout. How are you doing today, bro?
I'm doing great. I just got off work, so ready to talk about stuff I actually enjoy working on.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and also, just before we get started, I also want to shout out, I think a lot of the developers for Long 15
Yeah,
are in the
please.
chat right now. I think ZL and Anturi are here, so thanks y'all for showing up. And yeah, you guys are going to be really impressed, I think, when we finish. It's going to be awesome.
I know
Yeah, appreciate you guys stopping by, man. That's pretty cool. So hopefully we'll dish out some good interview questions for the man Toxic Whiteout right here.
Yeah, thanks y'all. I'm looking forward to it.
So I mean, starting off, we kind of have to ask, how did you get the name Toxic Whiteout? Where did that come from? Like, what's the origin story with that?
Yeah, this is a good question. So I started my gaming journey, I should say console journey, on the Wii, and then I finally upgraded to the Xbox 360 back in the day. But I don't know if y'all remember, but back in the day it was $10 to change your username on
Yes.
Xbox,
Yep.
and I mean, I was strapped for cash, man. So I did the Microsoft random generation, and Toxic Whiteout was what
Nice.
it spit out. And I just
Nice.
stuck with it ever since I was a kid. Yeah.
It's like those old emails that just stick with you for life. Yo,
Yeah, the Hotmail.
yo, that's awesome, man.
Hmm.
So, see, obviously, yeah, it was a great question because that was one of mine that Ross, though, just chucking it out there. But can we just say what the actual mod is? Can we, like, for people that are not familiar with it, I've got it pulled up on the Nexus mod page right now, and it's lore friendly. It's saying it's a lore friendly quest and land expansion with 20 plus quests, 35 fully voiced characters, new minor factions, a player home, multiple main quest lines, allows the player to visit dry wells before nuking it in Lonesome Road, and expands upon Legion lands in Arizona with 6 hours of content with expansive player choice and consequences. Now, Toxic, what sort of inspired you to create this then? And also, can I just ask, how long have you been modding? So you've been modding for a little while then, but what actually inspired you to think of this mod and push it out there?
Yeah, it's a great question. I started modding quite a long time ago. There's only a few of us left still in the community since back then. Shout out to ZL. I know she's still here. But yeah, I've been modding Fallout games since I think 2013 was my first release. Um, I I honestly, I gotta say, like, I have to admit, I'm a little selfish with gaming. I just make mods that I would want to play. So when I play through New Vegas, like, obviously it's one of my favorite games of all time. Um, I just think about like what's missing, you know. And when you think about New Vegas, you both know this really well that they only had 18 months of dev time, so a lot of the factions just didn't fully get cooked, didn't fully finish. So even with the Legion being, somewhat unpopular by, for a lot of people for obvious reasons, I think they at least deserve to have a full story. The NCR was given that, and I think you should at least be able to have that for the Legion. So that's why I prioritized making dry wells first. That, and obviously it's a smaller scope. So I definitely wanted to make something that would, give players what a lot of people felt like was missing from the game. And then now that Dry Wells is out, we can start adding on to other things that we wanted to work on and what players have also been asking for, which is going into California. So that's what we'll be doing next.
Cool. No, that's really interesting. And just for context as well, that I've not actually played this mod. I've seen Raw play it on stream and stuff like that. But yeah, a lot of things interested me in terms of like the mod concept and like the development and stuff like that. So like you said, it's dry wells, and I've done some research. So the mod allows players to visit dry wells before the nukes. And it influences its role in the wasteland. How did you approach designing like the sort of pre-nuke environment to ensure it felt authentic to the Fallout universe?
Yeah, so thankfully we get, I would say like 30% of the space you get to visit after nuking it in Lonesome Road. So, you're fighting with Ulysses, you send the nukes over, and then you get to walk around that irradiated hellscape. So that kind of gives you the outside of the map. And then I just went from there thinking, let's put something here that's number one worth being nuked, because you can't just put some random Legion camp there. Those are all over the place, so it can't just be
Yeah.
some tents. And then the other thing is, what's going to make people think twice about nuking this location? So it can't just be a military installation. It's got to have people there. They have to have lives and personalities. So that was my main thought process when going into designing the characters and the world space was I want to say I want the player to regret that choice. If you're going to nuke
Yeah.
people, you have to feel the weight of that. And I think that was a missed opportunity by the developers for not letting you visit the area before you destroy it. But obviously, time limitations, they can only do so much.
Right.
Absolutely.
Have you received any feedback?
Sorry, go on, Raw.
Have you received any feedback from your release of the Dry Wells expansion? Has there been anything from the community that you've taken and that's already kind of altered the way that you guys are developing Long 15? Anything you've applied from what you've learned?
Yeah, definitely, definitely. A couple things are, Drywells was primarily just me, but doing the GEC work. We did have some great people that were willing to help out with, bug testing, and the voice acting team was phenomenal. And I really appreciate the people who did help out with it. But as far as actual development, the main limitation was it was mostly just me.
Right.
So you'll walk around the locations, and the number one thing you'll realize when you're walking around in the buildings is, hey, I've been here before. Like, the building with Gaius Magnus it's a Sierra Madre casino, but all cleaned up and redesigned with different locations. So that's the number one thing I wanted to address. That was the number one player feedback that I did hear that was constructive, and I totally agree with, was more custom interiors. So Long 15, we took that approach of making it feel like a new location rather than just, more of the same, some reskin stuff. So it'll feel even more like vanilla game quality. It'll feel more like a new expansion that you paid for, but we're going to provide it for free. That's
That's
what we
incredible.
hope to provide. Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm just like reminiscing a little bit here because playing New Vegas and encountering the Legion for the first time. I mean, do you remember? I mean, everyone must remember the town of Nipton when you go in there and there's a lottery and all that sort of stuff.
Hmm.
That really stuck with me. And there was another place. Chat and Raw, help me out if you Toxic. There was a place where the NCR soldiers were strung up on crosses and things like that. It just showed you like how savage the Legion were, and then obviously you met Kaiser, the leader, and things like that. But the question I'm leading on to here is like the factions in New Vegas, like obviously the NCR Legion and stuff like that. But you included new minor factions in this mod, such as the Hunters Guild, that adds a little bit of depth to the game. What was the sort of inspiration behind those factions and the stuff that you've implemented? And how do you think they interacted with the existing world? Do you think that it was kind of seamless for you, or did you have to do a lot of work in terms of making them seem like they slipped in seamlessly?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I'd say the
Thanks.
hardest thing, the hardest thing to do with the Legion specifically is, their whole idea is taking all the different factions, all the different groups within their borders, and crushing them and then rebuilding them as one unified thing. So the way I approached it with the Hunters Guild was, this is a group that used to basically own the land. They had to be here before the Legion, predate them, and then they've kind of been getting pushed farther and farther away. When you arrive, they're just basically stuck in this little shack. There's not that many of them left. They're not powerful anymore. So you're kind of meeting like the remnants of what once was, and then through your choices, through your decisions, you can help them regain their lodge, their base of operations. And you also find out, spoiler alert, but I won't go too much into spoilers, but Raw did play this yesterday.
Right.
The Legion's
Yeah.
been undermining them, so that's something that I tried to show, that there are other factions, but they're under the Legion's boot. They are, the Legion is always going to be the boss in this situation, so to speak.
Yeah. And players like from what I've seen, players have the option to either strengthen the Legion's rule or wreak havoc on their lands. And how did you ensure that like the player choices have meaningful consequences within the mod? How did you go about doing that? Like again, sort of tying into the sort of lore aspect.
Yeah, this was one of the toughest parts of making choice and making an interesting story. When in Legion lore, they're basically, they've got the area locked down. So um, the best way that I could do it was to create an internal conflict. You have the Legion leader that is maybe a little more sympathetic. He's a bit kinder. He's maybe doesn't follow their rules to the T, and then you have the ruler who's cruel, efficient, ruthless, and they don't see eye to eye. They're at odds with each other.
Yeah.
So one of them is clearly more powerful, clearly would win if the player doesn't intervene. So that way it doesn't disrupt the lore. So if you come in and you don't do anything, obviously the guy that's there after you nuke the place, he clearly won. But based on your actions, you can change that. So that's the way I did it. I tried to basically make it so the default setting matches what's already in the game, and then based on your choices, your decisions, you can change that outcome. So that way, it's a little less shocking for players when they nuke the place and there's a different guy standing there.
Yeah, absolutely.
We got a few questions that have been popping up in chat. One of them got me a minute ago. AI Colonel was asking, what's the easiest and hardest part of modding in your opinion? They were asking specifically about adding new in-game assets, but I'm gonna slightly build on that. Where do you have the most challenge? Is it with asset creation, or is it more on the scripting side, or what would you personally consider to be the hardest part of mod creation?
Well, I will say everything in modding is slower and a bit more complex than you'd hope it is. Definitely, I'd say the easiest thing is you start flying around, you start moving objects around, you start to realize like, oh, okay, like I get how these tools work. It's the same as like if you're going to start editing videos, like it's very easy to get to the point where you can cut and trim videos. You can make like a decent video. But if you want to get into the advanced settings, you want to get into, really, really something that like people are really going to be engaged with or interested in,
Right.
that's, I mean, you can just spend hours and hours learning stuff. So I would say the easiest part is just like, just playing it like it's a complicated strategy game, designing a little town, designing a little world space. I wouldn't call that easy, but I would say it's the most engaging, it's the most natural. And then what's difficult for me personally was, yeah, scripting, coding. That's very, very tough. I don't feel like the way the dialogue is set up is natural. You have to create a whole new topic and then link it to all the other topics and make sure each each choice that you say to the character links back to all the other ones. It's just a lot of like checking back and forth and tying loose ends together. I would say dialogue and stuff that's the most difficult, just because it's the most time intensive.
Can I just can I ask that, like, following on to that, with the mod having over like 20 quests and 35 fully voiced characters, the mod obviously offers like substantial content. How did you manage the writing and the integration of these quests and characters? Because that must have been quite a job, especially with the 35 voice characters as well. That's a lot of work. How did you go about doing that?
Yeah. Well, just to put that into perspective first, so Dryballs has about 35 characters, and Long 15 is gonna have, I think Anturi just counted the other day, 197. So
Good lord.
just to put
Wow.
into perspective, yeah,
That's a lot of
gonna
work.
be pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. So writing the characters, I start with the easiest ones. I should say like what I want to build the story around. So I started with Constantine and Gaius Magnus. Those are the two big figureheads. And then I start, take it down a level. Who are the next people in command? Who are their, I think it's Decani. So, their Decanuses, so to speak. Who are their
Yeah.
officers? And then how do they interact with their boss? And I just think if you do that approach, kind of a waterfall approach, it'll make everything feel natural. So by the time you get to the really small characters, you can add reactions to all the big events that have already happened because you already wrote those. So yeah, I just think start top down. Start with what's the most important, and then depending on how much motivation you have, just keep adding more and more.
Yeah, no, sounds good. Because that's that. Well, I thought this initial mod, was a lot of work, but by the sounds of it, this next one is going to be crazy. No,
Yeah.
hats off to you, man. Hats off to you. I've got like listen, I'm massive into my Fallout lore, so I'm going to pick your brains a little bit in terms of the dry wells lore and stuff like that. So, like, what steps did you take to make Dry Wells feel like a living, breathing settlement rather than just a battleground? Because you see that in mods sometimes, don't you? You see it created, but it's not. It's quite It's not got much content in there, if you know what I mean. How did you go about making it like feel like a living, breathing settlement, and also fit seamlessly into the sort of New Vegas style world? How did you go about doing that?
Yeah, so the first thing I did was I would go into a settlement like I used Novak a lot. Novak's one of my favorite towns. I think you can
Yeah,
talk to someone in almost every house, and they have a different story. I use that as my baseline. Um, so I just thought about how each character feels like you're talking to a real person, and how their stories kind of interact. And then the other thing that really helped is playtesters. So I think one thing that people do when they're creating a mod is they overlook how helpful it can be to just have other perspectives. A lot of times you'll write something and it makes total sense to you, and then you just have someone play it who doesn't know anything about the mod, and they're like, how does he know, that there's a casino downstairs? And it's like, oh, I just,
yeah,
I've been working on this casino for months. How could you not know? But you realize like the player in that moment would have no idea. So it's just one of those things where I think, try to be open to criticism, and let people run around and you know point out what sucks. That helps.
absolutely. Yeah, Rob, you got any questions for him?
Sorry, 2 seconds.
Yeah, no
Right,
worries.
I'll keep talking then. Right, so my God. Right. Yeah. So again, I'm going to talk about a bit of let's touch on the quests and factions then. So the mod features over like 20 quests. Can you
Mhm.
share the ones that you're most fond of, like the standout quest lines that like for people like me that haven't played it? What quest lines should I look forward to in terms of the mod?
Yeah. So there's quite a few like little random ones here and there, but I would definitely say there's three main, like, so to speak, pillars. There's the Constantine versus Gaius. That's the main storyline. I think it's like 5 or 6 quests long. I personally think Constantine's is more fun because I like playing as the underdog. I like the whole rallying the troops. Getting everyone to join your side for
Yeah,
one
for
big
real.
payoff at the end. I enjoy that. So um, I think that's definitely the highlight. That's what I created first. So because it's just what I thought was the most interesting. Um, and then the Hunters Guild is cool because you just basically have two choices. It's like you know wipe them all out or help them out. So it's a little more straight and forward. There's not a lot of I shouldn't say there's not a lot of choice, but there's less choice in that one. But I do enjoy it. And then the third one is the slave freeing quest line. So it's kind of a way for people who don't want to go full boon, and go
Yeah,
completely
yeah,
hostile on the area,
yeah, yeah,
but they
yeah,
still
yeah.
want to get the Legion. They want to like undermine them and feel like they're helping the wasteland. So I think
He's
those three are
probably
good.
He's probably my favourite companion in all Fallout games. I think Boone. I love Craig Boone. He's the
Yeah,
boy.
Boone's awesome.
Um, yeah. Speaking of like, so there's obviously a lot of. You must have had a lot of ideas on the table, written out or
Mhm.
whatever, in terms of quest lines and stuff like that. Was there anything that you kind of regret that was cut out, or was there anything that didn't quite make the cut in terms of storylines that you would have wanted to include, or you had to remove for some reason? Was there anything like that?
Yeah, totally. And some of this is due to the nuked area being so small. When you arrive, it's like this, it's kind of like a crater. Um, I wish that I had taken some more time to expand the world space more. It's pretty small. It's I think I tried to do the best I could with a small world space. There's a lot of intertwining dungeons that lead, back into the villa and stuff. But I definitely would have liked to expand the world space, make it bigger. Um, and I could have just spaced things out a bit more. But that's all hindsight's 2020. So we're learning and applying that to Long 15.
When
Yeah,
we,
absolutely. On you go, Ross. Sorry.
no worries, I had background noise I was trying to keep out. Uh, so when we were playing through yesterday, I actually missed a reference to what Fallout Van Buren that you had in the mod that I was completely unaware of. Have there been any
Yeah.
other like Easter eggs that you've had already in um Dry Wells or anything up and coming in Long 15 that you think may like kind of go over people's heads? Is there anything you've had before? Like, how did people not realize this?
Yeah, well, yeah, that one reference is pretty cool. It's the I always screw up the name. I'll spell it in chat here. I'll send it out for everyone.
Gotcha.
But it's like Hecate or something. It's some Greek name. But in Van Buren, there's this like slave rebellion, and the leader of it is this twisted hair woman. And I just thought, with Dry Wells being the location of where the twisted hairs were all massacred, it's a perfect spot to kind of merge that lore just a little bit, or even just hint towards it. That's why I basically said it was a rumor.
Right.
Another thing, I wish I had done this differently in Drywells was I put 4 notes about this explorer who had seen the area before the Legion was there. So he talks about how the area looked when the Twisted Hairs ruled it. But what I didn't think about was I put the last one where he died, um, right in the middle of like one of the first quests you run into. So you end up getting the end of his story and then having to like search around for the notes and reading it all backwards.
Right.
But I would call that a missed piece of lore, but that was more on my end. Yeah.
Oh, nice one. So like again, just touching on the sort of world building and the lore itself. I noticed there's like so many small details that add to the immersion, and from the notes to like the environmental storytelling. When it comes to the notes and stuff, was that your work, or did you collaborate with other people in terms of the storytelling?
Well, for Drywells, I'll say the first draft was all me, but definitely a lot of it was iterated quite a bit by people who played through and had critiques or suggestions or improvements. But Long 15, I'm not even the lead writer, so
Okay.
Alaska is our lead writer, and he's been doing an awesome job. So um, it's a team effort for that one, which makes us we can be a lot more creative. So, if I have some idea or someone else has some idea, we can all add on to it and build off of it. So, if you liked the notes and you liked the lore references there, you'll really like them, in the long 15.
That's awesome. Is there any like sort of hidden details or lore connections that you're particularly proud of in the Dry Wells one?
Oh man, I have to say in general, it's just that I tried to make it intentionally separate from the Mojave. So, yes, they do reference some things that are going on. They talk about Hoover Dam and all this stuff, but I kind of like adding the perspective of, all these people think of Vegas as like this mythical, far off place. They talk about like, I've heard there's lights that are so bright, it seems like the sun is up. So
Yeah,
a lot of these
yeah.
people, it's like talking to a farmer who's, never been outside of his small town about how he envisions Times Square. So I tried to mix that in a little bit,
See when
which
you
I think is
say
pretty cool.
yeah, that is pretty cool. See when you so going into like when you were initially designing certain quests, did you deliberately tie them into the player's actions, the past actions, should I say, in the Mojave? So like, your standalone New Vegas, or was the focus more on creating a standalone experience? Was it a bit of both?
Yeah, bit of both, but I would say leaning towards a standalone, just
Yeah,
because the Legion has such limited content, and most of the quests that you have for the Legion are like, go here, kill this, go here, kill this. I wanted a little more depth than that. I wanted it to be a little more interesting than that. So it's kind of hard to link, a developed storyline that you're working on to some town getting burned and everyone being killed in a lottery. So I, I
yeah,
did
yeah,
I did implement a little bit. So some of the slaves that you meet, one of them is an NCR trooper. She'll talk about how she was stationed at Nelson and her camp was ambushed.
yeah.
One of them was from Nipton, and he talks about that. So I would say there's lore references here and there. It does feel like it's the same world, but it's feels like you've traveled a distance. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that stuff. Obviously, referencing back to Nelson and Nipton, because like I touched on earlier, those were the kind of places that really stand out for me in Fallout New
Mhm.
Vegas. There's other vaults and things like that, but I just remember particularly if you side with the Legion as well, and you do their quest line and things like that. Yeah, it's good to see that sort of thing being implemented in mods like your mod. But yeah, it's really cool, to be honest.
Oh, thanks. Thanks. Really appreciate it. Yeah, a lot of work goes into it, but you know, it does feel really good when it's finished. You know, you sit back and look at it, and there's always things to improve. You're always going to critique your own work the hardest, but it is pretty cool to like have created something. So I would definitely say to anyone who's thinking about trying, like, definitely give it a shot. You know, as one of my friends, Ven, says, the time's gonna pass anyways. So
Oh
Yeah,
man,
absolutely.
yeah.
I kind of have a two-parter for you.
hmm
So this, if I'm not mistaken, the Long 15 is your first like full-on collaborative effort in the modding
yeah.
scene. Everything else has been primarily solo. So what has the transition been like from like having your own creative ideas and creative expression and kind of transitioning into a team effort? And then on top of that, like, do you feel comfortable in your ability to kind of lead an effort as such, or what's your experience been like with it?
Yeah, it's definitely different, and I would say everyone has a different working style and leading style. My personal style is trying to lead from the front, lead as an example.
Mhm.
So, who am I to ask people to get a bunch of work done for me if I'm just sitting back and just letting them do it? Um,
Hallelujah.
so I think that one thing that's helped our team a lot is, I work on this mod every day, and I think it's helped us feel like, without patting myself on the back too much, it's helped us feel like, there's a finish line in sight. We're gonna finish. It's just a matter of time, and if I finish it and I get it all done by myself, we'll get there, but it won't really be that awesome. But the collaborative effort, everyone working together, that's what's going to make it like really, really stick out. It's going to be so much better. So, yeah, this definitely is not a one man effort, which is really awesome. And I think, my leadership style is try to set an example of, you know, let's work hard, let's work on this, but obviously at the same time, like, this is a hobby project. We're not expecting anybody to like give up, personal time or anything for this.
Right.
Just contribute what you want to, but that's definitely helped people lean into what they're most passionate about, because our asset guys, that's all they want to do, that's all they have to do. Um, so yeah, stuff like that.
Have you or anyone else from the team really ever considered like becoming a actual game developer, like going all out into the industry?
We've definitely talked about it. ZL and I definitely have talked about this a lot. She's super talented. She's done a ton of like really, really high quality modeling, um, all this type of stuff. I mean, stuff that I don't know how to do. So,
Right.
um, I would say that the team has definitely talked about it, and we're all open to the idea. But personally, I don't envy game developers. Those people work like 60-hour weeks,
Oh yeah.
on a good week. So I'm kind of okay with keeping it as a hobby thing. But I'm definitely open to the idea. If like a company reached out, I'd probably have questions before I said yes. But I
So
think a lot of us would love to do it.
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. For
No, you're all
you,
good.
Anteri, and for ZL, like I see ZL was talking about she would absolutely love to. Is there anyone in particular, a specific company you guys would like to work for? Say you did transition to full-time game development, who would be the one employer that you wanted to go under?
I'd want to work for Larian.
Oh my
Um,
God, yes.
I think they're so good. I'm just so impressed with Baldur's Gate 3. I think just their level of storytelling, their level of detail, creativity. I just want to be a part of something like that. And yeah, I definitely think I would have liked to be a part of Bethesda like maybe 15 years ago. I'd probably still, look into the offer, but um, the offer that doesn't exist that I'm talking about.
I think that would be a great fit for you, though. I think your writing style would
Totally.
fit in perfectly over there.
Yeah, I would definitely consider it, but Larian would be my top pick. I think they're an awesome team.
I'm glad you mentioned that because I've been waxing lyrical about Baldur's Gate 3 for ages, and I've been persuading Rod to play it. He's not played it as yet, but like you said, Toxic, it's like the attention to detail. You can play that game in any style you want. You could go in and murder a whole town, and it won't affect. It will still give you that outcome. You'll still have that ending. It won't spoil the game, a la like say Morrowind, where if you kill a specific character, it would flash up a message saying you will not be able to complete the main quest. That sort of attention to detail where you can do whatever you want, you can make the choices you want, and there will be an ending, and like your choices will impact the world. And I just love that attention to detail. It's something that all RPGs should sort of aspire to these days. I reckon you would agree with that, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think let the players trip over themselves, let them make mistakes. I think the biggest mistake that Bethesda is making right now, bigger than anything else in their story, the number one thing that pulls me out of the immersion immediately, if I shoot someone in the head and they just lean over, I'm like, all right, I'm done. Like, I'm
Yeah.
in
Oh,
La
yeah.
La Land. This isn't real. None of this matters. Just let us screw things up. I think that's the number one thing. So I really like I like Morrowind's approach, where I think it's Morrowind. I'm sure chat will roast me if I'm wrong, but where if you kill someone, it gives you that message like you can keep
Yeah.
playing, but you basically screwed everything up for yourself. I like
Basically
that.
what I just said. Yeah, basically what I just
Yeah.
said there. Yeah,
hmm
absolutely. It gives you that message. And what I found was when I was playing Baldur's Gate 3 is the quick save. I wasn't quick saving at all. I was just continuing my story, like you said. Like there was no like quick load to see what would happen. It was like
Yeah.
right. I can keep going here. I can keep playing this game, and it's not going to affect the outcome. I could possibly go back to it at a later date and do it differently, but that kind of leads on to the replayability of the game as well, I guess. Well, I mean, they're onto a winner there as well. Can I just, going back to your mod and stuff like that, can I touch on the companions and NPCs that you created in the game itself? So, I mean, there's some great interactions with NPCs from what I've seen based on how the player engages with the Legion and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Given the sort of strong writing behind some of the key figures in Dry Wells, were there any inspirations behind certain characters that you put in there? Was there anything like from like say real life characters or other video game characters?
Yeah. So definitely in Drywells there were some. I think Gaius Magnus he can be a bit more generic. He's just like he kind of represents the Legion itself. That's what I think of when I think of him. And he's got such a generic Roman name. You could just like ask ChatGPT to make a Roman name. It'll probably come up with Gaius Magnus, at some point. So I think it kind of speaks to the developers just kind of throwing a Roman name in and putting a guy in cool armor. So that's why Gaius Magnus he epitomizes that. Um, I'll give an example actually for Long 15. We're basing the sheriff of Baker, the town in California. We're basing that off of what's his name? I think it's Rooster Cogburn from True Grit, and he's
Right.
basically like this old sheriff. He's all crusty, and he's past his prime, but you can kind of help him in the storyline, get him back to some semblance of sobriety and being a good part of the community. So we definitely do reference things. We definitely do take inspiration from movies and games, but yeah, we try to mix it in with our own ideas.
Yeah, cool. And I mean, like, I think I touched on it previously as well. But from what I've seen, the voice acting kind of really stood out. With the characters kind of feeling distinct and natural. Fitting into the environment, the Mojave Wasteland environment. What was the process like for casting and directing the voice actors? I mean, that must have been a task in itself.
Yeah, definitely. And that was my first time doing that. So, I mean, I've had voice actors before in other mods, but never anything like this where I used a website called Casting Call Club. Would highly recommend if anyone has
Yeah.
a project. It was great. I think the number one thing that helped me is I had a project that people were kind of interested in. New Vegas is a game that a lot of people love. So when you have something that people are passionate about, they're willing to put in, the time to make something high quality. So I would definitely say that helped. I think having the game itself be really good helped me. And the Legion is a group that we don't really see that much of, and people are really curious about, like, what does it look like over there? What does their land look like? So I think that definitely helped. The casting itself, man, it was awesome. I loved working with the voice actors. It's an awesome community. Those are really, really great people, really hardworking people too. So I'm looking forward to working with them again.
That's awesome. I mean,
Yeah.
I've just me and Rob been we were talking about it kind of a few days ago, but there's potential for me becoming a voice actor, and I'm super excited and nervous at the same time. I'm going to be apparently I'm going to be a arena announcer in one of Lee Border Hermit's mods. So
Oh, awesome.
yeah, I'm gonna be doing a bit of voice acting for the very first time, so I'm quite nervous. I'm going to try and do my best aggressive Scottish accent because apparently this guy's a bit of a nutcase. So I'm gonna have to go full fledged. But yeah, no, come back to yourself and the mod itself. Would you ever consider expanding any of these NPCs into full fledged companions, for example? I know there's like sort of companions in future updates or in other mods, but would you ever consider expanding any of the other NPCs into full fledged companions, like and maybe in separate mods or something like that? That you could put into New Vegas or whatever.
Yeah, I actually have a mod called Imperium Radio. It's a radio mod. It has to do with it's also a Legion radio station. And the Neo Cipher. He's a pretty great YouTuber. He voices the main character. We've talked multiple times about making a companion for him. I definitely am interested in it, but it's something that I don't have a ton of experience in, so I can't promise anything, but I'm definitely open to the idea. It'd be really cool.
Awesome. Yeah, no, sounds good.
Are there any other mods in the community that have kind of inspired you for previous or for upcoming projects? Like, has there been anything that's been an inspiration to you?
Yeah, that's a good one. Oh man, I'll definitely say what got me back into New Vegas after all those years was the Fallout 4 New Vegas project. Like, just watching the character walk around in the Fallout 4 engine when they're
Right.
like walking around New Vegas. Oh man, that just like sparked something in me. I thought that was so cool. Um, Story wise, I definitely like Some Guy 2000. He's got
Yes.
the
Yes.
bounties mods and stuff. Those are always a classic. Cell Block Psycho, super talented. I know you were just playing his mod the other day too. Um,
Sir.
I definitely think the best part about being a modder, which is probably easier than being a game developer, is it's easier for us to just switch it off and just be a player again. So um, yeah, it's really nice watching people post stuff on the Nexus, playing it, and then I can even message them and be like, "Hey, would you like to collaborate? Or work this into a mod together?" So uh,
That
I
was going
would.
to be
Yeah, long answer is everything.
yeah. I was going to ask, like you just kind of touched on it there. How has your
Mhm.
interaction been with Nexus and the sort of community there? It sounds quite positive from what you were sort of alluding to there.
Yeah, I would say in general, the community there is overall good. I said there's definitely always some bad apples. There's always somebody who wants to ruin your day and stuff. But it's
Yeah,
it's similar to
natural, innit?
YouTube. Yeah, similar to YouTube, where it's just like once it gets big enough, there's always going to be good and bad. So you just gotta not take the bad stuff too personally, I think. And
Absolutely, yeah.
yeah, and then try to not fixate on it, because you can get 100 good comments and one bad one, but the one you're going to be thinking about when you
It's
go to
that
bed
bad one.
is
Yep.
the bad one. So you just have to break yourself out of that habit. But I think the community's good overall.
Have you had any
Yeah.
standout moments with the community, like positive or negative, like something that just really came out of left field, hit you in a good or bad way?
Yeah, I think the one that comes to mind is when the show released. Oh my gosh, like it just felt like everybody was back. It felt like it was 2011 again. Um, It was so cool just watching the Nexus just completely come alive. There was mod
Yes.
releases, huge ones every day. I'm really hoping season 2 does that again. Love or hate the show. I know people have very mixed opinions on it. I won't get into my personal opinions too much, but I do think that was a really awesome moment for the community to like all come back together on a game that's like almost 15 years old. I mean, that's so cool.
See,
Incredible.
it's funny you mentioned the season 2 of the Fallout show, because me and Raw were discussing this before, but apparently Macaulay Culkin is going to be in this, and someone's definitely missing a trick if they don't introduce Harry and Marv as a mod. I swear to God, they need to introduce that. There needs to be a house like the house from Home Alone, just
Uh-huh.
filled with traps. Somebody has to get on that if Macaulay Culkin's in season 2. That's an idea for you.
Yeah,
Get
Trap
that in
House, you could totally do that.
yeah, get that in the book for future. Oh, that'll
Man,
be
yeah, I
fucking.
got
That'll
I
be
got ideas going. That's a good one. I can
yeah.
already imagine it now.
You need the wet bandits in there causing chaos.
Potential Easter eggs for a long 15. No, I'm just
Yeah,
kidding.
where the guy
Yeah,
looks up and you drop a brick on his head or something. Yeah, that's a good one.
Exactly.
you try to open the door and there's a blowtorch above it. Yeah, that'll be so good, so good. What else? What else got to touch on there? Right, so we talked about your sort of interaction with the Nexus community and the community in general, the modern community I'm
Mhm.
talking about. What advice could you give to future, like people that are aspiring to create mods? So, I mean, what advice would you give to someone interested in starting their own mod or modding in general? What sort of things would you say to someone that's probably listening into this podcast now?
Yeah, this is something that I think about a lot because I get a lot of people asking, where do I start? What should I do? The number one thing I'd look at is the Geck Wiki. So you just literally Google Geck Wiki, GECK wiki, and it has pretty basic tools on everything. I mean, you can figure out how to do everything. It explains what all the scripts do. It explains what the functions are, and then if you want to see it actually in action, I'm gonna put it in the chat as well. I'd look up a Sedon on YouTube. He has great tutorials in the Geck. Um, but beyond that, I would definitely say my biggest advice is just work on it every day, whether that's like writing something down or even just thinking about it in your head. Try not to let too much get in the way, because if you have a project that you really really want to finish and you just shelve it and hope you'll come back to it, like it's just never going to finish. Like you're just never going to get there. So my advice would be try and work on it every day, even if it's just 10 minutes a day.
Cool. Yeah, no, that's good. And you touched on your the sort of the software you were using and stuff like that. What kind of for mod development and things like that. What sort of resources were you using? And was there any communities you would recommend for beginners?
Yeah, there's some great discords. Obviously, I can plug my own Whiteout Mods Discord. We have a help channel, so if you ever are working on a mod and you need some help, feel free to ping us. The modding linked Discord is a huge one. I think there's like 24,000 people in there. So if you have questions there, that's a good spot as well. People can be a little cynical there, but they will help you. They might call you dumb while they're helping you. Um,
Yes, as always.
yeah. And then one thing is, if you're going to get started, definitely get the Geck extender. Basically what that does is it takes the Geck, which is the tool that you use to make mods, and it like reduces the amount of crashes, just makes things you can add a lot more like autosave functionality. You can save while you have Windows open. It's just way way better. So the Geck extender is like you can barely make mods without it.
Yeah, and for when it comes to you creating the mods and stuff like that, I know a lot of people use different modding tools. I use Mod Organizer too for the majority of my stuff. It's
Mhm.
all like the mods you create. They're all compatible to like Vortex, and there's the I can't remember like a lot of it's been updated since I used it, because I've just been using Organizer too. Is there any other ones that you would recommend that are more user friendly and more compatible with your mod?
Yeah, like you said, I definitely try to make my mods compatible with everyone because um, I would always recommend MO2. It's just the best one as far as like I think it's the only one that you can sort like individually by plugin by number.
Yeah, yeah,
With
absolutely.
Vortex, that's the biggest downside is you kind of have to like loop it back and forth. But I'm definitely of the mindset that like if you're going to go out of your way to not help people, you know, it's a tough call because with some mods they do require MO2, but at other times it's like if you do have the option to help everyone, I think you should. I don't think you should limit the community to one manager. But that being said, some mods do need it. Like for example, if you're actually expanding the world space itself and you're going to work on, you need LOD generation, or sorry, LOD. It's level of detail. So um, I won't get too much into the nitty gritty, but if you're going to expand the world space itself, you basically need people to use MO2, because you're going to have to like change the world map and all different sorts of things, and you need MO2 for that. But if you're just going to make like a relatively simple mod, I'm not gonna tell you how to live your life, so to speak.
Yeah.
But
so that being said, with the sort of the modding that you're doing, let's talk about your sort of your future endeavors then. Obviously you're doing the mod. What's it called? Can you remind me, please? The mod you're
yeah,
kind of
Long
working.
15.
Yeah, so you're working on that. But is there anything else? Is there any other future projects or expansions that you're kind of working on? And also, can I ask, is there any, given the scale and success of this mod, do you have any plans to create like a similar expansions for other locations within the Fallout universe? Is there anything that you thought of that you could that's next in line?
Yeah, that's also a good question. I
Thank you.
think after I finish, or I should say, after the team finishes Long 15, when we get that project done and wrapped up, I definitely have some other big projects I want to help jump in on that I'm not leading on, but I want to help make an impact on. So Nova, Arizona is one of those. That team is
Yes.
working super hard. They're doing some awesome work. I want to help lean in there a bit. I've done like bug fixes for them and little tweaks, but I'd like to help do the content too. Um, let's see, the Frontier rework is pretty cool. So basically, they're redoing the Frontier from the ground up. I think they're completely. I could be misspeaking, but I think they're completely removing the NCR storyline, which was pretty highly critiqued, and they're just going to make it essentially into a more modernized version of the Frontier, which is going to be a lot better. I would definitely say I'd like to have some kind of impact there because the people who are working on that are also really invested. I'm trying to think of any others. As far as my own projects, I want to do a run through of all my old mods and fix them up too, because some of them are
Cool.
like 10 years old.
Really, that old, man? Well, you've been doing it
Yeah,
for a long
maybe
time.
even
You said,
older.
I think you said you were doing it since, was it 2013? You said you've been modding
Yeah.
from, right? Yeah. So
hmm
yeah, that's
Incredible.
a lot of time. That's a lot of time.
Clearly, you've got a lot of experience and time in with New Vegas. Do you ever feel like you're somewhat trapped in the engine, or is there another game, title, series that you would like to branch out to eventually?
Yeah, it's a something I think about all the time. I've tried to do Fallout 4, but the problem with Fallout 4 is that voiced protagonist. It makes developing really, really hard. So, also the main storyline of Fallout 4 just doesn't really grab me as much. So,
Understood.
not quite as passionate about it. Um, After I finish my current projects, I'm going to take a bit of a break from modding and try out Kingdom Come Deliverance. I want to play that game really
Yes.
badly.
Highly recommend
Um,
that.
Here we go. You're gonna set them off.
well, I heard they just dropped modding tools, so I might look
Yes,
into
Yeah,
that one.
dude. Yes.
I've seen some fruity mods for that already. I tell you.
hmm
You want to make a
Yeah,
real
some real.
breakthrough, that would be the one, sir. You talk about a dedicated community.
Yeah, definitely those I'd say. And then obviously future Fallout titles, future Elder Scrolls titles. I'd be interested in that. But number one thing is the core game has to be good. I wasn't a huge fan of Starfield. I didn't like
Oh, you
hate
did
it.
say
I
the one
just
out mouth.
didn't have.
You just you just said the one. I was about to say you're staying clear of that, aren't you?
Yeah, when it first came out, I started doing a couple little tweaks and
Right.
waitlist stuff mods here, but it just didn't really grab me, so didn't get into it.
Yeah, I don't think it grabbed many people. It had so much potential. See on paper that, like, all those planets, like you'd think that would have been a modder's dream, right? That, creating
Mm-hmm.
all sorts of environments on these planets. You had all these different planets that were, pretty barren. There was not much
Mm-hmm.
content on them and stuff like that. And you would have thought that people would have went, well, I thought I was positive, I was 90% sure that it would be like a modder's dream to have,
Yeah.
that sort of template, if you like, to just go wild. But it seems like there was a little bit of a modern spike, but then it's completely died off and it's dead really. Because I've played it, I've installed some mods on there, like here and there, not like massive mods. I'm always searching for the pulse rifle from Aliens. That's in there. That's a
Mm-hmm.
go-to for me. But yeah, there's not many at all really that grasp me. There's like UI stuff and things like that. But yeah, and it's just the classic Star Wars lightsabers and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, not in terms of like quest mods like you've done yourself.
Yeah, I think a lot of that is I won't critique the game itself, but I will definitely critique Bethesda's support of that game. I think the game's been out for over a year now, and look at what the devs at of Cyberpunk did to change that game when it had a rocky release. I
Right.
just
Yeah.
don't see that same level of support for Starfield. I think if they really, really wanted to, they could have fixed a lot of the things that people complained about, but they just didn't. They kind of just dropped it.
It
And
somewhat feels abandoned.
yeah, it really does. And I think that's one of the reasons why the modding community never really got into it, because if the devs gave up on the game, the players are too. You know.
Right.
Yeah,
One,
absolutely.
we are coming up on a little bit over an hour. Are you still good? Is there anything that you want to say directly to the community, to the people watching right now? Anyone that's aspiring to become a mod author? Anybody anything you have to say?
Um. Well, let's see. I definitely say, if you're interested in becoming a modder, you're interested in making something, you know, um, really any kind of project, I think definitely just just give it a shot. I think the worst that can happen is it comes out and it's not that great, and people tell you how it can be improved, and then the next time around it'll be a bit better and a bit better. So I definitely think we need more creative types, especially right now. I think the game industry is kind of at a point where corp you know corporate ideas are kind of coming through. You can kind of feel the management when
Yes.
you're playing games. And I think we need a lot more creativity. And so I think a lot of that is going to come from modders and from indie games. So definitely highly encourage anyone, if you're interested, if you want to see those types of games, get involved and be that change.
Speaking of encouragement and plugs, I love a good plug. Everybody knows I like a good plug, and I can't believe that you've not plugged it yourself, Toxic. But so I'll do it for you, guys. If anybody wants a great mod, an expansion, a Legion expansion, Dry Wells Nexus, get it downloaded. There you go. There's your plug, Toxic.
I'll double plug. Make sure you give it an endorsement. It helps a lot.
Oh
Yeah.
man. Well,
Yeah,
Blue, is there
appreciate
anything
that.
else that you'd
Appreciate
like
that.
to ask Mr. Whiteout? Do you have anything to add before we close out?
Let me have a little think. I'm just going to have a scan through chat because I'm pretty sure chat had a few questions here and there. Hi,
Yeah.
Libor. There's my man that we were just talking about earlier on.
Oh, Toxic. One thing that we always gotta ask, I can't believe I skipped tradition. What was your introduction to Fallout, and what would you consider your favorite Fallout?
Oh man. I know people are gonna roast me because I've been playing this for 15 years, and I never played 1 and 2. I've watched them all the way through. I've read all
What?
about
Yeah,
it, but
I'm right there with you. Exact same.
I haven't done
Yo,
it. my
Used to
intro
what
was
used to
New
doing?
Vegas. Sorry.
I'm saying what I used to like.
I can't even say I don't have the time, man. It's been 15 years.
yeah,
I know,
yeah.
yeah, I know, man.
Yeah, my intro to Fallout was New Vegas. I loved it. I got it probably 2012. Started modding it 2013. I played it on the 360, the original Toxic Whiteout, the gamer tag. So really enjoyed it. And then I went back and played Fallout 3 because that was the only other one that was out at the time. Um, Yeah, I obviously New Vegas is my favorite. I've put so many hours into that. Uh, I just gotta hope that we can have something like that again in the future. Fingers crossed.
Definitely. It'll be a long time since the next Fallout game.
Yeah.
But hopefully, I'm just curious to see what comes of that because, well, I'm going to ask you actually, just out of curiosity, what did you make of 76?
Uh, Never played it. um, yeah, I
Just
thought
an
the trailer. Okay, so I'll give you all a little bit of background. When I was in the Air Force basic training when the trailer dropped, and just how big of a deal this trailer was is our drill instructors came in and let us watch the trailer to Fallout 76 on their
That's
phones in
crazy.
the middle of basic training. So that's how much hype there was for this game. Like this was, and we're like all away from home and they're playing that like West Virginia, all that stuff. It was
yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah.
oh man, it was hard. But when that game dropped, it was disappointing to say the least. I do think they've done a lot to improve it. That's a game I do think they've continued to support. I mean, they're still making updates for it, so I can't bag on them that much, but uh it's not really what I think the community wants. So,
I didn't realize you were a fellow Air Force guy as well. Yeah,
yeah.
are you out now or are you still in or?
Yeah, yeah, I did 6 years, just did it to pay for college, ended up getting out, I think last year. I really enjoyed my time there. It wasn't for me to do 20, but I totally respect, the guys who do it, guys and girls who do it.
Yeah, I've done my 22. I'm out now, but yeah, it was a hell of an experience. But no, good to hear someone else. It seems like there's a lot of military people sort of in the Fallout universe. But yeah,
Yeah.
that's awesome. Respect your service, man. Well done.
Yeah, you as well. And yeah, I think it's the
Thanks.
apocalypse setting. We're all like imagining ourselves like,
Yeah, it is, man. You're totally
yeah,
right.
go on without me,
Yeah,
Um,
awesome, man.
Yeah, if y'all are interested, I don't know how much time y'all have left. I'd be happy to talk more about Long 15 for a couple minutes if y'all want. I can plug that, or if you have
Yeah,
any other questions.
dude, for
Um,
sure.
I'm
Anything that you
I'm more
can
than
give
happy.
us.
Yeah.
yeah, awesome. Well, I can definitely let the other devs in the chat. I know Anturi's still here. Um, Pop in, but just want to give like a super quick rundown. You guys might be interested. So, um, the Long 15 will start at the Mojave Outpost. So you know where those two the Rangers are shaking hands that with the giant statue. You'll walk up to that gate and you can just walk right through it. It'll take you into the Long 15, and I think it's something that we've all thought about after playing New Vegas for a long, long time, and now you'll finally be able to do it and not just see it all nuked and blown up. Um, so there'll be three main groups. The first one is Royez, Colonel Royez. That's the NCR route, and then there's Baron Stanton. Um, he's kind of like the house version of Armad. And then there's Mayor Morton Stone. And I won't tell too much about him, but he's kind of like a mercenary leader that's he's done some bad things. We'll just leave it at that. And all these people are under the NCR's jurisdiction, but they're all kind of struggling to operate because Royas is very by the book and the bureaucracy slowing him down. Baron Stanton is an individual. He's super hyper capitalist, and the other Brahmin barons are in competition with him. And then Morton, he kind of just wants to be a raider. He wants to destroy things. He wants to kill things, but he can't really do that under the NCR system, obviously. So they're all struggling under the NCR. Um, but yeah, it'll be really interesting. It'll be very in depth. Your actions will have reactions. Um, the main story will be not too long, but there will be a ton of total content, and it'll all be linked together. So when you go in, it should feel like you're walking into a real place. So yeah, that's just a high level, what we're working on. And as Inturi says, it's a huge passion project. Yeah.
Cool. There's a question in the chat that's relative to Long 15 though. So it's from Anthropology. He's asking how long. He's meaning in distance, but I guess in time too. So I'm kind of guessing he's asking it like how many hours is this mod going to be?
Yeah, it's hard to gauge right now. I think we have I'll give it in a an easy way to understand because a lot of people here have played dry wells. I would say the content, there's probably about 5 or 6 times as much content as dry wells. So I
Right.
think dry wells takes about 3 hours just to finish the main story. I think long 15 you could probably finish it in like 5 or 6 hours, but big comma on that. If you do all the side content is the vast majority of what's in the world. So it's a lot of like, meeting characters and doing jobs for them and intertwining storylines. The main story itself is only a piece of that. So, yeah. We don't want to take away from the main story of New Vegas. We don't want to like try and overshadow that. That's why we ended up making the side content um, most of the mod.
Awesome.
Yeah, and they can answer as well for how long it is itself, but it'll
Yeah.
be a few miles up the road.
I've got a question for you actually. Other than Fallout, what other do you play any other RPGs? Is there anything that what's your go-to, or what
Hmm.
have you? Is there any other RPGs that like, I know you touched on Baldur's Gate 3? Is there any other RPGs that have sort of inspired you,
Yeah,
or you've got ideas from?
yeah, I love Baldur's Gate, but I think one thing you will notice in my mods is Mass Effect. I love the
Oh yeah,
original trilogy. So there's that feeling in Mass Effect of like you start out just you, and then as you play the game, you start adding more allies, and you get stronger and stronger, and by the end, you've got like this massive army facing off against the Reapers, to defend Earth. I think that's one of the best stories, and I think you can retell it in new and creative ways many times. I think Mass Effect is one of my favorite series of all times.
I
All
think
time.
there's a lot of
Yeah.
yeah, there's a lot of people in on this channel that are Mass Effect fans that I've seen, from myself included. I remember playing
Mhm.
1 and 2, but yeah, the stories and stuff like that. But I always remember, like, I mean, it's absolutely childish, but I always remember that the ability to punch that reporter, that always made me laugh. In
Yeah.
Mass Effect, yeah,
Yeah.
that did make me giggle. But yeah, aside from that, I mean, the games themselves were great. I think 1 and 2 were the better ones, and
I agree.
was it there was 3, which was okay. Then I think it went a bit downhill.
Yeah, three was good until the ending, and then the ending was not good at all. And then after
Yeah.
that, it was, yeah. I didn't even play the Andromeda or whatever it is.
Yeah, I didn't play that either. I mean, I
Yeah,
I read about it and I just didn't fancy it.
yeah, me either. Trying to think of other ones that are good. I used to really like Fable. I think those were pretty cool.
Yeah, I love
Um,
them.
yeah, a bit more. I like the dumbed down ones a little bit, but I can't. They don't have the same replayability. Um, I like Grand Theft Auto. I actually am one of the people who really enjoys the main story of GTA 5. I think it's like so cool. Um, I like Red Dead. Red Dead's cool, but
Yeah,
Fallout's always my number one.
yeah, same here, man. Like playing
Hmm.
from the original and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, it's just interesting to hear a bit of insight into the games that you've played, and the sort of influences that or the sort of stuff that you take from those games and put into your mods and stuff like that. So yeah, it's pretty fascinating. It's always nice to hear.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks, Blue. Um, yeah, I probably got to get going pretty soon here, but happy to answer anything else y'all have for me or chat anymore.
Well, I'm all good. If chat's got anything, now's your chance, Raw.
Smooches one Smooches wanted to know, what is your favorite cold cut sub sandwich?
There you go.
It has to be cold, or can we go? It has to be
You
cold.
know, it up to interpretation. What's your favorite cut sandwich?
All right, I'm gonna like a good turkey sub is cool, but if we're talking Subway, man, I always get the meatball marinara. That's the classic. But
There we go.
yeah, a nice turkey sub.
That's awesome.
That's the best question of the day.
It's
There
me
you go.
one. Yeah, no, I
That
believe
is the
we're
best.
good. Looks like chat is good. Dude, thank you for the time. Thank you for being the first mod author to get out here and do this interview with us, bro.
Dude, it's an honor. Yeah, I'm super stoked to do this, and I think it's so cool that you're doing this for the community. I can't say this enough, but you know, the modding community is huge, but we're so unorganized. It's kind of a bummer. We don't have a lot of voices or obvious voices out there that um, are getting people into this. It's very much like a grassroots thing. People just make mods because they want their game to be better. But I think having it be a bit more organized is a good thing, and getting some recognition for people it's really cool. So yeah, thanks for doing this.
Oh,
I've
of
got to
course.
ask this question. I've got to ask this question because it's about my boy Craig Boone. So
Yeah.
Patty Dunn did it in the chat. He's asking, will Boone be able to have any interactions with Long 15 NCR characters?
That's a good one.
Good question, that I think.
That's a great question. So we're probably not going to splice vanilla lines too much. We don't want to mess with a lot of like vanilla assets, but we will have characters make comments based on your companions. I don't know why I was losing the word. So people will comment if you've got Lily with you or Raul or Boone, but we're probably not going to like splice lines and add to them because we don't want to mess with those characters themselves, because if we do that, we end up causing possible conflicts with other mods. So, but the world will react to him, definitely.
Cool. Right, Bro, if you're cool with that, I'm just going to finish. I'm just going to say thank you very much for taking your time out here, Toxic, and chatting to us, because I think, I don't know if I speak for everyone, but it's been fascinating for myself just listening to you talk about, the creative process of your mods. I'm obviously a big lore buff in terms of Fallout, and just hearing how you've implemented that sort of stuff. So I just want to take this opportunity to say thank you very much for coming onto this cast, and all the best in the future, and hopefully we'll be like keeping tabs on your future endeavors in terms of modding and stuff like that. And everybody subscribe to Toxic's Discord. It should be in the chat. If not, I'll link it. But yeah, again, thank you very much for taking your time out and being on here.
Yeah, thank you both so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Guys, that's going to do it for today's broadcast. Be sure to check out Toxic Whiteout on Discord, YouTube. Of course, follow him on Nexus. You guys already know the drill. Thank you all for being here. Until next time, you guys stay active, stay healthy, stay hydrated. We love each and every one of you. We're out of here.
Download the mod. Peace.
Attention everyone, the Rawcast Live is now in session. Please get to your seats of assignment and get ready for another Yap Fest from your hosts, Raw Tactics and True Blue 77. Please keep your hands away from the lobotomites and enjoy the show.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another installment of the Rawcast. I'm joined as always by Mr. True Blue. Blue, how you doing today, sir?
I'm good, man. I'm excited for this one. This is going to be good. This is really going to be good, honestly. I've did my research, and yeah, we are going to get into some deep comments on some pretty good stuff involving Fallout modding. Trust me, guys, this is one to tune into.
Yes, sir, I agree 100% because for over a decade, this man has been setting the standard for high-quality armor and character design, releasing dozens of iconic mods that have been downloaded millions of times, from the gritty realism of his NCR and Legion overhauls to the fan-favorite packs like the Modern Gunslinger and his extensive collaborations with the likes of the Long 15 team. His work has fundamentally shaped the visual landscape of the modern Fallout games for countless players. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in giving a warm welcome to DRAGBODY. How you doing today, sir?
I'm doing good. I am a little dazed by that intro you just gave me, and would humbly tame some of that back a little bit, but I'm doing all right. How are you guys?
Great, brother. I'm great.
Yeah.
I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm looking forward to listening to your input, man.
Yeah, and it's funny. You mentioned the Modern Gunslinger in that intro. I feel like that mod is so old. That's like having Zlandro on here and being like the creator of Blackout ENB,
Right.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Don't worry, we got plenty of time to talk about the more modern stuff, like the more
Sounds
recent,
good.
more popular, just had to throw something in there. We did a little research.
For sure.
So Drag, I think one of the best ways to kind of break the ice, introduce who you are. Real quick, how long have you been modding? Since roughly 2011, correct?
Yeah, 2011. So I got into modding. I was never my introduction to the Fallout franchise was New Vegas, and I remember just on a whim, I worked in the mall back when malls were still a thing, and
Mhm.
on break one day, I wandered into GameStop. I would just go wander around GameStop from time to time, and a coworker of mine had spoken highly of Fallout 3, and New Vegas was new. It was on the shelf. I said, you know what? Let's try it. And that was my introduction to Fallout, and I took it home. And from the moment the introductory video started, I was like, "Oh my god, I'm in love with this game. This is going to be amazing." And the first playthrough was just, unforgettable. Still, I felt an immediate connection to the characters and the story. And I played. This was on Xbox.
Right.
All those years ago, just playing an Xbox, and I was such a completionist where I would go around, complete every quest, find
Right.
every armor, find every weapon, and I remember thinking, is there a way that I could potentially get the Leggett armor and sword before going into this end game scenario so I could run around with these pieces? And I got on YouTube just to look to see, is there something something here that's going to give me like a little hack. And I just ran into videos of mods from PC, and I said, "What is all of this?" And I had been a console gamer my entire life up to that point, and then I saw that and I said, "Up." Scraped some money together, bought a PC that was just strong enough to run Vegas, and started playing. I started getting mods there, and I decided to get into modding. I remember playing a mod one day where I had previously always thought that, modding must be very difficult. You have to have all this extensive knowledge of these hard programs. I'm not one with a computer background other than just using them, not coding, not programming. This must be so difficult. And I was playing a quest mod one day that had a lot of spelling errors in it. And I thought, oh my God, these are just simple spelling errors. Maybe you don't have to be that smart to mod. maybe
Yeah.
maybe it is
Yeah.
accessible. And so I started getting into it. I tried it, and that was all the way back in 2011, like you say.
You saw the human nature, the human aspect that I think a lot of people tend to forget about. Blue and I talked about this extensively off cam. Actually, Blue, do you have anything you'd like to add to that one? Let you take over.
No, I'm just going to say, it resonates a lot with me what you've just said, because I was, like you said, about being a completionist. Wow, I mean, that's exactly what I did. I was like, from faction to faction, I was like, right, let's do another run through NCR,
Hmm.
Legion. I did all that, and I kept coming back for more because of the incredible, like, the story and all that. You guys, you all know how much I wax lyrical about Fallout New Vegas, and Raw, you back me up massively here with what I just said. But
Right.
when it comes down to the modern scene itself, drag, see, before Fallout, right? Like, yeah, I know you said you kind of went into, you sort of researched it yourself, but see, before Fallout, were you already working like with 3D art or textures or game modding in any capacity, or did you learn the specifics for like New Vegas, like itself? Is that how it worked?
Yeah, I had no experience with any of that. I mean, I had, when I was a teenager, and I'm 44 years old, by the way, so teenager, we're talking a long time ago.
Oh
Um,
yeah, brother, high five.
We're talking Sims 1. I was downloading
Oh
things that,
yeah.
that I could play as the X-Men or something like that. And that is the extent of my modding. So everything that I've learned, I have learned through trial and error, primarily doing mods for New Vegas.
Awesome. And do you actually remember the first mod you released that made you think, "Oh wow, people are actually really paying attention to me now. This is awesome."
Yeah, so the first mod that got people's attention, I think was I mean, you could go back and look at my Nexus history and see the earliest things. It's really some really not stellar quality things, but I was brand new. I was trying. I was learning, um,
Yeah.
and I did the Legion power armor, and somehow with the Legion power armor, I got the attention of Cabal. who was doing a lot of like the Book of Water, a lot of great texture mods, and
Right.
so he was well established with some really high quality mods that were really important at the time, and he helped me out, and I thought this is great. Maybe people will start paying attention, and then it was Caesar's New Regime that I put together this Legion overhaul, and it
That
got a
was
lot of
2012, right? That was 2012. Sorry to interrupt. Right, Caesar's
yeah.
Region.
That
Yeah,
that
yeah.
sounds right. Yeah, so because I played on Xbox for about a year, so yeah, that we could go back and look at the dates, but yeah, and people liked it and were playing it, and I remember the immediate positive response had me trying some additional things, like a couple rushed updates, and yeah, so that was really the first one. Which, of course, to say that it was the first mod that got attention is not to say that at this point that mod is still probably my most downloaded mod on the Nexus. So if you have never ventured off the Nexus for mods, you might think that, oh, DRAGBODY's the CNR guy. But of course, if you venture into Discords and other places, then you know that we've moved on from that mod some time ago.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and can I just point out as well, right? It's incredible this. Excuse me, but DragBody has a profile obviously on Nexus Mods that has over 1.9 million unique downloads. Right, just get that in your head, guys. 1.9 million unique downloads, and that is Nexus alone. So that's that just
Hmm.
shows you the scale of how long this guy's been doing stuff, and obviously the quality of it is understandable, and it shows you from the figures, which is quite incredible.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys out there, even some newer guys that have way more downloads. If you're just looking at the raw numbers like that. But
Yeah.
that doesn't really tell the story of a lot of my more popular mods that are not on the Nexus, that are on Discord or that had been on Gun at one point or another. And those I host on Mediafire, so I can see those downloads. And yeah, they've amassed a large number of downloads as well, for sure.
Yeah, so it's to be fair, you have been very successful in terms of modding, and you have been very popular. And can I just ask as well, just like sticking with the sort of introductory sort of side of it, has your like approach to modding changed from your early work, or um, from your more recent projects? Like I know you touched on it, like you said yourself that some of your stuff was quite I don't know how did you put it? You said like you're always learning. That's how you kind of put it, right?
Yeah, exactly. Trial and error sort of thing.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, so my approach to modding has definitely changed. I think looking back, I remember enjoying Fallout so much. There's almost like different phases that you could go and look and kind of draw lines between transitionary periods. There was so many years where I thought the ability to incorporate unique content uh, just made the Fallout universe kind of this meeting point and this sort of melting pot for different fictional universes because it was possible through
yeah,
modding to take any character you liked as long as the assets were available. Like if it was a Mass Effect character or a Metal Gear character or a Resident Evil character, and the list could go on, and you could just have them all in your party
yeah,
in New Vegas if you wanted to. And so that was really exciting to me for a time. But then as time went on, what I realized was that approach, it took a few years, but it got old.
mhm,
And the reason that people keep playing New Vegas is because they like the story of New Vegas. And I think especially in recent years, there's been a resurgence of just a vanilla aesthetic and people trying to not build these crazy multi-universe stories in their game. That is very 2015. Now it's more like how can we improve the vanilla game? How can we
yeah,
take that vanilla aesthetic and elevate it and make this feel like a modern version of itself? And that I think is true of my approach as well. You could even look back at some of my faction overhauls, for example. Like the Legion's a good example, where I did Caesar the New Regime for the Nexus all those years ago. On Gun, I had released The Legion Will Rise. And that was just using all or primarily assets from Rise, Son of Rome. So it was this very, very Roman aesthetic
Mm.
for the Legion, but it wasn't very Fallout, and some people still like it. I still get requests for it, but it doesn't look like a post-apocalyptic type of armor. It just looks like Roman armor. So, I made a third major Legion overhaul, which was We Are Legion, which came out a few years ago, and that was an attempt to sort of restore the vanilla aesthetic in high quality, and that is the approach that I think is the enduring approach, and that is probably the approach that I'll stick with as long as I continue modding.
If I
That's
may
awesome.
interject, we've got
Sorry,
we've got
yeah, go on, Rob.
Patty. We've got Patty saying that he loves your Port of Fallout 4's power armor into Vegas. That paired with
Yeah.
Titans of the New West is on point. And we've also got DJ. Can I please ask for the inspiration on the Black Wolf, whatever from the Courier cache? He said it's golden. He wanted to know the inspiration behind that.
Or the Black Wolf?
Inspiration on the Black Wolf, whatever. He doesn't know the exact name, but it's from the Courier cache, and it's golden.
Courier Cache. Well, it would help me if I knew what he was talking about. So Courier Cache, that was that mod is still on the Nexus, and it's got a substantial amount of endorsements. That mod just kind of came together. There were several of us that were kind of chatting, and I had these outfits that I had put together I wanted to use. Saxon had some weapons he wanted to. No, not Saxon. Scott Mack. TDX, I think he was doing player homes at the time, and Mishaxi, who is very well known for Niner. I was chatting with all these guys, and we kind of just took all these little individual mods we were doing, and we pulled them all together just to make like a little quest mod. And that mod is pretty funny. And I can say that in all humility because it was all Mishaxi's writing, and he just had a way of making things funny, I think. The quality hasn't entirely stood the test of time, especially on the armors that I was responsible for. But it was still a fun mod. And so as far as inspiration for that, it was just kind of a few buddies teaming up and with the end being greater than the sum of its parts.
Got you.
That's
On,
very
on that
nice.
same type of note, you've been in this for a very long time, and you had mentioned the Gun Network, and I know a lot of people
Yeah.
out here may not know what the Gun Network is, may not know any of the controversy that at one point surrounded that whole thing. Can you give a brief synopsis of what the Gun Network is, kind of introduces to people that may not be aware?
Sure. Yeah. So when I first got into initially downloading mods, there was a website called VGU, Video Game Underground Network, or something like that. It was run by, if I remember correctly, it was run by Max Unit, and it was this website that was like an alternative to Nexus, but it wasn't so much trying to compete with Nexus. It was just a website where you could go and post things that didn't have the same restrictions as the Nexus. I mean, the Nexus is monetized. I don't know all the details, but the owners of the Nexus, the people that work there, they're they have advertisements. They're accepting money for memberships, and so they have a responsibility that they can't host anything that is going to be guilty of any sort of copyright infringement. Where the VGU didn't have those rules, so all the mods I was talking about earlier, having Shepard from Mass Effect and Leon Kennedy from Resident Evil in your party, you couldn't put that on the Nexus, but you could put it on a place like VGU. It just took whatever. It didn't have those rules, and kind of overnight, VGU just shut down without any kind of warning. And there were a lot of us, myself included at the time, that had a lot of mods that were hosted there, and we thought, wow, this entire section of our community and our sort of collective mod library just shut down. It just disappeared. What are we going to do? And I was talking with my friend Deviated, and he said, I don't remember exactly how the conversation went, whose idea it was or whatever, but we were talking, and he said, "Look, let's start a new version. Let's get Max Unit's blessing." I said, "Cool, let's do it." So he and I co-founded Gun, and it's just a forum. It wasn't like as well organized as the Nexus, as far as clicking here to go to this file, front screen. It wasn't like that. It was just more of a basic internet forum. And with the VGU, when you signed up for VGU, you didn't initially get download permissions. You had to be a part of the community for a little bit of time and prove to some sort of satisfaction of the moderators that you were there to be a member of the community. And then once you kind of showed that you were there for the sake of being there for Fallout and participating in the community, you got upgraded to a membership that could access the mod section. And that format we just sort of forwarded over to Gun. And what ended up happening was, over the years, Gun, if you're speaking about wanting to understand the controversy, what happened was Gun got pretty popular. If you could go and look at just the membership pages and do the math to figure out how many members there were, I want to say there's 6 figures in terms of members. And so the format of joining, demonstrating that you were there for the sake of being part of Fallout community, and not there for any other sort of purpose, that got really unsustainable. Because there were so many people joining and there was such a small staff, and it wasn't monetized. No one was being like, all the members, the staff members, were volunteers, and it just became very difficult to keep up with who had been there for a week or two and who was a part of the community. And so those membership approvals didn't happen with a speed that really satisfied everybody. And as a result of that, Gun earned this reputation for being exclusive and elitist, and just having this, I read at one point somebody called it a clout wall. And for years now, the private section has been gone. So you can go to Gun and get anything you want. And Discord has more or less made Gun redundant and sort of obsolete. And to be honest, the library of mods at Gun was never very, very extensive. It just was probably a handful of mods. It wasn't like there was some golden treasure trove of mods that everyone was hoarding to this elite group. But nevertheless, the reputation was what it was. I should also mention that even though I was a co-founder, like I said, the staff, the responsibilities of being staff on Gun were a lot, and I had to step away from that pretty early, just so that I could focus on my job in real life and just general modding. If I was going to get home, have some time on the computer, I had to pick: am I going to go look through Gun posts, or am I going to mod? And I picked that I was going to mod, so I stepped back from an admin role, even though I was initially part of the founding. So yeah, that's, I think, where the controversy bubbled up from. It endures to this day because, for whatever reason, people have that memory of of being clout walled out for a week or two. And yeah, that's a summary of the history of Gun.
That's interesting that particularly talking about Gun and stuff like that. Can I just touch on it again? Like, so the culture and moderation. I think you've already mentioned a few things, but obviously, I think you said yourself, like, Gun developed a bit of a reputation for being more hands off and creator focused. Was that intentional? And how did you personally define creative freedom on Gun, and where did you draw that line?
So I think what you're asking about as far as creative freedom, from and I don't speak for everybody on Gun, and in sharing sort of that brief history, I know there were plenty of interactions between staff members and other members that could have, been very pleasant or very unpleasant. I can't speak to for everyone's experience, but it was really just created as a place to house those things where uh, copyright infringement wasn't a concern,
Sure.
because we know, for those of us who've been in the modding community for a while, copyright's a thing that Nexus has to pay attention to. But I've reached out to many of these game companies asking for permission to use their assets in mods, and you just get crickets back. It's very, very difficult to get the attention of these people, unless you're doing something real, real bad. And I remember hearing that Arma 3 was sending cease and desist letters to folks who were making Gmod
Oh,
mods
really?
using their assets. Yeah, this is a while ago, but that's the only. And I did get a response back from someone from Borderlands at one point. I had emailed them a couple times, and finally somebody wrote me back and said, "Look, like I can't give you an official permission to use this stuff. What happened is in the files of Borderlands 1, there's actually some old demo content that exists from a time before they switched over to a cell shading aesthetic. So there's actually some files that never ended up in any game, but they're just there in the Borderlands 1 files that some of that was in a defunct mod that I worked on for a while called Willhaven. And so I was trying to get the Borderlands guys permissions to use this stuff, and they finally just said, we can't give you the official green light, but what we will say is that we appreciate fan efforts, and as long as what you're doing is not running counter to our business interests, you're not going to get any legal trouble from us. And
Yeah.
so my impression is that that is the way that most, if not all, game companies feel. And so Gun really just existed as a place where those people who were using, who were creating in that space of sort of copyright, not having the copyrights, the things that couldn't go on Nexus had a home on Gun, essentially.
Yeah. So, I mean, see, looking back, sorry, Rob, this is the last thing I'm going to ask on Gun drag, but see,
Yeah.
looking back overall, do you think Gun's like moderation style helped or hindered the long-term health of the community? And I mean that in a best possible way. I mean, what's your honest views on it? What do you think?
Whether it helped or hurt, well, I can say that I have multiple friends that I know from my Gun days. I think that anybody who had probably a good attitude going in was eventually approved. It wasn't like there was anybody that was perma excluded. And anybody that sort of runs into that approval wall, um, and takes issue with it and is resentful and is posting all kinds
Yeah.
of negative comments about it, I feel like, and it I'll say this, it's very possible that people slip through the cracks. Like I said, there was a very small number of people moderating it. It was all done manually, and thousands of people joined. And so, in that sense, it could have been a victim of its own success. That people were probably withheld from approval for longer than they needed to be. It wasn't intentional. It wasn't elitist or exclusionary. And I say this as somebody who was close to it, but just on the peripheral. And but those people who were, wanting to be really negative about it, they probably would have been really negative about something else. And I know that there's still a lot of friends that I have from that time. So um, I think the gun community brought a lot of people together who are still friends. And for whatever resentment there is, like, you know, there's always going to be a group of people that are going to complain about something. To what degree it's justified, who knows? But um, if I could go back and do things different, um, I don't know. I know what the goals were. I don't know what functionally. Probably um, easing back the requirements for approval, but I don't know how to do that with it being manually moderated like it was. So it's hard to say. Maybe honestly, I just wish there had been more volunteers going through it so that
Yeah.
the approvals could have been speedier, and everything would have been a little bit less friction.
No, that's great. I appreciate the honesty and the answer and stuff like that. No, that's really awesome. Raw, I'm sure you've got some questions as well, mate. Fire away.
Regarding your work with other people, kind of staying on that same type of topic, you've done a lot of collaborative work in the past from other modders. Like, if I'm not mistaken, Kaiser's New Regime was a quote unquote like group project. You've done work on the Long 15.
Yeah.
What do you enjoy about doing a collaborative work, and how does it differ from like your solo projects?
Sure. Yeah. So Kaiser's New Regime, that was a collaboration insofar as I just gave credit to a few people that I reached out to for help. Uh, YGson, he helped with textures a lot, and I gave a couple other people credit where it was due, but that was primarily my creative project. There are a lot of other projects like the Long 15, which I contributed a few uh, armors to. And a few projects like that. So, for example, I did some things for Beyond Boulder Dome. I have done many outfits for some guy / SomeRooster mods. Off the top of my head, what else? There was some work done for the Frontier, but what I like about those things is I see a lot of mods that are very ambitious in scope. And when I look at the assets that they're using, what I hope to find and what I want to experience in game is DLC quality outfits where there's a new NPC or a new faction that warrant a new sort of clothing or armor or whatever, that it's suiting, and that it is at the same level as the rest of the things like voice acting and scripting and all of that. And there's a lot of times where you have these very, very large projects where people are using mashups, which nothing wrong with a mashup, but if you're going to use a mashup, what I personally hope to see is something that it's hard to figure out where the pieces came from. What you really want to do is try to transform the assets as much as possible. If you can look at it and say, oh, that's the Merc Grunt shirt on the Merc Adventurer pants, and that's it, then you just see that every time you're looking at that character model in game. And you sort of lose the opportunity to create something that feels new rather than like recycled assets that's reminding you that you're playing a mod. Because I think of many times the goal of using of having a good mod is that you're able to forget that it's a mod and that it just feels like a natural part of the game. So what I like collaborating with people like some guy, Long 15, is that I want to take the opportunity that I can to contribute something that's going to help that goal of having quality armor assets that achieve the end goal of feeling like something new and high quality rather than just recycled assets.
Can I just say as well, excuse me, just say as well, you mentioned Long 15. Shout out to Whiteout, who's in
Yeah.
Toxic Whiteout,
Yes,
who's
sir.
actually
Thanks
in
for
the
joining
chat,
us.
and his team. So yeah, I mean, like
Yeah.
we've had them on, we've interviewed them, and just like a quick shout out. Can I ask? Right, this is gonna be like this is me raw. I'm gonna be like proper selfish here, right? Here we go.
Right.
I'm gonna ask Drag a couple of questions about Fallout lore and his interpretation of it, right? So I'm
Yeah.
genuinely curious. I always love asking creators about stuff like this. So here we go. There's a question, right? From me. Which Fallout faction do you think is the most misunderstood by the fan base?
That is a good question. I don't know. I don't have an answer for that without just like live going through. Let's see. So I think that
This is going to get chat. This is going to get chat interacting. By the way.
No, well, I think that there is a sort of transparent way that at first you're supposed to respond to each faction.
Yeah.
Where if you go and play Fallout 3, the Brotherhood of Steel is the good guys, and the Enclave represent this sort of uh, oppressive government that
Yeah.
is acting like it's patriotism, but it's actually very nasty. And so, and then the same thing with New Vegas, where you've got the NCR, which stands for the rule of law and democracy, and you've got the Legion on the other side of the river with slaves and just condemning other tribes to their subjection. And so it's pretty transparent how you're supposed to at least initially relate to these groups as well. I think that uh, and in full disclosure, I'm not caught up to speed on the second season of the show, but it seems
Yeah.
almost like I think that Mr. House was very open to interpretation. I mentioned Deviated earlier from Gun Network. I remember him writing a long post one time about just how admirable House's goals were, and which faction do you stand for. He was like, I'm House. um, me personally, when I play, I don't identify with any faction. Like, oh, this is the faction I
Yeah.
identify with. I
Yeah.
kind of
Yeah.
pick a courier and play the role. But I thought his post was actually quite compelling. I don't know that I would say, oh yeah, I'm pro House too, but I thought he made a lot of good points that warranted consideration. It's
Yeah.
been a long time
Absolutely.
since I read that. But then to see at least the first episode of the second season of the show, and you've got the ghoul saying, "No, nowhere near Mr. House is safe," and it seems at least from the beginning of the second season that House is kind of a diabolical character.
Mm.
And I just wonder. Um, this is where I think you've got the most room for interpretation. Like, are we going to go down this path where he has admirable goals, or is he just like this greedy capitalist that will step on anybody to ensure longevity for himself, or who knows? So, um, yeah, I hope
No,
that is a sufficient
no,
answer to your question.
no, that's amazing. That's the kind of stuff I love to hear. I'm always fascinated about the Fallout lore and the modders' interpretation of it. And just like one last little thing I'll add on to it is like obviously you've modded and adjust let's say adjusted some of the factions and things like that. So has your view of, like, let's just say the Legion or the NCR or any other factions changed over the time that you've worked on them?
Um, my view of them didn't change so much, but I will say that personally, one of the more difficult things to work on, and this, it's semi or not even semi, just controversial. One of my more recent mods was the Tale of Two Wastelands character pack, where I did a bunch of NPCs from Fallout 3, and one of the ones that I did was Clover.
Mm.
And when you look at the history, and you can see some other people that have written about, and not written, but well, also written, but done videos about like how kind of controversial this character is. Clover is a brainwashed sex slave, more or less.
Mm. Yeah.
And you got to wonder, like, okay, this came out in what, 2008? Would this character even be written into a game in the political climate of
Oh yeah,
2026?
absolutely, man.
Yeah, and so just going in and uh, changing the way that her character looks, I made sure that I provided an alternative file that removed the bomb collar from her neck. Like, had the original bomb collar because this is the way the game was created, but I don't enjoy seeing any individual subjected to the sort of life that this character was, with a bomb collar strapped around their neck.
Mm. Yeah, yeah.
And you can look and say, in a post-apocalyptic world, this sort of thing would be happening. Okay, sure. But then to go and um, interact with it at that close of a level where I'm determining how the character looks while this is happening, that is personally challenging to wonder, like, do I stick to the lore here, or do I do something different? Do I sort of like low key redeem this character, or insert some political correctness to it? And somebody commented on this version of Clover at one point, talking about how if you change her outfit, that she has a neck seam because the neck doesn't fully connect to the body. And I will say that that was more or less intentional because I had and I could picture, what if somebody wanted to use a mod that is highly sexualized and wanted to then take this character that I've modded the appearance of and combine it with something that allowed sort of sexual activity to take place with this character. And it's like, I'm not okay with that. Like that doesn't sit well with me. And so, yeah, the fact that there is a giant neck seam there, if you do something that would, like, say, give her a nude body, um, yeah, that's something you've got to contend with. So didn't want to contribute to that.
Yeah, man. Oh, no, excuse me. Yeah, man. All fascinating stuff for me, man. Yeah, just like the you know how you talked about the creative process there in terms of that character, and the sort of challenges you faced with it as well. I mean, yeah, all fascinating stuff. Raw, have you got a couple more things for him?
Of course. So you were also talking about some of your history and like Fallout's lore and whatnot.
Mm.
Do you have experience with the original Fallout games?
Oh,
Like I told you, I started with New Vegas.
Hmm.
At one point, I said, let's try Fallout 3. And I played Fallout 3 on Xbox. It was fun. I remember seeing a behemoth for the first time. After several New Vegas playthroughs, I was like, what the hell is this giant bastard?
Right.
Like, I'll never forget that. I did recently actually try to go back and give Fallout 2 a play. And in that moment, I didn't have the patience to figure out how the gameplay worked, and I said, I'm coming back to this. And so all of the earlier games, I must admit, I am missing out on at this point. But I have played everything since New Vegas.
So you know of the games at least, so you have a like at least a surface level understanding of Fallout
Yeah,
1 and 2 and how they differ from like Bethesda's take on Fallout, correct?
I do. Yeah.
Okay, so with the shift from Fallout 2's post-apocalyptic world showing society rebuilding, and I know you haven't watched the show, but I know that you've heard of the bomb blowing up in Shady Sands. Like the
Yeah. So
only
I saw
semblance,
season one. So yeah,
okay, yeah,
I do know that.
like the only like semblance of society rebuilding, uh, which showed society rebuilding. The Fallout 3 and 4 is more desolate, bombs just drop type feel. That was a major change. What do you personally prefer? Like in a wasteland recovering in a complex, unique environment, or do you prefer the more chaotic and raw survival sandbox that Bethesda tends to lean toward?
I think that the best is a balance of both. If you've played Cyberpunk,
Mm,
it's there is this sort of city in the middle where it's very bustling, very vibrant, a lot happening, and then you can just get into a car and drive outside the city, and
yeah,
it's more desolate.
yep,
I feel like uh, a real Fallout situation, you're going to have both societies trying to rebuild, and then in the outskirts, you're going to have people trying to tear it down. And so I think New Vegas is actually a good balance of that, because what you've got the city that was preserved from the bombs, where you've got the strip, you've got a free side that is more or less settled. You've got gangs or whatever, but you can go in and it's not utter survival with raiders coming in. But then you can go out on the outskirts and find the fiends or find other evidence of raider activity. And so that's one of the things that I like about New Vegas is that it has room for both that post-apocalyptic rebuilding and the sort of you're living in the post-apocalypse and these people are going to kill you and take everything you have as a means for survival. Yeah.
It's kind of like excuse me. I know you were talking about Fallout 1 and 2 there, but what you just said there kind of resonates with me, but it resonates more with me with Fallout 1 and 2 because at the start I felt like, and I'm talking Fallout 1 and specifically here, right, is you would be wandering the wasteland and a lot of it was quite desolate. You obviously went into shady sands and stuff like that, and it wasn't a bustling, place. It was like I'll call it a town or a village and stuff like that, but then all of a sudden when you found the hub, that was a bustling environment. There was a lot of stuff going on in there. There was so many quests and stuff like that. And like then you would encounter a necropolis as well, and that was the city of the dead, all the ghouls and things like that. And also in Fallout 2, when you actually excuse me, when you got into what was the town right at the bottom? It was like San Francisco right at the bottom again. It was like a total different culture, and it was a bustling place, and I love that sort of thing. Like you perfectly described it. From 1 minute you could be what was the game? What was the game you said? You'd be
Punk.
out and about. Yeah, Cyberpunk.
Yeah.
You'd be in amongst the bustling city with all the people going about, and then you could go out in the sticks in the car, and it's like a completely different environment. And
Yeah.
I love that. I love that comparison you used, man. But yeah, it kind of resonates a little bit with my first time of playing Fallout 1. Just coming at the vault, especially going, oh, what do I do now? What the hell do I do actually? It's like
Hmm.
I'm gonna wander. You encounter Shady Sands, you find Vault 15, but then all of a sudden, then there's Junktown, and then bang, there's the hub, and you just kind of go, whoa, wow, this game is like out there now. It's huge. It's like, and it's the possibilities are kind of endless. In terms of role playing, it's one
Yeah.
of those ones that are great.
Yeah, definitely. You get outside the walls and it's one type of activity. Get inside the walls and you've got a society that's trying to rebuild itself. Yeah, I love seeing that portrayed.
Yeah, man.
The original team behind like that type of Fallout. I mean, obviously, some of the key writers and developers from the OG Fallouts came back from New Vegas, like with Chris Avalon being a major writer. He recently stated too that he feels Bethesda doesn't fully understand or care about the franchise's original roots, reviewing it as more of a quote unquote colorful, shallow theme park. From your perspective, working within that theme park for hundreds, if not thousands of hours, do you agree with that assessment?
So in order to know if that assessment is correct, I would have to both understand the original roots from in a way that Chris Avalon would sign off on,
Right.
and Bethesda's approach. But insofar as I can interpret them from where I'm sitting, I can see what he's talking about. Uh, Like if you go and play 76, just go to Nuka World and go listen to Cappy talking. There's
Right.
so much um, sort of just oddity, just little like Fallout's very much about the juxtaposition between this retro futuristic, sort of goofy world where you got these robots. Hi, how can I help make your day better, sir? And then there's just a death claw coming up from behind it and
Yeah.
swiping it off the map.
Can I just
And
can I just interject here? Sorry
yeah.
to cut in, but I was about to ask this question, but it sounds like you're going to answer it. But I'm going to put my little spin on it. So what I've seen from your work, a lot of it leans into like the grit and the harshness and realism of the Fallout universe. And I think you're about to just answer it, but I just want to clarify. But like, what do you think the Fallout should be like aesthetically? The world and stuff like that. How, a lot of people like the dark side of it, but you were kind of leaning onto like the goofy robot side. What do you think of that, Drag?
Oh, I like both of it. I think in the
Cool.
same way we were just talking about having a balance between the post-apocalyptic rebuild and the outside the walls raw
Yeah,
chaos. I think that the aesthetic of the care of the people living in this world should reflect both. That you're
yeah,
going to have the sort of polished, say, chairman inside the tops, and then you're going to have the raiders on the outskirts, and these these should look very different from each other. And I think that that is a lot of what I try to capture when I'm making mods. That if it's a raider, that they look properly psycho
Yeah.
and scary, and if it's someone who's more clean and refined, that they look more clean and refined.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think there's definitely room for both. And not just that there's room, but that each has a place and belongs. And so then the trick is the balance.
It's yeah, you've hit the nail on the head, and it's like, um, it's the Fallout. It's like the kind of Fallout charm, like the music, the sort of stuff that's played, the intro music, the
Hmm.
what is it called? Don't what's that? I'm
Like the
struggling to
the
remember
ink
the song.
spots or
Exactly, that's what I was
I
trying to
don't
say.
want to set the
That's
world.
it.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, you've
Yeah.
just read my mind. You've got it. You got it. That's what I was trying
Hmm.
to say. But it's that charm, isn't it? And then all of a sudden, it turns very dark, and you're just like, wow, it's something that I hadn't seen before in a game. You chatted about Cyberpunk. There was a game I played back in the day. It was called Shadowrun. I don't know if you're familiar with that,
I'm
but
not. No.
it was on the SNES. But it was like, it was kind of cyberpunk, but it involved a lot of involved like the fantasy side of it. So I had orcs, mages, and magic in there as well, and it was a real, it was a whole different thing that I hadn't seen before for an RPG, and the Fallout thing. That I'm talking about as well. That kind of had the same impact on me, if that makes sense. You know, it was
Yeah.
one of those. But yeah, I mean, I agree with you. It's got that. It needs to have the balance, right? You need to have the grit, but you also have the humor as well, and it has to be done well. Um, and what do you think? Do you think the TV show's done it justice in terms of that?
In terms of that, I think that whenever you take a franchise that's as well loved as the Fallout franchise, and then you're going to put it on screen, everyone's invested in, are they going to do it right? Are they going to do it the way that I invested it? This happens with books, happens with video games, and I guess for me personally, I'm not invested in, am I going to like the show? Insofar as I have to answer the question, is it going to make me like the game less? Like I can kind of hold each separately in my mind, even though I
Mm,
know that, canonically they're connected in certain ways. But whether or not the show is good, I'm still going to love New Vegas, and I'm still going to hold New Vegas
yeah,
in the same regard. But to answer the question, at least speaking for the first season, I think it's fun. I think there's things that I would have done differently. There's things that I think were done well. There's things that I think are funny, and it's entertaining. And I think that um, if we can kind of strip away that investment of, are they going to do it justice and do it the way that they should, and sort of just pull those expectations back for a second and say, like, just imagine this was a different universe than the Fallout universe and it was just a fun show. Would you still like it? And I think it's fun in that way, for sure.
yeah, yeah, absolutely. Rob?
I'm actually going to interject with some community comments that we've had coming in. I've been having some
Yeah,
people on hold for a little bit now.
Okay.
I'm probably gonna butcher these names too, so please just forgive me. Sambrinas was asking, wanted to ask one of your recent works, how did you feel when you started your work on Lucy, Ghoul, and Maximus? And to follow that up, Sir Bucklow was asking, when will those characters be released?
Yeah. So, how did I feel when I started? I was very excited because whether or not you like, whatever your feelings are on the connection between the lore of the game and the show, like the assets look good. The ghoul is an interesting character. He's funny. Lucy's also, I think, funny. Maximus is, he. I'm less connected to his character. I feel like I haven't seen the second season yet. I want to see how he develops because I feel like he was so just kind of there in the first
yeah,
season,
sure.
but was sort of brave insofar as he had to be. Um, so I hope that I want to see some more character development from him. Um, but you know, Lucy has a very strong point of view. The Ghoul has a strong point of view, and so I was excited to bring all three of them into the game because I could imagine a lot of players would enjoy having them in their game in whatever capacity. So as far as when they'll be available, it's just a little bit of polishing that I want to do to get those ready, and it's not too terribly much work that needs to be done, so it shouldn't be long.
We also had local artist Patty Dunn Did It asking if you ever thought of potentially bringing some Fallout 1 and 2 assets, well, items, over to 3 in New Vegas.
Ooh, good question. I like that.
No, I haven't thought about it because, as we said earlier, I haven't played those games.
Right.
I wonder if I did go back and play them, would it say, "Oh, I really want to bring this over"? Possibly, but then my ability to do so would be determined by what work needed to be done to create those assets.
So on that same type of note, what are some of your biggest technical challenges that you face when creating your mods? And how has the modding process changed from when you started 10 to 15 years ago to today?
So technical challenges for me is just a few things of always learning. Like I said, most of what I've learned has been through trial and error. There isn't like a school you go to for the New Vegas modding curriculum. Different people have different opinions about the way things should be done and what's best. Uh, and I've learned things recently that have sort of changed the way that I've done certain processes for years. What I think is most interesting about the way modding has changed, I you can definitely see like a different generation of modders that are in this game now.
Right.
Um, and it's people that grew up with the game and then got into modding. So, for example, I'll mention my friend Bale. He's a person who is like half my age. Okay, and so I got into modding when I already had a full-time job, and it wasn't possible for me to say, "Oh, I'm going to go to school for computers and learn how to get into game development because I have a passion about this." It's something I'm doing in my spare time, and there's a lot of people that have grown up with this game and have grown up with access to modding tools, and they're getting into just more people doing things like ZBrush and Substance Painter, and learning how to use programs that are creating things more from the ground up, rather than where a lot of initial original modders were doing mashups and just sort of editing the existing assets. So you've got a lot of people that just have a much more technical skill that they can bring to modding because they've grown up with new programs that weren't even accessible 15 years ago. And so that has opened up this like new this whole new realm of possibility with the mods that exist. Just the quality of mods is amazing for a game that is as old as it is.
So obviously you've done a lot of work with the creation engine, and Bethesda's been modifying that same engine for well over a decade at this point. And many fans and even modders that I know have pointed to the limitations and bugs as a core problem. Um, from your stance, do you feel that this holds the franchise back? What are some of the biggest frustrations that you have personally when, working with the creation engine and pushing it to its limits?
Yeah, so as far as pushing the engine to the limits, I feel that there's some other modders whose work really does that a bit more. The work that I'm
Right.
doing is kind of working within the guardrails of just, it may be using higher resolution textures than the vanilla game had. It might be using higher poly counts.
Mm.
But one thing that I really wish was different was that we just don't have cloth physics. And other games at the time of Fallout 3 and New Vegas had cloth physics. And the fact that if I want to do now, say, a Brotherhood Scribe robe or an NCR Ranger duster, that you have to assign bone weights to the leg bones for these things and try to just tweak them so that they don't look like they're stretching and bending, where you could just look back at other games that had proper cloth physics. I really wish that we could inject some cloth physics back into New Vegas. It would help a lot of outfits.
No, that's sick. Kind of See, when you're talking about cloth physics and
Yeah.
stuff like that, I instantly thought of Red Dead Redemption 2. You know how they did that as well. You know, I know that game's not like is it a modder's dream? It's not really, is it? You can't really mod it at all. I've not seen many mods. Rock, have you seen mods for Red Dead?
Nothing
There
like what
are
we see
people
for
out there.
Fallout.
Yeah,
Sorry.
there are people modding it. I haven't played it personally, and so I haven't tried to mod it. But I do know. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's a Nexus page for it.
Ladies and
Yeah.
gentlemen, we're starting a petition to get DRAGBODY to play Red Dead Redemption 2. We're gonna have a revolution in the modding scene, and it's starting here.
Yeah. You could
you
do
know,
that, but I'm going to have to take some time off creating mods in order to do it. So there's going to be a
Get
push and
Lucy,
pull.
get Lucy and everybody out from the TV show, and then take all the time you need.
yeah, you'll see what I'm talking about in terms of like how polished that everything is in Red Dead. In
Mhm.
terms of like the cloth physics and just like the general attention to detail and like things like the snow footprints and I could go on and on and on. But there was a question and kind of relating to what you're talking about. Well, not what you're talking about, but has there like been a dream project for you, Fallout or otherwise, that you've never had the chance to make? Like, I mean, is there anything that's like it tickled your fancy really?
So my dream project, based on where I'm at right now, is if I could just freeze time and take all of my faction overhauls that I've worked on and just redo all of them. And not that everything would be totally different, but that there's a lot that I would redo, remaster, animate all the eyes, just drop it
Yeah.
as a completed all-in-one project. That would really be my dream because the way that my faction overhaul started, it was um, and basically my second NCR overhaul. I did the one for the Nexus that has quite a lot of downloads, but it's also very old. And I did a new one where I said I'm going to redo that. I'm going to use all these new assets, and I thought it looked kind of cool, especially at the time. I felt differently about it. Looking back at it now, I just think like these outfits didn't hit the vanilla aesthetic at all. Didn't even try.
Yeah.
And but during that project um, was when I first had the idea to modify the NPCs and give unique player races or NPC races to all these characters. And it wasn't something that I like sat and plotted out and planned and then started. It's just sort of been developing as it went. So you can kind of look back at the history of my releases and see my growth over time and my aesthetic change over time. And now this year I've got a third large NCR overhaul planned, which I've posted an image of a lot of the character designs for that. It's going to include a lot of overhauls of the NPCs. And back then, I wasn't as intentional about making the new the new character races really match their vanilla aesthetic. It was just like, oh,
Yeah.
this is a white woman. Let's give her a white woman race. This is a black guy. Let's give him a black guy race. And it was
Yeah.
like the fact that one had a big beard and the other didn't.
Yeah.
It didn't. I didn't flag that at the time, and now I go, gosh, these characters that I created don't look like their vanilla counterparts. I need to fix that, and that's something that I have paid more attention to in my recent mods. So dream project would be to just polish that and drop it in one download that was just easy for everyone. And I think I'm slowly working my way there.
Wait, Raw. Sorry, are you okay for me? I've got a two-part question. Are you cool with this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Awesome. So you were talking about overhaul project. Sorry. What advice would you give to like new modders? Because I know a lot of modders are in the building in chat right now. There's a lot of inspiring modders and well-established modders as well that are going to be probably listening to this. So again, what advice would you give to modders who want to take on ambitious overhaul projects? And what's the one thing you wish players, like actual players of the game, understood better about mod authors?
Yeah, two very different questions. I think for any aspiring modders, there are sort of corners of the mod community. They're very saturated, and then there are corners that haven't really been sort of developed yet. And it's a free market. If anybody who wants to get in, if you think, yeah, sure, there's been 100 weapon mods for the 10 millimeter or whatever, I'm going to do my version of the 10 millimeter. Go for it. Yeah, DRAGBODY's done an NCR overhaul. I want to do my NCR overhaul. Go for it. But I think that I would advise at least trying to find something that others haven't developed yet and see, like, can you put your mark on developing something that has previously been neglected? Because if you're not doing that, you're going to be going head to head and competing with other mods for attention, and then you're going to have the community split on should we use ENB, should we use NVR? I think NVR is pretty much won that at this point, but for a while that was a question. Are we using Millennia's weapons, or are we using Postman's weapons? Or there's versions of these. I'm not involved in any sort of these actual debates. I'm just sort of speculating on what they might be. Or so if you could avoid that by just developing something that hasn't been touched yet, I think your mods will be greeted with a sort of immediate warm welcome. Whereas if you're going to be competing with other mods, it's going to be a little tougher to make your mark felt. And as far as what I wish people understood more about modders, I guess I would say that I think that players should understand that modders are people, and that at the end of the day, I'll use myself as an example. I work a full-time job where on most days I'm there at 7 a.m. probably, and it's half an hour there, half an hour drive there. Work probably until 6 p.m. Leave anywhere from an hour and a half drive home in traffic. A lot of the days I'm going to go to the gym, or I'm going to go do jujitsu anywhere from 2 to 5 times a week, depending on what classes I can get into. And then I'm going to come home and need to spend time with my girlfriend. And so the modding that I'm doing is what time I can carve out of my week that isn't taken up by all those things that I just mentioned.
Yeah.
And it's not easy. So like I have to make this a priority, because it would be easy to not. And so some people can get very sort of, and I haven't experienced this much. I used to see it happen to some other people, but there's kind of a sense of entitlement of, where's this thing? You've been teasing this. Where's it at? I want this.
Yeah.
Or like you can see sort of glimpses of that sort of behavior, and just realize that no one wants to release a mod that's not ready for release. And so people can't rush things, and they all have real lives. And I say that as a person who lives relatively comfortably, all things considered. I can feel busy most weeks, but I'm not worried about where my next meal is going to come from. We can look globally and realize that there are a lot of people in very different positions, and you don't know what position some of these people are in. There are people in the modding community that live in Ukraine. There's one guy that I used to commission to make head sculpts for me. I haven't heard from him since the war started. I don't know where he's at or if he's okay or not. There's another guy, Zeramot, who is a good friend who's helped with a lot of asset extraction for mods that I've used in the past, and makes Fallout 4 mods. And I check in with him, and he gets back with me sort of intermittently when he's got power, when he's not in the basement because there's drones flying overhead. And there's other members of the community that, I don't want to speak on their behalf, but we know that they're there and that they're impacted. And, you could be at home thinking, why hasn't so-and-so released this mod yet? Like, maybe it's because they're hiding in their basement.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
it could be serious. It's not
It's a
just that.
realization, right? It's a huge
Yeah,
realization.
they're not tormenting you. They're not teasing you. They're not trying. It's not personal. Like, you have to give modders the time and space they need. And another thing that I've also realized over time, and I noticed this with a fair number of people. So if anybody is listening to this that is a friend of mine and you think I'm talking about you, I promise you I'm not. There's a lot of people that I've known a lot of modders over time that deal with various mental health issues. Like depression can be a very common one. And I don't know if it's just because as gamers we like to sit in a dark corner of our room and just sit at the computer and not go out and get sunlight and socialize. I don't know. I don't know. But this is a real thing. Like I know a lot of people that, they'll have an ambitious work in progress mod, and then you don't hear from them for 6 months, or this was almost ready and now the project is incomplete. And um, there it's almost like a lot of these modders are tortured artists, and you never know what sort of mental health situation someone is in. And you can make comments like these people are impervious to whatever sort of negativity you have in your comment, and some players can feel like modders exist to serve their sort of mod usage desires, but modders are people, and you need to give them the full consideration of people.
100%.
Oh man.
100%. Love that comment. Love that answer, should I say? Raw?
Oh Lord.
Oh, he's gone. What's
No,
happening?
I'm good. I'm good. Uh, I agree. Like that gets that goes on past the modders, like down to just general content creation in general. I feel like I stand by what Drag said 100%. On a brighter note, if you had the opportunity to work on an official Fallout game, what would be like a dream asset, or like what type of content would you love to have showcased to the world in an official game made by you?
That's a good question. So I have uh, I'm driving to work, and that commute I just mentioned, drive by lottery billboards, where you see $300 million for a lottery winner being advertised on the billboard. And I think if I had that money, what would I do? Yeah, I'd be in charge of this. I'd be making a Fallout game, and I guess just being hands-on involved uh, with the aesthetic and creative process of bringing the factions and characters to life. That's what I would, I'd love to be commissioning artists and hiring artists and viewing the concept art and sort of directing that and help bringing that to life. I think one of my biggest inspirations actually was if you remember this game, Rage, the very first
Yeah.
Rage that
Yep.
came out.
Yeah.
I remember playing that game after a while. It had been out for a while, and I played it, and all of the characters that you come across were so unique. They all had their own uh, outfit and face model and textures. They were all unique, head to toe, and they were very animated. They just felt very alive and vibrant, and that just felt very different than seeing characters that were all made using the same character creation kit, which yeah, you can see the differences in them. There's and more modern versions of of creation kits like it are better at establishing variety, but it's hard to use a creation kit like that and get the same results as just top to bottom new assets. And just seeing that in Rage is what it's one of the inspirations that I took into my character overhauls for New Vegas, just wanting to see these top to bottom new characters that just bring the character to life that it's there to represent. And if I was working on an official Fallout title, I would love to see that sort of care and attention given to every faction and NPC.
That's something I did. I actually downloaded some mods on Fallout 4 because, like you say, like from my experience, the raiders and the gunners and stuff like that, for example, were very generic. So
Mhm.
that there's overhauls that made them, all unique and stuff like that, which I find, for immersion and things like that is like golden for a Fallout game, and it's funny that you mentioned Rage because even Rage 2, which I played recently because it was on sale, and I got it, but I can see exactly where you're coming from, right? But here's a question, right? Very, very, again, it's another a selfish personal question. What would you think of a Fallout set in Scotland?
Oh, set in Scotland. Um, I'll be honest. I've never been to Scotland,
Right.
so I mean, in principle, I'm not against it. It's why not? You know, you tell me what cultural aspects could it lean into? What sort of geographic aspects could it lean into? Yeah, as long as the raw materials there to work with, I'm for it. I'm for any new Fallout content as long as it's engaging.
I'm thinking, right? So, Scotland is renowned for being very scenic and stuff. It has its
Yeah.
castles, it has, it has its hills, and but it also has bustling places like, you've got Glasgow, you've got Edinburgh, and they're all like, different places, and I would just and also we've got a very unique population, shall we say, right? We've got we've got people that could, be very, very good raiders, very good like aggressive people, shall we say, right?
Yeah, yeah,
So I'm thinking that, like, if like there was the Fallout universe was set in Scotland, I think it would be a very good scene, and it'd be a mix, because obviously we've had Fallout London, we've had the Fallout London sort of
yeah. I was gonna
mod.
say, yeah, it's been
Yeah,
done.
yeah,
Do
it's
it.
been done, and
Get some folks together.
I know I would love that, honestly, like, just to see what it's something that I've not experienced, because you guys have kind of been spoiled with it, because like, Fallout, you've got Fallout 3, set in Washington and places like that, places you can relate to. It's got monuments and all that sort of stuff. You've got
Mhm.
you've got all places that you can relate to. I've not really had a game where, I could relate to specific areas. Like we have the Wallace's Monument, for example. Excuse me. We have Stirling Castle and things like that, and it would be absolutely crazy to see that sort of universe brought to Scotland. With raiders and you could have raider gangs that are Highland warriors. You could have, like the possibilities are endless. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying. My mind's going crazy right now thinking about stuff that could be in there.
totally.
Aye, and I just
Yeah,
wanted to see. I wanted to think just to see what you thought of it, because it'd be a different, it'd be a switch, wouldn't it, from that sort of the American vibe to, like, the I would call it the I don't know, the brash version of Scotland, like, that, like, the
yeah.
people trying to survive and things like that. Yeah, it would just be really interesting. Well, it was interesting to pose the question and also listen to your answer.
Yeah, I think that being able to go and visit the areas that inspired certain locations in a game is
Yeah.
always very interesting. Raw and I had this opportunity not too
Oh
long
yeah.
ago in Las Vegas, going out
Yes,
to
sir.
Good Springs and Prim, and that's very surreal. I
Mm.
actually, before, um, independent of a Fallout fan day, I was on a road trip where I stopped in Good Springs and went to a lot of New Vegas or Las Vegas areas that inspired New Vegas locations just on my own in September of 23. And it's
Mm.
very, very, very cool to go and be there. Um, yeah, the main image, the image of me on my Patreon page is just me standing in front of the Prospector Saloon. I was there probably 9 o'clock in the morning, not a person in sight, and that is very different than having 5,000 people standing in line outside the Prospector Saloon
Yeah.
during the fan day. Yeah, um,
I've
yeah,
got to say, like, AI Colonel just said, and I've got to quote his little message in chat. He's saying first Easter egg would be, this is for Fallout Scotland, by the way. He's saying first Easter egg would be, look would be Nessie, and then go try and find Blue himself.
sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Put him in 76. That's a cryptid right there for you. That's perfect.
Yeah, man. I always wanted to, like, there's another modder on here. He's Lieber the Hermit. He's in chat right now. Yeah, he is. He'd made a character for us that I was like a kind of raider enclave guy. that I was going to voice, but I couldn't get around to it just due to a schedule and stuff like, life, all that sort of stuff. But that would be my dream, to be like in a Fallout Scotland game, as some
Yeah.
sort of badass raider, some asshole raider, because I think I could pull it off.
Yeah, I believe it.
Raw, what you got?
AI Colonel was also asking, back on your dream Fallout, what would the location be?
Location be, I don't have a dream. I've actually thought about this, and like I love New Vegas so much,
Mm.
I can't imagine a new game set in a location that I go, oh, this one would be good. That would be better than what I already feel when I play New Vegas. So I guess what I would do is I would ask the community, like, hey, give me something better, please, because if it's better than New Vegas, then I'm gonna love it. But for now, I'm happy with New Vegas. Like if I had to pick, if I inherited the rights to the Fallout franchise and I had to pick between New Vegas 2 or a new a Fallout set in a new location, I'm probably going with New Vegas 2.
Well, that's interesting.
How
Yeah,
would you
yeah.
Yeah.
approach that? Okay,
How,
who
how would
would
I?
win? How would you make it
Yeah.
to where not a single, ending was canon?
So I think this is a good question that can address some of the controversy around the television show too, with people not being happy with directions that the show has gone. I think that what we have in the original game is you don't have to pick which ending is canon. You just have 4 canonical endings. Because the Fallout franchise is already an offshoot of our world, right? So
Hmm.
if we picture a world of like branching universes and a multiverse sort of situation, which I know the Marvel, and so if there were no limitations, um, I don't think that you can make one game. Like you could imagine having the game start differently depending on which ending you took as canonical. Um, but then if they all kind of funneled back um, to the same set of events in the game, then it would be like what happens at the end of New Vegas doesn't really matter because it all ends up in the same sequence of events later in New Vegas 2. I would just make 4 new games. If there was no restriction on time and resources, just make a New Vegas 2 that follows the events of all 4 canonical endings.
There you go.
Um,
There you go.
Yeah.
so
I mean,
as
personally.
we're oh, my bad. Go ahead, sir.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Continuing on with just hypotheticals. Piper in chat was also asking your thoughts on a Great Lake region Fallout game with theme merchants that travel by water, Annex Canada DLC, and a Rust Belt exploration.
Yeah, that sounds good. I guess anything could in theory work. It's all going to be an execution. Something set on the water could be very cool, for sure. Yeah. One thing that we talked about in our little get to know you chat yesterday offline.
Pitch then for the Frontier, and what excites? Could you give some backstory on what it actually is, and
Yeah.
like what excited you about it?
So the Frontier is a project that developed over many, many years. A sort of rework of it is still in the works. But the original was started by a modder named maybe Next Time. His real name was Andrew. And so Andrew didn't really bring any modding skills to the table. He just talked to people. He had a way of like getting people on board to help him with his ideas and wanted to create videos and generate hype. And so what Andrew did was somehow he pitched an idea of a mod in a snowy environment to Macintrol and got Macintrol to build this snowy world space for him. And while Jason was working on a winter mod at that time, and he said, "Oh, this is great. I'll just put all these winter assets I've been working on into this project." And then Andrew had approached me and said, we talked about it for a while, and he said, "Hey, how would you like to be in charge of armors?" And I said, eventually, I agreed. I said, "Okay, I'll do armors." And the interesting thing about this project is that at this point, when we're working on this mod in these early stages, there was no story. The story was something to be done later, and this sort of became uh, the modus operandi of the mod until kind of late, where Andrew would just go and recruit people. Any mod project or any release that had a modder showing some sign of talent, he was like, "Hey, join the Frontier team. Come do whatever it is you're doing and do it for the Frontier." And I remember not long after he said, "All right, Drag, you're going to be in charge of armors." He went to another friend of mine and was recruiting him to work on armors. And then my friend told me, he said, "Yeah, I'm contributing to the Frontier. I'm doing this armor." I said, "Really? I didn't know about that, and I'm in charge of armors." And he said, "Yeah, Andrew basically just told me I could do whatever I wanted and that they would write it in." And so that was the way this was going. It was a total tail wagging the dog situation where the story was totally secondary and it was just assets being tossed in, and I got sort of alienated from it and disillusioned. I was still friends with a couple people working on it, Jason being one of these people. And so I would, if he ever approached me and said, "Hey, we need this rigged. Can you do this armor? Can you do this creature?" I did a little bit of that kind of stuff on the side for the project. Um, but what ended up happening was at some point they recruited Devil's Wish, and Devil's Wish was the one who was doing all these crazy scripted events like the Vertibird dogfight and like the Legion Walk of Shame. And when Devil's Wish came in, he kind of hijacked the mod because what he was able to do with the story and these scripted events, he could do, and no one else could pick up where he left off. So as a result, he kind of just got to do whatever it was he wanted to do. And it was just Devil's Wish doing what Devil's Wish wanted to do at that point, which is why you have things like going into space and a space station at some point in the mod,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And I wasn't highly involved in sort of mid to late stages of development of that mod. I do know that eventually they voted Andrew out because he was just there generating hype and wasn't contributing and wasn't really helping. And they brought TG Spy in, and he took over. And somehow he got the mod to release. Um, I don't know how it looked with him sort of reigning in Devil's Wish and at what point the story kind of got nailed down, but some players of the mod might even debate whether or not a story was nailed down.
Not at all.
So yeah, and then there was a controversy that followed after release, and but that was at least my initial involvement with the mod.
How difficult was it to keep a consistent vision across such a large team? Because obviously that must have been like the development challenges involved in that must have been quite big.
Oh, it was. So, I mean, it was impossible to keep a consistent vision. The mod is itself just the sum of many disconnected visions. And, let me not speak authoritatively on the mod that, I contributed to a little bit, but not nearly as much as some of these other people, like TG Spy, Zalandro, Macintroll, Jason. They did so much. But what ended up happening with that mod is that I think people just trusted that there was quality assurance and oversight, and that there was really a conductor behind the scenes, making sure it all came together. And what we found out upon release and when people started playing this is that that wasn't the case, at least not as much as it needed to be, which is where certain things came to light, where there was controversial content, like very controversial sexualized content, things like that. And it was just, it's not like everybody who was working on the mod knew about all that. No one knew. No one knew
Yeah.
outside, unless you had played an early access version of the mod. You just knew what you contributed. You didn't know what other people were doing, and so you were just trusting that the other contributions from other people were part of a consistent vision. And what we found out was that was not the case, and I felt really bad for some of my friends there, the guys I just mentioned. I know some of them were counting on the Frontier to sort of operate as a portfolio of theirs that they could use for going into the game industry professionally. And I don't know how that worked out, but it seems like the controversy behind that mod just sort of took any of those hopes and just fizzled out pretty quickly. So it's currently under redevelopment, and we'll see how that goes. I wish them all the best, but that's at least a little behind the scenes of how some of those problems came to be.
That's it's really interesting that 'cause, like hearing the backstory and stuff like that. But in hindsight, right, I'm just talking about sort of lessons and legacy in
Mhm.
terms of the Frontier. You think anything the Frontier team should have done differently? And I mean that again
Yeah.
positively. Is there anything about like Frontier use that you still feel proud of that gets overlooked? Is there anything like that you could like share with us in terms of that sort of thing?
Yeah. So I think that the Frontier did a lot of really amazing things as far as the ways that they were able to push the limitations of the engine. I mean, for anybody who plays it, you can see that uh, there's some really cool stuff happening, and there's some really nice
Yes.
assets, some new creatures. There's a lot of things that the people who contributed them should be proud of.
Mhm.
Some of the world building, uh, some of the scripting. Like, I don't see any vanilla developers scripting a vertibird dogfight.
Yeah,
At least not in this old engine. But what I wish, and this is general advice that I would give to anybody, especially if you're working on a quest mod, is that approach that Andrew took at the beginning is just poison of uh, let's just get some cool stuff and we'll write it in. The story can come later. Like, if you're going to make a quest mod, you need to have a story that deserves to be told. And then all the work that you do after is being done to bring the story to life,
yeah,
because it was a definite tail wagging the dog situation, and the mod suffered as a result of it. Had there been a concrete story, and not that it can't change, it could develop over time if you need to like rewrite this or that scene or rewrite the ending or something, but have a story that you're telling, and then the work that people are doing is to bring that story to life. And then you would avoid a lot of the problems that the Frontier ran into.
sure. No, appreciate again the honesty of the answer and stuff like that, and it's a great insight into the development and how the team operated itself. Yeah, really really fascinating, mate.
Yeah.
We've got Euro in the chat. He said that I need to ask you if Euro is your favorite. Favorite what? You fill in the blank.
It's what?
Yeah, I'm
Euro
confused.
wants to
I'm
know, is he
confused.
your favorite?
Is he my favorite?
Yes. And favorite
He's
what?
my
That's up to you.
uh, yeah, you're my favorite, bud. You number one for me. You're the number one commenter on the Rawcast right now. Gold medal. I don't know.
You know who Euro is, right?
No. Who?
The
Oh.
created the
I
trailers.
IRO.
Yes. IRO, yes.
Yeah. I'm
Oh,
sorry. I was spelling it differently in my head. No, he has been a great supporter of my mods actually, and has brought awareness of them in a way that I really appreciate. So, all jokes aside, yeah, he's a good guy in my book, and I appreciate all he's done to help support me, especially in some corners of the mod community where not everybody has positive things to say about me. So I do appreciate that.
Where do you feel a lot of those negative things stem from? Is it the past? I know that there was a lot of talk around you and some of the other folks on Gun when there was a section of your your modding journey when you were just doing a whole lot of ports. We
Yeah.
briefly spoke on that. Do you feel like you still catch some flack for that, or is there modern pushback from the community that you're feeling?
So I know that there are little communities or people here or there that have a negative impression of definitely my mods, possibly me, even though I don't know that any of them know me. Um, I where it comes from would vary depending on which mod we're talking about, of course. Um, but I know that, just for example, one comment that I see pop up from time to time is that my mods have, I'm accused of having broken meshes, and that my mods require NVAC or they'll cause crashes. And I think that this particular comment, which I've seen more than once, is very interesting because this is true of exactly one armor. Um, and that armor was an XO2 Tesla armor. So you mentioned earlier the Fallout 4 power armor ports that I did.
Right.
So I did a version of these power armors, and then my friend the Hermit really liked them, and he wanted to do a sort of more intense, as polished as it could be version of this. Let's get a few more paints. Let's
Thank you,
distribute
kind
them all in
sir.
the world. So he kind of
Glory to High Poly
Hey, sir,
took the
Mods.
mod. That
hold that
yeah,
thought. I
Glory to
apologize.
Quest
Hold that thought.
expansion.
Whew. Okay, we just got a super chat and the AI was talking over you. I sincerely apologize. Shout out to Eero for that super fat $9.99 super chat though. Greatly appreciated, sir. He said, "Glory to high poly models, glory to Quest expansion."
okay. All right. So let me pick that back up then.
Yep, my apologies.
So broken meshes requiring NVAC. This is true of one armor. And that armor was the XO2 Tesla armor. And this was my friend Hermit took the Fallout 4 power armors that I had done, and he was sort of putting them all into a slightly new version of the mod. And he reached out to YGSon and said, "Hey, can you give me some Tesla effects on this armor?" And so YGSon edited the armor and added in these Tesla effects. And then if you as the player equip that armor, I believe it crashes the game. I've never actually tried it personally, but I'm told it crashes the game. If NPCs are wearing it, it's okay. But if the player equips it, it crashes the game unless you have NVAC installed. And so this is the one and only example of this being true of quote unquote my mods having broken meshes that cause crashes. It's true of one armor that I didn't make and a mod I didn't release, but somehow the community understands that I have broken meshes that cause crashes. No one has ever pointed out any other mesh of mine that is broken. So there's some other people that I've been accused of not being creative. The word creative has been, I think, but by that what they mean, I think by that what they mean is that I don't create things from scratch, which it's I guess that's kind of like if you go to a famous barber and say, yeah, but you didn't give birth to that person, so you're not creative. Like um, whatever. I don't spend too much time in the weeds of those sorts of negative comments because um, it's just something that I literally don't have time for. It can take the wind out of your sails and just stop the sort of modding and creative process entirely. And so people are going to say whatever negative things they're going to say, and I just want to move on, and I want to be a part of a community that supports each other and is uplifting. And I really don't have time or space for the negativity.
The if you don't mind me asking, just like
Yeah.
staying on this sort of subject of like technical process and craft and stuff like that, right? The mod the armor mod you were just talking about, right? See, looking back, was that, if not right, what mod of yours was the biggest technical headache to complete? Was that probably it, or was there another one that really sticks out for you?
The biggest technical headache to complete.
Yeah.
So, there have been some. Just recently, actually, I did a version of the tunnelers, and what I used was a model of a reptile skin from the most recent Mortal Kombat game, and sort of
Oh wow,
edited.
right.
Yeah, I edited that down to be a tunneler, and that took me probably 3 days
Really?
of solid work. Yeah, and 3 days is a lot when it's consistent work and a process that I'm very familiar with. So that was technically challenging. A lot of my mods at this point, it's sort of like I've got the process sort of on repeat. Right now, I'm working on a mod that was announced back on the New Vegas anniversary. It's called New Vegas Indiction. I'm doing it with my friend Bale. And one of the
Cool.
things that's technically challenging about this is that we are just trying to make it as clean and Bale is really great at optimization, just making it as vanilla friendly as possible, and
Mm.
just like stepping up the aesthetic so that it feels modern, while having as small of a performance, as small of an impact on performance as possible, but yet maintaining that high quality. And so we're putting in a lot of work on that mod, and there's some really cool stuff in it that I really look forward to sharing. But that is definitely also a technical challenge.
Speaking of, again, technical process and stuff, you've obviously clearly worked with meshes, textures, rigging, and ports and stuff like that, clearly. But what part of the process or pipeline do you enjoy the most, and what one, like, and this, I'm aiming this towards, obviously modders that are listening in here. Like, so what
Mhm.
part of the pipeline do you enjoy the most, and what do you dread? Is there anything that you actually dread when you're creating these meshes, textures, and things like that?
Yeah. So the part that I like the most, I think, is the bone weighting. There is, I think, a lot of people these days use Outfit Studio to kind of get an automatic uh, rigging done. I don't use Outfit Studio. I'm not familiar with that. But just sort of being hands-on and getting in there and really determining what vertices have which bone weights, and making sure that things move in a way that they should. Um, I enjoyed that part, and that's one of the things that I've just done on repeat for years at this point, that feel I have a pretty good handle on. Honestly, one of the things that is the most tedious, and that I look forward to the least, is packing everything into an archive and putting it all in the GEC in a clean way. These processes are a little more tedious. There's not really a creative element to it. It's more just labor.
Yeah.
And if that was faster and easier, I feel like I've got a few works in progress that would probably be out by now if that process was a little easier. And and speaking of criticisms, things that people have said negatively about my mods, I did
Oh,
see
here we go.
one person before commented that my mod file organization was sloppy or disorganized or whatever.
Right.
Like, guilty as charged. Okay, like it doesn't impact the way the mod plays, but if you're going to go rooting around through the files, like in NifScope or something like that, like you might have to search for where the files are next to each other. Other people are a little bit more structured. I think if you know what the mod is you're making at the outset, rather than just playing with assets and seeing what comes out of it, that's a little bit easier too. Um, and sort of that disorganized file structure might might have something to do with packing mods being tedious.
Yeah, no,
This
sounds.
seems this
Sorry,
seems
Rob, go
like
on.
such a nitpicky complaint, like someone was trying to reuse your content for something else potentially. Like a quote unquote sponge creator.
Sponge creator?
Sponge, SPONGE.
What do you mean?
The type that's out on the Nexus that use other people's work to kind of
Yeah,
boost
yeah, yeah.
themselves up.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
glad you mentioned. Sorry. This might tie in. Sorry, Drag, to cut you off there, but
No,
this
no,
might
go
tie
ahead.
in. How do you feel about Nexus mods? Evolving policies in terms of mods and their impact on like veteran modders like yourself.
Hmm. Um, I don't take any issue with Nexus, I try to play by the rules.
Yeah,
I know that there are some people that have taken strong positions against certain things, and maybe because I'm not very invested on my mods being released on the Nexus all the time, that I haven't paid attention. I do know that I've seen some people with some pretty vehement responses to certain things like mod lists, and when they were doing when they started paid mods at one point. I know there's been some controversy, and I just haven't been hands-on enough with it to, um, know of anything that I take special issue with. I just am kind of thankful that they've created the platform that they have, and
yeah,
want to play by the rules as best as I can. And when those are rules that I don't want to play by, like releasing something that there's not technical copyright permission to do, then we just do it on a Discord. So yeah.
yeah. I mean, have you ever felt like, obviously, you have distributed mods on many platforms, including Nexus and stuff like that, but have you ever felt like pressured to change or remove content because of platform rules or community standards or anything like that?
Um, Not that I can think of. No, nothing comes to mind. I've been doing
So
this
you
for
always,
14 years, so maybe
yeah.
something is maybe an hour from now I'll go, oh, I should have I should have said this, but nothing comes to mind immediately.
No, that's awesome. That's. I
Yeah.
mean, that's even better. I mean, and do you think like centralized platforms help or like sort of harm creative freedoms in modern communities? Like you've obviously been on like different platforms, like Gun, there's Nexus, there's all sorts, but centralized platforms, do you think they help or or harm it in your opinion?
Well, I think that people need to know where to go. There's so many
Yeah,
people that like Nexus has such a far reach that it brings a lot of people in. There are still people that have played the game for a long time that are still just my mods being an example of something that is available, outside the bounds of the Nexus, and people at their own pace sort of reach out into these various communities and find things over time. That would be even slower and harder to do if you didn't have the Nexus to kind of start from.
sure.
So I uh, I'm grateful that they do present at least that starting point, even if it's not the end all be all of mods. And even though I know that there can be controversies amongst users and controversies amongst policies, but I do think that it's we would be in a much more diminished position with New Vegas modding if not for the Nexus.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Rob?
Yeah, bro. We started this whole thing off, and I completely skipped over something. Where did your name come from? How did you? How are
Yeah,
you DRAGBODY?
I was gonna wait. I was
Let
just
me
gonna
DRAGBODY.
wait.
I saw somebody make a joke one time years ago, and they said because I ported armor models that I was dragging the
Oh
bodies from
my
other
god.
games and putting them into New Vegas.
He
And I
said
don't know if
dick.
that was meant as a joke or not, but
Yeah.
that's definitely not where it came from, even though I can see the humor in it. Um, my name came from I was playing Halo 1 on the original Xbox back probably 2001, something like that, shortly whenever the original Halo came out. And when you played that game, you needed to put in, I think it was something like 11 characters that you could pick, that you could use to make your player name.
Mm.
And I had a group of friends, and we would get together and do LAN parties, and we would just, this is back before Xbox Live even existed, and we're playing from one room to another, with a router in the middle of an apartment,
Oh mate, they
and
were the
just
days. They were the days.
yeah, those were the days, right? I
You're
remember
in college. Yeah, go on.
packing up a TV and an Xbox and driving it to somebody to go like have a competitive match against another four-person team or something.
Yeah.
These were the freaking days, bro. Um, but there was a band, like a Florida hardcore band called DRAGBODY, and I didn't. They were in a genre of music I liked, even though I didn't really care for that band in particular. I never really listen to them. But I liked the name, and so I just used it as my name playing Halo. And a few years later, when I got into uh, modding, I needed to pick a screen name, and so I just stuck with DRAGBODY. And so that's all. It's just a name that came from my Halo 1 days.
Well, I tell you right now, well, just to let you know, I love my music, love my live music, so I will be checking out DRAGBODY.
No, I'm saying don't. I didn't like them.
You
I
didn't
can
like-
recommend. I tell you what, I'll
Right,
recommend some other groups offline if you want to find something to mosh to later.
Yeah, and yeah, if we're talking mosh, that's my kind of scene as well. So amazing.
Yeah.
That's really good. There was something. Oh yeah, when I saw your name, DRAGBODY, the first thing that popped into my head was I play a lot of BF Battlefield 6. And they've introduced a drag mechanic where you can actually drag and revive,
Mhm.
you're down soldiers, and that's instantly what I thought of, and I was like, DRAGBODY, right? This guy, is he a BF6 player? I doubt it, but that's what
No,
popped in my head.
what I'm doing is I'm taking all the NPCs from the game and I'm dragging them away to safety so I can
Yeah.
revive them with new assets, right?
That's it. You got
Oh
it.
my
Yeah.
God.
You got it.
Yeah.
Right, Raw.
Well,
What's going on?
No,
man,
that was phenomenal. Go ahead, sir.
if I can just plug a mod that's coming up. An old
Absolutely.
friend of mine, Hitman. You guys may have seen. He's really good with animations.
Of course.
Have you seen any of his YouTube videos for what he's doing with Fallout 4 and 76 creatures?
I
have
have
not.
not, but we're about to pull this up on
Oh,
stream
holy
right now.
shit! No, he has found a way that he is actually porting the skeletons and animations, and then converting the meshes with original bone weights and everything. So, and I'm fortunate enough to have tested this. It's incredible, and what the community is in store for when he finally releases this, which is hopefully going to be sooner than later. Like, if you've played 76, you know how cool it is to go into a mine and fight a Wendigo Colossus. Imagine going into, say, the big gold mine near Searchlight in New Vegas, and there's a Wendigo Colossus. With the
Crazy.
original skeleton and animations moving and attacking almost just like it does in 76.
So he
Oh, wow.
backported all
Or
that.
having Wendigos and Radhogs and Snallygasters and all these things running bloodworms, all these things in the New Vegas world with their original animations. And I'm not saying it's not like taking the Yao Guai and putting it on the old Yao Guai skeleton like I did, or taking the updated mole rat model and putting it on the Fallout New Vegas skeleton. This is like ported straight from the game, and it's incredible. So,
Hey, so
really
what
looking
you're
forward to
saying
that for everyone.
what you're saying, like this, it sounds like I instantly thought of, you mentioned the creatures and stuff like that,
Mhm.
that were featured. They were featured in Fallout 2 and stuff like that as well. Those creatures, what are they called again? That begins with a W. And I always mispronounce
Wendigo.
them. Wendigos.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there was a limitation on the Fallout engine for Fallout 3 and Fallout 4, and I'm pretty sure well, I think you will be aware of it. Do you remember the floaters that were in Fallout 1? Like those sort of worm creatures that would like they were accompanied by senators, right? So it's like they were basically super mutant pets, and
Yeah.
apparently these things couldn't be animated because of the bone structure and stuff, so they were left out of Fallout 3 and 4. But it sounds like
Mhm.
this guy could potentially include them in like future mods, which for me is that's a win.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about. I do know that he ran into an issue with something like that with the Scorch Beast.
Right.
So the Scorch Beast is flying, right? And due to the way the New Vegas engine works, even though the animations have it up in the air, it's still registering as a creature that's on the ground. So you could just have something on the ground just like swinging at the air, and it's registering as being, I think, a hit on the Scorch Beast. So
Oh,
for
okay.
that reason, there are certain limitations. Not everything can be brought over, but if we're talking about just a worm crawling around on the ground, yeah, definitely the bloodworm from the Fallout 4 DLC. It's in the one of the dry lakes, and you can go and it'll jump at you and it's crawling on the ground. It's amazing.
The creature I'm talking about in particular is called a floater, right? And it's like it's how do I describe it? It's like an upright worm.
The floater.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
On screen.
I
Yeah,
don't know from Fallout 1 and 2, but the floaters are in 76, and those are in the mod.
Right.
Even a recent expansion of 76 included all those overgrown characters, the Atlantic City expansion. He's got overgrown floaters, those things that look like crazy plants. Got him in Vault 22. Super creepy, super cool.
Yeah, they would like, from what I remember, and hopefully Roz got a picture of them, so I'm not decimating this, but they're like they have the posture of a king cobra, but they're big. They're big old
Mhm.
floors, and they would
Yeah.
they would have they would shoot out like an internal mouth, like a double mouth, like like the alien from the xenomorph.
Yeah.
It's like kind of like that, but it's like in worm format. I hope I'm not butchering that, and I hope it's on screen.
Yeah.
But yeah,
So
yeah, sorry, go on.
yeah, there's not an exact creature like that because it's not in Fallout 4 76, right?
No.
But the not rad hogs, I'm sorry, rad toads from 76 that have that shoot out at you tongue attack, he's got that in New Vegas. They do that. Yeah. It's like I said, it's super cool, and the community is going to love it when it gets released.
These things, just for context as well, for everybody in chat as well, these things were creations from the Masters Army. They were like failed creations, super like FEV creations. So everybody's familiar with the Centaurs. They were in Fallout 3, but also like featurely heavily in Fallout 1 and 2. But you had Centaurs and you had these floaters that were essentially pets of like super mutants. So if you bumped into them and like on the world map, 9 times out of 10, the super mutants would have these guys with them, a Centaur or a floater, and they'll come at you, and they were like, you can imagine they were pretty disgusting, like mutations because of FEV and stuff. But yeah, these things were nasty, and like they always made me grimace when I fought them because of the way they moved and things like that. And I love that sort of thing in terms of if something's got me grimacing, then yeah, it's doing its job, right?
Well, Hitman's mod doesn't have that exact creature, but plenty to make you grimace. So just put it on your calendar and be ready to enjoy it because it's going to be super cool.
Sick. I will do that.
Yeah.
These look absolutely incredible. He just showed that Snallygaster, and like seeing all these backported from 76 to New Vegas is crazy.
Yeah, they feel like they fit in. He's incorporated them all in the game world in a way that makes sense. Like it's cool.
Oh wow, he's gone prone? No way.
Yeah, that's from another mod pack that released relatively recently.
Yeah.
Oh, that's sick. I love that.
Are there any other up-and-coming mods that you were particularly excited for? Anything you have your eyes on? Like, obviously, all this stuff coming from Hitman, but is there anything else that you're excited for?
Well, I'm excited to release NVI. I'm working on it, but I can speak to what Bale has created and say it's super cool. So I'm definitely looking forward to that. But those are the and SomeRooster is he goes by SomeRooster now. I think it's no secret that he's some guy, the New Vegas Bounties creator. He's working on a Legion mod and just has a lot. He's kind of doing small stuff now to set the stage for some more ambitious projects he's got. So looking forward to those as well.
Always some top-notch work from him too. Real big hitters.
Yeah. I touched on it a little bit earlier, the idea of the Nexus doing paid mods and everything. I know there's a lot of controversy around that. You guys, you want to dive into that swamp for a minute?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So I think a lot of people have taken issue with this. I saw somebody asking on one of my images of Lucy on Nexus, like, is this going to be paid? And I think as far as paid mods go, and the Creation Club and the sort of controversy that was around with that to begin with, there is the way that I always thought about this was that the Creation Club created the potential to bring in professional artists and quality of content that we wouldn't have otherwise. So I don't know if Creation Club has ever grown into what Bethesda wanted it to be, and I don't know what these people are getting in terms of compensation for their mods, or their creations, I should say. But let's just say that they get 10%. Let's say it costs $5 to download something, and they get 50 cents. I don't know if that's high or low or what, but it's just approximate it, and say. Um, you have a $5 creation, you're getting 50 cents for that, and 1,000 people download it. That's $500 that you've just made. If 10,000 people download it, if 100,000 people download it. And so I think that having this capability for financial compensation to bring people in is huge. What I think a lot of people rightfully took issue with is mods that would have been created anyway and would have been released for free. Well, now there's a framework being created for them to be charged for instead. And that I understand being different. So I think there's a large difference between mods that would not have existed if not for a system allowing the creators to be compensated financially versus those things that you would have gotten for free if not for this system. So I definitely understand that. I also know that there are a lot of younger creators that are in a situation where they're trying to get into professional work, and they are looking for jobs, and they have donations open as a way of they don't have a full-time job. They might still be looking for work. They're trying to get into the gaming industry,
Yeah.
and that I think is a lot different. And supporting those people is a lot different than somebody who, like I said, would have released something for free, but they just decided to charge you for it instead. As somebody who has a Patreon, what I can say is that, well, for one, I support a lot of other creators, and there is also a lot of a lot of work that I'm doing where I've commissioned other artists, and I'm able to commission these artists to create new content based on the funds that are coming in through my Patreon. These are not funds that I'm just using to pad my own pockets, but I'm taking a lot of it and turning it around, and I'm able to create new mods that would not have existed if not for these donations. So, for example, I've commissioned some texture work recently. The Joshua Graham model that I released not long ago. That I don't want to say certain amounts because I don't want to reveal what people charged me, because it might not be what they would charge somebody else for something new. But well, I can speak very generally and just let you know that I'm well into four figures for what I've invested into what's coming out in NVI.
Oh,
So
wow.
if that, yeah, and so it's been building for a long time. So as far as paid mods go, you're not just paying to put money in somebody's pocket. At least for me, you're crowdsourcing new content that wouldn't exist otherwise, and I think that makes a big difference too.
We got a question from Mr. Patty Dunn Did It. When working on the Long 15, was there a noticeable difference between when you worked on the Frontier?
Well, definitely. When I got into the Long 15 a little late. A lot of it had been done already, so I was just looking at some things that I thought could maybe use a little polish here or there, or some things that hadn't existed yet, but the characters for them were already in the story. So, for example, there was a sheriff, and the sheriff was just using the generic outfit, so I made a new sheriff outfit. I worked on the 88, or what's the tribe I'm blanking on? The 80s, sorry, the 80s
Yeah, the
tribe.
80s armor. There we go.
Yeah, sorry, I was confusing that with 188 for just a minute, but yeah, the 80s armor, like, the story already existed, and So assets were being created to bring the story to life. And like I said with the Frontier, it was exactly the opposite. It was recruit whoever you can to work on this thing, and whatever they make, that will determine the story that we tell. So and you can see the difference in community reception, and I think that that is no accident. The planning and intention being very different between those two mods, and the outcome.
Get this. Right. Another one. This is another selfish personal question. Drag, you ready?
I'm ready.
Are you ready? Right, here we go. So, if you could redesign one Fallout faction from scratch, and I mean scratch, which would it be and why?
Mm, so you're putting me on the spot here.
Of course, of course.
Redesign from scratch. Um, you know, I guess you know, the I don't know, maybe the Enclave. I don't know. This is something I wish I could roll this around and noodle on it for a minute,
I'll take
rather
your
than
time.
just sort of.
Absolutely, take your time,
No,
man.
no. People will sign off and be okay. The interview's over. He's sitting there thinking about a question for a minute. No, that's not good.
It's
So
certainly got you thinking, though, right? It's certainly got you thinking.
well, it did. So I guess if you look at my first Great Khans faction overhaul,
Mhm.
what you'll see is that I portrayed them as sort of like a biker gang using a lot of armors from the Servarium game, and I thought it was cool. Like I was sort of updating their look, making them more post-apocalyptic. And I look back at that now, and I think, um, you know, I should have created, and still in the future intend to create a vanilla, an upgraded vanilla version of their actual aesthetic, which is kind of blending this Mongolian sort of Great Khan, a Genghis Khan type
Yeah.
aesthetic with a semi. You get a little bit of like a biker gang sort of feel from them, and just blending these. So as far as like redesigning. A faction from the ground up. I think that the story, the background of these factions sort of already has their design sort of built into it. So I
Hmm.
think it's more about just like making it look good, rather
Yeah.
rather than reimagining it.
How
I guess
about
I could, yeah.
sorry to interject. How
No,
about excuse me. Um, how about I just had a thought because one of my and this is like obviously faction related, right? So in Fallout 3, there was a faction that was like um kind of it was kind of underground. It wasn't, you could interact with them a little bit, but Talon Company. Do you remember
mhm,
Talon Company and them?
sure,
What
yeah,
would you like? What would you like to see? Like, if you were to enhance them, what would you do with them? Because they were always one that fascinated me. They were like essentially like mercenaries for
yeah,
hire, and they would be shoot to kill and
yeah.
sort of yeah. I mean, what would you like to do with them? Just out of personal interest.
So I think actually Talon Company could be representative of multiple factions in the game. I guess when you ask the question, I initially go to major factions that are
Yeah,
properly developed.
that's what I was kind
Uh,
of going with. But then I kind of
yeah.
thought, yeah, let's shake it up a bit.
So Talon Company is just basically these assassins who are mercenaries that get
Hmm.
paid to come kill you, and they just got retextured combat armors, right? Like boring.
Yeah, yeah,
Um, you've got in New Vegas, you've got three different raider factions
yeah.
between the Vipers, the Jackals, and the Scorpions that all look nothing like raiders really should. And there have been some mods that have attempted to sort of revisit this. Um, I don't think any of them do like a definitive job of it. And then you've got the Fiends, which are essentially just raiders with different hats. So
Those
all of
ones were the most
these,
telling for me, by the way. Just sorry again, sorry to, but the
yeah,
fiends, they were the most. Those were the ones that really, how do I put it? Just like fascinated me because they were like, they were the horrible raiders, weren't they? Like what they did in was it Vault 3? Like,
Yeah.
they basically took over Vault 3, and
Mhm.
the story in there was like, I think I've talked about this in multiple broadcasts and streams and stuff, but man, like, when you hear their story and the leader, was it Motorhead, the guy with the chainsaw and stuff, like
Yeah.
they were they were the really nasty raiders that were like, crackheads and just like absolutely out of it, because they
Yeah.
essentially went straight into that vault and just like, did unspeakable things.
Sure, just went and
Uh,
murdered everybody. Yeah.
yeah, they
I think
did.
what they
Yeah.
were like let in by I don't remember the lore exactly, but wasn't it did they break in or were they let in?
No, I think there was politics involved in terms of the vault 3 wanted like there was one half wanted to like keep the vault sealed, and another half wanted to go out and what do you call it, trade. And I think the Fiends got wind of it, that they were trading with a certain bunch of people or faction. I might be completely wrong, chat, help me out, but this is my recollection of it. And the Fiends went up and said like basically, oh yeah, we'll trade with you, and then just went in and absolutely butchered them. That's my kind of
Yeah.
recollection of it.
Yeah. So I think all of these factions, the ones that are on the peripheral, that didn't get fully developed, all of these could be, um, they're using recycled clothing from the
Yeah.
game. It's nothing that speaks to their faction uniquely. All of these different factions have the opportunity. They have the room to be
Yeah.
redesigned from the ground up for sure. To tell their story better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you've played, like any other modern games that you played, where an asset or a character or something has made you go, I wish this was in Vegas?
Of course. So you mentioned Rage 2 earlier, and
Mhm.
the same developer created the Mad Max game,
Great,
and
great game.
yeah. So both of those games, I'm not one for driving cars around, but both of those games, driving the cars was kind of fun, and the world looked great. And going into some of these towns and the combat was fun.
Yeah.
And Mad Max was another game where the NPCs were very unique and vibrant. And getting outside, I mentioned Cyberpunk earlier. That game was so fun because you could go be in the outskirts in the desert and then go drive into just the vibrance of the inner city with the neon lights and the music and the crowds and like could you imagine a New Vegas that was made in the
Oh,
cyberpunk world using
oh
cyberpunk
Oh
wow.
my
assets, all
God.
of that?
Jeez.
Like it would blow your
Oh,
socks off.
oh,
Yeah,
That leads me
bro,
to a
you've
follow-up
got so,
question that we've talked about multiple times with other people. If there
yeah.
was a company as they stand right now, they like a different publisher, different producer that you could have make the next Fallout game, who would be your ideal candidate for Fallout 5?
Larian, Larian.
I have been so siloed off in a modding world where I haven't branched out to play as many games as maybe some others have. So I might
Fair.
not have a wildly informed opinion on this, but CD Projekt Red,
Yeah.
just based on my experience of playing Cyberpunk, seems like a good candidate. You could make whatever qualifications you want to make about the bugs on release and
Yeah.
would this just be Bethesda 2.0? Maybe, but let's just assume for the sake of argument that that could all be mitigated. Um, just seeing Cyberpunk, just things like, oh, this to me screams build New Vegas in this engine with assets of this quality, and it would be amazing.
Problem with that though, I think there might be an issue with that though, because yeah, I like the Cyberpunk team that that created Cyberpunk initially. I think a lot of them have split and stuff, so they're not all
Yeah.
together. So the creative process might be slightly, different. Because I think a few of them have split over to a new company called Rebel Wolves. We covered this, Rod, didn't
Oh,
we?
brother, have you
Rebel
seen
Wolves.
this? Have you heard about that, Dragbody?
Yeah, so they're doing. Sorry, because
Have not. No.
I was say like, so they're doing another game. What's it? What's the game called, Raw? Help me out here. So it's a vampire game, right?
Yeah, give me one
That's
second.
essentially Yeah, if I can research that, but like you can tell that this game is, you know, it's got so much Witcher 3 vibes, if you know what I mean. It's got
Yeah.
the music, the theme, the combat, and stuff like that. The name of the game escapes me now, but yeah, it's
The
Rebel
Blood of
Wolves who are
Dawnwalker.
that is the
Blood
boy,
of the
Blood of
Dawnwalker.
Dawnwalker. Yeah, we covered
Well, it
this in the
sounds
previous role.
sounds like it'll be a good game.
Yeah, I
You
mean, if you see the trailer, I mean, you watch the trailer, it does not mess around. It's very
Cool.
like gritty. So
Yeah.
check it out at some point, man.
I'll check it out. You know, the question I thought you were about to ask me was about a Vegas remaster.
Yeah, we were getting into
And
that one too.
yeah, are we?
What are your thoughts? What are your perspectives? Do you feel like it's real? It seems like it's been leaked to the point and pretty much confirmed that it is real. What's your thoughts on the entire thing?
Yeah, so I've chatted about this with a few of my friends, and so far as I can tell, we all have the same general opinion. I mean, it seems like it's going to happen. Just given the success of the show, it would be a huge missed opportunity if something like it isn't made. You know, Fallout 3 is all but confirmed, and New Vegas is right there on its heels. I think. So for the question of what does that mean for the OG Vegas modding community,
Mm.
and what's going to happen when that game drops,
Right.
I think that every modder, myself included, excuse me, myself included, should take the time to play it. You know, what are you going to do if a remaster gets released? I'm going to play it. You're not going to hear from me for a month or two, and I'm going to be playing
Right.
this game.
If you've
And
got the time, yeah. If you've got the
yeah,
time.
I think that I think that's what everyone should do. You know, everyone
Yeah,
who's
yeah,
invested so much time into modding the original, uh, take the time to play the new one. But then, if it doesn't have the ability, if it has modding capabilities, like say Fallout 4, then the future is wide open. What that could mean, but if it's like Oblivion and it's harder to mod and it's on Unreal Engine or something like that,
Mm.
then I think what's going to happen is you're just going to have two versions of the game where if you just want like a raw playing experience, like you want to go and run around a game that's visually striking, that has good combat mechanics and everything, play the remaster.
yeah.
But the remaster won't be able to compete from a role playing perspective with all of the quest mods that have been created, with all of the new companions that have been created, with all the different user created content that's been added into the vanilla game over the years. There's just everyone just has the ability to tailor their own game so much that I think the role playing experience is still going to keep OG Vegas alive. Plus, I hope that if there is a remaster, that it can serve as a great library of resources for what people would call backporting. You know, I think we'll see a lot of that stuff get put back into the OG version of the game, and hopefully elevate it aesthetically too.
It'd be interesting, like, I'm all for, just don't get me wrong here, I'm all for a Vegas remaster or whatever, a remake, whatever you want to call it. But, you know, um, it would be interesting to see it in this. I think because you kind of touched on it, Drag, like in 2026, how is that gonna be? Because Vegas was famously quite, it didn't mess around in terms of story, and it had some spicy stuff in there. But how would the new crowd, I guess, the new audience, take a remastered New Vegas? For instance, people that haven't played it, do you think it'd be quite shocking to them?
It's a good question. You know, there is some controversy. So I think Fallout 3 is a little spicier, as we touched on earlier.
Yeah.
But that's a good question. I think that as long as you have the ability, you know what? This is actually, I'll mention this. When what is it? New Vegas redesigned. Was that the Dracomies before he did Brave New World?
I'm
Um,
honestly not sure on that one.
yeah,
Not sure.
I think he did like 3 versions of this, and I was chatting with him, and at one point he was asking for help, doing certain things, and one of the things he was doing was taking some of these people that are captive. They're essentially like being held in slave pens and making them look beat up. like adding blood to them and whatever. And
Yeah.
I was in a situation where a living situation with a roommate at that time that would have taken major issue with that. And, aside from my own personal feelings on it, and I thought, if I contribute to a mod that is enhancing the appearance of abused women, like what, I could have my roommate get so mad at me that they could kick me out of
Yeah.
of the
Sure.
apartment.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like this would be highly problematic. And I the community is going to be divided on that. I it's just controversial in general. GTA 6 is coming out sometime this year, I believe. Are they going to have in it the same content that GTA 5 did, where
Yeah.
like
For
you
sure.
can
Sure.
you can go hire a prostitute and then sleep with her and then beat her up afterwards and take your money back? Like it kind of blows my mind that that's in a video game.
Yeah.
But it is, and people play it. People spend a lot of money on it, and so luckily that is not a controversy that I have to settle.
The
So
thing is,
we
right?
yeah.
Sorry to cut you off there, but the thing
No, go
is,
ahead.
right? I think I think it's a pertinent point because you know, y- y- um, you like you said that you risked offending, your friend and stuff like that by implementing certain things, but
Mhm.
I think a lot of people don't understand that. I think we chatted about this raw, and there was a few others on the gaming night. I don't want to name drop or that, but there's a few other guys that were in here, and um, that is what you would expect in a Fallout universe, though. It's
Mhm.
not a nice place. It's not a nice
Yeah.
place, and yeah, and it's for me that is true Fallout. That's the sort of stuff you would encounter, and as
Mhm.
grim as it is, it's realistic.
So you could make that point. Yeah, it's true. It's what you would experience. If it was a real world too, you'd also have to go to the bathroom, and we don't have like
Yeah,
animating P mods. You
yeah,
don't have like a poop meter on your character, but that's real. You would have to find a place to go to the bathroom. So I
yeah. Some
think that
people appear to be really clean as well, and like top haircuts as well. It's like, where are these barbers kicking around?
yeah, exactly. So, I
Yeah,
mean, just the fact that you would encounter it in a real world version of this doesn't mean that it's an element that you need to pick up on and enhance and draw attention to in the game itself. There's ways of, making innuendo to it or having it told through dialogue, perhaps. So. Yeah, I understand that perspective, but I do think that it's controversial, and I think that there's a variety of feelings about it, and I think we should do our best to be sensitive to all of those.
absolutely. Yeah,
Is there
absolutely.
something
But
that you
I'm
would
I'm
like to?
going I'm going. Sorry, Rod. Just one last thing I just want to say about this. But I guess like I think I'm more in the old school mindset because I used to watch movies that have clearly influenced Fallout, like Mad Max, and
Hmm.
there's the book as well, A Boy and His Dog, and things like that. And you can see the emphasis in there, and then when you watch actual movies that were again 80s movies and stuff like that didn't hold back, that had like some very gritty and spicy stuff in there.
Yeah.
um I do see why a lot of people relate, especially myself, because of I played Fallout 1, and Fallout 1 was considered dark. I've mentioned this so many times, like, it was a dark
Hmm.
thing. It was a post-apocalyptic environment, very very Mad Max like, but it also had spicy content in there, and even Fallout 3, like you said, Drag, I could mention a lot of things like slaver camps and things like that. But I just
Yeah.
think if we're sticking, and I know there's like quite a few camps in the Fallout universe, isn't there, in terms of how they perceive it. But I'm always me personally the more darker side of it, because yeah, it's the stuff
Yeah.
I grew up with. But I just wanted to put my point across in terms of that.
Yeah. I totally understand that perspective. I just, I guess if it's not already in the game, from a modding perspective, I don't feel the need to enhance it and put it in people's face even more than it already is.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot of people that get triggered by different things, and I would hope to toe that line responsibly and be respectful. And um, guys, I just got a time check. I've got a girlfriend living with me here who's got to get ready for work relatively
Well, now
soon. So yeah,
have you seen how long we've been streaming? We've been streaming for 2 hours. Holy shit!
yeah, she's been gracious and quiet in the corner, but she does have to get going. So there's going to be some noise on my side. So were there any like last questions that you wanted to make sure to get in before we wrap up?
Raw.
Some stuff for like up and coming like modders, but like people wanting to get their feet wet in the modding scene. Ask you a few questions around that.
Yeah, let's go rapid fire.
Okay. I lost my page when I was looking up the Blood of Dawnwalker thing.
That's intentional.
Okay,
man.
just some general advice while I'm getting this pulled back up. Is there like some general advice for someone that's like brand new to the scene?
For someone that's brand new to the scene, don't start off too ambitious. Figure out. I think that a lot of modders who are good at what they do have found an area of specialty. I mentioned Hitman earlier. He's great with animations. He's good in other things too, but very few people understand animations as well as he does. I have certain skills with assigning bone weights and creating races for unique characters. I'm not the only person that can do these things, but I can do it fairly well, I think. There's some people that are great with textures, some people that are great with, say, NVR presets, whatever. I think don't try to go too wide. Don't think, oh, I'm going to make a mod and think that you have to learn how to do lip files and audio incorporation, and don't try to do everything. Find where your area of specialty can at least start. Get your feet wet, and then expand from there.
Do you feel? Oh, my apologies.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Do you feel like there's something that the modding scene should let go of, something that it should progress from?
Something that it should progress from.
I know early. Okay, as a brief example, you were talking earlier about. Oh.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of, and I don't want to put anyone on blast. There's a lot of old texture mods that used old techniques that still get used by a lot of people, and they're very high file size. Not the greatest quality of texture mod, and I feel like there's some of those old once staple texture mods that new texture mod processes and techniques just far exceed what was being done 10 to 15 years ago. And so I think if we could shed some of those outdated texture mods and just update it with new textures, I think anybody using some of those old outdated texture mods would be better off for the new stuff.
Hey, you want quick fire, right? Get ready
Yeah.
for this. And I thought about this question of this is like the most in-depth question I'm going to ask you all night. What is your favorite cold cut Subway sandwich?
the veggie, man. I'm vegan.
Oh, okay. So what's in there? What's in there?
Oh, it's just vegetables, man. Just plants.
Just vegetables. Just plants. Oh,
just
man.
plants. If I'm going for vegetables, give me some broccoli, some sweet potatoes, some rice, some tofu, some mushrooms, some Brussels sprouts. I'm good.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Sauce? Any sauce?
Yeah, let's get some tahini or some guacamole or something like, something in there like that. And before anybody jokes about me being a scrawny vegan or something, just also know that I am a jiu-jitsu black belt and have trained jiu-jitsu for 18 years. And so, yeah, that is not an issue.
Yeah, we'll get some footage of him next year or this year at the New Vegas event.
Yeah, we can set up some mats if anybody wants to. If anybody wants to roll, we'll see.
$10 a roll.
I'm coming over. I'm coming over. I want to scuffle. I want to scuffle with DRAGBODY.
Okay. All right, guys. No, maybe not with any malice though. But I do have to wrap it up.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
It's truly been an honor, a pleasure. Thank you for joining us and for talking for like the past 2.5 hours. We greatly appreciate
No,
it.
I'd run it until we ran out of breath, but I just do have to be considerate of my girlfriend here who's got to get ready for work. So I appreciate you guys having me on and chatting, and I hope it's been interesting. And I'd love to chat with you guys another time.
Can I
Sounds like
just
a
say,
plan,
Ross,
man.
sorry, before you go, I was going to take my appreciation to DRAGBODY. Thank you for coming here. I don't know if I speak for everyone, but I'm pretty sure I do. Raw and chat. I mean, it's been fascinating having you on, listening to not only your creative process in terms of modding and stuff like that, but also the in-depth look into the lore and your opinions on the Fallout franchise, the storytelling. It's been again, fascinating for us especially. So I just want to say thank you very much for coming on here. It's been a pleasure, and we'll be keeping tabs on your work, and
Yeah.
hopefully we will be linking and chucking your stuff around all over the place in terms of Discord and YouTube. So yeah, thank you very much for coming on here.
Yeah. Thank you both for having me. It's been fun.
Take care of yourself, brother.
All right. Talk to you later.
Later. Guys, that is going to conclude today's Rawcast. If you guys have anything else that you want to add, you want to say to DRAGBODY, be sure to drop it in the Discord. I'll be sending him some screenshots or see if he wants to just hop in the Discord. We'll see how that goes. But regardless, thank you all for being here. Thank you again for the super fat $9.99 super chat being dropped by Mr. Eero himself. Thank you for all the comments, all the interaction. Thank you guys for engaging and just being part of the Rawcast. Blue, thank you for your time and for your guidance and help along the way.
Listen, look, a serious note here, and I'm looking at chat right now, and I'm going to be speaking to chat here. How good was that? That was fucking great, wasn't it? What a Rawcast that was. I mean, the insight from DRAGBODY, man, brilliant, absolutely great. And obviously, you've got my, as fucking Ross says, my input, excellent as always. Just the sock doing his thing. But yeah, Raw and me, absolutely delighted with that. We are, Jesus Christ, we could have went on for about 3 hours, right?
2.5, yeah.
Yeah, man. No, I thought that was fascinating and fantastic. So I don't know about you guys, but yeah, massive W's in the chat for DRAGBODY, and yeah, absolutely fantastic. Thanks for everyone tuning in. We've got some good numbers, by the way. I'm just looking at it now. We had solid numbers, far higher than our usual. But I'll stop talking. Raw, go for it.
Also, if you guys are new around here, if you enjoyed this, actually, you know what? Screw it, we're gonna do this. Ladies and gentlemen, if you enjoy what you watch, please consider hitting that like button. Subscribe if you haven't already. Share the stream, get us some additional exposure. We're trying to get to 5K by the end of the year and cannot do it without you. If you want to see more Rawcasts just like this one with some other modders, we have a lot of people lined up. A lot of big names, just like Mr. DRAGBODY himself. So if you want to see more of these, be sure to hit that sub button. Thank you all for everything. You guys stay active, stay healthy, stay hydrated, stay in the scripture, and we hope to see each and every one of you in the next Rawcast.
Hey, peace. Love you all. See you later.
My fellow Americans, this is the Rawcast, a transmission devoted to the preservation and advancement of our digital frontier. In these uncertain times, where unfinished releases threaten stability and corrupted files erode progress, it is steadfast that the player and the visionary modder who restore order. Guiding this noble broadcast are your hosts, Raw Tactics and True Blue 77. Steadfast voices in the pursuits of innovation, restoration, and uncompromising gameplay. Here we examine the state of our vital union. We celebrate ingenuity and we confront broken mechanics, and we championship those who hold bold enough to rebuild what others abandon. Remain vigilant, remain creative, and stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, welcome in, and welcome home. We are back with another installment of the Rawcast. I'm your host, Raw Tactics, joined as always by the one and only Mr. True Blue. Blue, how you doing today, brother?
Man, I'm good. I'm very excited. Hey, what a guest we've got on today. I think we're going to have some really, really good input from this boy. It's Mr. SomeRooster. Hey, I tell you what, I think we're going to be fascinated. And chat, get ready for questions because this guy's going to blow your mind. I'm guaranteeing it. Hey, but yeah, I'm good.
Glad to hear it, man.
Well,
Yes, sir. In the world of video game modding, some creators build additions, others build legacies. He's the architect behind the iconic New Vegas Bounty Saga, a series downloaded millions of times, and the mind that brought us the unforgettable adventures like the Companion Russell and the bane of my existence, Shadow over Good Springs. For an entire generation of players, his work is the definitive Fallout New Vegas experience. Ladies and gentlemen, help us give a warm welcome to the one and only SomeRooster. How you doing today, sir?
I'm doing fantastic. That is an extremely gracious introduction. So I'm very humbled. Thank you so much. I'm very, very happy to be here. Some time ago, I happened across your channel. Really enjoyed your streams, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be here.
Hey, brother, thank you for that. I had no idea. I genuinely had no idea. Thank you for that.
Oh, how wholesome. How wholesome
right.
straight away.
We're here for you, though. We're not here for us. So I think the best way to kind of start things off, kind of break the ice, can you tell us a bit about your background, the origin story of the name, and how you first got into gaming, and more specifically, the Fallout franchise?
All right. I'm gonna, since DRAGBODY led with his age, and he and I are in the same demographic, so to speak, of the elders, I don't feel as uncomfortable aging myself out here. I started gaming back in the 90s as a kid, and my introduction was mainly in strategy games and simulators, which there is a wealth of old titles that you can peruse, like from the old Micropose era, like flight simulators. That's probably how I really got started. Things like SimCity 2000, which I think still holds up very, very well as a title. There are later games like the original Fallouts, things, and similar games like Jagged Alliance 2, which has some similarities to the original Fallouts. Things like Half-Life, the original XCOM, and a few other titles stand out from that period. But as far as what got me started modding, I would have to say it was playing Oblivion and Fallout 3 back in the 08 to 09 era. I was living in Las Vegas at the time, and I had purchased a new desktop because for reasons of moving and other, I guess the necessities of where I was at, I was kind of limited to consoles, especially when I was in the military the first time. And I was finally in a situation where I had a good desktop for that time, and I played through those titles, was absolutely immersed in Bethesda's games. And I had played Morrowind some on a console back in the 03-04 era, but I had never regrettably had never invested myself in it as much as I did as Oblivion, for example. And that's something I do need to remedy at some point. But having access to the Nexus and the wealth of mods was just stunning. And I had modded other games, specifically Rome Total War. That was a game I had played quite a bit, was a big influence on me, absolutely loved it. And things like Rome Total Realism and Europa Barbarorum, I'm probably mispronouncing that, have held up really well. I'm sure there are dozens of updates and renditions since I played, but I was comfortable modding games, and with Fallout 3 and Oblivion, I played through them vanilla multiple times, and then I wanted to experience as much modded content as I could. And for those games in that period, I played almost every single quest mod that was accessible that I could play without breaking my game. And this was a very different era. Things were really rough back then, but there was still a lot of heart and creativity in some of those old mods that if you go plumbing the depths, you can still find them. And I mentioned Poosmoose in my interview with Art, but he was active then, and his quality was really stand out. Again, the style couldn't be more different than my own, but he had a creative vision that stood out to me, and I respected the quality and the craftsmanship that went into his mods. And I said to myself, I want to do something like that, but tell stories that are closer to my stylistic preferences. And so it was sheer serendipity that Fallout New Vegas came out when it did, And I had already dipped my toes into modding Fallout 3 and Oblivion under a different username and had made a few nondescript mods that they're still there on the Nexus, but they're absolutely nothing remarkable. But it'd given me a little bit of confidence, and I had the typical new modder pitfalls of having grandiose ideas, and so I learned from that to a degree. And when Fallout New Vegas came out, I played through it, and in hindsight, it was kind of an incomplete playthrough. Obviously, I've played almost every bit of the content now, but I didn't necessarily have a clear picture of everything in the game, but I had a clear enough picture to know here's some areas where I want to add content. Things like bounty hunting, things like boxing. Boxing was in Fallout 2, for example, and it should figure prominently in Las Vegas and therefore New Vegas. And so I said, these are the areas where I want to try to make some content. And based on the floundering missteps that I had made in the earlier iterations, I said, all right, I'm going to call myself some guy. I added it was totally arbitrary, adding 2000. And I just wanted a nondescript username, and I wanted to create some quest mods that would be stable and fun. That was it. I had no idea that New Vegas bounties would take off like that. And it really was an alignment of circumstances where New Vegas was out. It already had a toolkit that was there, and I knew how to use. I wouldn't be so bold as to say I still wouldn't even be so bold to say I know how to use it, but I had some familiarity with it, and that's usually not the case with Bethesda games. A lot of times there'll be the release, then you'll have to wait 6 months to a year for a functional toolkit. It just so happened that New Vegas had that toolkit, and I was able to release a functioning quest mod, I think not even a month after the initial release, which is really, really fast in hindsight. And there was just a demand for that kind of content, I think, at that time. It kind of filled that gap where people really enjoyed things like 3-card bounty, and I wanted to just continue that. I didn't have a clear, lucid plan. A lot of it was heavily improvised, but I said, all right, this is what I'm going to go for. And the Some Guy series unfolded, and we can talk about why I ended and why I changed, but in terms of why I came back in and why I chose the username SomeRooster, it was initially Coq Honorable, which is badly pronounced French, that was a play on my original avatar, which is Titus Pullo. If you look at the old Some Guy avatars, a lot of times I had the picture of Ray Stevenson's Titus Pullo from the HBO series Rome. He's one of my favorite characters in fiction, at least in visual media. And he's a historical character from Caesar's Commentaries. Titus Pullo means like big chicken breast in Latin. And so I was like, well, I'm not going to name myself Big Chicken Breast, but I was like, Honorable Rooster or some Rooster is in that ballpark. So I took some artistic license, and I thought that I would fly incognito for a while, and maybe somebody would read into it and link it to Titus Pullo. And that was the entire thing. And my unit, I was still active duty Army at the time. My unit were roosters, so that was our mascot.
Nice.
So that was what fit into that. Yeah. So that's where the naming came from.
That is an incredible origin story. I never would have guessed it with that many aspects that went into it. I thought it was just like, I thought it was going to be a generic response, like with Some Guy. You just want a generic name, but mixed it up. Got that wild flair that your mods have become so known for.
I just want to say, sorry to interject, but there's so much to unpack from all that. Unpack from it, should I say? Which is fascinating, man. Because you talked about the games you played when you were younger. You mentioned that you were ex-military, and there's so many questions I want to ask now that are kind of off topic from the interview. I just want to ask personal questions, but can I just touch on one thing that you mentioned in terms of what sort of, when you came to modding, what influenced you? Was it movies? Was it like in terms of I'm going back a bit, should I say? In terms of your bounty series, that it was probably your most prominent period of modding and your success. Was there anything that influenced you in terms of films, games, or books? What made you sort of take on the bounty series?
Boy, how much time do you have?
God,
I'll I'll try to trim this down.
Right.
So, and you can see in my profile in the Nexus where I usually have some pithy smartass description, and I just right now it says I make westerns. Westerns, whether in print or in film, are my biggest influence. And so for the original New Vegas Bounties run, a lot of it were going to be the Sergio Leone, Sergio Corbucci spaghetti westerns, which are magnificent.
Yeah.
That being said, as I've gotten older, and they were always an influence, but I would say John Ford is the biggest influence as I delve more into his work as a filmmaker and have the greatest respect for him as an American artist and for developing the American mythos.
Can you, sorry to interject, can you tell the audience exactly who John Ford is?
John Ford is arguably the greatest American filmmaker. He made films from the 20s all the way through, I think, the 1960s. Most notably, films like The Searchers, Stagecoach, The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance, which not everybody's going to be familiar with now, but I encourage you to familiarize yourself with them if you get a chance. They're incredible films. But no, he was an incredible artist. And The Grapes of Wrath, too. If you're looking for something outside the Western genre that will still land very well, his adaptation, it's one of the best adaptations of an American novel, in my opinion.
Amazing. And those were those were your sort of influences towards the Bounty series, right? And it kind of struck a chord really because they were well, the stats speak for themselves. They were a massive hit on all downloading platforms. What do you think? Do you think a lot of people were in the same sort of mindset as you? When it comes to what they wanted to see in a Fallout game. Does that sound fair?
To a degree, and it's evolved, and I've been informed by audience feedback always. And again, the Some Guy series was more of the spaghetti western vein. Now I'm leaning more into the John Ford and more literary. I try to lean into literary influences, and the literary influences were there in the Some Guy series. Things, especially Larry McMurtry and Cormac McCarthy, obviously, but a lot of that was surface level. I did not appreciate how much that mod would take off and the impact it would have. And even now, when I came back, I can't overstate how I was completely disconnected from modding for a few years. And when I came back, getting messages from people that talked about how those mods resonated with them, it made a big impact on me. And I don't want to digress too much, but to get into your question, my approach going in was probably more influenced by Fallout 3. And if you watch, say, Al Chesbreit's first video was of Fallout New Vegas or Fallout New Vegas Bounties, you can see the really rough style, even things like speech check and how I wrote dialogue. It was very crude in a lot of respects. And so luckily Vegas has very passionate fans, and they're going to let you know how they feel about if you do or do not adhere to conventions in the RPG genre. And it helped make me a better developer for RPGs. I have a much, again, depends on the mod and what my goals are, but I try to allow for more role playing now. And I've certainly learned from some egregious mistakes in that regard. But in the first run, I was simply trying to make something that had action and dialogue that would engage people and characters that were fun. And I had no idea, for example, that Stephen Randall would resonate with people like that. And I have a different mindset now, and I'm more careful in how I handle my characters. But in that time, I was like, God, I'm trying to make something that will work and that will be fun for players. The bottom line is I try to make something that I would want to play and that will not bore people. And that's the foundation.
Yeah.
I hope that, I don't know if that answered the question sufficiently.
Oh no, hell yeah, it did. No, absolutely fascinating. I was just waiting to see if I think Raw had a question for you right there.
Yeah. How do you typically engage with players when it comes to like the feedback on your mods? I know like at the beginning, obviously you had a lot of let's just say criticisms, constructive or otherwise. How has fan feedback changed over time? I know you really don't have a presence on social media at all. Do you respond to Nexus comments? Do you still monitor those? Like,
I do assiduously. I try to respond even if someone is giving, pointed criticism. I try to engage with them, and I try to absorb or glean from those comments uh, learning points if I can. And that was a hard lesson. I was very defensive when I started modding, and I was much more belligerent towards combative users. It was a different time too. The early 2010s, people were more active in the comments and could be really, really confrontational and belligerent. And so my attitude, my mindset at that point was not friendly. I was not amicable, and you can read through my old Q&As. I mean, I was probably drunk when I wrote them. They were extremely combative and smart ass. And that in hindsight, I can say that wasn't always the best way to approach it, because even if someone's harsh, you can still try to learn from it. That being said, some of it is subjective, and there are people that are just trolls, or they're just, jerks. And, I think it's a good lesson to try to push those out of your mind. And that's hard to overcome. I forget the exact citation for it. Humans are going to gravitate towards negative feedback, or that's what they'll focus on and dwell on. And it's
Yeah.
hard to overcome that.
Yeah.
Some of it is just getting numb to it. But the positive feedback that I've gotten over the years was extremely encouraging. I don't know if I would have kept modding if not for that. Players were, we can talk about the negative stuff and the toxic community things. These are terms that get thrown around. There's a lot of positive things in the Fallout community too, and people are extremely passionate and have been so encouraging to me over the years. So I try to take the good with the bad, and improve at least 1% each time. Take a gradual, incremental approach to improvement. Don't take big swings, and keep an open mind to that feedback. That's, we're all human. That's the best we can do.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
I mean,
Absolutely. Can I just ask as well, on top of that, what you just said, see when you kind of look back at your earlier writing, or even just mods in general, what do you think you were trying to prove? And I mean this positively, by the way, either to yourself or the community. Hopefully that come across the right way, because I'm just fascinated that from what you just said, hopefully that you sort of you said you were kind of like gung ho when it comes to comments, but then I'm guessing now as you've got older, you kind of take it as constructive criticism, and then you feed off that, right?
Absolutely. In
Yeah.
fact, in the old days, there was a part of me when you say, like, I was driven partially to prove critics wrong. I wanted to shove it in their face, and that's not a healthy creative
Yeah.
impetus, in my opinion. And I can, in the fullness of time and with experience, I can say that wholeheartedly now.
Yeah. No, definitely, man, definitely. Um, See, I guess when it comes to, I just touched on your writing as well, uh, and I want to touch on things like your storytelling and narrative craft, if I will. Um, your mods like have a lot of, your antagonists and stuff like that. They're pretty badass. Like, so what's your process? And this is always a good one for me, because I like a good villain, right? What's your process for building a very good villain? Do you start with like ideology, trauma, voice, or gameplay role, or how do you do it? Because I'll absolutely love a good villain.
I read history.
You read history.
History
Oh
is what
yes,
informs.
yes.
When you talk about influences, I can't overstate that. It's because my background is not in creative arts or creative writing or English. A lot of people assumed I was an English major. My undergraduate's in history, in
Mm,
and with a minor in anthropology. I am, to this day, like, I read fiction to develop as a writer, but I read history for pleasure, which is probably the inverse of most people. And there are so many amazing personalities that just leap off the page
Yeah.
For example, one of my overarching villains in Great Basin, Rakion, he's I don't want to spoil too much, but he was influenced by, and I'll probably butcher his name, Francois L'Olonois, who was one of the more infamous pirates in the golden age of piracy. He was just an absolutely brutal bastard. And I think sometimes there's a desire to, I do have at times three-dimensional or more humanized antagonists, but there are people in history that leap off the page. There's that 1 or 2% that are just pure psychopaths. And by a combination of environment and other circumstances, they develop into something that's monstrous. And
Yeah.
it's unfortunate, but that's a fact of life. And I'm not going to dance around the fact that there are people like that in the world. And and again, I've made my mistakes in that. We can get into that later, but I try not to. I'll just put my cards on the table. I do believe evil exists, and it can manifest in people sometimes. So that's how I approach it. And obviously, it takes a lot of refinement and development in the outlining stage. And I try to get critical feedback, and I also try to put myself into their perspective, because that's a constant refrain in writing, or something that you're encouraged to do is, remember that from the villain's perspective, they're the hero of their story. And so I've made that mistake at times, but I try to keep it at the front of my planning now.
Genuinely, I'm going to say this, and I'm not blowing smoke up your arse. That's genuinely the best answer we've had. Well, for me, that's genuinely the best answer we've had on this broadcast, because that fascinates the hell out of me. The evil character played well. Have you seen? Can I just ask? Have you seen 28 Layers, The Bone Temple?
No, I'm wanting to see it. I saw 28 Years Later, but I have not seen the Bone Temple. I've heard good things about it.
Okay, so what you just said about an evil character, right? And I'll keep this short. Sorry, Raw, I don't want to be fucking rattling on it. I know I'm always rattling on about this,
Okay.
but you need to check out Jimmy Crystal, right? Jimmy Crystal in 28 years later, The Bone Temple. Wow, that, from what you've just said, this is right up your street. I will tell you this,
Yeah.
right? But yeah, sorry, Raw, you must have a question for him.
So you were discussing your refinement process over time and how you've really like honed yourself in, and honestly, that shows, and it's something fan favorite around here. The Shadows over Goodsprings that is clearly inspired by the Mr. Pickles animated series, and on paper, a Fallout lore quiz being involved in a mod that involves Mr. Pickles sounds it sounds ridiculous. It sounds like it shouldn't work, but somehow you managed to pull it off seamlessly, not once, but at least twice in that same mod. Like, what was there any inspiration behind that? What was your thought process going into this? How did that get in there?
This is going to be a stunning revelation. I had no idea that Mr. Pickles was a thing before I made that mod. I swear to God, it was a random name. I was trying to think of the most benign, disarming name for a demonic dog. And I was like, what if he was just named Pickles? Like, because that's going to take him down a few notches, because he's this giant demon in dog form. And it's like, no, you're Pickles. And that was the essence of it. And I was just cooking it up over a few days. I wanted a Halloween mod. And I didn't want to do the standard, because I've messed around with some horror stuff. It usually didn't land well. I was like, I'm just, going to have some fun with it. And have something with it. And there's a dog in every one of my mods almost. Like, I love animals, I love dogs. It's very apparent. So I was gonna try to involve a dog somehow. There's gonna be a crazy person that's probably geriatric. These are my staple.
Yeah.
These are my staples. And from there, that was definitely an improvised production. There was not a clear plan. I put it on paper in over an evening, and then I just ran with it, because I only had a few days before Halloween. And I was like, oh crap, Halloween's coming. Let me just cook something up. And it was a happy accident, so to speak.
That is, you were just talking about evil manifestations, and that was the one. The evil that you have unknowingly released upon this community. Oh my God. Dude, for the community, what the hell were you going through when you created Joanne Butterfield?
Those are and this happens with my rants. It's stream of consciousness. I get into character, I was fortunate. Like I played sports in high school, but I also did theater because I went to a small school, and I was kind of I had a great theater teacher that pushed me into it, and I did a few plays and had some success. I enjoyed it, and that acting experience helps me a lot with not just voice acting, but also getting into character and trying to see things from a character's perspective. And even in absurd scenarios like Joanne Butterfield's, again, she's this longtime resident that sees this extremely powerful courier figure drifting through periodically. And so she's going to have some resentment. And especially if you decide not to help her dog, well, boy, it's just let it fly because she's old. She doesn't give a crap anymore. Everything's gone to hell. I mean, she's living in Good Springs. I don't know how much worse it could get. So she just, unloads with both barrels. And I was like, I didn't even know if anybody would find it because you have to deliberately, and that's part of it is it's a play on some of the tropes in RPGs where you're always supposed, and I do adhere to this generally, anytime you're offering a quest, the player should always have an off-ramp. And I was like, that sucks. You're not going to go rescue an old lady's dog. So off-ramp this, bitch. And it's like, boom, she's going to let you have it for 10 minutes. And so that was honestly, that was it. That was entirely where my mind was at. I got into her mindset and let it fly, man. And some of it is, the intrusive thoughts and things like that I think of during the day. And I'm just like, I'm sitting at work trying to be a functioning, normal person in society. And I get these crazy thoughts and I'll just put them in Google Docs in my phone and file them away for later use in a mod. So that's partly where some of it comes from.
The beauty of an
That's amazing.
artistic outlet. Oh my god.
Can I just say, we've got another absolutely amazing creative modder in the building. We've got Nobark in chat, and he,
Oh yes.
yeah, total legend, and he's got a question for you that I spoke to him off stream. If you don't mind answering, sorry, he's asking as a creative, he's saying as a creative myself, and someone who writes stories, I would love. I love David Lynch gives a blueprint to fetching ideas like fish in the unfied field. I would love to know where SomeRooster gets his ideas. Is there a process, and how do the stories come to him?
It depends. I have a lot of it starts with history, reading something that unfolds, especially in military history, or a lot of it. My background was more in classics. A lot of it's in ancient history, and there are these incredible human stories and narratives about that involve pitched conflict, and that's what drives any story forward. Some of it are things like Winchester 78. That's based on my own personal family experiences and being inspired by the film Winchester 73. And like Seven Graves from Now, that was from Seven Men from Now. It was just it's a great story. It's a great Western that not a lot of people are familiar with, and I thought it would adapt well, and I'm thought it did. But I'll get an idea, and I immediately get on Google Docs, which has been one of the most helpful things for me. And I just start with a rough outline, even if it's just some bullet points. Like I have some mods that I've hyped a little bit where I just have a spine. Guns for San Salvador has a spine and some bullet points, but it's not fleshed out yet. The actual details and fleshing out, it's a combination of doing that in the run-up before I begin actually modding, and there's a degree of improvisation during production. There are things that I don't plan for, like barf in Detour. It was a complete accident. I just was making the mod, and it was kind of dry, and I was like, why does this guy just have a weird dog that just barfs random objects? And it's like probably there's a screw loose in my brain. But these things happen a lot. Bobby Bass was me. It was fortunate because people were clamoring for an evil option when you meet with the judge at the end of New Vegas Bounties. It was a false choice in the original build, that's a mistake. To say, well, you can reject it or you can die, and that's chicken shit. And so I did. I went back and I corrected it. I said, all right, you can kill the judge, or You can join his maniacal, evil organization and go work for a guy. And at this point, I was like, if I'm going to make something like this, I'm not going to have any restraints. And that is liberating when you can make a spinoff or something like that, or even Shadow over Good Springs, where I don't feel as constrained and I will just improvise out something. And sometimes it lands. But generally, even then, even with Bobby Bass, there's going to be a loose spine, like a flow that I'll work from, a guide.
Yeah.
And I've got so many documents like that backed up in my master document and linked that I'm trying to work through, and I'm excited about making them, but no, I get a general idea and I go with it. Sometimes it really is spur of the moment, and I'll get distracted, like Detour. I joke, and it was partly influenced by my cat biting me, but it was more so watching Lone Wolf and Cub, the old Japanese samurai series. That was what inspired me to make that. So it can be random circumstances or feline assault. So yeah, anything can bring it on, man.
I know what you mean about feeling assault, man. Jesus, my parents' cat is a nightmare. So yeah, she
Yeah.
stole my bag. I don't know if you seen my picture on Discord earlier on, but yeah, she stole my bag. You know, she like there's no choice. Like I empty my bag and she's right in there. Jesus, she's one of those. You know what I mean? And I can't do anything about it. Ah,
I'm
it's incredible. Sorry, Rob,
I'm
go
what?
on.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, you got to say something there.
I was just gonna say, yeah, my cat he writes all my evil plot lines. He's a great co-author. That's all.
Yeah, true. It's very true. Yeah, man, I can relate.
And we also had Anthropology asking a question that I'm gonna build off of. What are some of the biggest challenges you face as a mod author, and how long does a complex mod like New Vegas Bounties typically take to create? And you can break that down to the individual like chapters of bounties if you would like.
It depends on what type of mod you're making and how much freedom of choice you're affording the player. Because as you afford more agency to the player, the amount of content and outcomes you have to script for multiplies, sometimes by an order of magnitude. And it can spin out of control if you're not careful. And so you have to be disciplined and you have to plan ahead for that. Another factor is real estate if you're making new world spaces. Something like New Vegas Killer, where it's talking to one crazy man, going out and killing somebody, and then returning with no other major extraneous options or hitches or role-playing opportunities. That's less than 2 weeks, sometimes a week or less. Like the original New Vegas Bounties 1, even though I wasn't experienced then, I was able to get that done in under 2 or 3 weeks.
Oh wow.
Because the quest structure was so simple. Now, something like I'm Moving On, which I think if I'm putting my cards down or putting my chips down on what I think is the best role-playing mod that I've made, I'd say it's I'm Moving On, just for the sheer range of options and outcomes. Even though that's a very short mod, the sheer range of role-playing opportunities, that took close to 3 weeks, even in its truncated state. So those are kind of the two extremes that I operate from. One is extremely role-playing heavy and short, and it had roughly the same amount of production time as what seems on the surface to be a much longer and in-depth mod like New Vegas Bounties 1 or New Vegas Killer. Now, when you start adding those elements together, then you get much more drawn-out productions. A mod like, say, Russell, that was a lot of work, and it did have a lot of, and still has a lot of technical flaws. And again, God bless Roy Batty for making the LE version. The development to have barks and dialogue interactions at different points, that had to get me out. And that's another thing, is I modded through that original series, and I continue to mod. I'll try new things that get me out of my comfort zone, and I'll hit my head against the wall, and sometimes I fail. I still struggle greatly with height map imports and LOD. There's a guide. I don't know if y'all are familiar with Tricky Vein. He was basically a wizard when it came to height map importation. One of those things, it was a skill I had back in 2011, 2012, and I've lost it. That's something I struggle with, is world space creation that is like real life. I try to pride myself on making good, small quality or quality world spaces that are relatively small scale. But even then, those are all handmade. Ideally, in the future, I would like to import real height map world spaces for the large scale stuff I'm planning down the road. Uh, the other things that are challenging are just constant testing and iteration, because you're gonna run into just bizarre events in this engine. And I joke about good springs and all this, but as you add more mods and you add more layers, and as you operate in the vanilla world space, conflicts and difficulties arise. And that's why moving forward, almost all my content is going to be set in new world spaces, just to bypass some of those conflicts. But I would. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, please continue.
We can talk about voice acting in depth later. That is a major obstacle for me in terms of time. The process itself never really bothered.
Can I just say, I was just about to ask you that
Yeah.
as soon as you finish your chat. So yeah, you if you wanna finish what you're saying, then we can roll onto that if you like.
Sure. Depending on the mod, voice acting can be an extremely time-consuming process, and it's not an allegation against any person. It's just the nature of this is community theater. We're relying on volunteers, and some people are going to hustle and be punctual and deliver great work. And I'd say that's most actors. They're really good. But sometimes things happen and there are delays or people ghost you and things drag on. And it can absolutely extend the production timetables. And for better or for worse, I get in my head, I'm working on something. I am driving to finish it. Like it's admittedly, it's an obsession at times. I am completely committed to seeing it, to getting it done. And because now I'm partially driven by, there were unfinished projects from back then or projects that got derailed, and I'm kind of haunted by that. And now my mindset is I try to create small disciplined projects that I can finish and bring to life. And I will be damned if I let them get stopped or derailed because of voice acting. And I am working with the community because there has been a lot of good feedback and persuasive feedback about the use of AI versus human voice actors, and it's an extremely controversial topic. I believed coming in that using AI as a voice changer, like for Joanne Butterfield, I had no idea it would be so controversial. Because I had been using things like Audacity and other audio editing tools for years to create like my super mutant voices, which I viewed as more or less the same. I'm not using AI for other elements, just to change some of those voices, especially for like those hard to voice demographics like children and old people. And with that in mind, for large projects, I will be doing casting calls and trying to, if not entirely, mostly rely on human voice actors for the big standalone projects. For my serials, just for the sake of keeping them alive and knowing that I can voice them at any time, I'll still use voice-to-voice AI, or also known as voice-changing AI. Because people, and I think other modders are more sympathetic because they understand the process. You have to create these scripts. You have to send them out. You are essentially a casting agent. You're contacting them as well, constantly. You're managing personnel, and this is a hobby in your free time. I'm very busy now, much busier than I was in the first run, and time is at a premium, and that's partly what informs this decision making on my part. Again, with all that said, I'm not going to be unreasonable, and there are great community members like Egg the King, a amazing work ethic. He came in and said, "Look, I will do the casting calls. I will do the legwork for something like I'm moving on." And when he just finished 7 Graves from Now, he got a fully human voice acted version of several of my mods done. And he did the legwork. So anybody that's willing to put their money where their mouth is, man, I will work with them. Absolutely. I don't want to be intransigent just for the sake of being pig-headed or stubborn. I do want to work with people, but I'm also balancing my goals, because if you could see my master document, I glanced at it before I did this interview. I've got 26 planned mods that I still haven't released, and I am driven, without rushing or compromising creative integrity, to try to bring those to life in the coming years. And so I'll admit it. That's what drives me to take some of the different methods with voice acting. Is I don't want to do like I did last time and leave projects unfinished.
See with that, I just want to one last thing to add on to that, because you've answered a lot of questions that I was going to ask, to be fair to you, but because it sounds like a bit of a nightmare with the voice acting and getting everything, you know, in sync with you know, schedules and all that sort of stuff. But has there ever been a point where you've had to rewrite a character entirely because, you know, the like the voice actor wasn't there, or the voice performance wasn't quite there, or it took it in an unexpected direction? Do you know what I'm saying? Is there any sort of period or a point that you've had to do that? And if it has, I can imagine it must
Yes.
have been a hell of a grind.
Well, I'll be honest, I kind of got accustomed to it. And that's why
Really?
in a lot
Really?
of my old mods, some guy 2000 is in those voice acting credits for a lot of roles. And that wasn't an accident. And then there are times like with Esther in New Vegas Bounties 3, we could not track down the actress. And she had kind of moved on, and that happens. And so that actress is unvoiced in the finished mod, which still bothers me, but it's, you know, these things happen. And
Yeah.
that is why, like, for my serial characters like Cassus and Mr. Gray, for my faction mods, which will be living mods that I'll probably patch content in for years, I made sure that come hell or high water, that they would have the same voice actor and that I would be able to have voice content for them. So I think that it wasn't any one person or anything that stands out. It's just, you know, people are living their lives and things happen, and sometimes you have to roll with it.
Absolutely. Raw.
All the different quest mods out there, what systems or mechanics in Fallout New Vegas do you wish the engine supported better? And how would it change your design specifically if you had these mechanics?
I've modded Skyrim some, and I like the scene system in Skyrim quite a bit. It's very robust and it works without fail once you learn the basics. So you can have very elaborate scenes with both dialogue and scripted actions, like magic and so on, that will unfold in a fluid and predictable way. Unlike New Vegas, where I have to have, and people don't see that, there is a lot of redundancy behind the scenes. You have scripted backups running for most of and I've learned that through failure. And anytime there are scenes where people are interacting, I always allow the player to bypass that scene by speaking to a character, or if the engine just, you know, craps the bed, so to speak, and fails, which it will do, whether vanilla, light vanilla, or lightly modded or heavily modded, the engine is just going to do weird things sometimes. And so you have to script for that in the background. And there's a lot of great things about modding New Vegas, but that's part of it. But with if I was going to specifically answer that question, I would say the scene system from the creation engine is something I would like.
So you have a crazy amount of experience with the creation engine itself. Can you dive slightly deeper on what are some of the strengths, weaknesses, like from your point of view, specifically?
It's more stable. And I think that for Skyrim, at least I have a much less experience modding Skyrim. I've made a few mods, really only one significant mods. That was Blood of the Nord, which I was pretty pleased with, but it was still a fairly niche mod. It had some somewhat complicated events. I think it's more stable. The Papyrus scripts are stored separately, and I'm probably going to misspeak on some of the technical details because I'm coming at this again from more on the creative side, but I've tried to learn it as best as possible. It's just from my perspective as a quest creator, Skyrim is more stable. That being said, it's scripted. I struggle with the creation engine from a speed standpoint. I have to work much slower and more methodically because it has its own picadillos. Whereas with New Vegas, even though it's weird and I have to do backup stuff to keep it from going off the rails, I can work so much faster in the GEC than I can in the creation engine or creation kit, so to speak. I forget it.
How have you
We have
seen?
sorry, Rob, go ahead. Sorry.
just continuing on with that, my last question on the engine itself, how have you seen the engine evolve from the days of like Oblivion and Fallout 3 to where it stands today? And have you touched Fallout 4 at all?
I have not messed with Fallout 4 really. I wrote some outlines, and we can get into that. When it released, this is what happens to me. I'll play a game, and you were asking about creative inspirations. When I play a game, ideas just hit me. When I find little missing, again, those gaps in gameplay or in the lore where I think something would fit. When I did my initial playthrough of Fallout 4, we were all excited. I was into it. Uh, really, the apathy or the resistance to it didn't set in until later. But I wrote down a range of different outlines for it. And believe it or not, I actually wrote some outlines for Starfield as well. But I have not messed with the engine for Fallout 4 or Starfield. I don't have the drive to mod those. Now, if we're talking about Oblivion and Onward, I can comment on that some. Oblivion's was more there. I would have to open it up and get into specific. There's some quality of life features in the GEC, and whether it's for Fallout 3 or New Vegas, that just make things work a little better than they did for the Oblivion engine. And there are probably a litany things I'm overlooking or misspeaking about, but I found that Oblivion was just simpler, and there were some simple hard-coded things in the GEC that you just didn't have in the Oblivion engine. But you make it work.
Sir.
Can I ask as well, on behalf of a legend we had on very recently, DRAGBODY, I hope he's listening. DRAGBODY's asking a question, posted yourself. You recently posted a poll asking about future projects that teased many new storylines in terms of your mods. Can you share anything about these projects at all right now?
I will share what I can without
Okay.
giving away colossal spoilers, and I
Sure.
may remember my poll. First up, we can start with what I'm doing. More Legion content. I'm adding Book 2
Ooh,
to
yes, please.
Acta Non Verba, which is, I'll say this. I never anticipated I would enjoy writing the Legion as much as I have, but it's been fun. Act 2 or Book 2, since I'm giving a nod to the Aeneid, it is. I'm just trying to take the Legion in a different direction and show that there can be regional variations in leadership. Because if you write the Legion as it is with Wolpes and Lanius, it's a hard sell. In my opinion, at least trying to humanize them. There aren't many humanized Legion characters in the vanilla game. But this is a huge nation that they've built, and you're going to have regional legates that some are arguably going to be worse, some are arguably going to be better. And so I'm trying to feed off that
Yeah.
and show that you might have leaders that take a different approach. And so whereas Wolpes would irradiate Searchlight and burn Nipton, Marcellus is sending you and Casus to find like Book 2 is set in a place called Empire Wash, and I can get into that later, but I am greatly influenced by geography as well. I'll spend hours in Google Maps just going through combing the Southwest and maps, looking at real world pictures, and there are also sites dedicated to historic mines, and that informs some of my design choices for mining towns and stuff. But don't want to digress. Empire Wash is a small town that's south of Searchlight, and it's struggling. I mean, they're hanging on by their fingernails. And so this is an opportunity for the Legion to not terrorize or ransack, but rather to persuade. And I think it's an interesting scenario where what if you can present the Legion as providing security and peace to people and doing it in a very subtle way. And so that's the premise of it. It may work, it may not work, but that is the essence of Book 2 of Acta Non Verba. The later books, those are still very much a work in progress. The tentative plan is to have the player assist the Legion in other world spaces against outside threats. And this is something that will always inform my view of Fallout is I don't see the realms outside the nations as, and this is probably where I do depart a little bit more from vanilla tone, is I don't see it as a lot of isolated little shanty towns
Yeah.
I see it as, and again, this is informed by history, where you can have the development of large nomadic tribes and peoples that are uprooted by either climate or population, and they're going to come into conflict with other groups and with other nations. And so, whether it's something like Scythians or the Omnia, the Zulus, the Comanches, any number of nomadic peoples like that in history. They're really fascinating. They're a big influence on what I want to do with these tribal forces that are, operating unseen, just beyond the areas of, say, the Legion, and that you may interact with or come into conflict with. So that's my big picture plan for the Legion and the kind of things I want to dig into and show without, and again, I want to say this, I want to try to write them as fairly as possible without sugarcoating or overly demonizing them. They're going to be good and bad people in every faction. And so I want to try to bring that to life. Like, one of my great villains in my planned series is Melee's. And he is an absolute son of a bitch. The legate out of Kingman, and he's an overarching antagonist. And I really like him as a villain. But yeah, that's one of the ones. As far as the other mods that are listed there, I'll save Big in Vegas for last, because that is going to be the next one, and there's a lot to cover there. Let's people asked about the Indomitable Kulo. That's going to be a Joanne Butterfield type mod. I won't go into that too much.
Jesus Christ.
It's a dog. Okay, this is one of those. I was watching Al Chess Breach, and he's like, I've got a mod that lets me feed dogs Jet. And so I was like, that's what we need. We need a dog companion. And like, when you feed him Jet, it's like the Popeye music plays, and he gets superpowers.
Fuck
And he
off.
goes around and he can just do anything. And he's an absolute bastard. Like, a lot of the dogs and pets in my mods, they're very lovable. This dog, that's why he's named Kulo. He's a son of a bitch. But sometimes you need a Kulo, sometimes that's the hero you have. And so the Grub and Gulp is harassed by the Legion. It's always getting shit on. And so Kulo's going to be there to save the day. So that's the Indomitable Kulo. Yeah, that's a thing that I thought of and wrote down. So,
Ancient Kulo way.
Listen.
Oh my god.
oh my god. So,
Listen, with that being said, right, can I just ask on a side, excuse me, bad cough. On a side note to that question that I asked you, how do you think, because you mentioned the Legion, how do you think, well, you mentioned Legion a lot, should I say? How do you think they were portrayed in the Fallout TV series? I'm assuming you've seen it.
I have a lot of criticisms of it. I will say that. I don't want to get too much into the TV show, because it's been beaten to death, and I prefer to focus on mods. But I will say, I just disagree with some of the creative decisions they made, and I think this show would have been a great success if they had set it in Chicago or Dallas or Atlanta, any number of other places. But I'll say this, that would have meant that they would have had to do the heavy lifting of world building and writing their own storylines that weren't connected to the old lore. And I don't know if they're capable of doing that, to be honest. And unfortunately, we will see, because they're apparently shifting in the direction of Colorado and the Intermountain West. And a lot of that's Terra Incognita in Fallout lore. So we'll see.
I'll try to get you guys some behind the scenes, some in production shots, if I can manage to find exactly where they're filming out here. But on the topic of Bethesda, you spoke earlier on how you have history with the OG Fallouts, right? So what are your thoughts on Bethesda's handling of the IP and the direction the series is taken? I'm sure you've probably seen Tim Kaine recently speaking on this, and some of the other OG Fallout creators. What's your perspective?
Well, I'm sympathetic to Chris Avalone's outlook that he posted on Reddit to a degree. I think it's just been clumsy lately. And let me preface this by saying I'm a Bethesda fan.
Mhm.
I wouldn't be modding. We wouldn't have any of this without Bethesda. Look, people, I love Obsidian, what they were back then. I don't think they're the same company now, but Obsidian is not a mod-friendly company historically. I mean, people have managed to mod Knights of the Old Republic 2 now, but that was just a major undertaking. Bethesda has always, at least since Morrowind era, has always been pro-modder. So whatever criticism I might dish out to Bethesda, it's not going. I'm going to take it I'm always going to have some restraint out of respect for how much they've supported modding. I just think some of this is just natural commercial inertia where Bethesda grew so fast after Skyrim, especially Fallout 4. They have probably, and people have used this metaphor a lot, the ship of Theseus type thing, where it has changed into something much different than what it was. The composition of the company, and you have guys like Coolman who are jumping ship, no pun intended, and it's grown into something that's almost unrecognizable, and I don't know if they can even write it. I do know a lot's riding on Elder Scrolls 6, and so if it goes south, I don't know what Microsoft's going to do. I am rooting for them though, and I said that in my interview with Ark. I hope Bethesda gets on track and can get back. And in some of the recent interviews, Todd has at least expressed an interest in returning or cleaving to some of the older design principles of exploration, playing to their strengths.
Right.
If they can truly do that, if it's not just lip service, I think that they stand to at least stay viable. Unfortunately, there is going to be some Duke Nukem Forever type situation where so much time has passed that it will never meet the expectations of players. There's going to be some disappointment on some level. But even if it were Skyrim Plus in a new territory in Tamriel, I think people would be pretty pleased with that as long as we can mod it.
I agree.
And again, as long as we can mod it, there's hope. That's why Oblivion Remastered, nobody talks about it or cares about it now. And I hope Bethesda bears that in mind too with the potential remasters for Fallout 3 and New Vegas. If you can't mod it, it will not have the staying power.
Yeah.
I've got to say, right? Sorry, Ra, if you want to ask a question there, fire away.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna touch on Rooster. You're obviously old school, aged like me, right?
Yeah.
Not like Raw. Raw's a young pup, right, compared to us. But I just want to ask, what was your first? You said your first introduction to Fallout was it 3? Then further on, is that right?
I had played the first two back in the 90s and even Tactics a little bit. And
Great.
it wasn't until later, and again, shame on me, I had to go back and watch videos to really get all the different out endings and things like that. Because half the time I was playing this on a friend's computer or something like that on a weekend.
Yeah, and
I didn't always have it.
Yeah, then that's kind of leading on what I was going to ask you. So how would you feel about a Fallout 1 or 2 remake? I know there's a lot of I think there's modders doing projects as Project Ario and stuff like that in the pipeline, and even in looking at the Elder Scrolls series, there's a few things going on as well. It's like Skywind, the Skyblivion, and all that kind of stuff. I don't know if they're still in development. I've not watched a lot of videos, but if it was if it was your choice, what would you have remaked? Would it be 1 or 2, Fallout 1 or 2, to bring it to the the modern day audience? What would you fancy? Interesting question.
If I have to just pick, I would say Fallout 1. But my instinct is
good answer. Good answer.
My instinct is I would prefer within reason. Yeah, remakes are great, remasters are great.
Yeah.
But in my heart of hearts, I would prefer to see the series move forward with a new title. That would be my preference. See the resources and time and money invested in a new title or a new spinoff. There are a lot of stories that can be told in Fallout. But then again, there's a part of me that's like, can they do it? Can Bethesda, can Obsidian? And I don't know if Bethesda they have that IP, they're grasping it so tightly. I would love to see some other studios do like an RTS, about the resource wars. There's any number of things you could do with the Fallout IP that Bethesda just doesn't, they're not going to take that risk. And I'm hoping that maybe Microsoft, okay, hypothetically, take Microsoft. What if they gave the Fallout IP to one of their old RTS studios, say those that make Age of Empires, to make something akin to that for Fallout? There are any number, Microsoft can do this stuff. And so I'm hoping that
honestly, I would be honestly that would literally be one of my. I was going to say one of my dreams, but no, I wouldn't go that far. But I'd be very,
Yeah.
very interested in like you know, we're talking about Fallout Tactics, right? Okay, I,
Yeah.
I played that, right, and it wasn't very good for me, right? Being a Fallout fan, 1 and 2, the goats for me. 3, amazing as well. But if we're talking about RTS stuff, look at the in fact, I can give an example. Like, look at the Gears of War. What was the game? They did a RTS for Gears of War, right? It was uh, the name escapes me, right? But it was brilliant. It was XCOM-esque, right? It was
Yeah.
it was one of those turn-based games with what do you call it? Perfect planning and stuff like that. And I mentioned to you before about excuse me, my throat is terrible tonight. I'm sorry. A game I was playing about like literally an hour ago, or maybe a couple of hours ago, was Menace, and it brought a new kind of seemed to the RTS series, which was I thought was like it needed a kick up the arse, if you like, because there's not been very many good ones. I don't know if you agree with me, Rooster, but feel free to like jump in at any point, like, because I know you're an XCOM man, right?
Yeah, and I grew up playing RTSs, turn-based tactics games like that. I admittedly I haven't had as much time to game in the recent years, but if I did, I haven't seen any titles, maybe except perhaps outside the realm of indie games that I would spend money on. But I'll admit I'm uninformed for really the last 4 to 5 years, so probably not a good source on it now. But I would love to see new development and innovation in either genre, for that matter. And if somebody could do that with the Fallout IP, like imagine somebody like Firaxis making a turn-based Fallout game. I would be very
Could you
intrigued at
imagine?
the very least.
Could you imagine, like, excuse me again? Could you imagine, like, in that sort of genre, like, the RTS experience, having to control, I don't know, the NCR or the Brotherhood of Steel in that sort of environment with all the different units and upgrades and stuff like that? For me, like, I don't I don't know if I speak for anybody else, but for me, that'd be amazing. Like, Brotherhood of Steel, super mutants, even. It's like getting all their gear, getting all the stuff, playing different sort of campaigns. Man, that'd be right up my street.
Yeah, I'm in a perfect world. I would like for Microsoft to handle Fallout like LucasArts did Star Wars in the early 90s, to where they farm out the IP to a lot of different studios and they innovate and have a lot of different takes on it. And some people would, balk at that, but I'm like, let's at least test the waters and see what happens,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
allow
yeah.
get some indie developers, small studios to take a shot
Hell
at it.
yeah.
I think you'd be
Hell yeah.
shocked. I think you'd be pleasantly surprised at the amount of creativity that you would get out of people, because there are a lot of developers out there extremely passionate that they would leap at the opportunity to work on Fallout, even if it's in a niche enterprise like something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah, absolutely. I was waxing lyrical about that, and I have been for like a good while now about the game I'm playing, Menace, and it's it's made by, like you said, indie developers, um,
Yeah.
early access, constantly getting worked on, and I'm enjoying it. Like, it's kind of like I've not played a game, a real time strategy game, or turn based one, and enjoyed it as much as I did like XCOM, but this one, like, scratches the itch. It's not perfect, don't get me wrong, but it's one of those ones that you're like,
Yeah.
okay, this is in the right direction. This is good, and you can see the sort of the gap. Well, you can see the development team have got the passion, for an RTS. They've obviously looked at other, RTSs and been involved in them or played them. But yeah, I mean, amazing stuff. Sorry, I'm digressing like mad. Raw, sorry, are we gone back onto go back onto
So you're
Fallout? Should we
good.
chat
Just
Fallout?
keep the conversation flowing. You're good.
Oh, awesome. Right, I've got a question for you, Rooster, and it involves right, right. Let's go with this one. Right, uncomfortable, but I'm going to give you an uncomfortable, but let's go away and insightful question. Right. Okay. Are you ready?
Ready?
Right. So, see, when it comes to, uh, you know, you're obviously a busy man. You've got family life and stuff like that. But were there, like, were there any personal themes you were subconsciously working on through while writing, in terms of, was there stuff that you took from, I don't know, your family life, or personal traumas and stuff like that, and put it into your mods? Hope that's not too personal, and I hope you don't mind me asking, but was there anything that you kind of took and you like, maybe it's like, the best way of putting it is like, if you like, how musicians write songs and they unleash, emotional experiences. Was there anything like that involved in your mods? I hope that's not too personal again.
There's a piece of myself in every mod, because like
There
Hemingway
you go.
said, you process of writing is open your wrists over the keyboard, or over the
Mm,
typewriter, as he would say.
mm.
It happens in every mod. Some are more personal than others. I can say that Shadow over Good Springs is not a reflection of personal trauma. It is just,
Oh no.
bizarre event. But more so in my more recent mods. But I will say Russell, that was the anger that I had after I got out of the military the first time and transitioning to civilian life and adapting. And there was a lot of just pure rage, man, channeled into that character. And I joke a lot about him as a companion, and I generally don't like long-term companions. I like short-term companions like Dead Money. That's my ideal. Uh,
Yeah,
Characters that are in a closed arc supporting a story rather than stories supporting a character. But that's neither here nor there. Russell is 100% an example of that, where you're not supposed to, ideally, you don't want to do a self-insert. Russell to some degree was, and that's why I have mixed feelings about him. Even though I'm putting technical failures aside, I'm generally happy with how the mod turned out, although I wanted to finish that ending. And that's, again, that partly what informs how I mod now. Now, there's some stuff I have planned that's deeply personal. I'm moving on is more about coming back to modding after and getting my confidence back, and that bleeds through in Kelly Hunter. A
yeah,
character who's unsure of herself and saying, "I don't know how to do any of this." And I said, I'm relearning modding. I had done a little bit of stuff in 2022 and tampered with the engine some, but I was not where I needed to be to make larger mods like Seven Graves from now. And so I said, all right, I'll make something small and I'll leave it in the mod. And that absolutely happened. Winchester 78, very much a mod about family and my personal relationship and the loss of a relationship with somebody I would consider to be like a brother. And I don't want to spoil the film or the mod, but family dynamics are at the heart of it. And it's a big one. It's probably going to be years before I get to make it, but I'm very passionate about that one and some others. Uh, I will say some of the and this covers some of the earlier question about mods that were on that poll. Buried O's, that's a mod I haven't talked about at all. That is part of a three-part loose trilogy involving the Brotherhood of Steel, who I'd never modded, and I wrote these three mods. It started with Don't Forget, which is actually the second one. But I decided to write an introduction called Buried O's that is about, a lot of this goes back to a Brotherhood chapter called Sylvania, which is a real place near the border of Nevada and California up in the mountains. And I dug into kind of this vague part of Fallout lore, the NCR Brotherhood War, it may have been the second one, but the conflict that they had leading up to Fallout New Vegas. It's very vague in some parts in the lore. All you know is that they had a conflict. Multiple chapters were wiped out or pushed away by the NCR. You had Operation Sunspot, and even in the run up to the release of Fallout New Vegas, if you dig some of the old press stuff, I think they retconned it, but there were even some publicity things that stated the Brotherhood irradiated the NCR gold reserves. I think they washed that out later, but the Brotherhood robbed banks. They engaged in more or less an insurgency against the NCR. And so I read into that and I said, what if there was one of these chapters that the NCR wiped out in very brutal fashion? And somebody like Colonel Moore, you could 100% see her doing that. That's how she made her career, was fighting the Brotherhood, if I remember
yeah.
correctly.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so Ranger Hidalgo, who's a character referenced in several mods and who is universally reviled by everyone, he assisted Colonel Moore with wiping out this chapter. And I'm talking about this more in depth because this is actually referenced in limited edition. You can read the notes. This kind of lays the groundwork for that. And what happens in this trilogy is you see the lives of these people that were affected by that. And there's Rourke, who was in a relationship with Stewart. And you may be familiar with Stewart from LeMay. All the recordings that LeMay drops in select locations are from Paladin Stewart. And these were survivors of Sylvania. And don't forget, or excuse me, Buried Oaths is about Rourke trying to connect with her identity as a member of the Brotherhood of Steel. And again, this is all family oriented. That's my big takeaway, because I've never written the Brotherhood of Steel, and when I strip it all away, it's an organization built on family, and so that's what I want to try to dig into. That being said, Don't Forget is a deeply personal mod because it's about Ranger Hidalgo trying to seek redemption, and a lot of people when they play Doritos, I'm going to be curious to see if people just shoot him on sight at the beginning of Don't Forget.
Yeah.
And it's gonna test the limits of what people will tolerate for a redemption arc. But he's one of my favorite characters on paper. He and I will talk about Don't Forget because I'm very passionate about it, and I've delayed it. I worked on it quite a bit last summer, and then I pushed it back because I didn't want to rush it. It's a mod that entirely takes place in Legion territory, and you work through a series of world spaces and try to go deep into Arizona to rescue these women that were captured at an NCR outpost called Camp Yankee. And along the way, it's Hidalgo, and of course, I'm going to have like a Nightkin. The only thing I'm missing so far is a dog, and I probably will add a dog at some point in the production. But you're going on this journey of, and again, I'm trying not to give away too much. I'm taking the themes and ideas that were present in one of my old outlines called Sinners and Slaves, and I'm putting it into one person, into Ranger Hidalgo. And I think it works better as one person. Sinners and Slaves was one of those enormous ideas that I could not have made back then. But I'm viewing it kind of like Firebase Zulu as it's a canon event, what happened, but I'm giving you a follow-up that will capture the essence of it. And that's what Don't Forget is about. Winchester 78 is the final installment in the planned trilogy. That is a loose adaptation of the Jimmy Stewart classic Winchester 73. And Winchester 78 is a type of plasma caster that was a 1 in 1,000 prototype before the war. And the basic hook is that you're helping Paladin Stewart recover this family heirloom that is a Winchester 78 plasma caster. But there's a lot more to it. And it's a very ambitious project on player. It's probably gonna have to take a while, or on paper, so it's gonna take me a little while before I get to it. But yeah, I hope I didn't. I kind of got on a tangent there, but that covers a lot of the things that were in that poll
Right.
and kind
Yeah,
of my
no.
ideas. And those are probably the most personal ideas that I've put on paper. Deal with that. And if people, and I know I have players that much more prefer my more serious mods. Those are all very serious. And Don't Forget is I'm gonna have to make something silly before and after it just to kind of offset the tone. It can be a very somber mod at points. But yeah, that's the personal life always bleeds through to some extent. So yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can't get any more of a comprehensive and more like, honest answer than that, can you? I mean, no, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Man, that's it's fascinating. I just hope people appreciate the sort of the handle that you were coming from. I mean, I do, absolutely. Rob, have you got a wee question for him? How's chat looking?
Yeah, so regardless of how serious or wacky your mods end up being, there's one thing that's almost guaranteed. There's going to be a completely unfair moment in the game where the balancing just feels so off to some people. Like, for instance, got the Cazador sequence. I just lost my note. You know what I'm referring to, though.
He's done it
Yeah.
again.
Yes.
Referring to the Cazador sequence, will we ever see a fair fight in a SomeRooster quest mod?
I will say, I was very proud of the fight in Detour with the mercenaries. I got a lot of kudos for that one. I worked on that one. The Cazador one, I'm not gonna lie, that was all set up for what I thought would be a stupid joke, where you have this horrible, life-threatening fight, and then this guy just crawls out of his little bunker and says, "Hey guys, what was
Yeah.
that noise?"
Right.
That's what it was all for. I was like, I'm gonna create the most horrifying situation imaginable just to set up this stupid joke. That I swear to God, that's entirely what it was. And so yes, sometimes I create those situations just for that payoff. That's it, man. I wish I had a more mature or thoughtful answer.
You know, it's not entirely your fault, but I have a personal vendetta against that quest specifically because at the time of playing that, I had just recently installed the Kazaclaw mod.
Oh
Do
my
you know what
God.
I'm referring to?
Oh my
The
God.
I'm not
Kazaclaws?
responsible for that horror.
Oh my God.
Do
I
you
don't even-
remember? Sorry to interject, but Rod, do you remember us trying to fucking sort that shit out?
Yeah?
You know, when we were doing that. Oh my God. Hopefully, hey Rooster man, you need to check out. There must be a video somewhere available to watch me and Rod like struggle to. We were trying to do like this Kazaclaw versus like the versus videos that you see on YouTube where you got like like 10
Oh,
super
yeah.
mutants versus like one I don't know, Brotherhood of Steel Paladin and see who wins and blah blah. This was next level, wasn't it, Raw? This was next level. Oh, it was terrible.
I've put a lot of horrifying and challenging and even unfair things in my mod, but I'll say in my defense, I have never put a Kazaclaw in one of my mods.
Thank God.
Thank God.
Coming up as an Easter egg in one of the up and coming mods we just discussed.
Don't threaten me with a good time. I'll do it, brother.
I'm gonna hop back in.
Ah.
Actually, Blue, if you'd like to ask another question or two that DRAGBODY had.
Oh sure, yeah. Let's have a look. Just give me a second. I'll pull it up. But
We also had Anthropologuy in the chat saying that he does appreciate the stupid jokes, and I'll speak for my community. We definitely appreciate the stupid jokes over here.
Yeah,
I'm thankful.
here we go. Going on this is another one from DRAGBODY, absolute legend, by the way. Everyone should check out his channel. Everybody should download his mods because, yeah, as I said, legend. He's asking, right, and this is another personal one, if you don't mind, Rooster. But he's saying you recently started Brazilian jiu-jitsu, and if memory serves, you were once heavy into weightlifting. How have these activities impacted your life? Do your physical activities like these provide balance to sedentary nature of modern? What about that for a question?
Well, it falls under the domain of mens sana corpore sano in Latin. It's sound mind and a sound body. And fitness is a big part of mental health for me. Those are interlinked. And so I've always liked powerlifting. There were times where I was powerlifting skinny. There was times where I was powerlifting fat. But I always liked powerlifting. Now, as I've gotten older, I've actually transitioned more into, not to geek out here, but more into hypertrophy-based work, just for the sake of longevity, because my joints. And there was also a phase where I got into bouldering, like rock climbing. And that was during my sabbatical when I wasn't modding. I was able to get into hobbies like that really in depth, and I enjoy those kind of things. I do what I can when I can, and I've still got some old dings from the military, and I'm sure Raw can relate. It takes a toll on you, and I'm balancing that with jiu-jitsu, and I'm probably more into jiu-jitsu now. I don't compete in powerlifting anymore, and I'm just training for longevity and health, and being a competent jiu-jitsu practitioner. And I'd done judo when I was younger, so it wasn't like totally alien to me, grappling. I just do it as a hobby, though. It's fun.
Ah, cool. Good answer, man. Good answer. Let's have another one from Drag then. He's given me quite a few, so why not? Let's have a look. I just want to make sure that they kind of relate to what we were just been chatting about. No, in fact, no, let's just chuck a random one out, shall we? Actually, if you don't mind me asking this one, this is a personal one as well, sorry. You recently thanked your wife for encouraging you to get back into modding. can you share about that and what caused you to stop initially, and why do you think she encouraged you to take it back up? Sorry if that's too personal. You don't have to answer, but I think that's a great question from Drag.
That's a fair question.
Cool.
I stopped because of several reasons. I was more focused on YouTube and Twitch and some other things that, if I'm being honest with myself and the audience, it's not really my passion. My passion is modding. And it's not to say I had a lot of fun times. There were some great experiences doing that, but I'd kind of gotten off track, and admittedly, I had lost a lot of confidence, especially after New Vegas Bounties 3. I questioned whether or not I could competently create mods again, and if that was just I needed to walk away from it. Some of it was I had become so obsessed at times that I thought I needed to take a break. And let's just say, without going into detail, I did a very hard reboot of my life about 5 years ago, and went back into active duty service. Did something extremely challenging and extremely rewarding, and I did make it through a very challenging pipeline. And got to do some crazy stuff that informs my modding now and just life in general. And it gave me a very different outlook on life. And it was the right thing to do. And it has helped me strike a better balance in creative pursuits and living life. Now, my wife, I was still in the military, and I was talking to her when I had a little bit of downtime, because there were a few years there where,
Can
like,
I ask,
things
sorry to check, how long did you serve in the military?
well, I was in 4 years from 04 to 08. That was active duty. And then I was in
It was
4 years
US
back.
Army, right?
No, I was in the Marine Corps the first time.
Marine Corps.
And then
Awesome.
And then I was in the Army from 2020 to 2024.
Got
And
you.
now, since I'm doing the Pepsi Challenge, and I'm now in the Texas Air National Guard, and I am not leaving it. I'll leave it at that. It is nice. So
Nice.
it's
Got
a
you.
good
Got
gig,
you.
and I'm a part timer, and like I'm happy with that. It's for my interests and what I'm doing in life. It's the best situation for me.
No, I hear you, bro. I hear you, bro.
And so yeah, I've run the gamut of military branches at this point, and yeah, that was it. But to get back to the
Sorry, yeah, go on.
my wife, 'cause I want to give my wife credit. She's an incredible person. She's like an anchor for me, morally, and just in the trajectory of my life where I've had a lot of ups and downs. She's been steady as a rock. And I was toying with the idea of making mods again because I'd replayed New Vegas in like 2022. And I talked to her briefly about it, and I'm just messing around with the engine. And I, was feeling a little sorry for myself, being like, I don't know if I can do this. And she's like, just do it. She's like, you've made these things. People enjoy the work. There are people out there that would like to see you mod again. Just try it.
Yeah.
And it was that kind of simple kick in the ass that was what I needed.
Yeah.
To get me to test the waters again and realize it's not going to be, and accept it's not going to be perfect. And you still get back on the horse and you keep plugging away, man, and try to get better each time. So
Yeah.
that's it. Full credit to my wife. If she listens to it, babe, you're amazing. Love you.
Can we get W's in the chat for the man's wife right there? Can we get W's in the chat? Everyone listening right now or watching, whatever, get W's in the chat for Rooster's wife.
Some chicken.
She sounds like a top wife. Let's just say that.
She's incredible.
Brilliant. No, no. It was very inspirational to hear. Actually, very good.
W for some hand,
I'm-
indeed.
Yeah, I'm very blessed in that regard. Absolutely.
Absolutely, man. No. You are blessed. Let's lower the tone, shall we?
Hey, Hermit
Should we
was
get-
also asking, do you currently compete in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu?
No, I had to go away for a while, and it was like learning to swim again. I trained last year, and then I had to go off to training in Alabama for a while and hadn't trained, and I'm getting back into it, but my coach is talking about it. I will follow my coach's guidance. I'll need to cut a little bit of weight, which is healthy anyways, but when my coach says you're going to compete, I'll compete.
When we go out to Good Springs this year, Drag said he's bringing mats. You gonna be out there?
Drag, let me just tell you right now, I know what level Drag is at. He's going to murder all of us, okay?
Right.
I'm going to sit my ass down on the mat, and I'm going to shrimp my fat ass off of that fucking mat. That's what I'm going to do.
Are
Beautiful.
these boys? Are these raw? Like obviously, man, you've met a few of them. Are these boys? Are these boys ripped? Are these boys going to kick ass?
Hey, I haven't met Rooster, but I can I see where he's coming from with Drag. I'll say that. I haven't seen Drag fight, but I see the
Is Drag
potential.
going to kick ass? Is he? He's going to mess it up, right?
I see the potential. Hey,
Yeah, he's
Rooster, on
like,
that
don't.
note, do you actually
Sorry.
plan on going out to Good Springs? Is that any of your interest at all?
Yes. If barring, and I've told Al Chest Breach and anybody else, like, I will, I, this isn't, I will come as Stephen Randall. If it's an agreement and Al had, and I have to check the messages. If he comes as a certain character, I'm going to come as Stephen Randall. Just show up and I can hide my face doing it that way.
Right.
So no, I would like to, barring work or extreme circumstances like this last year. I had I was out doing training in Alabama. Barring something like that, yeah, I would love to go, man.
That would be amazing to
When
see
is
you
it?
out there.
When is it? When is it?
I'd have to check the dates. I believe they booked it in November again. I know that's when they did it this past year, which was far better than when they first started doing it. Like November was perfect timing.
I might pop over for a holiday. I might go for a bit of an American holiday, and I might pitch up as Sergeant Donnan, or who should I pitch up as? Raw. Come on, give me some shouts.
Probably
Who
doing
should-
it. Probably. That's been the running
Donnan
thing
or
since the beginning.
yeah, I'll pitch up as Donnan.
Hey, but
But
not to detract too much from you.
yeah, sorry,
But
yeah.
not to detract too much from you, Rooster, but we talked Out Chest Breach, we've talked Drag. Like, are there any other creatives in the Fallout space, be it YouTube or the modding scene, that you would like to work with that you've not yet had the opportunity?
I've been very fortunate in that people have reached out to me over the years and initiated contact. Like, I didn't know if DRAGBODY was active again, and then he messaged me a few weeks, and he's done some amazing work, like the tunic
Yeah.
for the Last Legion mod, and
Yeah.
the incredible wig for George Washington that was courtesy of DRAGBODY. It's just amazing work that gave him an air of executive power. But I will say I'm not trying to cast aspersions on big projects, but generally they fall through. I've been very impressed with the work that the Long 15
Oh yes.
team has done.
Yes.
Toxic Whiteout. They've done great work. If there were an opportunity to make a small side quest or two and contribute, I would be open to doing that. Again, so long as I don't have to do the dang voice work. You just want me to write some because like side quests that's my strong suit. I would be absolutely open to making some side quests. People come to me and message me, and that's the thing, is managing the contact and trying to stay organized with people that want to contribute as voice actors, want to contribute music, want to contribute art. Dearney has made amazing 2D art and some outfits. I'm going to continue to work with her. DRAGBODY is again, he's Michelangelo with models and art and everything. So obviously I want to try to harness his talents as much as possible, and anybody else. It's an incredible community. I tend to be laser focused and want to get through these projects, and then towards the end of production, that's when I start reaching out for certain assets as things develop. Like once I get closer to the conclusion of this Legion mini I guess patch that will include new content, I'm probably going to get with Drag about patching in a kind of an update to that tunic, because my plan is as you progress through the Legion books, you get a new piece of armor or like a trophy from people that you defeat that signifies the conquest of different obstacles or challenges in each chapter. And that's something I think players would, at least I think that's really cool, man. And it fits the Legion to a T. And but obviously I cannot do that. I'm a damn caveman with modeling. So I'm going to get with an actual artist like DRAGBODY and Dearney, people like that, for those kind of assets. So yeah, I do what I can when I can. But when I'm actually in production, I can almost be antisocial. Obviously I'm going to be courteous and, work with people, but I will be, that's partly what it's a double-edged sword being obsessed like that. I can grind through projects and get a lot of work done, but it can be off-putting. And I have had people that Look, and it wasn't my intent. And if anybody was offended, I didn't mean to give offense if I wasn't, the most proactive in social interactions on the Nexus or things like that. I just, and I'm like a dog on a bone, man, when I'm making one of these things, and I want to get through it and get it done and do it right. So,
I
that's
asked
it.
I asked Drag this in the previous interviews, and I have to ask you now because I'm probably going to ask everyone that we interview, right? What do you think of a Fallout set in Scotland? And how would you depict it? How would you go about it in terms of modding?
Well, I mean,
Like very curious.
okay, you can go several directions in this. If I were like elevator pitch or brainstorming this, Fallout London's a strong example of what can be accomplished, and it depends on the setting. I know you can speak to the differences. Like Glasgow's a very different animal than Edinburgh, for example. And so you're gonna have very, or if you set it up in the Highlands, like how different is that going to be? And you can incorporate all of those, and or the islands and things like that. There's not just like, let's be fair here. It's like Texas or any other place. There's not just one Scotland. There's several countries within a country.
This
And
guy
so
knows. This guy knows.
I don't know about all that. It's got a rich history, and there are regional distinctions. And so, what kind of game do you want to make? Do you want to? And let's be honest, if it's a standard Fallout mod, it's going to be based around a city and the culture of that city. And if I were pitching it, I would. It's kind of cliche. If I were just elevator pitching it here, it would be the city and the culture of the city versus the culture of the countryside, and how those have developed, and how they branch, because this is something that happens in history. And some of that's, you can argue for geographic determinism, but you're going to have different cultures that develop because of different pressures and their reaction. And so the people living in the Highlands or more remote areas are going to have different cultural features than those that develop in the city and have different pressures. So that, from a big picture standpoint, without incorporating all the culture and the nuance of a country like Scotland, that's how I would approach it.
Good answer. I like it. I really like it.
But broadly speaking, I'm in favor of different regional takes on Fallout, and I'm not trying to oversell it, but don't forget, a big part of Don't Forget is Latino culture, and like it's Catholicism, the Spanish language with a lot of Mexican idioms and dialect. Because the main character will go into Spanish at times, and I'm going to have to, I can speak some Spanish and write it to a degree, but I'm going to get a native speaker. And that's one of those things where I would like to see more of that in Fallout, where you get some regional nuance that reflects some of the cultures that, even though Fallout, at least in the United States, was pretty homogenized, you're still going to have some regional variations there. And I would like to see that in Fallout.
What about what would your thoughts be on Mountain Blade Bannerlord 2 mod of Fallout?
Okay, I didn't anticipate this one. Brother,
you didn't, did you?
I'll tell you what, they modded the Napoleonic era into Warband. So, hell's bells, man. If anybody can do it, it's modders. I'm all for it, man.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine the possibilities are endless, right? But it'd be tough to do, I guess.
Hey, on that note, and I've hinted at this in my mods, I'm pro horse in Fallout. This is a thing that some people are opposed to. They brought in cats. Horses have gone extinct from North America before. They could be reintroduced, or you could do like Vampire Hunter D and have robotic horses. There are any number of ways, or have synthetic horses. Hell, we've got, they got fucking synthetic gorillas in Fallout 4. It's like, motherfucker, we can have a synthetic horse. Grow one of those in a damn lab. They're the most useful mammal we could have around, dogs notwithstanding. But yeah, horses would absolutely revolutionize Fallout. I think it would be so dramatically changing to the gameplay. I don't know if they could do it, but I think it would be something like how the Pueblo Revolt changed the entire dynamic of the 1600s, 1700s North America by introducing horses, and then you have people like the Comanches develop. That's what horses could do to Fallout.
Would they have horse armor?
Oh gosh.
You got to pay for that.
Yeah.
You get a skin for a
Sorry,
Giddy Up
I
Buttercup
had
XL.
I had to go. I had to fucking go there, man. Sorry.
Good.
Yeah. Oh god. Right, but yeah, man. Horses, man. No, but hey, horses can be fucking like problematic as well. I mean, me and Raw, we recently tried The Witcher 3 online. Jesus Christ, how bad was Roach Raw? Again, it still haunts me. Roach and The Witcher 3. Wow.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I would
Madness,
be
like
interested to see the implementation of Fallout. It was cool just seeing them appear on Fallout London, like their take on what a rad horse would look like.
a rad horse.
I don't remember what they call it, but you get what I'm saying. We got rad chickens, we got rad squirrels, all the
Yeah.
other stuff. We got
No,
a
I
rad
love it. I
horse.
love it. A rad horse,
Yeah.
man. Fucking hell, that's amazing. We talking like stinger instead of a tail, a fucking stinger, a rad horse, man.
But they could do whatever they wanted to with it because we've not seen
Yeah.
anything like that in the universe. Like,
Right.
hey, any of the modders out there? I see Hermit was saying that Zalandra was working on a horse mod for New Vegas many years ago. I haven't heard anything about that, but I do know of Zalandra. His work with the Frontier and just cars, his car work is incredible. Hermit was also asking Mr. Rooster, do you still have the Point Lookout Hillbilly model that he sent several years ago, the one with the Duke outfit?
God, I've probably got it buried away. And this is again one of those character failings of me as a modder. There are things like when I was making Siege of Firebase Zulu, somebody sent me an in-depth Legion outline, and I've got it buried away. And holy crap, like don't even get me started on things I feel guilty about. Thirsk Saga, that freaking Skyrim mod I worked on for years in 2017, 2018 era. Tons of assets and stuff sitting around. I've got to get around to making that. So I'm probably sitting on it. It's in some dark recess of my Google Drives where I store everything and I back everything up now. Because I learned that a long time ago. I've lost whole mods in the past. But yes,
Back up.
I will have to check. Yeah, I back up everything now, man. I'm very disciplined about that now.
Actually, hey, this is also a really good question. So Anthropologuy, he was pointing out that horses are already technically in the engine. How much of a task, like how much of a feat would it be to port over, like, say, Skyrim's horses into Fallout's version of like the same engine, technically?
Let me tell you, brother, that is above the pay grade of this hillbilly writer. Like I could not make that happen. It would be, I'm sure somebody like Zalandro or one of the, technical virtuosos, it's probably, they'd probably snap their fingers and make it happen. But it would, from my standpoint, it would be daunting. And I'll say this, I'm talking big picture in the future for Fallout. If you're asking me what I would personally include in my mods, I would not put horses in a Fallout New Vegas mod because they're not present in the game at that time.
Right.
And this is me, like I try to go forward with a vanilla plus mindset. I think Long 15 and Dry Wells are even closer to vanilla than most of the things I make.
Crazy.
I'll risk it a little time in it. Again, depends on the type of mod. Something, like Sincerely or I'm Moving On, that's going to be very close to vanilla. Shadow over Good Springs, not so much. So yeah, it just depends on. But even that Shadow over Good Springs could probably fit in Fallout too. Some of the zanier stuff. But again, that's entirely subjective. Whether or not you would include stuff like that. It's not and that's not a dig or anything. If people, I think people should be able to mod the way they want to mod. I'm not trying to police other people's games and stuff like that. If you want to have, tanks that fire confetti or whatever in your game, knock yourself out, man.
Really
I don't know if this has
putting.
been done.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Rod. Just a slight interjection here. You talked about horses and Fallout games and stuff, but I'm pretty sure I've seen some mods that include the Highwayman, right, from Fallout 2. What's your thoughts on that, Rooster? Would you include like cars in the Fallout games?
Fallout vehicles on a small scale are established, and I think what is it? Is it Salt Lake City Stories? You drive around in a car. I think it's as long as you're sitting there repairing it. There's an expectation. This thing's any vehicle in the Fallout universe. It's going to be like Mad Max. As long as you approach it like that, where it's heavily rigged up, and you're scrounging for fuel and parts, I think that's entirely doable. And there are some interpretations of the 80s in lore view them as having vehicles or bikes. And so I'm surprised I think right now the only reason we haven't seen more of it are technical limitations.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, absolutely. I just thought I just wanted your viewpoint on that because I did see like there was more attempts at it, and there might have been more like sophisticated mods that I haven't downloaded and tried, but it always fascinated me, from the Fallout 2 perspective, of actually getting that car. And being able to drive around the wasteland, I'd love to see that implemented in a 3D aspect, I guess, and like in a game, in a Bethesda game, I guess. But how they would do that, I don't know.
I don't know. I keep an open mind, and if you look at the Van Buren concept art, and I'll dig
Yeah.
into the Van Buren documents, like the Legion had chariots and things like that.
Mm.
Well, yeah, but I mean, they had some type of improvised engine, but yeah, as long as it keeps the aesthetic and the tone of Fallout, they're not rolling around in a pristine 68 Charger. It's going to be something that's like Mad Max's, improvised vehicle. I'm totally
Yeah.
fine with that.
Yeah, having that trunk to store your gear as well, that'd be a lifesaver, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, Raul, you were gonna say something for I interrupted rudely.
No, you're good. You were talking about other modders. I'm really gonna put you on the spot with this one. Are there any other modders that you like? Anything you consider essential to your game when you're installing mods on New Vegas? Are there any mod authors that you really respect the work and the effort that goes into, like, say, the quest mods or obviously Drag's armor mods, etc.?
When I'm making and developing mods, I don't use much outside of, like, I'll use Viva New Vegas and like the vanilla plus setup. With that said, I have great respect for a lead with, first of all, DRAGBODY, who has made incredible art and other mods through the years. And I'll also add on most of what I stay in my lane for the most part. I mostly know quest mods. Those are the people, and that's kind of my group. There are virtuosos in other areas, and I can mention guys like Tricky Vane and people over the years that have helped with, and their guides that they've written for things like World Space. And there's so, and I'm gonna forget. I'm terrible with names. There's so many good. A lot of times it's other mod authors that may not make quest mods, but they make technical guides that can help quest mod authors. Within the realm of quest mods, man, I think Fallout New Vegas is one of the best. It's right up there with Skyrim in terms of the quality and the passion that has unfolded in the mods. And I think it's actually gotten better over the years. I can say I was shooting from the hip and had a lot of rough around the edges improvised stuff back in the day. And a lot of the stuff coming out now, like, it's in terms of quality and being closer to vanilla, it's way better. Long 15 and Dry Wells. There was the stuff that the Overseer made. He made a great series of mods. And there are authors that have come and gone and then come back. Toxic Whiteout, CGY 95. They were there, then they came back, and they've both come back and made incredible contributions. I do miss Autistic Harmonica. He was great, and he made one of the better quest mods before he absconded. I do hope he comes back to us. And again, I'm going to miss people's names, and it's not an insult or anything like that. I'm just an absent-minded hillbilly. So please don't take it personally if I leave anybody out. I love all the quest mods and all the other quest modders out there. So I try to, if I can't play them, I try to watch Al's playthrough to try to support them and learn from them as best I can.
And if anyone took offense to that, point your anger toward me, message me, we'll get you on here so you can vent about it. We're actually gonna pull up 2 seconds, please. Okay, on the topic of your mods, Russell is for many, this is from DRAGBODY, for many as close to a canonical companion as modding can create. Would you ever consider an expansion of Russell?
Keep an open mind. Right now, Roy is working on the LE version, and I would like to expand Desert Ranger lore. And I've written some, like, besides Charles in Detour, there's a character in Big in Vegas, Ranger Beck, that's very much in line or a continuation of the Desert Rangers, although he stayed within NCR. That's another thing. I want to show different outcomes for different Desert Rangers. They aren't all bitter like Russell. But I've kind of mellowed. There was a time there where I was very much anti-Russell. I'm a little more moderate now. I would keep an open mind. It's just I have a huge backlog of ideas and outlines. And I got once I retire, I'll be able to mod or contribute a lot more time to modding, and then a lot more of these things may be back on the table. But I will do what I can when I can, and even if it's just something like I don't know from a technical standpoint, it would be a little tricky. I would probably have to wing it a little bit, and there would be a degree of trust with the player in terms of you'd have like a Witcher 3 prologue thing where you ask them, "Hey, is Russell with you?" Wink, wink, and they got to say yes, and then I would act according. I would have some type of screening so that if I had Russell make an appearance, I wouldn't have two Russells. You'd have some, interruption of the space-time continuum,
Right.
ripping reality apart there in the game. Something weird like that. I want to avoid that kind of stuff. But once Roy finishes his cleanup, and again, Godspeed Roy of Russell, I never say never, man.
So, with Russell still in mind, what are some of the unique challenges of writing a fully voiced, reactive companion and weaving his personal story into the larger conflict of Vegas, as opposed to creating just a standalone quest?
And this goes back to why I don't make many companions.
Right.
You have to write it if you're really doing it right. Like, because I've written some companions even recently. Like, Sincerely has Brock, who is a functioning companion, wheeled out super mutant companion. He just doesn't have the world interactions that somebody like Russell or even LeMay has. And LeMay is more of a gimmick, and I like LeMay, but he's just an evil robot. Like, let's be honest. There's some character there, but that's basically what he is. Russell, on the other hand, I wanted to write a character and have a story that caters to his arc and will challenge him and the character at key moments. And that's what that's about. It's if you're really making an in-depth uh, vanilla-esque companion, I tried to mirror the vanilla efforts. You want to have clear character arcs and outcomes, and you need to have a story that progresses that development. So yeah, you have to write the story to the character to some extent, and that's again, I get and I appreciate the feedback, and I get some positive remarks about my characters, but I'm a story then characters guy, generally speaking, with a few exceptions here and there.
Beautiful.
That's good. So, in your opinion, what separates like a good quest mod from a great one then? In your opinion?
Depends on the genre, because there are mods that are you're going to you're going to be touched by them personally. Like if we're talking about a mod that challenges you, especially in difficult choices, and makes you reflect on it afterwards, that's really good. Like The Unforgiven that Autistic Harmonica did had a lot of hard choices in it. And I've had hard choices in some of my mods, or even it doesn't even have to be your standard choices. It can be writing. Like look at Randall Clark in Honest Hearts. That stays with you. And granted, that's a vanilla DLC, but that was a big inspiration for me for some of my notes and say The Bunker and Inheritance. And I got so much feedback on that, positive feedback. People were deeply affected by that. And that was just through notes. To be honest, I think if it's personally resonant or if it touches people in a different emotional way, like it's funny. Like people connected with Cocker and Cuddy, and I'm probably going to bring them back at some point just by popular demand, and Bobby Bass. Characters, when people connect with those characters and those experiences and want to keep coming back to it over and over again. Like people, this blew my mind. People are like, New Vegas Bounties 1 is like comfort food for me, or it's something I do every year or every time, and it's people are eagerly anticipating it. That's something that elevates a mod if it's an experience that players look forward to each time. And but at the same time, hopefully, without being an artistic snob about it, challenging them.
Yeah, totally. Have you ever thought? Excuse me. This is just an off the cuff question. Have you ever seen your mods any capacity been ripped off in any like previous games? Because the reason I asked this is I played God, for my sins, I played Starfield, right, for a little bit, and I did enjoy it for a little bit. But there was the bounty quests, and I kind of the way the way you've been talking about it, I kind of thought it sounds very similar to what you've been doing. It's like, do you ever feel that some of your mods have been ripped off or and put in official games? Is there ever been an occasion where you've kind of thought that?
If it happens, I'll be honest, that's part of modding.
Yeah,
I'm playing with somebody else's IP, and if I want to have exclusive rights, then I'm gonna have to get off my ass and write my own book.
sure.
And that's it. That being said, I personally haven't seen anything, and that creation, I mean, that's fair game. And you can, even if you mimic something, it's not going to be the same, in my opinion. And you can
Yeah.
only I think that there's quality in that. I've only seen some clips of the creation. It seems to be very well made. Bounty hunting is nothing new. It's been done in a lot of games and a lot of mediums.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So they can do their take on it. I've had my take. I might come back to it eventually, but that's the hard reality of it. Is from an intellectual property standpoint.
Uh-huh.
I know what I'm doing is community content, and so that's a risk you take. But even then, I kind of keep it in perspective and realize this is something I'm doing as a passion, and it's as much for me for creative fulfillment just to get it out there. I'm obviously not trying to make money off of it, like that's crazy, but no, it's that's kind of where I stand now. You get something that's a little more ambiguous with the Autumn Leaves and the Far Harbor quest, which were so
Yeah.
similar. And I know there people have I've seen some strong evidence that may just be a crazy coincidence, but it nonetheless did raise a lot of eyebrows. That was if that were the case, I'd be like, come on, guys, you can do better than that. You're pros. Or if you're gonna do that, then at least, and to Bethesda's credit, they hire modders all the way back from Oscuro and people like that to Chris Takahashi. They brought on a lot of modders. So I think I'm not too worried about it. And to be honest, and people have asked me this, like, would I go into game design or go? And my outlook is I have a good job. It's stable with good benefits. And if you look at the game industry right now,
Oh,
man, it's a roller
mental.
it's a roller coaster. Like indie development is something I would think about. But I would not for the life of me would I want to jump into AAA gaming or something like that. I'll be honest, and I'm not even sure if I would. I don't know. I want to get into this, but I'm not sure if I would fit in. And like some of the way
Yeah.
I write or my characters,
Well,
eh,
listen, sorry to interject, right? And can I just clarify? We are probably not going to go into this because me and Raw have had some, like, spicy discussions about, let's just say, the gaming industry as a whole and how they operate and stuff like that. So yeah, it's a bit, it's kind of dangerous territory, but I think we all get the gist of it, right? Because um, let's just say a lot of industries and gaming companies are failing because of certain reasons. Let's just leave it at that, shall we?
yeah, and it's a complicated subject, and I think there are manifold reasons for it. But yeah, that I get it. I can infer, and
Yep.
I understand.
Yeah. We've done this. We've covered this, and it was. Let's just say it wasn't. It kind of had some positive vibes, but it also has some negative vibes for the
Yeah.
Raw's channel. So, yeah, we'll stay clear of that, shall we?
Yeah, no, totally understand. We can stick to modding. Believe me, I can talk modding all night, brothers.
Yep. But hey, we have strong views on it. Maybe we should have a wee private chat about it at some point. But yeah, no, great. So back to the questions. Raw, have you got anything? Oh, he's jumping around. Hang on, I'll see if I can fire in. I'll give you another a DRAGBODY question.
I tell you what,
So-
while he's doing his thing, could I take a quick break real quick? Is that a thing we can do?
Absolutely,
Yeah, bro.
absolutely.
Okay, give me like 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
No rush at
Right.
all.
Right, thanks,
If
guys. Appreciate it.
If Ross taking a break as well, I can sing a sea shanty for you if you want. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm gonna hit
Not
a
doing
real
that.
quick plug.
Go on.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Rawcast, hosted by yours truly, Raw Tactics and Mr. True Blue, graciously interviewing Mr. SomeRooster. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're enjoying what you're watching, please consider hitting that like button, subscribe if you haven't also already, share the stream, get some additional exposure. I'm trying to get to 5,000 subs by the end of the year, and I cannot do it without you. We're gonna take a brief break, be back in a couple minutes to get on with the shit show.
Take your sock off and suck it and see. Right. What was I going to say? We got chat. What's happening in chat? What's happening in chat right now? We got any questions in chat? Jesus. Boys.
Yeah, you guys are more than welcome to throw in some questions. If anyone is curious about anything when it comes to modding or a specific mod from Mr. Rooster, you guys are more than welcome to have your, yeah, throw it out there.
Yeah, fascinating stuff from Rooster, like, so far. The Hermit saying it's 3 AM here. I have to take a nap prior to watching
That is
the stream.
dedication.
Yep, you got to do that.
Thank you, sir. Pleasure to have you here. You've had multiple other people reference you, Hermit. You are a very popular, man. Thank you for stopping in.
I think, and then WWE Elimination Chamber after. Oof. I've not watched WWE in, it was WWF when I last watched it, man. That's like crazy.
That's a long time ago. Yeah.
Oh my god, that's I'm talking like, I remember Hulk Hogan and fucking The Ultimate Warrior. That's the last time I watched it. No,
Yeah,
I'm
brother.
lying. No, I'm lying. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's a nostalgic thing, true, but yeah, I know it is. But then I moved on a little bit, and it was fucking, what do you call it? There was the Road Dogg and Stone Cold, The Rock, all those. Man, they were good times as well. They were funny.
All right, I'm back.
He's
Welcome
back.
back.
Right, Raw, I'll let you lead. Go.
So, something we usually ask, do you have any advice for up-and-coming modders or anyone just looking to get their feet wet in the modding community?
Start small, and whatever you're planning, I'd say trim it down to the most essential elements. You come in and you're excited and you have big visions, and I totally respect that, but get familiar with the technical workings of the game. I would say follow the official tutorials, as as dull as they may be, as mind-numbing. You can still have fun with it and inject some creativity. But I'll be honest, like, that's even what I did when I was away from modding for a while and I started messing with the engine again. I followed that advice and I started with small projects to get familiar again. So it works. Just don't swing for the fences and then, get frustrated. Start with very small, gradual progressions and develop your skill and confidence.
Within the Fallout modding community, do you feel like there's any stagnation? Is there anything that you feel the community, as far as the modders go, should advance past? Is there any type of like revelation you would like to see happen in the a Renaissance type era? Would you like to see in the modding community?
I'm going to be honest. I think we're in the midst of a pseudo renaissance, at least in the realm of quest mods. I've been very impressed with the content that's come out since I've returned. And that's, sorry, I didn't mean it like that, like since I've returned, but no, since what other people are contributing. It's like, because you've had great contributions from a number of people, whether it's Race to the Bottom or Into the Depths. A lot of these mods that came out, and obviously The Unforgiven, and even like, just look at the Nexus page right now for Fallout New Vegas for A Few Brahmin More. That's a really good quest mod that came out. I haven't played it, but it looks awesome. That author's made a number of other good mods. I've watched some of Al's videos of them, and it's a fairly regular occurrence that you're going to have a quest mod in the mix on the front page for Fallout New Vegas. And a lot of other communities can't say that. We still have passionate people that are in new content, and it's very it's being well received, and it still fits with the tone of the game, because we police lore pretty seriously in this community.
How do you feel about, have you seen what we were discussing in the last one, the new modding site?
GG Mods, is that the name?
Yes, GG Mods. Thank you.
Yeah, I looked at it a little bit. I put in my I submitted my application, so we'll stand by. If they let me in, then hey man, I'll post stuff there. I'm totally fine with. Look, I think it would be healthy for Nexus to have some competition, so I'll support them. I'm still going to stay on Nexus as much as unless they go unless they become completely deranged. And who knows? They may. I'll be honest. Like there are
I know,
times
man. I know what you're
I
thinking.
could
Oh, fuck.
I could see them kicking some of my mods for content or other modders
Yeah,
if it becomes
yeah.
too risque or offensive or something. Because there are mods where I have, um, I mean, there's adult content. Like, let's not dance around this. There are.
Yes.
This
No,
is
I want
this is
you
the
to go. I
post.
want you to go full blown here, mate. I want you to go
Look,
full
this is
blown.
the post-apocalypse. I'm not going to
Absolutely.
pretend that things like as horrifying as it is. I'm not going to pretend that something like, um, rape and other horrifying, topics. These things happen, and they happen in the
Yeah.
real world. But in the but in these types of chaotic scenarios, uh, you're going to see some really horrifying stuff manifest. And I've gotten a lot of negative feedback and on some of these things, and some of it is apt, but some of that is also informed, but not just by history, but some of it is things like yes, and I know I get flogged for leaning into Cormac McCarthy too much, but the Southern Gothic genre in general incorporates a lot of those darker themes, and I can't escape that. I am a Southerner, and those are big influences on me, and I will put it in there. But I think also, given the setting, you can't run away from it. And the original Fallouts, the early ones, had that stuff. Now, the key is to not be gratuitous
Yeah.
about it. You have
Listen.
to, and that's a balancing act. And I've failed at times on that, and I try to do better. But that doesn't mean I'm going to bowdlerize everything and pretend it's just a whimsical fairyland. I'm not going to do that shit. Like that is not my view of Fallout. So again, it's
100%,
it's a challenge.
100%,
Yeah.
100%. I massively. I mentioned this before. There was a certain YouTuber that's quite like highbrow that also mentioned this. And we referred back to 80s movies that were post-apocalyptic, and it was like Mad
Yeah.
Max. There was there was the book A Boy and His Dog and all that kind of stuff. And
Yeah.
what do you expect? The world goes to shit. People are desperate, horrible, like just like cannibalistic even. I mean that's probably going a bit too
Yes.
far, but you get anyone that's played Fallout will understand. But if you ever had a perfect depiction of the world gone tits up, then you've got Fallout, right? Without too much, shall we say, explicit content. But at the same time, what do you expect? I mean,
Yeah, you can, and that's the
yeah,
challenge for me. And I failed. You can allude
aye,
to the horrors without being Rob Zombie about it.
yeah,
But you can still depict the war of all against all. It's a It can be a Hobbesian hellscape at points. Now that being said, like I look at the Great Basin, and it's a blank slate, and you've got a little bit of everything there, and it can go in a
yeah,
lot of different directions. I don't like. What I don't like is something that's too homogenous or bland. You go down that road. That's how you end up with Starfield.
mate,
That's
listen,
that's
so
yeah,
like I'm gonna say one more thing, right? And I think I've said right, I've said this on like pretty much the last 4 streams, right? My depiction of Fallout is like from Fallout 1, right? So I played Fallout 1 1996, then Fallout 2 like afterwards, but my depiction of the Fallout universe has always been it's a dark place. It's a dark story, and it's like, that's what intrigued me as a kid, right? You
yeah,
had all these sort of options at a time to, oh, hang on a minute. I can take that guy's gun, or I can shoot him and take his gun, or I can have that guy's armor and stuff like that. That wasn't a big thing back in the 90s. It wasn't a big thing, and I've said this like sorry if I'm echoing myself here, but um, that's what you expect. If you want a really gritty sort of Fallout experience, post-apocalyptic experience, um, hopefully you kind of agree, Rooster, because that's how I grew up with Fallout. And listen, I'm a mature man now, and I can look back at it and go, yeah, I see where I maybe was a bit gung ho and did things differently in an
Yeah.
RPG, but now I can kind of reflect on it being more mature. Well, kind of mature. I'm still fucking immature. I'm not gonna lie. But
These are, look,
no, go on. What you say?
I mean, my outlook, these are adult games. They're adult
Yeah.
themed games for informed adults. You can make a decision to play it or not. And that's how I treat my mods. And I encourage
Yeah.
people,
Yeah.
skip the mod. And it doesn't even have to be the more potentially offensive content. It just may be a tonal preference, because some people actively avoid my joke mods. Totally fine. I'm not worried
Yeah.
about it. I don't believe everybody should like or play all my mods, or my mods, period, if they don't like them. I mean, in the original Fallout, you could kill kids, and it
I know.
was just
With
part
a
of the
mod as
game.
well.
Yeah, and I think that and that's why something that comes up, and I got a little criticism about this the other day. Somebody was upset about my depiction of the homeless, and even though it was in a joking way, because in Night of the Bovines, there's an option to. This is, again, it's a Halloween mod. There's an option to tempt or to convince a homeless man to follow you, and then you sacrifice him to an eldritch god, and that allows a demonic dog named Balls to manifest and protect you and aid you in a fight. This is the kind of dumb shit. Like, it's an option that I present, but you can't. I like to present extreme options to players. I think that enriches the role playing experience. Like, and I'm moving on. You can teach Kelly Hunter to be a cannibal, and you can eat the bad guy at the end. You can eat him together. You
Oh
know,
my God.
it's a thing. And some people were shocked to find that. I'm like, that's part of the role playing experience. Giving players the option. The key is not
Yep.
to
Yep.
not to foist it upon them. And I've done that before. Gotten plenty of well deserved criticism for forcing players into certain roles or situations. You
Oh,
have
yeah.
to broaden player agency when possible, and that includes evil options, or even selfless ones. I've had options where you can give players money. Sometimes it's a little. It may even seem a little over the top, but I want to give players the option to be as kind as possible in a cruel world, or to be the devil. So yeah,
Yeah,
that's kind of my outlook on it.
The morality aspect of it is, the morality aspect of it is what fascinated me with the Fallout series in general. Because, you could be the bad guy, good guy, but you could also mix it up, but again, it was, I think it was probably displayed the best. And again, sorry, I keep repeating myself when it comes to previous streams, but Baldur's Gate 3 did it the best, I think. I don't know if you played it, Rooster. Have you played Baldur's Gate
Just a
3?
little bit. I need to, and then it was kind of in that window of time where I didn't have much time, and I am terribly behind the times on that. But I've watched some videos on it. Nothing but praise for it from what I've seen, but I can't comment on it in an informed fashion, unfortunately.
I think if you get the spare time in your busy schedule, as you've stated, I think you should give it a go. Honestly, my God, it's like one of those ones. It's like, I'll do this, I'll do that, and what fascinates me is there's no break in a story. There's no you cannot continue the story. The messages that pop up in the old
I
school like Morrowind stuff, right? You can't continue the story. It's always a continuation with an outcome, which is like, it's like, I love that stuff.
It's
That's
incredible.
play the game. Yeah, yeah, and you can, and yet you have to take the hats off to the guys that are behind the scenes doing that, because you just kind of think how painstaking that must be. I mean, it must be painstaking for a modder to do like things like that. But Jesus Christ, the guys that are behind the scenes and under pressure from people that are, corporate companies, if you like,
Yeah.
it must be, wow, it must be pretty intense. Sorry,
It
if you want to
it
say
can be
something.
a lot of it just, it's managing the choices and outcomes and scripting carefully and with
Uh
discipline.
huh. Uh huh.
But I'm sure they have very powerful tools to help them get there. But even then,
Oh,
it's
yeah,
going to
yeah,
be very, and a lot of that comes down to testing, and you need good testers to try to break things and try every insane thing possible.
Ring a ding,
yeah.
baby, ta ta.
Raw, it's a good time to interject there. You got Fallout Helper, a member for 14 months. Go Raw, do your thing.
Thank you, kind sir. Uh, So, Mr. Rooster, is there anything that has ever stayed on the cutting room floor? Is there a Rooster mod or just a line in one of your quest mods that never made it to the final cut?
So much, man. I could go a long time about that. I will say a lot of the old outlines and ideas from the old Some Guy era are getting new life in the new mods. Obviously, people know about the Siege of Firebase Zulu. That was partially captured by the Better Angels, and I'm hoping to bring elements of it back in a mod to not be named at this time at some point. Sinners and Slaves is going to be adapted into Don't Forget. A lot of the settings
Thank you, kind
and
sir.
themes. New Vegas Noir was my kind of murder mystery film noir quest series that I planned back in the old days. That's going to be reflected in the NCR quest line, I Walk the Line, which is
Nice.
tonally very different from the other. I've tried to make my faction quest lines distinct, and each quest giver is going to be very different. You know, Bobby is chaotic, yes man. Mr. Gray as the very Machiavellian, Mr. House quest giver, and Casas as the I don't know how to put this, the aspiring hero of the Legion. Whereas for the NCR quest line, you'll have an investigator, and the pacing and tone and style will be closer to a murder mystery. But it has, I've written out a pretty long or overarching plot for it, and the antagonist is, at least one of the antagonists has already been referenced in previous mods. I won't go into more detail than that. As far as stuff on the cut, other things on the cutting room floor, man, there's so much. Mods that I lost, like Martin's Marines. God, that was one from like 2011 that was just lost. And it was, man, in hindsight, it might have been merciful that it didn't get made. It was a really rough mercenary mod. Ah, God. Some of the other just raw ideas that I had, that all the different endings for New Vegas Bounties 3. And we can get into that. I know Ark and I talked about it to a great degree, but there was probably the more promising treatment was where there's no moralizing or preaching in New Vegas. It's just you and Marco immediately depart. You don't know he's Marco, but you have to undertake a series of challenges in tribal lands that test your moral compass, and you find that his outlook might actually be more amenable to survival in the wasteland. I think it's a better idea in principle. That being said, a lot of it's still deeply flawed when you get to Frost Hill and all that. I think that the biggest part of the cutting room floor, though, is still, it's in my list, the mods that I plan on making, and that's partly why I'm so passionate, man, about just getting in there and getting them done, because I want to bring them to life.
We have Mr. Fallout Helper with the super fat $07 super chat targeted toward you, Mr. Rooster, so we can coordinate
Oh,
that
thank you.
later.
Tip my hat to you. Thank you, sir.
Can I ask as well? Just on the looking forward, in terms of your modding and stuff like that. Or actually, no. I'll take a step back. This is a bit of again, this is a bit of a personal question. If you could speak to your early modder self, what would you warn them about?
I would say treat your characters like family members, and do not be profligate with how you write them and their outcomes. Because I took for granted how much people connect to these characters, and I won't make that mistake again.
Good. And have you ever considered stepping fully into professional game writing? Would that be like if a Bethesda started came calling, what would you do?
Like I said earlier, I don't think I would fit in Bethesda. Now, creations are a possibility, and look, I'll just be honest. I applied to the
Yeah.
creations thing. I have been accepted into the creations thing. I just haven't. I don't, and I can't talk about it too much, but if I wanted to do it, I could. I'll be honest though, I have a job, and I have a career, and it's good, and I enjoy it. And frankly, I like modding New Vegas as a creative outlet because I can do what I want the way that I want. And there's nobody going to tell me how to do it. I may fall on my face and fail spectacularly at times, but I have the freedom. If anything, I would probably just write a damn book. If it got that, and people have been trying to tell me to write westerns. If anything, I'd probably just start writing. I'd do like Elmore Leonard and just start writing little western stories. That's something I've considered doing because I read a lot of westerns to help develop. Like when I was writing Seven Graves from Now or developing it, I read a shit ton of western fiction, and so if I did anything like that professionally, I would go probably write western novels. That's it.
Cool. Is Clint Eastwood the best western fella ever?
Best western filmmaker or like character?
Or just character. I'm saying fella, character. Yeah, whatever you
Oh
want to call
god, oh god, this is tough. No, I would actually say if I had to pick one, I would say Augustus McRae from Lonesome Dove, depicted
What
by
about,
Robert Duvall. Rest in peace.
what about what about Back to the Future 3 and Beth?
Hey man, don't give me ideas for the next holiday mod, brother.
I
Time
knew
travel. Well,
I
time.
knew it.
Okay,
I
got it.
knew it.
I got it. We're gonna time travel back to a young Joanne Butterfield, and you've got to
Oh,
produce
Jesus
her, and you've
Christ.
got to make a baby with
What have I
Joanne
done,
Butterfield.
You
man?
got a what?
That's how you. Otherwise,
Oh
the
my
world is
God.
gonna end. You got to save existence. You got to inseminate Joanne Butterfield. See, this is where my brain goes. This is why I don't talk like in regular settings because this is the shit going through my head, man.
That is a meme that will live longer than this channel. That is the one
swear
meme
to-
that will never die over here.
I swear to God, right? Me and Rooster are gonna be friends forever after.
Ah.
Oh my God.
So
It's beautiful, isn't it? It's beautiful. Sorry, go on, bro.
with all your outlandish ideas and all the set pieces that you have, has there ever been any frustrating limitation of Fallout New Vegas? Jesus Christ, I can't talk. Frustrating limitation of New Vegas's engine that you have had to creatively work around?
Oh man, yeah. The world space stuff. That's my Vietnam. It's the world space and LOD stuff. Like LeMay's world space is a sand choked disaster because the LOD got nuked a couple times during production. The other limitations, I'll be honest, I've kind of adapted to it over the years, and I know my preferences and what the big technical hurdle I would like to overcome is importing real world height maps and creating world spaces that, like, I want to set stuff in the Colorado River Basin, or at least the lower Colorado, which is more or less a blank slate.
Yeah.
And I think that if I did that, I would prefer to have something that reflects the real world setting. There's some other areas like the Sacramento Mountains in New Mexico, a few other areas where I want to set other mods that I would like to have those real height maps. I think it adds a lot to it, even if the scale is different and everything. It looks and feels different than. And I take pride in my world space creation. I try to mimic vanilla patterns as much as possible. But even then, there's a little extra something that you get when you get those height maps, in my opinion.
So I understand what you're talking about. I have a bachelor in video game art development, but for the guys that may not understand exactly what you're talking about, what is a LOD and what is a height map? Just brief summary.
LOD is level of detail. That is the facsimile of a model that is at lower resolution to be seen at a distance. Say you're looking at a shack, and it's going to be at higher resolution up close. When you see it in the distance, that's what's called an LOD model, and it's going to be a rough, crude model so that it doesn't use too many system resources, but you still get an artistic depiction of that scene. Like if you a good example, stand at the Legion safe house, where I've been doing some stuff recently, and then look north, and you can see the LOD models of Nipton. And it's a pretty well laid out thing. And there are whole mods dedicated to better LODs, and like I don't touch that shit with a 10-foot pole, but it's something you can go way down the rabbit hole on. Height map is going to be, it can be and I may misspeak and correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding is it's a broad depiction of the elevation levels in the map from a big picture standpoint. And so what you do with height map importation is you're taking, like, you can take USGS maps and you have to, and this is the process that I struggle with, is you have to put them through multiple kind of filters to get them in the right size and format, and then you import them into the engine, and the engine will create a world space height map or elevation, or create elevation that adheres or mimics what's in the real world. Like the Fallout New Vegas height map or the world space that you see is a scaled down version that's modified in some places, obviously, of the actual of New Vegas and the surrounding mountains and such.
I concur. I think that was pretty well done. I've been pulling stuff up in the background too to give them visual examples, so I think that was solid.
I thought you said
Gotcha.
you were pulling off in the background. I just like what?
No,
Right.
so,
Excuse me.
I was thinking about
Excuse
Joanne. Oh god,
What the hell?
butter her biscuits.
Yeah,
Is that what you're
absolutely.
thinking? You thinking about young Joanne Butterfield?
Yes, sir. Who was it that said they butter their biscuits? Oh my god, that was Mr.
Yeah,
Herman, of course. Of course.
it could be anybody. It could be anybody in this bloody community. I tell you, it could be anybody.
I'd
It
giddy
could
up
be
that
anybody.
buttercup.
Oh, Lover's Lab, here we come. No.
Oh shit! Here we go. Right, I've got a question for you, actually, Rooster. Just off the top of my head. Right, here we go. If you could, I've asked DRAGBODY actually on the last one, but I'd be interested to see what you say. If you could design any Fallout, let's have a look. No, I'm gonna go. Shall I? No, yeah, I'm gonna go with this one. If you could design any redesign, should I say, any Fallout faction, and I'm not talking major. It could be any Fallout faction. It could be major, minor. What would it be? If you could redesign it in any way that you thought was like more beneficial or just like for your own preference, what would it be? You could like there's the standards. There's Brotherhood, the Railroad. Like you could go down the road of raiders like the Cans. You could go down like Talon Company. You could go the Gunners. The whole Fallout franchise, right? Who would you redesign, and how would you better it? There you go. That's what I'm trying to say.
I'd probably, I
That's
wouldn't
a big
say,
one, isn't it?
okay, I'll give you two answers on that.
Go for it.
I would probably take one of the raider gangs and
Yep.
reinvent them or have them reinvigorated through and that's something again, it's a principle of mine. I'm not going to dramatically alter a vanilla faction. I'll just create my own.
Yeah.
Similar.
Go for it.
But I would love to see one of the lesser raider gangs like the Vipers or the Jackals get reinvented under new leadership and maybe take on like have a cultish energy that drives them and a charismatic leader. And it could have some weird Lovecraftian influence and stuff. I might have something similar to that in the works, but with a new faction. But nonetheless, it would give a lot of energy and invigorate them as rather than just being kind of cast off runts, scraping by in the desert that are just fodder. I like strong antagonistic factions that have multiple dimensions to them, and I think it's, and I've tried to do that with the Vipers, especially in some of the upcoming content and the Mercenary series. The Vipers are going to have some more depth up in the basin. Where I can reinvent them a little bit. And so you got some of that. The Legion, Caesar's Legion would be my second answer to a degree. And it's more about, and I try to do that, as you'll see in my mod, where you get regional variations. And you'll see the incipient divisions between legates and their plans for the Legion and how they're going to eventually challenge each other when Caesar passes. Because I don't think that Lannius's domination is a foregone conclusion. I don't know if he could go toe to toe on a tactical level with people that are smarter or possibly even more ruthless. I think that Lannius is a very interesting character and antagonist. I think that there are people that are bigger and badder than Lannius have suffered from bad luck in history, and just the winds of fortune. So who knows what could happen in that kind of chaotic struggle. So that's how I would approach it. That being said, obviously, I love Texas. I would love to see anything remotely close to Texas having, because it's just a big void in terms of lore and the South in general. So this is not really a clean answer to that question. I would like to see fresh Fallout content in those regions.
Oh yeah. If we're talking fresh, go ahead. What would you like? Fresh?
I would love my dream Fallout project would be set in the Deep South, and it would be an adaptation of the Peloponnesian War with multiple city states that have developed radically different political systems, and they're all competing with each other.
Hang on. Like for people like myself, that have no clue. What do you mean by
sorry.
that?
All right. Thucydides he participated in the Peloponnesian Wars, which was a long drawn out series of conflicts between Athens and Sparta. There were other cities that participated, and it's analogous to say, and some people compare it to the Cold War between NATO and the Warsaw Pact. But I'm more focused on the development of these small city-states that came out of the Greek Dark Ages and cultivated very different cultures. Athens with democracy, Sparta with its very austere dual kingship and militaristic society, Thebes with a more traditional oligarchy. And I think that having these different city-states that develop in different parts of the southern United States, and having them fight each other and then possibly have to come together to face an outside threat, something that's akin to the Persians, or a big tribal coalition sweeping in, a bunch of nomads, because that kind of shit happened in history. The Celts ran through Greece and sacked the Oracle at Delphi. I mean, that kind of shit happened, and I like the idea of having a mysterious, dangerous opponents lurking beyond what you can see in the settings. So yeah, that would be my dream. And in Texas, man, I don't even want to get into that because there's so many things you could do with that. And because Texas is like 5 different countries in and of itself. So yeah, you could go a lot of different directions with that.
I've been to Austin, Texas once, right? And it was you're probably familiar with South by Southwest, the festival.
Oh yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I was there in 20, oh God, I can't even remember, 2015, 2016. Mate, amazing. That was like you shut off the city kind of thing and you cordon it off and you just have like all the bands and stuff like that playing in random bars. It was amazing. And all the waitresses and stuff were like just like handing me drinks. It was like superb. As a Scotsman in Texas, I was just like, this is like incredible. Does that sound accurate, or am I just making stuff up? Because Texas was, and I visited the space center that was just up the street.
Yeah, Johnson Space Center. Yeah.
Yeah, I visited that class. It was absolutely amazing. My experience in Texas was like superb. I loved every minute of it. But yeah, sorry, I'll stop. In fact, there's a question, not a question, but can you just the I don't know if you're watching the stream right now, the actual picture of the stream, but Patty did an incredible job of putting some pickles on the table. Can you, Rooster, can you give Patty some creds for the pickles on the table, please?
Wait, hold on. I'm bringing it up. Let me see.
Let's do it. There's some pickles on the table.
Okay, so
Patty,
what is the what is
It's a red chicken.
what?
It's you, my man. It's you.
That's you.
What in the hell?
I know. And that's me in the middle. Look at me in the middle.
Beautiful with vodka. Yeah, keep that. I only drink beer now. So yeah,
I don't even drink.
I think we got one of those too. Hold on.
only drink beer now. But no, I love pickles too. So yeah, that's great. Man, y'all keep bringing these ideas. We're gonna do time travel with Mr. Pickles with Joanne. Like I'm gonna make it happen, man.
I'm just making sure. I want to make sure that was Patty Dundon that created this. So everyone in the chat,
Thank you.
please, and there's a thank you from Rooster as well, which is awesome. But W's for Patty in the chat for again being and creating that stuff. He's our massive awesome animator, I guess.
Wonderful.
Yeah. So, sorry go off the lines from the interview.
Oh,
What were
no,
we
you're
talking
great.
about? What were we talking about?
We were talking about regional variation. Well, we were talking about South by Southwest and
Oh
Texas.
yes.
And,
Oh yeah.
and,
Yeah. No.
and it's
No.
like
Sorry,
you're
Rooster. Go ahead. Go ahead.
but you were asking about like Scotland, you could adapt something, the Scottish Chiefs or any number of, periods in history for Scotland. Texas, every state, every region in America has its own unique history. And I think that injecting that, I would be excited to do that. And not just, obviously, I have my more historical um, examples I would like to bring in, but anything that incorporates the deeper history of a region, I'm all for that, man.
Yeah, I could tell you're a massive history buff. Like you love your history, and I am too. Cause like you've got to be a history buff because what's it saying? If you don't like kind of research history, the same thing happens again, or that I butchered the shit out of that. But you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah. Those who don't know their history are doomed to repeat it.
That's it.
It was
Yeah,
Santayana. That's right.
yeah, that's it. That's it. Because right. No, I'm not gonna go down. I'm not gonna do that line. I've got a question for you, right? Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go. I've got a question for you. In terms of your modding and Fallout, let's go. Let's get my list out. I'm just gonna punch one up here.
Let's go.
Right. Here we go. Another kind of personal one. Here we go. At any point, did you feel boxed in by your own success in the early days? Go for it.
Oh yeah, man. Well, I don't know if I would.
I wouldn't say boxed in, but did you ever feel under pressure, or did you
Yes,
ever?
under pressure that's a good
Yeah.
way of putting it because success to some degree, and I was very grateful for the response. At the same time, I was a little overwhelmed. I didn't know what I was getting myself into. There was a lot of improvisation, uh, and I had to learn on the fly and make big mistakes. And I wrote myself into a pretty bad corner with New Vegas bounties. And if I had to do it over again, I would do it very differently. And like you're seeing how I'm writing Bobby's quest line,
Uh-huh.
in some ways heavily informed by the pitfalls of New Vegas bounties 1, 2, and
Yeah.
3.
Yeah.
A contiguous, it's a continuous quest line with the same quest giver, and most importantly, the player has control over the outcome. Whether it's good or bad, life or death, it's in the player's hands. So
Yeah.
I did write myself into corners, and some of that's just me being crazy and drunk back then, a self-imposed lunacy. So yeah, and that's the thing. Like I'm not gonna, I own my mistakes. I learn from them, and it was all part of the experience, man. So I take the good with the bad.
Yeah. Sweet. Raw. What we got?
Okay, so looking toward the future with Fallout 5,
Oh, here we
Pagliarulo
go.
recently came out and said that they're looking to expand the gameplay hours to where a single run would take roughly 3 to 600 hours of a single run. What are your
Boy.
thoughts on that? And do you feel like anyone could even hold the audience's attention for a 600-hour consecutive story?
I'll be honest, that's not encouraging. If I'm judging by Starfield,
Oh,
I think that again, I'm probably talking out of my ass here, and I'm a modder. I'm not a professional, but from the outside looking in, it seems like they've got some inertia there with how their design principles are going, and it's almost like they have reverted back to the Daggerfall procedural generation,
I'm
and
glad you mentioned
that
that.
is just I think it flies in the face of the things that made their games distinct and beautiful. The Morrowind to Skyrim run is something really special in gaming.
Correct.
And there are differences between those titles, and people will debate them, but those are all really good, including Fallout 3. And I still stand by the assertion that Fallout 3's world is the best of the Fallout worlds, in terms of exploration and tone. I think it was the most vibrant, the random encounters. I love the Fallout 3 world space. And so I think Bethesda did some amazing work there. And I think trying to make a game where your underlying principle is reaching for a certain amount of gameplay hours, I don't know how that's going to land, man. And if you're judging by the results of Starfield, it's probably going to be something repetitive and banal. And it will probably turn players away. And again, that may be presumptuous on my part, but that's just judging on what they have produced, and it has been a long damn time. The company has changed a lot. I don't know what they're capable of at this point. And I think there's going to be a lot of concern about Elder Scrolls 6. And we're all going to be watching it cautiously.
Yeah.
That being said, hey, I'm rooting for them, man. And there are some extremely talented people at Bethesda still that are in there and they're working hard. I know they're passionate, and I am 100% rooting for them, man. I just hope, and again, we can this. And let me say this: I usually hold to the principle: if we can mod it, we can fix it. People don't mod Starfield. People don't make mods for Starfield, man. Generally speaking. Now, there's somebody out there. There's probably somebody the Star Wars mods, and somebody I'm sure is making a passion project that will prove me wrong. Hey, you know what? More power to them, man. I mean, shit. I'm making a Legion Quest mod for a 15-year-old game, so I can't talk about niche projects, but it's for a game that new that had that much investment and scale to it. It really has dropped off, and so I think, and believe me, I wanted Starfield to be good. I love sci-fi, and I was hoping it would be something close to The Expanse in tone, and more of a hard sci-fi, because that's initially how they pitched it. What turned me off was like some of the woo-woo, spaceborne shit and the time loops and getting into the Unity and all that shit. Like that was a big turnoff for me. But that was why I stepped away. But I think if they're moving ahead with this focus on repetitive gameplay loops, then they're making a worse version of Daggerfall, in my opinion.
Listen, man, hey Rooster, you nailed it. You nailed it. When you mentioned Daggerfall, and it's something that I didn't really appreciate at the time when I played Starfield, the sort of comparison and what would you call it?
Procedural generation.
Yeah, mate, you nailed it. You nailed it, Raw. It's like because that's what they did. They procedurally generated just like random areas, and I love Daggerfall at the time because there was nothing like that at that moment and what was it? It was in the 90s. Jesus Christ! Again,
96.
I'm old, right? Give me a break. But when that came out, that was revolutionary for me. I was just like, holy shit! Open world, and you go here, there, everywhere. But then you kind of transgress and you see Starfield, and it's like it's the same, but with like better graphics and essentially, God, there's better quest lines and all that kind of stuff, but it's essentially the same thing with like heavier loading screens. That's what I kind of see, right? Am I being like too far off with that?
No, and that's just from a technical, like broad design standpoint. That's putting aside all the criticisms of Starfield for its tone and characterizations and so on. And there are good things they did. They went back to an unvoiced protagonist. You have some character traits at the beginning. I'll give credit where credit's due. They did do some things right, and there were some adjustments there. I'm not going to just lambast them unconditionally. I'll give Bethesda credit for some of the adjustments they made. But I think that, man, they could have made something really special and distinct. I think that they slipped into the team blew up. A lot of the magic and frankly risk taking that you saw in something like Fallout 3 and Skyrim, it's just not there anymore. In Oblivion, there's a lady that walks up to you and asks you about necrophilia. There is nothing remotely close to that in Starfield. Like that's the kind of shit you remember, though. Like, that's why you gotta take risks. It can't all be like, look, I'm not trying to get in trouble. It can't all be HRified. Okay, that's not how creative processes work, and it stifles artistry and creativity. And I feel very strongly about that, and that's partly why I continue to mod, because nobody can tell me how to make these mods, man. I will make them for better or for worse, and sometimes worse. I'll make them straight up, man. And yeah, I hope that Bethesda can right the ship. I was really like I wrote Manhunter was written for Starfield. I wrote this huge thing where I was going to create another colony on the planet and there was going to be bounty hunting, but the more I played it and the more I started looking at the lore and or lack thereof, it was just like this is crap. New Vegas I can mod forever because of the rich density and depth of its lore and that setting. I can feed off of it and find my little niches. I don't even have to touch the vanilla factions. I can just make little attachments here and there that add on to the world because it's so well constructed.
100%.
Starfield, like I would have loved, one of my dream ideas was to adapt Captain Blood, the old Errol Flynn swashbuckler from the 30s. Again, showing like my affectation for old films. It's just incredible. It was a great novel made into a great film, and it would be an incredible space pirate story. But Starfield is just, it's so bland. And it would have been out of place. Anything I would have made, like let's say I do make something that's a little more hard-nosed, and I probably would go, knowing me, man, because I'm an obstinate ass, I probably would have overcompensated and made like an 80s action movie, just like probably more something like 70s Scorsese, extremely profane and offensive, just to offset it. And it would have been disruptive to the tone of the game. That's not Starfield.
That's right. I'm a street man. You need to
yeah.
do that. You need to do that. And,
No,
and just, you said pirates. What's your favorite sea shanty?
Lever Johnny Lever.
Yes. Oh, we got an answer. We
got
an answer. I asked Drag. He didn't give me one, but you gave me one. Yes.
I got family in the Navy, so
yes,
I know those.
Yes, please. Well done. Well done. Hey,
the one branch I didn't join.
We got. Hey. Just saying, Roy. This guy's our best interviewer. I mean, our best guest.
Y'all are good interviewers.
Hey, thank you for that. Greatly appreciated.
This has been, y'all did a great job. And again, yeah, y'all keep coming with the questions, man. I am high energy right now, and I have set aside time.
I'm ready to roll, son.
This is dude, I'm antisocial normally. I'm not on social media, so if the people have questions, this is the chance. Because other than that, I'm gonna go straight back to modding like a hermit, man.
Yeah. Hey, I got a few things for you.
Your turn. Go.
Yeah. So with Starfield, playing devil's advocate. First of all, let me preface this by saying I agree with everything that you've said. Right? That your stance is my stance on Starfield. Todd Howard recently came out and was talking about how they've learned a lot from Starfield. They've learned about people's disgust towards procedural generation, and also how they don't plan on using AI in coming games. Does that alter your perspective at all about how that 600 hours of playtime could look? Like, they still never said anything directly about the redundant quest, or not. Well, it is redundant, but I meant Radiant quest line. But does that alter your perspective at all?
I don't know how they're going to square that circle, frankly. I think they would be better off if you're going to go into procedural generation. If that's going to be their shtick, big open worlds with random outcomes and events, then do it, and do it all the way. And I would be honest, I would embrace AI to enhance procedural generation if that's what you're going to do. But if you're going to do the traditional Bethesda thing, then yeah, no AI, but also don't. That's not the kind of messaging that makes me think they're going to cleave closer to the classical models, where it needs to be all hand. Again, the focus needs to be on craftsmanship and high quality, made by human hands, for extremely detailed worlds that are rich with environmental storytelling. That's the way they need to go. But I mean, and hell, why not make a different game that has the procedural generation? And people are hard on procedural generation or random events. And that's where I'll go back to like that Warband mod, Prophecy of Pendor, where they actually did random events in a world very well that are informed by the player's choices. And I think I have yet to see, it may be out there, and it's something I would like to do, is have a living world where you have an RPG experience, but there are outside randomized events that will cause major, incursions or disasters in the world space.
Yes.
That's where I'm like, If you're going to go down that road, then commit yourself to it and embrace all the tools you have at your disposal. AI is an extremely divisive topic, and I didn't appreciate when I came back. I thought people would still be bitching about New Vegas Bounties 3. That still happens a little bit, but it's more about, AI. Like, that's the controversial issue of the day. And like you saw what happened with Larian, they just used it for placeholders and concept art, and like there was a mob after him over that. And I'll be honest, I am more. People are going to disagree with me on this. I think people are using AI, and a lot of people that criticize AI use are probably using it whether they know it or not,
Right.
or they're just being hypocritical. That being said, I think there have to be ethical boundaries, and you need to be transparent. And I'm very transparent with my people about this. Anybody playing my mods, like, I don't hide anything. I use it for voice changing. Even though there's a human behind those voices, Mr. Pickles notwithstanding, it's still a person behind it all. And I use that tool, and it helps me a lot. But for a major studio, if they were going to try to do, like, I'm talking, and here's the thing is, the major studios may not do it because of optics. There's going to be an indie developer, you mark my freaking words, man.
Yeah.
Like a small team that is going to embrace it, and they're going to make something pretty remarkable for a lot lower cost. And that's an uncomfortable truth, but it is going to happen, and it's going to alter the market to a degree. And there's going to be a segment of players that will say, I will never touch this, and it may be a sizable portion of the population, but there's still going to be a big market if the quality is good.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
agree with you.
Can I sorry, Raw. Patty done did it in the chat. Got a question for you, Mr. Rooster. Besides the Legion and Enclave, what would you want to see in new? Sorry, I'll start that again. Jesus Christ, what are you doing, Blue? Besides the Legion and Enclave, what would you want to see in a new villainous type faction? Would you like to see them as a pre-war faction?
When you say, so just to make sure I'm clear on the question, are you asking, would you like to see the Enclave as a pre-war faction, like more villainous, or I'm sorry, could you just clarify that? I apologize.
Yeah, I'm trying to clarify it myself because I'm reading the question. Right, I'll try again. Besides the Legion and Enclave, what would you want to see in a new villainous type faction? Would you like to see them be a pre-war faction? That's
Got it.
Patty's question.
No, I'm actually, one of my big influences, if you go back, is A Canticle for Leibowitz, which is an incredible novel. Came out a long time ago, and it represents, like, I'm trying not to get too academic about this, and I may be misinterpreting it. It takes on like the Arnold Toynbee or the cyclical view of history where there's cycles, and there's a nuclear apocalypse, and the book begins in an era that is the most raw post-apocalyptic setting. Things are very rough, and people are barely scraping by, and the Catholic Church has small groups, just they're trying to preserve a little bit of civilization and culture. And then it goes through later phases that are like those, like the higher medieval period, and then it reverts back. You have a repeat of nuclear apocalypse. It's kind of almost like a Fermi paradox of, we're going to destroy ourselves. But
Yeah.
they I like the Canticle for Leibowitz outlook, where there should be new factions that evolve in the pressures that develop in the post-apocalyptic setting. That's why I know I love writing my Enclave mod is fun, and I have a big, like, the ending of that one is going to be a hell of a lot of fun, but I'll admit it's pretty dumb. And I don't take the Enclave too seriously at this point. I think it was something that played out well in Fallout 2. After that, I don't put a lot of stock in them as a serious faction. I like them as maybe small isolated groups that are clinging, but I think that they will, even the most fervent holdouts of the Enclave in isolated places will have to change because of pressures, and that's something I'll touch on later. I prefer to see new factions, and again, the Legion's brilliant, and it's no surprise that it's so well written, because it evolved over multiple titles and was developed by Gonzalez and Sawyer and other amazing writers. And it was improved from I almost said Van Halen, from Van Buren to New Vegas. But yeah, man, that'd be great. But I like that kind of innovation. I like factions that are born out of the pressures and stress of the post-apocalypse. I view the Enclave as something like, they're closer to like the Byzantines trying to bring back the Roman Empire in Italy, and they just end up doing more damage than actually restoring something that's functional or helping the people. They did terrible damage to Italy and Rome. But I would love to see different cities, and not just raw tribals. That's another thing I'm going to try to touch on in my mods. There's a spectrum there between settled societies and, you know, just the most uncultured, primitive tribal societies that are just, you know, wild and barbarous. There's a huge spectrum there, and I think that they should have a lot of different cultures and interests and religious pursuits that are all, you know, they evolve interest. And and there are other elements in the Van Buren, like the Hounds of Hecate, and I may mispronounce that, things like that are just really curious cultural developments in different areas. And those are the kind of things I would like to bring to life. And when I say antagonistic, like these wouldn't be, you know, these aren't orcs. Just like in
Yeah.
history, you get people come under stress because of environmental pressures, overpopulation, or just cultural momentum, or you get a charismatic leader like the Zulus, you know, you get Shaka Zulu, somebody like that that can move history.
Yeah.
Or they just have an advantage and they start rolling, or the Aztecs, people like that. Like, and they're good. They're great to take inspiration from because they didn't have horses, but you can see how they developed and created this confederation. And they were very, you know, very rough. Or the Neo-Assyrians, you get empires that they may have started in a benign fashion, but because of the pressure that they were under, they had to develop into something that was pretty rough to survive. And so when you see them in their later form, you're seeing something that they evolved into that state. It didn't just, they didn't come out of the ground like orcs. And I think that's an important thing to take in mind when you're writing antagonists in a post-apocalyptic setting. Again, in my opinion.
Talking about antagonists, right? And I'm going to lower the tone totally because that was a really great answer to a fucking like banger question. But who would win? Who would win in a fight between Craig Boone and Sergeant Dornan?
It's Sergeant Dornan. Are we talking about in power armor?
Oh, that's a good. Yeah, it's a good. That's a good. Well,
I'm not crazy. Like, we're talking about Sergeant Dornan from Fallout 2, right?
yeah, absolutely. So Sergeant
Yeah.
Dornan 2, right? Sorry, Sergeant Dornan for Fallout 2 and Power Armor versus Craig Boone, fully whacked after you know, the Valley incident.
It depends on Boone's weapon. If he's got an anti-material rifle with the right cartridge,
Oh,
maybe.
now we're talking
depends
chat. Come on, you need to
It
get
depends
involved
on
in this.
distance and armament. But if you're talking about like if this is, you know, high
One-on-one.
noon, yeah, if this is okay, if this is the OK Corral, then Boone's up shit creek, man.
I think so as well, man. I think like if he's got power armor on, I think he's fucked up. But Jesus Christ, well, let's go with so let's go Boone versus who else is badass? Boone versus Veronica from Fallout 3.
Veronica, you mean the Brotherhood of Steel, Veronica?
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
Actually, depends
If
on
she
the
has
distance.
power armor, if she has power armor on,
it depends on his weapon. Again, like you say, anti-material rifle, and if he has time to prepare, he could set, you know, shape charges, IEDs, things like that. You know, you can defeat power armor without equivalent armor yourself. You just have to have a plan and the tools.
I was hoping. Come on, chat. Give me some more. Give me some more examples of this. Like, I just pulled Sergeant Dornan versus Boone at my ass, right? So, give me some more examples for Rooster, right, and Raw as well. Hey, and by the way, Rooster, fire some back at me, man. Craig, oh my goodness, the anthropology guy just said Craig Boone versus Joshua fucking Joanne Barfield.
Versus Joshua Graham, or
I was gonna say I thought it was Joshua Graham, but then I reread it and it was Joanne Butterfield.
oh, dude, you can't. Joanne Butterfield is okay. She has a malevolent energy around her, and let's just say, even if he got her, Pickles would just manifest behind him and rip his nuts off. Like, it would not be a good day. Pickles might be, you know, he might scoff and grouse about Joanne's, put him in a sweater and that kind of stuff, being demeaning. She's still a pretty good owner, and he's going to be loyal. So, no, I think, Boone could smoke her any day of the week, but Pickles is going to settle that score.
Joanne
Yeah.
exists
Sorry,
in the
Rob, go
unwritten
on, go on.
Joanne exists in the unwritten aspect of the Cthulhu mythos.
I'm look, and that's the thing we can get. I haven't done much horror stuff, but I have started laying the groundwork, and other than like my joke mods, that's different. It's very clear that it's tongue in cheek, but I am, and I'm trying to be disciplined and not, because horror is fairly new for me. I've only scratched the surface at times, but I am trying to set the stage for some horror events, and a lot of it is centered in. And I'm not going to go into too much detail, but things in the Great Basin. But there will be other equivalent things and cults and things and other small factions that the player will get to interact with. And I will say my NCR quest mod leans more into some true detective style horror than some of the other stuff I've written.
Earlier, when you were discussing the perennial and cyclical aspects of history, Hermit was asking if you'll be including those same type of aspects in future mods.
Within as much as scope permits. And this goes down to a principle of mine. I try to stay within the scope and time of the game and keep it where the player can undertake my mods without feeling like they're getting a disjointed experience from the mod. However, one of my dream things back in the day was just a courier. And that had a lot of flaws. And the idea back then was 20 years after Hoover Dam, the courier's living on a ranch out there, like, William Money in Unforgiven. You get recruited to do one last courier job to go to the other side of the country to take down or deal with one of my big overarching antagonists. And it was an adaptation of Old Man Logan, the comic, not the film Logan. Because in Old Man Logan, he crosses the entirety of the continental United States almost, and it's a really fun comic. And even though, and fun fact, the Moloids in that, I'm pretty sure they were what inspired the Tunnelers. I thought there was an interview where Avalon says that, but anyways, that's neither here nor there. Outside of a post-ending big game, and if I were to make a big standalone mod, I would do a post-ending mod, probably in a different state. But man, that's so pie in the sky and so beyond the scope of what I normally make. That's going to have to be a post-retirement, some guy SomeRooster with who's well-founded and has a ton of time and resources on their hands. So I never say never, but outside of addressing, oh man, and if you're saying cyclical view of history, I just don't see the application in the short time window. I would love to see it in a post-ending thing. Maybe you could see the incipient stages of that, where factions have evolved to different states. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Oh, wait a minute. I've got one. Frank Corrigan versus Leggett Lanius. No armor.
Frank Corrigan. Okay,
Versus...
you remember Game of Thrones where the mountain
I've not watched it.
There's a scene where the mountain makes this dude's head into a Pez dispenser, and so yeah, that's exactly what would happen. Frank Corrigan would detach Lanius's head like Predator style and rip that shit out like it was pinata, man. Like it would be nothing. Lanius is like, he might be the most badass dude alive, but he's still just dude. Frank Corrigan's a freak. He's a mutant. So not even close.
But no armor. What about Frank with no armor, right? He's just a super mutant, but he's a highly evolved super mutant, right?
Frank could pick him up and DDP his ass into fucking granite and disassemble his skull. Like it would not even be a contest, man. Frank Corrigan. That's the thing. Like Fallout 2 is kind of different. Like he's definitely a different creature. So yeah.
Backed up by turrets? No. Backed up by the other Enclave boys? No.
With enough firepower, because I mean, you can kill the son of a bitch at the end of Fallout 2. Yeah, you start adding in other variables. Yeah, you got a chance.
Yeah.
But just one-on-one, not good day for Lanius, man.
Yeah, Lanius is getting fucked up, isn't he? He's getting fucked up.
Speaking of freaks, Patty was asking about Fisto or Prim Slim.
Oh no.
Fisto, man. I like Prim Slim as a deputy. and he's cool and all, but no, Fisto's he's an icon.
We also had a Hermit asking about any particular horror literature film or horror literature or films that influence your take on horror.
Chambers, The King in Yellow, obviously several Lovecraft short stories. This old Stephen King stuff I read growing up. I'll admit, I'm much less well read on horror than I am in like westerns and some other literature. But before I start delving into that, I'll get into. That's another thing is, whenever I'm writing something or working on a mod, I absorb myself in that theme and tone. Like when I'm sitting here, I'm driving to work. When I'm working on a Legion mod, I'm literally jamming out to the Gladiator soundtrack as I'm driving to work because I'm thinking about making that mod. I'm listening to the Aeneid. I'm reading the Aeneid. I am trying to take in
The movie,
influences.
right? The
Yeah,
movie,
well,
wasn't it, right?
well, Gladiator, the film. I'm listening to that soundtrack, the ones by Hans, the instrumental
Yeah.
stuff by Hans Zimmer.
Yeah.
The Aeneid, it's the book by Virgil, the epic poem. It's and other Roman literature within reason. Horace, Plautus, and so on. But I try to absorb. I try to immerse myself in that. When I was making, what was it? Jesus Christ. Born to Lose, the corporal courtesy. God, I think I watched Patton and other stuff, and listen to Cadence and other just random crap that gets me into that mindset of whatever mod I'm working on. So I've got, what was the original question? I got on a tangent there, man. I'm sorry.
I think it was Ross.
Any particular horror literature or films that influence your work or your
gotcha.
take on horror?
No, just the ones I mentioned. And when I start working on those horror theme mods, I will invest myself into it. But if you have suggestions, send them to me at the Nexus, man.
Oh, I've got a suggestion. Have you ever watched the film Rec? Rec is in short for record. It's a Spanish horror film.
Yes. Is that the one where they're locked in the place and it's got the reporter lady? Am I
Correct.
crazy? Yeah.
Correct. That was
kind of a
revolution-
take. It's kind of a take on zombie stuff, right?
Well, yeah, but it's
With a
like-
twist.
it's zombie / demonic possession, right?
Yeah, that's right. And I've watched a lot more horror films than I've read horror books. So yeah, I guess in that respect, a lot of older stuff. That one came out like what, 10, 20 years ago?
Yeah, 2007.
Oh God, yeah, I'm old.
Yeah, me too. Don't worry about that. But that was one of the ones that like it was the first person camera shots because it was like the reporters that got trapped in, like you said, like trapped in that building, and it was like
Right.
the fire crew and stuff like that. But that was one of the ones that kind of influenced my horror development, if you like, because that was
Nice.
prior to that there was the Blair Witch, because that was all shot in first person as well, wasn't it? Or
That's right.
kind of shock horror and sort of bouncy camera stuff, and it had that like crazy ending where the person was like facing the wall and all that, and there was all the questions to answer afterwards. But yeah, those were the ones that made me go, oh, like wow, that these are like, this is proper psychological, if you know what I mean. Made you think, made you think about stuff. And I don't know about you, but those were that made me want to watch more horror. Maybe I'm just a mentalist, but it did for me.
I'll watch it periodically, like, and a cliche thing, around Halloween and stuff. I'll watch I like John Carpenter's work a lot.
Oh yeah,
from back in the day.
Are we talking
the thing
John
is,
Carpenter?
yeah, like the Thing's probably my
The
favorite horror
Thing.
film.
Oh my
Yeah, if I had
god,
to narrow one down.
that
Another for
that
the
that scene. Sorry to interject, right? And I know you're going to probably wax lyricals about it, but there's that one scene in The Thing, right? Kurt Russell's a legend, by the way, as well. Can I just add?
Oh, yeah.
But that scene with the dogs, that scarred
Oh,
me
yeah.
for life. My God, has anybody
I
else seen
thought-
that? Chat, Raw? Have you chat? My
Yeah, I
God.
have.
Yeah, it's an incredible movie. I saw it when I was 17, and it just I was not prepared
Yeah.
for that. In a
No.
good way.
Me-
It
me
knocked my
neither.
socks off,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah,
And the
Holy
ending,
hell.
the ending's so ambiguous. It's brilliant.
yeah.
Absolutely brilliant.
I'm gonna skip through the comment section real quick. You were talking about any recommendations, and you got them fired at you. Journey to the Center of the Earth or Land of the Lost, aka Cowboys vs. Dinosaurs. We also had Hermit said you're the modern equivalent of Method Actor. Yeah, I agree. Kimbo Pro saying an adaptation of the Kane Mutiny is a psych horror. Patty Dunn did it with Pickles, but it's Pet Cemetery. And then Patty was asking, God, what did y'all do, man?
Oh God, I can run with that like
That's
you
the one.
guys. He gets a different personality when you put that. God.
You
Oh
heard it
my
here
God.
first. Don't forget it.
Who was cool? I've got a quick one. Rooster, who's coolest, Beavis or Butthead?
Probably Beavis. It's been so long. I haven't watched the new stuff. I
Yes.
haven't watched the new stuff, but when I was a kid, I always liked Beavis
Beavis.
more.
Yeah, Beavis. Hey, how's it going? Sorry, go on.
They were fine. K9 hopped in saying, thanks for making such amazing mods. New Vegas Bounty was her favorite of mine as a kid.
I appreciate it, man, and I'm so grateful for the support, and I'm still shocked that like the amount of love and enthusiasm I get from people. It's really encouraging. That's why I love doing this, man.
Patty was also asking, have you seen Quarantine? And if so, the American or original Spanish version?
That's what I just said.
Yeah, the Spanish. Yeah, that was Rick. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
I only saw the
Oh,
Spanish
okay.
version.
Yeah, I had no idea on that one. He was. Oh, disregard. That is
No,
for
no,
me.
no. You can comment on that because it's slightly different. But yeah, have you seen the American version, Rooster?
I haven't.
Yeah, don't just like forget it. Forget it.
Yeah,
Just,
that was kind of my gut.
yeah. Stick with the Spanish version. Yeah. Sorry, go on.
No, you're good. I'm trying to look for this thing that Patty just sent me. Go ahead if you have a question. I'm messing around with the stream real quick.
Oh, you want a question? Oh God, I've got right. Here we go. Shall I go to my script or shall I just talk shit? Right, here we go. You ready, Rooster? I'm gonna
Ready.
talk shit. I'm gonna talk shit. So if there was a faction, I've already asked this question, but I want to know your opinion on this. I've asked this question to multiple modders, right? If there was a faction that was, let's just say that were like a underground faction or kind of no, how am I trying to say this? Right, right. Best way to put it, Talent Company, right? Fallout 3. How do you redesign Talent Company and how do you make them better? In terms of like they are a kind of underground faction that you can't really interact with, but they're kind of fascinating. Is there any other factions in the Fallout universe that you would like to uplift and make them into a sort of major faction or make them more interactive? Does that make sense?
Yes, and I want to distinguish between West Coast lore and East Coast lore when I get into this.
Okay.
East Coast lore has a lot more underdeveloped factions, in my opinion.
Right.
Like Martin's Marines was going to be my version of Riley's Rangers.
Right.
And Riley's Rangers always, I actually, Fallout 3 had a lot of really fun little side quests. That was one of my favorites in that game. As far as Talent Company, if you want to know how I handle mercenaries, you can see Mercenary, the Great Company one. That's my Mr. House mod. And it's very underdeveloped right now. You just get the initial introductions. But you'll see how that plays out where, like, I don't want to give everything away, but my little smart-ass pithy description is, this is a mod about money. That's, when you're writing a mercenary company, they can't just, in my opinion, you don't just make them malevolent or for the sake of, mustache twirling. These guys, they're operating from a position of self-interest. They're still human beings, and there's going to be good and bad within that organization. They are going to have objectives and interests that conflict with other groups, but their first principle is going to be profit, and not just destruction for the sake of destruction and menacing people for no reason.
Caps.
Now, I do see the way I write mercenaries, and I'm writing for the Great Basin. I'm trying to write a lot of small mercenary companies that are going to be like the Italian condottieri in Renaissance era Italy, where they, depending on the leadership and where they're at and what type of conflicts are going on, they can be useful, very effective, or they can be a little better than bandits. And can be extremely damaging to the people around them. Like I've written with Rampart. That's kind of one of my examples. But even Rampart, you see them, they're my talent company in some respects. But even then, like your first like you have some negative interactions, but it depends on where the person is at in the organization. It's not clear cut because they have contractors, they have people that are full-fledged members or partners. But you're there at Charles's compound. A guy comes up and has a parlay with you that's pretty reasonable and realistic, in my opinion.
Yes.
You don't get things like that with Talent Company. I think that it would enrich the faction a lot to have people that are more grounded and acting out of self-interest. And Talent Company, or excuse me, Rampart worked very hard to make us where, unlike the Legion with their kamikaze shit, Talent Company, they are Freudian slip. Rampart takes casualties, they retreat. They do a functional tactical retreat, and they use cover and things like that. I thought it was more realistic to depict them like that. So I think showing Talent Company like that, they're humanized. They also need to have people that are backing them clearly. And you get in Fallout 3, you had Little Horn and some things, and I dug into that with some of my New Vegas Bounties 1 was heavily influenced by Fallout 3, and you saw that in some of my overarching ideas like Osmy Kagan and things like that, where you'd have a big continent sprawling conspiracy. I've backed away from some of that stuff now, where I cleave more to the West Coast tone, where you have organizations and individuals that are acting out of self-interest, and there's going to be friction between them when interests overlap or come into conflict. And I think that for that setting, it's better. Fallout 3, though, other factions I would uplift. I would say, and Fallout 4, I don't know who I would really touch on the most, other than the Minutemen. Just
They were
Preston
boring.
Garvey.
They were just fucking boring. Like see, aesthetically, I thought
Yeah.
the Minutemen were just like, they could have been like so much I don't know, aesthetically pleasing in my point of view. And I know there's been mods to enhance them and stuff. I've seen it on Nexus. I've actually downloaded them and put it in there. There was a Minutemen mod that
How much better, just my opinion, how much better
Go on.
would the Minutemen have been if Preston Garvey was like Ted Kaczynski? Like, I'm talking a fucking crazy man up in the cabin that hates technology, builds bombs and guns. And that's how I originally, and you got a watered down version of that. Charles in Detour I was inspired by Ted Kaczynski. And I was like, all right. But I mean, how much more interesting would that be if you had a group of Minutemen like, yeah, we're freedom fighters, but we're also mailing people bombs, It's like, you get that kind of dichotomy there, but it makes them a more interesting faction. Nobody should be transparently, just unabashedly good or evil. It's, they're gonna have some picadillos, man.
I know. No, hey, great shout. Can you imagine if he was up there on that, the museum? It's like, hey, we need some help here. It's him.
Yeah.
It's like, fucking hell.
Yeah.
I'll be straight in there. Cause like when I seen that in the first place, I was like, fuck that shit. I'm off. I'm looking for some fucking caps here.
And in Bethesda's defense, it's hard to design, big engaging plots with all these different moving parts. And they're at least in that time period, they were still driven by world design. And so I cut them some slack on some of that stuff. They're just trying to create a big sandbox with a lot of interesting stuff to interact with and explore, with some side quests along the way. And so I'll cut them a little slack. I have my big criticisms of Fallout 4 are the over-reliance on the settlement building, because it replaced so much of the distinct locations and quests that you got in Fallout 3. That was probably my biggest criticism. I'll be honest, I don't expect much from Bethesda main quest lines or even the big factions, but I like interesting locations and people in side quests. And that's where I think and in some ways Starfield may have actually, this might be controversial, may have actually improved on Fallout 4 in the side in terms of the sheer number of side quests and the I guess the variability, because there were some decent side quests in Starfield.
I've countered that to be honest, and I'm like, be positive about this, but I actually love the settlement building. But what I will say is, it's like I will play the base game and like explore locations and stuff like that. But then afterwards, I will use mods. Like I think there's I can't remember the name of the mod, but it's like a custom campsite where you could place a sort of campsite in a location, and and then I can use it as a settlement as well. So it's like, for example, what I would do is like, Gunner Plaza in Fallout 4. I would go to Gunner Plaza, wipe out the gunners, then plant my little tent, and then it would expand the settlement, allow me to build, and then make my own little fortress. So like, I kind of like that in a way.
Yeah.
I guess it's personal preference, but I kind of like that stuff. But I didn't lean heavily into it. It was just like a nice thing to do after I completed the game. But I know a lot of people do not like complete the game, are impatient, right?
And it's to each their own, man. I'm not going
Yeah.
to I'm not gonna police other people's preferences or play styles too much. I just wish Bethesda had maybe kept it a little more. And in Starfield, settlement building is not a major feature, and some people criticize that. For Fallout, obviously, anything Fallout's closer to my heart. I just wish that maybe it had been a little more restrained in terms of the geographic influence. There were just so many areas where settlement building kind of took over the game. When I think in an older game like Fallout 3 or Skyrim, you would have had this, unique locations that were handcrafted.
Yeah.
It had no right being part of the main game, having it be a mandatory part of the main story. That was a poor decision. And with the environmental storytelling, the locations, Fallout 4 has some good stuff. Like you were saying, they really leaned into world building, like as far as like physical locations, not necessarily story wise, but physically in game. And then that really like obviously they had huge inspiration on Fallout 76, especially at launch, with it having no story and being meant for players to just go around and make their own settlements. And like Anthro was saying in the chat a second ago that Fallout 4 was more or less, I think it was Patty was saying that it was more or less a test run for 76. But on the topic of 76, did you see what Todd Howard was recently saying about that?
No, but I'm gotta be very transparent. I have not played Fallout 76. I've only watched videos and read lore articles. That's it.
Understood. I'll still run this past you, see if you
Yeah,
have an
yeah. I didn't
opinion.
mean to interrupt the question.
No,
Yeah.
all good, all good. That was Todd Howard recently revealed that he is most proud of and feels like Fallout 76 is the best thing that Bethesda has done with the franchise. This comes right after Tim Kaine also coming out and saying, I believe it was Tim Kaine, forgive me if I'm misquoting here, that could have been. Anyway, he said that Bethesda's version of Fallout feels like an amusement park, a theme park. And then Bethesda came out and was like, yeah, our theme park is the best thing we've done with this. What's your take on that? And I can pull up that article too.
I think that's telling. I've enjoyed the Tim Kaine videos that I've seen. He's a titan in RPGs, and I've tried to learn from him and his videos when I get time. And some of them are in different topics. I don't always watch everything, but I try to catch his videos when I can. I really enjoy the way he explains concepts and principles in RPG design. I do think that, let's look at this from Todd's perspective. He is upper level, and he is selling a game that has gotten a lot of time investment and man hours and has improved dramatically. And they're doing it as Fallout Season 2 is releasing, and they're trying to market it. That is what, in my opinion, that's probably what he's trying to do here, is he's trying to sell that experience because they need money. And unfortunately, I love Todd, but he is a salesman, and I think that's what he's doing, is selling his product.
No shit.
No, I'm with you on that one 100%. I was scrolling through the article, my bad for the random pause. I think Fallout 76 is honestly one of the worst things that's happened to their franchise. I think, honestly...
Hang on. Wait a minute. Right, let's take a step back. If it wasn't for Fallout 76, Raw, we wouldn't be doing this podcast.
Yeah, yeah.
Just saying. Hey boys in the chat, am I not right?
It's one of the most un-Fallout things out there.
Yeah, no, in seriousness, yeah, you're right. Yeah, of course it is. It's,
I can
it's
only. Oh, go ahead.
sorry, go on.
I can only say what I've heard is that it has, to its credit, they made dramatic improvements. It does have some interesting lore in terms of, I've heard they wrote the Enclave pretty well, and this is secondhand or reading, articles or, feedback on Reddit and stuff. Excellent world space design from what I hear. And I like the setting in Appalachia. It's just, for me, a multiplayer Fallout. It's just, I'm not going to spend money or invest the time in it. That's just from my personal preference. And I do think there's a sizable segment of Fallout fans that are like that. But there are people that only play MMORPGs, man. So
Yeah.
each their own, I guess. That being said, I do think Elder Scrolls Online is a damn good game. I've played it some. Just to get through some of the storylines, I really enjoyed the writing in Elder Scrolls Online. I think it captured a lot of the Elder Scrolls energy better than even at some point some of the quests in Skyrim, and that's probably a controversial take, but I liked my time in Elder Scrolls Online.
That's
think,
something I've never actually touched.
Sorry, Rob,
Good.
go ahead.
No, that was it. I've never touched it.
Oh, sorry, you never touched it. I beg your pardon. But anyway, what I was going to say is, you were talking about Tim Kaine earlier on, Rooster. Have you ever played some of his older games like Temple of Elemental Evil and Tyranny?
But I should. That's definitely I should do that, or at the
Honest,
very least,
oh my good, yeah, you should. Absolute genius, like absolutely like how you were. Excuse me, how you were describing, Tim Kaine in terms of, obviously Fallout and stuff like that, and his creative genius. Man, you need to touch on these games again. I've
I
touched
do.
on this on multiple podcasts. Fucking hell, take a Grail, bro. You're laughing right now, but yeah, Tyranny, and a very very old school one called Temple of Element and Evil. Man, I'm waxing lyricals, but these, and you should try them, Rooster. Man, these are great.
Well,
These are great games.
I'll put them on my list. Like, yeah, I do try to make time to play games just to get some fresh ideas because I don't want to be stuck in a nonstop modding
Oh
loop.
yeah,
It's easy to do. It's easy to do that, man. Because I'll admit I'm obsessive. I get a total, like you said, I'm driving around listening to music that's related to the fucking mod. It's like I'm totally method actor, method modder, and it's you can It's also a way to burn yourself out. So breaks are important. So next break, yeah, I'll look into
Tyranny.
this for sure.
Tyranny is a special one as well because it's a unique one in terms of you are you cannot play a good guy. You have to be the evil person. You have to be the evil person because evil is taken over, and you're like basically in charge of an evil faction, competing against other evil factions. I'll leave it at that. But
That's
to be
like
fair,
that's like the Obsidian game they came out with a few years ago. Tyranny, was that it?
that's what I'm talking about. Yeah,
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Oh God, sorry, brain fart. I
yeah, that's the one.
misunderstood you. I thought you were talking about something else. Okay, my bad.
No, Tyranny. Yeah, Tyranny. Sorry, my
I
accent.
thought you were
It's my
saying
accent.
attorney. I was like,
Yes,
I
it's the accent.
misunderstood. There's a divided by a common language.
Where's that guy? She.
Oh my God, man! I thought you were saying. I thought you were saying attorney.
Somebody clip that. Somebody clip that. Yeah,
We're not
no,
talking about.
honestly.
We don't tolerate tyranny around here.
We
Sorry.
get tyranny. We got holy shit.
Oh my God, man!
Oh,
Great.
excellent. Right, Raw, take over. Fuck me. She.
Hattie was asking, first of all, do you know what Fallout Bakersfield is?
I've heard of it. Is that where they're okay? I may be wrong. Is that where they're taking it and putting it in the Doom engine?
That's the one.
Correct.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. And the Doom engine, you can mod the hell out of it, man. Like God, people have been modding that for 30 plus years. I think that's any novel take in a new setting, man. I'm all for it, man. Godspeed.
Holy fuck! I remember they were still modding the Doom engine into the Aliens movies. You know, Aliens by like Hudson and stuff. Jesus
They were
Christ.
really good. Yeah,
Yeah,
the
they were great,
wads and stuff. Yeah.
yeah, but this, like, I mean, look at this. Look, Raw's got it on the screen, obviously. Sick. This is in Necropolis, is it? Yeah, because he's shooting ghouls. Yeah, this is Necropolis from Fallout 1.
Damn.
While reviewing this, the Hermit was also saying, for you, assuming Groom Lake is still coming, has any of the recent talk of disclosure made you shift gears on the story for the quest?
It's important because I try to stay away from real world politics and all the divisive stuff. Because let's be honest, I'm trying to create something that is an escape
Yeah.
from
Uh-huh.
the shit show of our divisive political climate. And as silly as aliens are, they'll politicize that shit if they can in some way and make it somehow aliens will become a fucking partisan issue. And if that happens, well, damn it, I don't know. I'll pump the brakes a little bit. But barring that,
Are we talking xenomorphs?
I'm talking aliens in like little gray men in
And Predator, like the Predator ship
Alien.
turns up as well.
I don't know, man. Like,
Yeah.
man, I say that, like, and honestly, I will probably press on with something like that. But it's important to say, like, the few times, like, I was a little clumsy in New Vegas Bounties 3, making mention of some real world political stuff and making it a player choice, and it wasn't well received, and I took that feedback to heart. And so anything that cleaves too close to real world stuff, man, I try to stay away from it. I want to give people an escape. That being said, my view of the aliens in Groom Lake that's really inspired by Hunter S. Thompson and Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. It's a total acid trip of an experience. My aliens, I don't want to give away too much, but they are basically addicted to cocaine and they're out of their minds. And these are my aliens. It's a very different take. It's not to diminish their power. Like, you get little hints. Like, they've engineered stuff like the alcoholic and Barf the dog. They were both engineered by the aliens. You get hints of that in notes and other stuff. And the aliens are very powerful, but they also have a crippling addiction to cocaine. And this is what will drive the plot in my alien mod. So that's it, man. That's all I can say about it. But yes.
Speaking of substances, there's a rumor in the community that you've created some of your mods while under the influence. Is there any truth to that?
100%.
Fucking love it.
Good.
Well, sometimes good, sometimes not. There are degrees of under the influence. I did part of this interview under the influence.
Hell yeah.
It's just a matter of
a few beers. Yeah. Depends on
and
the
that-
fucking degree of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not like 3 sheets to the wind though. Like, I've stopped drinking hard liquor and stuff like that. You know, as a personal choice. And it's been better for me for health and functioning and not being a belligerent maniac, and that feeds over into creative pursuits as well. And you make poor decisions when you're really drunk, and things can be sloppy. It's not the best, in my opinion, but a little under the influence. If I'm sitting there,
Just saying, have you seen one of our streams, bro?
only I have watched. Like, admitted, this is selfish. I've mainly watched the Fallout ones, and I didn't know if
That's
y'all were
crazy,
drunk or
so-
not, but
Listen, like, there's one stream that you might want to take particular attention to, bro. Do you agree?
I got shit faced one day because I was very ill prepared and long day at work, and I came home
It's
empty
great, it's
stomach,
great.
and we stared at the back of Geralt's head for like an hour and a half.
Because what? Because why?
Passed out on
did
the
that
fucking
happen?
floor. Yeah. Yeah.
oh my god. Okay, I can't judge. I could have easily done that. I mean, when I did streams, I would probably start sober, but
Yeah.
I said and did things in those streams I do not remember, man. So yeah, I get it.
Shit
And there were times
happens.
I've probably accidentally nuked mods and stuff, or nuked. I've had to go back to previous saves because I've screwed things up being drunk. That being said, but if I'm having to nav mesh like a whole world space, I'm gonna have a few beers. You better believe
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm not knocking any of it. I think it's fucking hilarious. That's good. I think it's good. It's creative process, and in some ways, I guess.
Everything in within the golden mean, everything in moderation.
Yeah, yeah. Right. Questions, chat. We got any questions in chat for Mr. Rooster? Raw.
Uh,
I'm looking. I can't
would you
see.
be able to write a mod under the influence of LSD and you can invoke the fifth that is from the hermit?
Dude, I'm not really like I joke like maybe it's my upbringing. You know, alcohol has always been my drug of choice. I had friends that were really adventurous in the other drugs, but I'm admittedly, uh, I've never I've never smoked weed. I've never done any hallucinogens, nothing like peyote or anything like that. I would never, knowing what I know about LSD, I would never touch that shit. Like maybe
No way, man.
peyote.
No
Yeah,
way.
maybe peyote. I'd probably just drool and have a shit fit, God only knows what I would do. Maybe I could do like a charcoal drawing of
Jet?
of a
A
penis or
jet? No.
something. But what did you say?
I say about a jet, maybe a bit of buff out. No.
Oh, buff out. Well, I mean, buff out would be like TRT
You
or Trembolone or something. That'd be pretty awesome, actually. But
yeah, I'm talking full blown jet. And
oh,
jet.
Jet, hell no, cow shit. Man.
Oh, why not? Ross on jet every stream.
You remember Fallout 2? Was it Myron?
Myron, yeah, that's what I was going to. That's what I was.
Man,
I thought Myron was going to be Macaulay Culkin. I thought
I
that was going to be the role.
I thought he was gonna be Arcade. That was my hope.
Oh,
He would have
really?
been a good arcade. He would have been a good Arcade, I think. But
Yeah. He looked so out of place as a what do you call it, a Caesar Legion fella, was it? Didn't he? Oh man, I was so disappointed.
I just you
I would
can
rather
see
have
where they're
them. Sorry, go on.
I can see where they're going with it right now, and it's just it's hey man, it's their baby. For my part, I hope that I love Walter Goggins' take. I love the Ghoul. There are things about the show I like aesthetically and stylistically. I hope that it, maybe if they go to different places, they won't trample on the West Coast lords. Like, just go away. I was worried they're like, next season we're going to Reno, and after that, San Francisco. There won't be anything left. But for my part, I'm just.
Hey, listen. I would have rather had, like, in place of Macaulay Culkin, I would rather have one of the Wet Bandits, fucking Harry or Marv. You know what I mean? That'd probably been better. Joe Pesci or the
Dude,
other fella.
Joe Pesci in any role in a Fallout, I would
And a fucking
love that.
yeah.
Oh
I said
my
that.
God.
Mate, I said that to Toxic Whiteout. I said we need to make a fucking Wet Bandits mod. Whereas, like, if you're opening doors, there's fucking blowtorch above the head and all that sort of stuff. All that kind of bollocks. But like Joe Pesci and fucking like Caesar's Legion armor. Holy shit! How good would that work? Hey, chat, give me a thumbs up for that. Jesus Christ,
Would
how
be.
good would that work?
You put your boots up on the table, you fucking hillbilly. I would fucking love
I know.
Joe Pesci.
You
Like, cause I'm
nailed
already
it.
like, dude, him in
Yeah,
Casino, like that's gonna be part of Bobby's quest line. Is like I'm taking scenes from Casino. Like
yeah.
100%, man. Like you made me put your head in a vice for Charlie M. Dude, I love Martin Scorsese films. I love Joe Pesci. I can't wait to make some of
Nailed
that
it.
stuff.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
I can't fucking wait, man.
Joe Pesci is fucking is a Caesar Legion, like a centurion or whatever, right? The top brass guy. You know, oh, how good would that be?
Yeah, I mean, well, and you can do that potentially with Gamora and
Huh?
I don't maybe with some of them, and I've touched at that at times. With Bobby's quest, I'm gonna have some organized crime without
Oh,
again going too much into without going too much into the. I don't want to tread or trample on the vanilla factions too much, but connecting to them, yes, I'm hoping to do that and definitely have some nods to Casino and Joe Pesci in there.
oh, could you imagine? Sorry, I'm going crazy again, right? Joe Pesci and Al Pacino as a duo, as legates. Oh, imagine that.
I
Jesus. Uh, oh, Joe Pesci. Joe Pesci.
You made me crucify you, you dumb motherfucker, you. Like, that would be, yeah, it'd be pretty funny. Funny.
Oh, this is record this. Clip, please. Clip. Yes, we want Joe Pesci as a, who would be the daddy though? Because it would be Joe Pesci would be the lower, wouldn't he? And Al Pacino would be the higher, right? I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it depends on the movie. It depends on the characterization, how you write it, but yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
If we're talking like Al Pacino and Heat, yeah, Al Pacino's the big shot. Yeah. That's that.
Yeah.
And that's a big, and I want to say that also, Michael Mann's a big influence for me also, as I get older. Michael Mann films are brilliant. They're very mature. They're very well written. And I rewatched, or actually I had never seen Manhunter until this last summer. And that just blew me away. What an incredible film. And go ahead. I'm sorry?
I don't think I've seen that. Manhunter, did you say?
Oh, it's brilliant. Watch it. I think it's the best adaptation of any of I forgot the author's name, who made all the Hannibal Lecter books. It might be the best adaptation. At least it's the most interesting film.
I mean, I'm gonna have to do it raw. Sorry, go on. Sorry, I'm totally cutting off raw here. Sorry.
Oh, you're
Go ahead,
good,
guys.
bro. Keep the conversation going. It's all good.
Sorry. I know I
Patty,
beat too. Yeah, go on.
Patty said that he had a dumb question for you earlier. If you could bring one Fallout food and drink item into our world, what would it be?
I got to think about this one because I'm a foodie, which I hate that word, but I have to use it in this context.
Fucking hate it as well, man. Sorry.
I'm a simple fucking country boy, so I'd probably just take a Brahmin steak, man, because it's gonna taste a little different than a regular old Angus steak, like a Brangus steak. It's gonna be different. I would want to try that steak, and I know that's a really kind of vanilla answer, but what can I say, man? I'm a simple man. Just give me steak and potatoes. That being said, some of the freakier stuff like the fire ant fricassee or whatever, that sounds pretty good too. But I'm pretty basic on that stuff.
The hermit saying gecko gumbo. Whoa, don't know what that is.
Okay, that's okay. I've done blackened radroach, and that is that in and of itself. You see that in 7 Grapes from Now in that cantina. That's foreshadowing Boudreaux, who's going to be a featured character in the next chapter of Bobby Bass's story. He's a ghoul from Louisiana who he can cook amazing Cajun food, because I've grown up, I have this part of my family's through marriage is Cajun. I've grown up around Cajuns and spent time in southern Louisiana, and so I want to try to I'm going to bring my southern influences, and for Bobby it makes sense to have another accomplice from the South, and it might as well, and for being a ghoul, that adds some believability to it. He's long lived, and so Boudreaux is this Cajun ghoul, and I'm gonna go with it's cheesy, but I'm gonna go with the Cajun thing where you can't understand shit that they're saying. He speaks only in Cajun French, and and Bobby can speak a little bit of it, and you get hints of that because his grandma's Cajun, and so he can speak. He calls it, that's a swamp talk, but that's Cajun French, and he's gonna there'll be some dialogue there. Dialogue in quotes with Boudreaux, and he also makes bombs and other stuff. And he's got his own backstory, but Cajun food will be a factor, and so will other Southern cuisine in Bobby's questline. That is my aspiration.
IRL thoughts on Gator.
Gator. So, in which can you elaborate?
Like the food as a food.
Oh yeah. Oh, I thought you meant the. Okay, I'm going to show my age. I thought you meant the old the old Burt Reynolds movie Set Off in the Swamp.
Oh,
or the movie, or the one.
I saw him as well.
Because there's a movie called Gator, or the one in New York where the mutated alligator comes out of the sewers and eats people, which is a pretty good horror film. But no, Gator. That's actually a thing. He's gonna he calls it in Ghoul. I've already written some of his dialogue. He calls it crocodile. It's gonna be in Cajun they call it crocodile.
Right.
And he's gonna allude to it. and he'll make something like Death Claw. He's gonna make something. He's gonna make some fried Death Claw that's like fried gator.
Sounds incredible.
Oh,
Hermit was asking,
right.
how does the
Sorry,
time
sorry.
difference? How does the time difference work if using New Vegas Killer and Ballard or Bobby Bass? Does it only start after MVK or?
New Vegas Killer is a spinoff. It is not canonical. So the timeline is that after New Vegas Bounties 1, the canonical timeline is that the player killed Judge Richter, and that an undetermined amount of time elapsed. Bobby went east, and I'm just going to post spoilers if anybody hasn't played the mods. Bobby goes east. He gets enslaved. He suffers under the cruel whip of melees for an indeterminate period of time. He escapes with the help of another slave, goes west, and he ends up as a hobo in Good Springs. That's where the player finds him. However long that time period is up to you. I deliberately set the level requirement higher for Bobby's quest so that it would reflect some of that time lapse.
Bro, I can't wait to play all these mods that we're talking about. Oh my god. I need some early access or something. I'm
I just
telling
put in the
you.
chat. Sorry, like we're like fucking 3 hour stream. This
Yeah,
is
about to hit
mental.
4.
Dude, I love. I'm
Hey,
serious. I love
listen,
this stuff.
and I echo what you're saying. I'm on it. I'll stay on.
I'll tell you what, y'all just want to. If y'all still got, dude, I got plenty of fuel in the fire, man. Do you mind if I just take a quick take a quick break? I just want to make sure I'm not wearing y'all out.
Yeah, oh, you do what you need to do.
I can still go for a little bit. I haven't eaten since 11 a.m. It's about to be 8 p.m., but I'll survive a little bit longer.
All right, let me take a quick break. I'll be right back, guys. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Like me, right, Raw. Is it me and you right now?
Yep, go for it, Hermit. I can use the Deathclaw foot as a weapon. Oh my god, this dude back with the Deathclaw feet. Deathclaw foot fetish.
I was going to ask about cornbread, but
You still haven't asked your infamous the cold cut.
no. I'll leave that. Nah, the cold cut's bollocks. But how are we looking in chat? Come on, some people help me out here. Get some interesting questions on the go. How many people you got watching? 20.
They've been active the whole time too. Shout out to the chat. You guys have been killing it.
No, exactly. No, I'm not listening to chat, man. It's brilliant. It's very good. Yeah. Hey, Patty saying, ask the rooster about cornbread and tell me.
You haven't had cornbread.
I snorted. What a fucking prick. Yeah, Patty. Yeah, good one. Love it. Banana. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Anthropology. No. Actually, that's an easy answer. I've not had cornbread, but banana bread. Like I said in my previous stream, on a previous stream, when I seen Patty's fucking, when he posted that picture of the banana bread with the honey getting put on top. Jesus Christ!
We call that food porn.
That is, yeah. That is like, that is the business. That is the business.
Somebody said food porn?
Sir, thinking about buttering those biscuits again.
We're talking, right, okay, so welcome back, Rooster. Right, get this. Okay, so I haven't had cornbread before.
You what?
Right?
What?
Yeah, I've never tasted cornbread, right? But and right, I'm going to elaborate on it because Aliens is my favorite movie ever, and there's a part in that movie where they're eating cornbread. So I'm like, I really want cornbread. I really want that, right? But there was a part where I questioned cornbread, and I was like, "What is cornbread?" on Raw Tactics stream, and Raw was taking a piss at the time, and he couldn't believe that I hadn't had cornbread. Anyway, right, moving on.
It's a shame, and I can't give you, and because I'm afraid if I'm cooked up some cornbread and I mailed it to you, I don't know if it would be in the best state by the time it got there.
Don't worry
But there will be virtual cornbread. There will be biscuits and gravy. There will be, I'm trying to think, chicken fried steak. We're going to do all the Southern and Texan cooking in the next Bobby Bass mod. That's food and
Oh.
dogs and plants and titties. All of that will be in the Bobby
Hell yeah.
Bass experience.
Chat, have you heard that? Have you heard that? Look, so the raw question me, right?
Can we get
Well-
some?
Yeah, sorry, Raw, go on.
Can we get some brisket in there, man? I'm waking up in the morning. You talking about food? I'm waking up in the morning before church and throwing a brisket on the smoker.
Ooh,
Well, do you
let's
eat
go.
brisket? Wait a minute.
Okay,
You wake up
Unre-
and eat brisket. Sorry.
go
No.
ahead.
Is that your breakfast?
No,
You eat
brisket
for
takes 12 plus hours to cook properly when you're smoking it. So like I'm throwing it out on my smoker. I'm gonna
Oh,
go to church. A few hours later,
right.
come back, check
Okay,
it, make
okay.
sure. Yeah,
Got you.
brisket's like an all day thing, bro. That's a real Texas thing, like a really southern thing,
no,
but
I've
huge
had
in
it.
Texas.
I've had it. Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. I prefer
It's a-
like. Sorry. Go on. Go ahead.
But there's just because it's a great passion of like several members of my family, both doing brisket barbecue in general. It's amazing.
Yeah.
You
Right,
do any
shall we go
brines or
back to-
anything?
Beg your pardon?
Do you do any brines or anything? Do you inject yours, or you do a simple Texas style coat on it, like seasonings?
My brother-in-law is really the big cook, and yeah, he injects it.
He injects it. What? Where y'all from?
Like so.
Like-
We're from all over, man.
Yeah, right. Yeah, disregard.
He injects it, man. What?
That's crazy.
Beavis and Butthead. He injects.
Don't quote me on that, dude. I gotta check. I'll be honest. I don't scrutinize the process. I just
Yeah.
like the results.
All right, yeah, I'm in. As long as the end result good, I guess. I'm more of a purist when it comes to my brisket, but
Stop. Please stop. He injects it, and then as long as the end result is. Oh my god! Sorry. These boys.
Don't quote me on that.
you know
No,
what we're
yeah.
referring to? Do you know about cooking?
Yeah, I do.
Oh,
I'm just
okay,
taking the
got
piss
you.
out of you. I'm taking the absolute rip out of you, man. Sorry.
Got you. I didn't know if that was like a cultural divide type thing. Like y'all don't inject food over there. Like, I don't know.
Oh yeah, I don't know how to inject food, bro. Sorry.
Well, hey, on a related note, I did write one of my outlines was how there's all the like Kingman's barbecue in Freeside.
Oh.
There are these signs there. I was gonna have a barbecue joint, and at the end of the month, I don't want to give it away, but yeah, basically this is one of my planned holiday mods. It's actually a cannibal mod, and you have to be a cannibal to do the mod. Like that's the thing. And these are like there are some niche like role playing ideas I had where it's like, yeah, you got to have a certain trait. That's what I don't know if I'm actually gonna follow through on that, but I still write that crap down.
That's something I still had planned to talk to you about too. Like, what is the mindset? What's your mentality behind some of your mods have really high like late game prerequisites, like completing online sign, and why?
That's a great question, and it's because one, some of it is gated. Especially if you're talking about the faction stuff, I want to create certain because those are going to be long-term mods where I patch in content that are specifically for those players dedicated to those factions, the 4 major factions. The Enclave one, that's more of a fun thing that doesn't really count. The 4 major factions are what I'm going to be talking about. And Bobby's is more loose. Yes Man is inherently flexible in my opinion, and you can form alliances and stuff depending on the circumstances. But for the Enclave one, since you brought that one up, that's a good example. I just wanted to make sure the player had made some positive steps with the Enclave before I have them working with the president, the dog president. It was I wanted to have a little bit of a gradual build up there where you're not just going to be like, holy shit, why is this dog psychically communicating with me? And it would be like, okay, I've worked with the Enclave. They're kind of weird. So if he's in their bunker, he must be with them. I'll be honest with my Enclave stuff. It is a little more shoot from the hip. And again, I have a dog president, so
Right.
it's hard for me to take him too seriously. I hope it's not, diminishing the game too much because the Enclave stuff is an outlet for me to create to get some of the zanier stuff out there and have fun with it. Like some of the other stuff I have planned for them is like really over the top. But I don't feel too guilty since it's the Enclave. Now, Mercenary is a good example to bring up because you have to be committed to Mr. House. And that
Right.
one is specifically gated because it is a niche role-playing experience, and a lot of players don't align with Mr. House. And over time, I'm probably going to do the same with my Legion one, but it's just going to be up front, and I'm not going to have continuous checks because a lot of the content will be set in outside world spaces. But I like gated content, and I think that actually harkens back to Morrowind, which is an influence on me where you can't be dedicated to the Fighters Guild and the Thieves Guild. At some
Yeah.
point, you're gonna have to
Right.
pick sides, and
Yeah,
that's what I'm trying to create. I'm trying to create a late game experience for players that have committed themselves to a faction and just want some extra rich content that helps them really dig into that role playing experience, like helping Mr. House secure resources and frankly bully other people around as a mercenary. I think that can be fun if you're really into that house role play. So again, those are kind of living mods, and I will respond to player feedback on them, but that's kind of my mindset moving on those.
Beautiful. Uh, Still on your mods, like, do you intentionally leave stuff somewhat open-ended? Like, your mods are not necessarily hand-holdy, right? Modern day Bethesda guides you through everything. Go back to Morrowind, and it's very, very much you have to understand what's going on in the story. Your quest kind of falls somewhere in between. Is that intentional?
Absolutely, and I couldn't have said it better myself. I try to strike a balance because now when you play Walk the Line when it's you and Ranger Hugo doing investigations, that's going to be a lot more gumshoe looking for details without hand holding. And they're going to be more action oriented quests where here's the thing. My principle is I don't want it to become so frustrating where it's going to be one of those, and like I grew up on these old 80s and 90s adventure games where sometimes it would be maddening where you're trying to figure out some scenario and you have to do things in just the right way.
Name.
Yeah.
I want to know because I'm right into this.
You know
Go
what
on.
I'm talking about though. And it's like
Yeah,
I don't want that kind of experience because that's not the fault. In my opinion, that's disruptive to the experience. If it's enough to get to have some pacing where it gives the player pause and reflect and maybe gives a slight challenge from an investigative standpoint. If you want to go down the deep investigative road, I'm telling you, the guy who did it best was the modder Poos Moose, who was again an influence on me from just a getting started standpoint. He made these great, elaborate, text-driven mysteries, and they're phenomenally written. But I do little bits of that here and there on a small scale, or for something where the quest is deliberately tailored towards that, like Walk the Line. Then it's going to be like that. And there were some of the New Vegas bounties, especially in New Vegas bounties 2. I had some content in there where were riddles like with the crazy clown guy and things like that, where it wasn't necessarily holding your hand and you could die if you picked the wrong thing on that table or picked the wrong door. So I do moments like that periodically, but I don't want to just send the player into a rage because I've been there and that shit's frustrating.
So with the up and coming, like the future of Fallout, would you like to see something go with another Western type theme like New Vegas? Or would you like to see more of the suburban age like we've seen with Fallout 4?
I mean, man, my country ass is going to choose a Western every time.
Right.
I would like it in the West as a Western, or not even, again, my dream project is set in the South, but it would still have some Western elements. I think Fallout, because of this goes back to some deep academic stuff, Frederick Jackson Turner and the frontier thesis. You have a new frontier with the wasteland. And that's why Fallout is inherently a Western, because all around you is a frontier that has to be tamed and settled. So even if you set it in an urban setting or something that's more urban centric, it still will have that Western quality about it. I just like it when it leans heavily into that theme.
Understood. We also had Hermit asking, is there anything from the TV series that you do like and would touch on in a mod such as House or the Hank's mind control device.
I love Walton Goggins Ghoul. I like him as an actor. Again, Southern
Yeah.
boy. I like him, but he's a great actor, and I like the. I think he's the most complex and interesting character in the show,
By
and
far.
Yep.
I like his trajectory. I don't necessarily like everything that's happened to him, but I watch the show because of him. And everything in the vault drives me. Okay, I'm trying.
Yeah.
I'm going to be positive here. The vault bores me to hell, and I might make vault content just to just to be a smartass and undermine that. But
I fucking hate it, man. I fucking hate it, bro. I hate it, bro.
It's these just fat, blithe blob people dancing around, singing songs and eating cake and shit. And I'm like, you fucking useless slobs. Like, do something interesting. Somebody fucking stab somebody.
Right.
Hell, I don't care. Somebody fuck the other guy's wife. For God's sake, make something happen here. Like, this is just killing me. And it's like the one-eyed Canadian chick. I'm supposed to be invested in that. I'm like, I don't give a shit about this broad. Like, I'm sorry. I'm trying to be like, this is me lapsing into old habits here. I'm trying to be, reasonable, but it's
no, you got it. You got it. You fucking got it, man. I'm just like, like the vault shit. Please, please, fucking try and like. The vaults are supposed to be like the government experiments with fucking CD things going on, right? Blah blah. But Jesus Christ, how like passive have they made it? It's
just
so
gonna say
like,
this.
Yeah, go on.
If Clancy Brown comes back as president, and I love Clancy Brown, he's the Kurgan from Highlander. If they bring him back as president of the Enclave, if that dude rolls VX gas into that vault and kills everybody, I'm rooting for the Enclave, and I'll make a fucking
100%.
Enclave mod. I'll make a serious fucking Enclave mod. Like that will be. Some guys. It's not gonna be SomeRooster. It's gonna be some. I'll change my name to Some Enclave, and I will make nothing but Enclave mods. You heard it from here.
No. Please change your name to Some Enclave cunt. Please. Some Enclave
No, that's
cunt.
Australian. Oh God, yeah, man.
Oh God,
I could do that.
Yeah. No, seriously, man. No, but no, Oh, right. Okay. Serious head on. I agree with what you said. It's so fucking the vault stuff is so boring, man. Like compared to like the actual, 1 and 2, Fallout 1 and 2 franchise, even three, like delving into the lore of the vaults stuff like that. Like there was some like really intriguing, dark, and like sort of like just controversial shit going on there. Yeah.
And that was true in Fallout 3 too. It's not like Bethesda hasn't written some good vaults.
Absolutely.
And so it's like I don't want to focus on the negative stuff too much. I will say if Walton Goggins had a spinoff that was like a prequel where you could see him traveling around as a bounty hunter, like I think that would be really good actually. You could make a version of those old Western serials. Like the one with Steve McQueen and I forget. And shame on me, my dad would he would hit me with a belt if he knew I didn't know the title of these. But like these old great Western serial shows, you could do something like that in the Fallout universe. It'd be like The Mandalorian when it was good, and that would be really good, man. And that would be my dream TV project. Would be something like that.
Amazing.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. I've got a question. That's I don't know, maybe kind of relevant. So, here we go. If some guy represented one creative era, who would define the Rooster era?
Great question.
That makes sense.
Yeah, no, they are distinct. And people ask me why I don't know if I went in depth enough. I chose to close that old account because, for one, I didn't want that brand sticking to the new mods and defining them. Because I think I've made some of my mods are very similar to my old ones, but I've also made some stuff that's very different. And I wanted it to be able to stand on its own and not be judged because of past mods. Some of this is personal. The things I went through being back in the military, I have a very different outlook. Some big personal changes in my life. And those greatly inform my modding and how I write and how frankly, my view of humanity is not quite as dark as it was.
I understand.
I
I understand.
I
Sorry.
I think that you'll see an underlying tone that is, I think in the Rooster era there's more hope, and that's some of that John Ford bleeding through too, and that's not overly, and I don't want to become mawkish or sentimental, but I believe in an underlying message of hope. That's not, but I think it has to be balanced, like we were talking about good and evil and antagonists. You can't have light without the dark. You have to show the abyss
Yeah,
and let people
yeah.
look into it. But I do believe in in providing actual heroic characters, or at least the option to let the player be heroic and potentially have friends that maybe they may not start heroically, but you can help mold them into something that's heroic by the end of it.
Got it. You got
And
it.
that's not mealy mouth or wishy-washy relativistic crap.
It's actions. It's defined by actions, right?
Correct. And the big one is Ranger Hugo, and I'm riding him. I've got to be careful. The balancing act, because he has like a very rules based ethical outlook, Kantian, to get into it, and he's very strict. I mean, it's kind of like Batman. That'd be the closest pop culture parallel in terms of his moral outlook. And the guy has a code, and he does not fucking bend for anybody. And it's deliberate. I wrote him as a contrast to Bobby. That's partly there's some overlap there, but some ways they're opposites, and I think they embody some of the best of their respective factional line. Bobby's freedom, creativity, impulsivity, and Hugo is a firm moral structure and rule of law, and you'll see that in his character. It's just at the same time, you don't want to make him such an uptight prick that he's unlikable and resented.
Yeah.
He has to be a three-dimensional human being. So, yeah, with that in mind, the Rooster era is defined. At least I'm trying to press forward with a better planning, and I have much more in, like, it's nowhere. It's totally different. I came in with a very clear plan, and I have very drawn out, master documents that outline where I'm going. Now, that being said, I also like the freedom to create small standalone projects. And I know this annoys people because of the plugin limit. It's understandable, and I am trying to address that. But I want to be able to make things like I'm Moving On and Sincerely, and even itty bitty mods like Limited Edition. Although Limited Edition, the next time I make something like that, I'll roll it into big in Vegas. But I want the freedom to be able to make small mods that are very close to vanilla, and I'm not always feeding into the big bounty hunting story. That was always in the back of everything. And the fans were, and I wrote myself into it. They were clamoring. They wanted closure. They wanted vengeance. And I built that up. And now I don't necessarily want that. Now there are some overarching villains, but even then, a lot of times they're complicated in their own right, and you get, like Rakion and so on, melees. But there is no one single big bad. You have a lot of different moving characters and factions that are interacting with each other, and I want to be able to kind of touch on those individually, but occasionally branch off into things like I want to make my Followers of the Apocalypse mod, just one more. I have a pretty good draft of that. I've rewritten it several times, and that's going to be a completely standalone experience with its own closed arc, where you basically are helping a woman. To me, I wanted to make something that sincerely shows the best of the followers, with at the same time showing the challenges of like how horrific would it be to actually try to conduct medical care in the remote parts of the wasteland. And so I did a lot of research on like Doctors Without Borders and people, the kind of diseases and issues you're going to run into in developing countries or in really remote areas. And so in the waste, that's something I would like to do, and give people the opportunity to be really helpful. They can obviously be extremely malevolent, but show the challenges that come with helping the followers and shed light on their perspective. That's the kind of thing I would like to do. And I never would have done that. I don't think I would have done that as Some Guy. In Some Guy, there was that everything whether I intended or not, was still feeding into that big arch that ended in New Vegas Bounties 3 and was rushed. Here, it's one of the principles I've come back with is to be disciplined and keep things on small scale, so that I don't have that kind of just, how to put this, it doesn't spill out of control and become a sprawling mess. Because that's a hard thing, is discipline and keeping creative projects in check, keeping scope in check. So that's it, man.
There you go. Comprehensive answer. With a lawnmower going in the background.
I'm sorry.
I was going to say, no, I said a comprehensive answer, but it sounded like there was a lawnmower going in the background. I don't know if it was your fan or something like that, but it's like, whoa.
Sorry, it's my piece of crap. It's my laptop dying.
Yeah, the chat picked up on it. That's all
Yeah.
I'm saying. Raw, go on.
With the size and scope of some of your mods, how do you prevent or manage scope creep? That's something we've touched on with a lot of other modders. What's your take on scope creep?
It's a never-ending battle. What I do this time around is I have my outline and I iterate and I trim it ruthlessly. I'll have a raw idea, like that spine that I was talking about, and I will try to. Detour was the closest I came to falling into some of the old habits, and it kind of scared me a little bit because it almost sprawled out of control with some of the side quests and stuff that I added. I probably won't do anything that large again for a while, but for me, it's just you have a plan, and once it's hammered down, you stick with it. And maybe add a side quest or two if you have time. A lot of times I add the side quests while I'm doing voice work if I'm waiting for human voice actors. But otherwise, it's a hard thing to be ruthless about, but you have to do it. At least that's what I know. For me, it's a struggle.
So with base game Fallout under Bethesda, we've kind of learned what to expect in a lot of aspects, like how certain quests will play out, how things will be handled. The same kind of happens in the modding community, like you were just touching on, falling into old patterns. Some mod authors really do get into a set pattern, and just playing stuff after you play so many mods, you can kind of get good at guessing who created it if you're not familiar. Have you ever intentionally subverted player expectations because you knew that a seasoned Fallout player would tend to approach it in a certain aspect?
Yes. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. Some of the puzzles, and the best example was probably in the Inheritance. I had that side quest where the devilish laugh. Sorry, this is probably my best example, and I've gotten a lot of mixed feedback, mostly positive on this quest, where there's a family that comes in it's on the north side of, it's just outside West Side. And there's one of these abandoned buildings. Back when real estate was still open in New Vegas, and you could, not every building was filled, you could mod in to one of these abandoned buildings. And so these people come in, and you can offer to help them. And they had, as a part of a land grant with NCR, they had gotten the deed to this property. Fortunately, there are squatters. There are homeless people in there, and they're pretty destitute. There's a pregnant woman. They're in really rough shape, and so you can role play it in a number of ways. You can bribe them, convince them, intimidate them, or you can take the moderate tack and convince the family to keep these people on as employees, give them meaningful income, and come to a wonderful compromise where everyone will coexist and live out a wondrous existence. This was not how it plays out when you return in a few weeks. Much like the Tenpenny Tower quest, which was an influence on this, if you took that moderate tack and chose the coexistence route, you find that the bums kind of were worked into a frenzy by their ringleader. They robbed and murdered the family, and then they fled. And it's in my, again, growing up where I did and how I did, at times I have a more dim view of humanity. And some might say realistic, some might say cynical. But unfortunately, sometimes in those positions, people are going to do some pretty awful things. And I thought it was a little rose-colored glasses to think that you can go in there and just convince everyone to, blissfully coexist when they have very different circumstances. And yeah, some people were very incensed by that quest and its outcome. But yeah, that was probably the best example. Now there were some other quests. It was clumsy, the orphanage quest that was also in one of the inheritance side quests. I would do that differently now, but I did like that it took some of the player instinct of, I'm just going to spend money everywhere and people will be benevolent with it. It's like, no, there are grifters and scammers everywhere that are looking to rob you blind. And so the player gets rich at the end of the inheritance. So I'm like, a consequence of this is people are going to try to rip you off. Got to, keep your wits about you. So yeah, the Some Guy era was a little darker and some of that bled through, but sometimes it was a little more, in my opinion, more realistic.
Beautiful. Are you familiar with any instances of players solving a quest in a way that you didn't anticipate? And did that influence future design decisions, if so?
Great question, and I'm trying to rack my brain over this because it happens on a small level. Players will, some of it is the engine doing bizarre things, especially in Good Springs, but it happens all the time. And honestly, it's on a small level. It happens so much it gets posted on the Nexus that I'll make those adjustments in patches a lot of times. But in terms of fundamental design, that goes all the way back to New Vegas Bounties 1. And again, that was where I presented that false choice where you can kill him or he does a chicken shit handshake poison thing and kills you. And players were like, this is crap. I don't want to do this. You need to give me a real choice. And so it's like, okay, you got to give them a real choice. And players will let you know if they think the role-playing opportunities are inadequate. And so I try to adjust. I just, off the top of my head, I don't know if I could think of a singular instance, though.
Is there a single line of dialogue or just a single conversation out of all your mods that you're most proud of?
All right, let me think about this so I get it right.
It better not be Joanne.
No, it's probably going to be Sam in Seven Graves from now.
Ooh.
I think Sam's line before he departs resonates with players, and that's definitely, you want to talk about showing a shift and that bled through my change in philosophy. It came through in Sam. And
Can we get a brief synopsis?
Where he says, do not rage, do not regret, live in the present. It's influenced because he's a Francophile and, he loves French culture and history. And Sam is, and it's never explicitly stated, but he's influenced a lot by Camus, philosopher. And that's, it's laughing in the face of nihilism. And I think that Sam embodied that. And a lot of other Sam's dialogue, I think, is strong and landed well. Ellie Hunter's dialogue, again, that's a lot of personal sentiment bleeding through some of the others as well. I mean, there's a lot of it is comedic, but it doesn't have the staying power of some of the more sincere lines, and sincerely as well. That mod Brock had a lot of my feelings, in terms of, if you're talking about when Brock goes to the memorial, and that's something for anybody that's been in the service, if you've known people that you've lost or been close to in deployment, Yeah. But Sam, if I had to pick one, yeah, man, probably Sam's dialogue when he departs.
Last question on the deeper side of everything. What part of mod development drains you the most? What is the
Drains
most
me?
yeah, like what's the most taxing aspect in your perspective?
Voice work.
Okay. All right, that's a cop out answer. That's a cop out. We've covered that one.
Straight up.
Outside
Straight
of
up.
voice work.
Hang on, I've got like that's bollocks. Right, here we go. I've got a better question. Right, here we go. Right, Rooster, ready? Right,
Ready.
if we're kind of like concluding the stream and stuff like that, because we have been on for a fucking long time, haven't we? Jesus Christ. But anyway, here's one for you. When people look back 10 to 15 years from now, right? I emphasize that 10 to 15 years from now, what do you hope your work represents to those people? Go for it.
I hope it represents the sincere passion that people had for the Fallout IP and the desire to not just expand that story, but also enrich it with narratives that are drawn from their personal experiences in real life and that they can relate to. I mean, that's the heart of fiction and the heart of art. And I know this is community theater, it's fan fiction, but nonetheless, I'm still shocked by the impact that the first series had on people, and I hope that I can keep that going, even if it's on a small scale. It means a lot to me hearing from those people.
Great answer. Great answer. Because if if I was to have your creative genius, right? I don't know how I'd operate.
I do not have creative. I'm just a dude,
No,
man.
no, mate. Listen, I'm not like. Look, I'm saying that without blowing smoke up your ass, but you clearly have talent, right? I'm just saying. But if I had that sort of talent, I know what I would do with it, and I wouldn't be like an arrogant fucking piece of shit. I would be doing what you're doing, basically, right? So, what I'm saying at the end of the day is like, keep up the good work.
Really appreciate it, and I
Yeah.
I don't want to be, just slip into platitudes or anything, but I try to read every single comment on the Nexus. I may not always respond, and some people make these incredible, heartfelt comments, and like I'm at work or I'm doing something for like a week, and I can't really have a good response. I'm like, oh God, mental note, make sure you respond later, and I forget, and I feel like an asshole, but I read them, and they all impact me, good, bad, whatever. I digest them, and I do appreciate it.
Great. Bro?
Um yeah, just surface level question then. Something for the fans to get to just know you a little bit more. Is there any game, any genre, any series outside of Fallout that you really enjoy? Anything that you play on a day-to-day basis or anything that's like a comfort game?
I would say it varies. I like games when I'm not actively modding and I'm just modding, if I'm gaming to relax. I like to have an audiobook on that I can really hone in on the audiobook, and I like to have a game where I don't have to give it 100% attention. So something like Kenshi is one of the games I play for pleasure because I can really hone in on the book that I'm listening to or the podcast and just kind of start and build things and build my little team of swole ninjas or whatever and
Yeah.
do crazy stuff. I mean, that's Kenshi. It's a crazy game, but and on that note, man, I would love to have Kenshi like have that engine and have like either a classic fantasy. Imagine like a Conan the Barbarian game set with the Kenshi
Holy
mechanics.
fuck,
How
man.
incredible would that be? But anyways, I can go all day. But no, I love Kenshi. I love RimWorld. I love open games like that. If I'm playing with other people, occasionally my nephews and I'll play like real time strategy games like Company Heroes, stuff like that, modded. And that's for fun,
Oh,
just with friends.
Jesus Christ.
But I don't really play. I'll admit, about once a year I try to play New Vegas and potentially three. Three's more like every few years. And I try to play Skyrim every few years. I still enjoy it, and Oblivion. It's been a few years on the Elder Scrolls ones though, and it's just time, man. I would love to get more exposure, but ultimately, I'm in a balancing act, and modding is what I derive the most pleasure from. I will take my breaks, get into some other stuff, but like if I wasn't, I know we've talked about the stream being long. If I wasn't doing the stream, I would be actively modding, like without question, and throwing myself into it. I really enjoy it.
If
So
I wasn't in the stream, I'd be in my bed. Just saying.
yeah, you would. God, I forgot about the time difference. Holy hell.
Holy
Yeah,
shit,
sorry,
man.
man.
Do you
Sorry,
know what
brother.
time? You know what time it is in Scotland right now? It's it's 3:30 in the morning. Oh my
Oh,
oh my days! But hey, I'm good. I'm good. No, like listen, I'm not fucking. I'm all good doing this. Absolutely fine.
oh, it's exciting. I'll be honest, I've really enjoyed this because I don't get a chance to talk about modding. I've referenced it. A few of my friends know I make the mods and are familiar with it. Generally speaking, it's not something that comes up with most of my interactions outside of the community. It's a pretty niche thing. You meet a lot of Fallout fans, but a lot of people just aren't. And like DRAGBODY said in his, you go out to the Fallout event, a lot of people don't know who Out Chest Breach is or DRAGBODY, and it's not. I hate to say that it's not terribly surprising to me. It's just we are a niche part of the community, but a very passionate part of it.
True.
And by nature, I know I may seem extroverted, but by nature, I am a total introvert. So, given my druthers, I will just hone in on whatever creative endeavor I'm doing and zone out everything else. So, it's probably healthy for me to engage in this kind of discussion from time to time.
Yeah,
It seems
I'm
it
not
understood.
seems like it seems like we all are. Everything, like a lot of people we've chatted to, Raw, are in like the same element, like ex-military that have kind of right. Wait a minute. Let me put this correct. It's like they have had like the post-apocalyptic fucking like not fantasies, but like you know they've viewed the world in different ways because they've
Yeah.
they've come out of the goldfish bowl where they've been in and seen they've basically not been narrow-minded, right? Including myself, right?
Yeah.
I hope that makes sense because to me that makes it sounds like bollocks, but I hope to the military people it makes sense, like you know, because obviously Raw, yourself and myself are all ex-military, but Jesus Christ, like the Fallout kind of universe is kind of relates to us a little bit.
Yeah, because if nothing else, you've been outside. Like I grew up in a very small rural area, and it's a bubble. And when you
Aye.
get outside of that, you get way outside your comfort zone and have to work with people of all types of background that you know, and you're in
Oh hell yeah,
circumstances that you never imagined. And
yeah,
you have to deal with real stress and real shitty situations. And
yeah.
so that's where, and like people criticize me for my profanity. And sometimes it was a little over the top in some of the old mods, but I'm like,
I,
have
hey,
you ever
Rooster,
worked
Rooster,
around
Rooster,
infantry?
Rooster, Rooster, listen to this. Rooster, listen to this. I remember, right, and hey, I fucking completely agree with you, but I remember walking to what do you call it a gas like to us it's like a gas station. It's a gas station, right, for you Americans, right?
Mhm.
I remember walking in a gas station and it was let's just say that a woman that was quite she wasn't in the best of shape, right? But she was like, "Oh my god, it's such a pain in the ass to fill up the car," and I'm like, "To fill up a car, that's a pain in the ass." I was like, I just put my hand on my head and went, "Fuck me! Is this where society's? Is this where society is? You can't even like filling up a fucking car with petrol or diesel, whatever you want to fucking do it, is a hassle. It's like I just wanted to fucking kick her in the face. Sorry, I mean tell her that's bad. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean though? It's like holy
I
fuck,
get it.
holy
I
fuck.
get
It's
it.
like
Yeah.
what the? What, I mean, have you ever? I wanted to say, have you ever been in a fucking a scenario where it's like being really like this isn't fucking bad. You're just
Yeah.
filling a car up, right? I'll leave it at that. You get what I'm saying? I'll leave it at that. 'Cause
100%.
I could
You
go
s-
on for fucking
I
I could go on for fucking days.
it's a shared experience of all militaries everywhere of just having
Yes.
to deal with bull. And like again, I jokingly, with Corporal Courtesy and Sergeant Major Spicoli, that's my outlet for that stuff, in a
Yeah.
humorous way. But that is
Yeah.
it's a universal, and probably from since time immemorial, in the old, like there are these Reddit jokes where they're posting complaints by legionaries, that mirror modern day army complaints and
Uh-huh.
things like that.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
just part of the experience. But yeah, unless you've unless you've been in it, it can be a little hard to relate to. But
I know.
yeah, I
I
think
know.
we
I look at people sometimes and go, "Holy fuck, are you actually real? Are you? Why are you complaining about that? Just get your just deal with it
yeah.
because like you are like I don't want to say it, but like sometimes I go I want to point at them and go, "You're a failure in life if you can't deal with that."
Well,
But
I think
but
well,
I
it's just that
I'm just glad Rooster. I'm glad you kind of like well hopefully you agree with some of the points like, but Jesus Christ, it winds me up. It really winds me up. I'm I basically turn it Sergeant Donnan. You're a uniform soldier. Where's
this.
your power?
I mean, this is why we like the Wastelanders more than the Vault Dwellers. So there you go.
Yes, yes, yes.
Nope.
Raw, are you alive? You passed out again.
Nah, we got one more fan question. We got Guitarian Gaming in the chat. Uh, do you think that Project Arroyo will ever reach completion?
Is that the okay? Explain it to me again. The what that is? I've heard it, but I forgot what it is.
I'm pulling it up as we speak. Okay. Here's the description. Fallout Project Arroyo aims to recreate and reimagine Fallout 2 in the Fallout 4 engine.
Godspeed. I'm skeptical that it'll happen. I think that Fallout London is the exception, not the rule. But sincerely, I hope they prove me wrong.
Yeah, the mod's been in development for about 6 years at this point. It was last updated. The last update on YouTube was 11 months ago, and it's been kind of quiet since then. Missed
I
one question.
think the odds are not in its favor. We have any number of projects for every long 15. You've got a Fallout New Mexico and any number of ones that show promise and have a lot of great promotion, but they just never make it to the finish line because there's so many moving parts and so much that has to happen. That so many things have to fall in place positively for it to come to fruition. And that's just the hard reality of it. That's partly why I don't. Uh, People ask me, I'm gonna get my pop filter up. People ask me why I don't participate in more large mods. It's because I've seen firsthand what happens to most of them.
Yeah.
They unravel, and I'm telling you, I look, whatever my faults, when I do something, I don't fuck around, man. I go at it 100%, and I throw myself into it. And if there's going to be any dilly dallying around, or we don't have a clear vision, or this or that, I'm like, if you're not serious, no offense, it's not my bag, man. If I'm gonna throw myself into this, I want to make sure it sees the light of day. Even though I've had my own vaporware experiences, but that's kind of my approach now, and that is like for
I
proven
love
authors.
it. I love it. I fucking love it.
But long 15, then again, I said that earlier. It was somebody like with a proven author that's serious, and I know they can deliver and they're not messing around. I would be open to contributing on a small scale. Realistically, I know my strengths and weaknesses. I would be willing to pitch in within, again, in a very constrained way, just to, maybe add a little life to it. Give it the little Joanne Butterfield sprinkle. That's it. You know.
We do have one more I missed from Hermit earlier. It doesn't have to be in a mod, but if you could create 3 vaults, what would the experiments be in each vault?
Oh shit.
Jesus, Hermit. Oh, I don't. I've never made a vault. I've made pseudo vaults with the Enclave. I'm trying to remember, and some of this stuff didn't get like Firebase Zulu had kind of as a vault.
I've got one.
Whew.
I've got
Go
one.
ahead.
Right. This is for you. Imagine chucking in. No, I'm not. No, I can't. I can't go there. I can't go there. It's got to be controversial as fuck. I can't. No.
I wouldn't
Let's
mind.
just say. Let's just say it was going to be political as fuck. Let's just like chucking in a certain set of supporters with another set of supporters, and right, you get what I'm
Well,
saying? No, I'm not. I'm not going there.
well, Vault 19 in Vegas is kind of like that with the cards and the blue themed rooms and things like that. You could have like okay, I got an idea. This is me totally spitballing some of this stuff. This is gonna be potentially trash.
Cool.
I would have one where, you got, say, okay. God, this is so nerdy, man. This is such a niche thing. And no, I don't know. I couldn't even do it.
Fucking hell.
It's terrible. It's a terrible.
You're embarrassed to call yourself nerdy, for fuck's sake. Go on.
Oh God, some of these are terrible. Okay, like I would have. Okay, and then this goes down to vaults where you're going to have these divisions, but I would have a vault. This is so stupid. I would have a vault. The overseer is a professional boxer, okay?
Right.
And the only way to open the vault is somebody has to beat him in combat. And I don't. This is just me spitballing. It's such a terrible idea.
That's basic.
But it's
right
but it's like there's got to be something where he's either he's hard to kill or he's I don't know. Oh God, see, this is why I've never made vaults, man. This is embarrassing. I've never made a vault. Oh God, I would have a vault full of Joanne Butterfield clones.
So the guy you have to beat is like Hulk Hogan or something.
Something really daunting. And everybody else,
Frank Corrigan.
and everybody else is like under 5 feet tall, like something like that. And they can't use weapons, and there'd be all kind of limitations. That's the first idea I would have. That's horrible. Next one, I'd have something where, oh Lord, think. Because there are a lot of really good vault ideas. If you read the Fallout Bible and some of the extended stuff that they've added, some of those ideas are really clever, man. Vaults take a fair amount of, because they've done the one where it's one woman and the rest are men, one man, the rest are women, all that stuff. The Panther in the vault.
All right, wait a minute. Go back to the other one. Go back to your other vault. How about like you had to go to a ring, right? Into a ring as a boxer and fight 10 Garys.
Yeah. Maybe the guy keeps cloning. Like every time he loses, he gets cloned. Every time you lose, he gets cloned. And
Gary.
I don't know. You could have fun with that. Or I would actually a vault that's themed around professional wrestling. I think that would be really good. And it's still going to be staged, but the heel runs the vault. That's the overseer. I don't know. Something like that could be fun. I would probably have something that's more comedic stuff. I would have to plan it better. Hermit, you got me off guard, man. Mr. Creativity, huh? Oh.
How about a vault where, like, there was a podcast and it was me and Raw sat there, and you had to fight me and Raw to get out? Who would you fight?
I don't know, y'all, man. Y'all. I don't, dude. I'll say this. That's one great thing about jiu-jitsu. You learn like it doesn't matter what a person looks like. They could be a Billy Jack badass, man. Like some accountant-looking nerd can tie your ass up in knots.
Me and Raw were like level 99, and you were like level 1.
When it's
Would you do
time that I would have to find an alternate. I'd be like that dude, like the little what's his name? You know, the son in the Fallout show, because he's like a
Yeah.
little nerdy twerp guy. He has to use alternative methods because he's not going to beat anybody's ass. So he kind of
Yeah.
has to be a clever
Yeah.
little shit. So
So he
yeah,
has to have like total fucking like well I would say charisma and stuff like that, but everything else other than strength, right?
yeah. Or you're sprinkling arsenic on their pizza or something. I don't know, man. Like you gotta find other ways.
Call him
Oh
back
my
up.
lord.
I,
Hermit trivia, man. 3 vaults on the fly. I am not Josh Sawyer, man. Like I am not. That is. I could think up 3 westerns on the fly, but I could not think up 3 vaults. That's tough. Vaults are tough, man. Like for me at least. Some
oh
people,
no no
some
no!
people love
Right
vaults.
right right right. Seriously, right, Rooster. Oh, I want to ask you this because I've asked a few other people on the cast about this. So, and it's a Vegas vault, so you will probably be well aware of it. Vault 3, the Fiends, right?
I'm
What do you
familiar.
make it? Right? Are you familiar?
Yes.
Yes, right. So that, right, that vault is probably for me the one I remember most out of any vault in the Fallout series, right? Because some awful shit happened in there, and it was allowed by people that I think AI corrected me when I put my point across to what happened in the vault, like how it opened. Sorry, should I say? Um,
Yeah, they
but yeah,
they naively open the vault, right?
yeah, exactly. And they had the guy, the leader was it motor runner or stuff like that, with a chainsaw, right? But
Right.
I'm always intrigued by that kind of stuff, the horrible stuff, because from and I'm pretty sure you've probably seen it, Fallout 1, when you revealed where your vault was, uh, via the water caravans, I think it was, or you spoke to the lieutenant. It had that cut scene where you seen the super mutants coming in, like cutting them to pieces with laser rifles and stuff. Yeah, when I seen the Fiends vault, I was like, holy shit, that's probably similar, and it scared me because I do not like being put in confined places where I cannot escape, and I'm pretty sure that's a fucking, you know, being in a vault, you might feel safe, but Jesus Christ, you know what fucking, you know where I'm coming from here, right?
Yeah,
It's
absolutely. And to be honest, this is good because it exposes a weakness of mine or something I've avoided as a writer. So I might have to make myself make a vault mod just to address this. This is great.
oh
Drag was asking how you
oh
feel about a vault that believes the apocalypse was staged.
I think that's. I'll be honest. I love it. My plan night companion, nobody, positively deranged and is a host for every conspiracy theory imaginable. That would fit right in. So yes, I'm all for it. But as a standalone, that's fantastic. You could do. God, that's
no,
great.
wait, like great question, Robert. Can I get an answer to my question? Well, my little fucking fantasy, Rooster, please.
As far
In terms of
as
it's like so vault 3, the you said you were going to make you potentially like look into that.
I mean, I'll keep an open mind because now that I'll be honest, I try to. It's like this Legion mod. I deliberately dodged the
Ah,
Legion for years, and I was like, you know, just do it and challenge yourself to make it. If nothing else, then to be a better writer and provide better role playing. And so, if I've been dodging, I've done underground stuff, Enclave, pseudo
uh-huh.
vaults and stuff, but that's different. But having a unique standalone vault with its own experiment, um, might be worth doing it eventually.
No, cool. Sorry, bro. Go ahead.
If we got any more questions in the chat, you guys go ahead, fire them away. We'll probably be wrapping up the stream pretty soon. We've been about 5 hours. I got some medication in my system that's actually making me nauseous. Like I need to eat soon.
Oh man, I'm sorry.
All good. No,
It's
dude, you're good.
wait,
You
wait a
100%
minute.
good.
Wait a minute. Sorry, is Dragon the Building Hi, Drag. How you doing? Jesus Christ. We got on for fucking, what, 5 hours? Nearly.
You all got some of that Bobby Bass syndrome, just talking and talking.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I
Crazy.
know it's incredibly late.
Hang on. I'm going to give it a... Just give me 1, 2, 3. Right, ready for a classic. Shit. There we go. There's one.
It's Clay Davis from The Wire. Shit. If he goes further than that, yeah, that's a classic.
See, you did that. I looked over and it's like just you, like, you know, the thumbnail, SomeRooster, in a mic going, she is a chicken or a rooster, whatever it is. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. And there's me as a sock, and then Raw pointing going, what are you doing? What are you doing? 5 hours in, fucking hell. She.
Now, we appreciate you, Herman. I know it's like 6 a.m., probably close to 7 a.m. your time right now. I'm not seeing any more questions pop in, so I think we're going to wrap it up unless something pops up in the next few seconds. But Rooster, it's been a pleasure, dude. Like, thank you for giving us this much of your time coming on here and talking to us. Like, out of all the stuff you could be doing right now, I appreciate you for real.
Hey, I would have just been modding and obsessing. This is good for me. And look, I just want to extend my thanks. I really appreciate the professionalism and the scheduling. Back in the day, I took part in, various interviews. Some were organized, some were not. This was very well organized. I really appreciate the planning and forethought that went into this, as well as the questions posed by chat and the other contributors. I'm extremely grateful for the support, and I'm hoping to keep releasing mods without rushing, but in good order. Hopefully get some new content out this spring and summer. So thank you so much, gentlemen.
One last note, real quick. Hermit was saying that he doesn't have any questions, but if you need them to change anything with LE, just let them know. We're adding new parts to Russell or Inheritance, etc. That's it.
I appreciate it, and I don't want to say just yet. I've got a lot of other irons in the fire, but maybe down the road, and I appreciate it.
Or I will still cast you my voice if the time comes.
When it comes time, and if I'm committed to using human voice actors, I'm going to be scrambling for everybody I know, friends, family, people online. So, brother, I will take you up on that.
Got you, man. Take care of yourself. Thank you again for everything, guys. We're going to wrap it up here. Unless, Blue, you got anything?
No, I just want to say, again, I'm just going to echo the words you said. Thank you fucking very much, Rooster. Absolute pleasure. And I didn't realise how much I kind of had in common with you in terms of gaming and, like, a bit of philosophy and stuff like that. And yeah, absolutely fascinating listening to your output, your input, fucking everything. So yeah, I speak for Raw as well. We will welcome you back on the stream at any time you want, and we'll chat shit, chat fucking actual good content. Yeah, it's been a pleasure. Fucking hell, salute. Cheers, mate.
Cheers to y'all as well. Have a great weekend, gentlemen.
You as
Good
well.
night.
All right. Guys, that's going to conclude another episode of the Rawcast. Getting to spend 5 hours with SomeRooster. If you're enjoying what you watch, please consider hitting that like button. Subscribe if you haven't done so already. Share the stream, get some additional exposure. Trying to get to 5K by the end of the year. Go check out Rooster on Nexus. Go check him out on YouTube. Go check out Drag, all the other modders, all the other devs in this community. Thank you guys for everything. We love you. Good night.
My fellow Americans, this is the Rawcast, the transmission devoted to the preservation and advancement of our digital frontier. In these uncertain times, where unfinished releases threaten stability and corrupted files erode progress, it is steadfast that the player and the visionary modder who restore order. Guiding this noble broadcast are your hosts, Raw Tactics and True Blue 77. Steadfast voices in the pursuits of innovation, restoration, and uncompromising gameplay. Here we examine the state of our vital union. We celebrate ingenuity and we confront broken mechanics and we championship those who hold bold enough to rebuild what others abandon. Remain vigilant, remain creative, and stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, welcome home, and welcome in for another Rawcast. This is by far the biggest one we've ever done, and really, this one might stand with that reputation for a long time. But anyway, I'm Raw Tactics, represented all the way to the right of your screen, joined as always by Mr. True Blue, represented on the left side of your screen. How you doing today, sir?
I'm good, man. I'm really excited for this one. I say this every time, but we've got a full house. It's like a tin of sardines in here, man. Honestly, excited to be chatting to these guys. And yeah, I've got to my left, I don't know if you can see it on the screen, but yeah, there's a sock, of course, me. But I've got a very gruff-looking raider to my left who is Dragbody. Dragman, how you doing?
I'm doing well, man. Happy to be back with you guys. Looking forward to it.
Awesome, man, awesome. And just going round the room, we'll just carry on. I'll let you guys move from sort of left to right on the screen. We've got Drag, obviously, just introduce yourself. Rooster, how you doing, man?
Doing great. It's a beautiful Friday here in Texas, and I'm glad to be participating. Thank you all for the invitation.
And moving on from there, we've got the man himself. We've got Toxic Whiteout Long 15 legend. How you doing, man?
Oh, thanks, Blue. I'm doing well. Thanks for the intro as well. Excited to chat with you all, and yeah, some really awesome names here. I'm a little bit starstruck, man. It's great to be here with everybody.
Can I just say as well, yeah, pleasure that all yous have like pitched up and are willing to chat modding and all sorts of stuff for this Rawcast. Really, happy that you guys are here. And I'll just hand you back to our main man Raw, who will be taking over. And hopefully, let's get into some. We've been talking off stream, and there's going to be some interesting conversation. I'll tell you that right now. Raw, go away.
Really, I don't even have anything. I got some flack for jock riding a little too hard with some of those intros in the past. That's why you guys did it this time.
What kind of flack are you getting from there? There's nothing wrong with trying to say, hey, we've got some guests and they're worth having on the show and listening to. Like,
I'm hyping it up to be more than what it is. Yeah, I'm just hyping it up to be more than what it is. I thought it was funny, but no, it is good to be back with everybody. Like Blue said, I do appreciate you guys taking that time out of your busy days to be here with us. And what up, Mr. Cellblock? We got another infamous modder down in the comments right now. How you doing, sir? Really, I think just what have you guys been up to? What's everybody been doing? You guys have been playing any new games? You been working on any new mods? How you guys been?
I think that's a funny question to ask a group of modders. Have you been playing any new games? No, I've been modding the same 16-year-old one, like I always do.
Start off with a banger of a question. Nice one, Raw.
Yeah.
This is the Rawcast. This is top quality content. Sorry, Drag on, man.
No, it's all good. For me, been a lot of just kind of diving deeper into the projects that I've had up in the air. I shared some images with you guys earlier. The New Vegas Indiction project that I'm working on with Bale. We've been chugging along behind the scenes with that. I've been able to use some donations to hire yet another 3D artist. I've announced it on the Patreon where those donations are coming in through, but on that announcement, what I shared is that I'm actually redoing from scratch Legion, NCR, and Great Khan armors. And so there have been a lot of NCR Trooper iterations over the years, but this will be the first from scratch high quality remake of the Legion and the Great Khans with original concept art and additional concept art like Deimos inspiring what it's going to look like. So I'm super excited to bring that to you guys, and just working on more NPCs in between.
I have some of the work popping up right now on screen if you're cool with that. Some of the stuff you shared in Discord earlier. I'm not putting everything that was up in Discord on here, but
Hey, go
some
ahead
of
and
the
scroll
Legion
up,
stuff.
bro.
Nah, no, not yet. Not yet. We're gonna save that one.
I have to say, like joking aside, look at those models, those Legion models, man, they're sick. I was like, we were talking about it off screen and stuff like that. I think Whiteout, you mentioned the Wolf one, which looks like
Yeah.
absolutely cracking. Yeah, I think top quality work from Dragon as expected. You know what I mean? But I'm looking forward to the sort of finished product. If these are the finished product or not, that Drag you can confirm. I don't know, but you're still working
No,
away doing stuff.
the Legion content you're seeing there, this is actually just straight from the artist with his renderings. He sent me the helmets that I've seen in person and
Right.
super high quality. This is all still needing to be converted to end game content, but I've done it with the helmets and they look very much like the renders. So it's a good approximation of what the product is going to look like in the end.
That's sweet. That's really
Yeah.
cool. Sorry, Rob. Go ahead, man.
Oh no, I wasn't saying anything.
I thought you said no. I'll carry on then, shall I? But yeah, the stuff that you were showcasing there, I'm really looking forward to sort of getting my teeth into and getting it in my Vegas. I've not played Vegas in a while, and like seeing that sort of stuff makes me want to pick it up again and install it. Because I've been like, jumping from so many games, loads of different games. But yeah, like I said, seeing that is absolute class. Right. Sorry, but moving on. Rooster, what have you been up to, my man?
Well, after almost a decade of delays, rewrites, and restarts, I'm on the verge of finishing Big in Vegas, which is, despite the title, is not as big as it may be hyped up to be. It's just a side quest collection. But more importantly, I've also been, with the help and coordination of DRAGBODY, I've been patching in anatomically correct bovines into my Legion mod, Actinon verba. We can get in depth with that later. I think that's probably the most important work that's been undertaken recently. So yeah, that's it. Just a lot of polishing, scripting, and voice work. So that's where I'm at, man.
You said the keyword there, polishing. I hope you're not polishing what I'm thinking, but yeah, you're what you shared. We'll be definitely talking about later on and stuff. But moving on, we've got Toxic Whiteout in the building, of course. Toxic man, how you doing and what you been up to since Long 15? You got stuff, in the old in the pipe? Have you got stuff going on?
Yeah, doing well. Just want to say I'm looking forward to Rooster's Legion mod. I already was looking forward to it, but now I really am. There's some other really great ones out there right now, but that might put it over the top. We might have a new number one. But yeah, I think since Long 15 came out, we've been pretty like shocked and honestly like blown away by the response. I think we're at over 300,000 downloads in just 4 months, which is like, I mean, that's pretty insane for a quest mod, especially for such an old game. So we've just been trying to keep up with everything, make sure we patch it and update it, make sure the team has time to rest. And then beyond that, we're working on a new mod, which will be, I would say, larger than Drywell's, but smaller than Long 15. And it's going to be called a working title. It's a Battle for Bullhead, and it'll be between Bullhead, Arizona, and Laughlin, Nevada. And it'll be like kind of the conflict there between the NCR and the Legion. So looking forward to it, but it's early days at the moment.
That sounds
No,
incredible.
yeah, sounds good. Sounds really good. And I'm glad you mentioned Drywells as well, because I failed to mention that. Someone in the chat pointed that out. But yeah, obviously you were, the creator of Dry Mods and Drywells and Long 15. So yeah, just if it's anything like those two, the new ones, can you just remind me the name of the new one as well, just for all the chat as well again? What was it called?
For now, it's a working title, but it's a Battle for Bullhead. So like the town is just called Bullhead, and I mean that's where the Legion controls, so it kind of matches. But it is a real life city. It is a real name, and there's gonna be a big fight for it between the NCR and the Legion.
Sweet, sounds good, man. Sounds good. So yeah, everyone's been introduced. Everyone's sort of give a little bit about their history in terms of modding and things like that. Raw, what have you got for them? What have you got straight off the bat?
We got to take a moment to give a round of applause to Mr. Whiteout. Like, first of all, the Long 15, seeing the success that it has, it's had almost 350,000 downloads since the release in December. And then on top of that, Drywell's passed 500,000 downloads. That is incredible. Like, dude, that is awesome.
Thanks, dude.
That's wild.
I've been keeping up with everything. I haven't been streaming much Fallout lately, but I've definitely been keeping an eye on my people. Congratulations.
Yeah, appreciate that, Raw. And it was awesome to have you voice act one of the characters in there too. So if anyone here hasn't played it yet, go head over to the pool.
With that in mind, with all of the great success of Long 15 and Drywells, can I just point out the absurdity of what Toxic said at the beginning, talking about being starstruck with the names in here? Like, dude, you're at the table. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. You got to keep in mind, when I started this, I was maybe 13 or 14, and you guys were already making really amazing mods back in 2013, and my stuff was okay, but I'm glad I've kind of been able to work myself up here and have a seat with you guys.
Same. When I started, New Vegas Bounties 1 and 2 were up there with some of the most popular New Vegas mods of all time right there. And to then start doing what I was doing and eventually get some content in a New Vegas Bounties mod, it was like, wow, people are paying attention when I'm doing it. It's a really cool feeling to jump in and get involved and have your contributions mean something.
At the time, I was thinking, dear God, just let this work.
Well, you were one of the first to do it, man, and that's what's so amazing. Like, you were kind of breaking new ground in so many ways. So yeah, it's something really special to have such a 16-year-old game now, but back then, the only good quest mods out there, I'm sure people will disagree with that, but in my opinion, the only ones that were worth playing at the time were Some Guy 2000. Like, as soon as you saw that name, it was like you just knew what you were getting. Like, you knew you were getting high quality, and I think that's still true today. If you look at the mods, even all these years later, how many downloads they have, it really says something.
The just can I ask just very briefly, right? And just kind of expect brief answers for you guys as well. Can you remember? And I'm sure you will, but going from the table from left to right as on the picture, can you remember the very first mod that you released and the name of it and how you think it went? Just quickly and briefly. So, Drag, what was the very first one you remember? If you cast your memory back.
Wow. So I have a two-part answer. The first mod that I was involved in was, first, keep in mind that just getting involved in modding, everything seemed incredible. Like, there was no ability for me to distinguish and have any sort of discernment between what constituted a technically impressive mod and what was just like a simple texture edit. Because to me, it was all Greek, you know? But the first mod I got involved in, there was some mod, it was just like a courier's outfit, something that you like put back on after waking up in Good Springs. And I got somebody in a forum somewhere to make a hat. They retextured the Enclave officer hat to go along with that outfit, and I was like, yeah, this is good. Like, this is it right here. And then I figured out how to edit the Merc Grunt shirt texture, which is just like a blank canvas. It's like a flat shirt, and you could just Photoshop an image onto it, and I made a bunch of band t-shirts. The mod has since been delinked. I didn't even know what normal maps were for. I actually deleted all the normal maps. I was like, what is this? This doesn't do anything. And I deleted those off. So yeah, that was the very first mod that I ever released. Like, absolute horrible garbage. But it was, me getting my toes wet.
Nice. And Rooster,
Yeah.
how about yourself, my man?
Well, in the guys, among my many aliases was Jarhead Rider. That was the first one, and it was Potomac Breaks, which also continues in the trend of flaming garbage. It was a special kind of disaster in hindsight. Great teaching moments, in learning how the basics of scripting and what to and not to tamper with in the engine. and yeah, editing records and so on. I learned the hard way, and again, it was a repeated process of failures as I progressed to Oblivion, which in some ways was illuminating because you were going back and some of the features missing from the GEC were there, and then going straight into New Vegas. That was partly why I was able to hit the ground running with New Vegas Bounties, is because I'd had exposure working with Oblivion and Fallout 3, just a little bit. But yeah, there were still a lot of growing pains.
Nice. And Toxic, same question to you, big fella.
Yeah, well, we can go 3 for 3 for dumpster fires at the beginning here. My my first mod ever was called Battle for Bitter Springs Campground, and I'm pretty sure it's just like a bunch of NPCs placed around in Bitter Springs, and they all just point at each other and shoot each other, and it's pretty ridiculous. And then I think at one point I even made a like all factions version where there's like a whole bunch of different types of factions. I just liked watching them fight, to be honest. I used to watch those NPC war videos,
Oh yeah,
and
familiar with them. Yeah, I still watch them.
yeah, and I was like, well, maybe other people will want to watch this too. I'll just put them all around and make them fight, and that was
It's like
my
you're
first
walking
mod.
into the end of a Tarantino movie.
Yeah.
Total Kill Bill,
Yeah.
man.
People don't realize if you just place NPCs around and you don't like script it to appear when the player walks up, like by the time the player gets there, like half of them are already going to be dead. So, yeah, you definitely walk in at the end.
Me and Raw actually tried that on stream, didn't we? We had the Kazaklaw versus like 50 NCR soldiers and stuff like that, and that was a good watch, wasn't it? when we actually got it working, Raw, right?
I don't know if good is the word for it, but yeah.
Yeah, we've gone back to dumpster fire. Yeah.
Hey, Arsony, thank you very much for that sub. I do appreciate you. Oh no, go ahead.
No, sorry, I was just saying thanks for it. Thanks for the input, guys. Fascinating stuff, because yeah, a lot of people, would like to know exactly where you sort of kicked off your modding careers, and you're very humble for for where you are at the minute. Like you're quite humble and open to share that you weren't proud of your first work, which is understandable, I guess, because you were dipping your toes in the water, I guess, when it comes to modding and just sort of finding your feet and seeing how it progressed. But look at you all now, sat at the round table, loving life, and obviously being very successful, every single one of you. Yeah, Ross, sorry, you were gonna say something before I cut in again.
You guys were talking about being starstruck and how you got, like, I don't know how the hell I'm even here right now. Like, I don't know how I got here. This is crazy. I do have a question for you guys though. Let's go on to the modding. How do you individually decide when something is done versus endlessly improvable?
Take that to drag first, shall we?
So I think if you look at the history of my mods, you'll see that things are often called betas, and then they just remain called beta forever. So I think that to say you've decided that something is done is not as accurate as saying when you've decided it's ready for other people to try playing. I think I was actually having a conversation with Blue about this before our last interview, offline. But I find myself in an interesting predicament at times, where you can, if you have people, especially if you've shared a work in progress screen or video or given any sort of hints about, hey, this is what I've got coming, you get a certain portion of the community that says, I'm ready for this. When's it going to be out? Let's have it. And then some can even push a little harder, and especially if you've given it to like a friend or two for testing, for just like basic bug testing, not ready for wide audiences yet. And you can get accused of things like gatekeeping or private modding or something like that.
Yeah.
And then on the other side, if you release something and you haven't thoroughly tested it, you haven't anticipated certain conflicts, if it feels rushed, then people will just trash it right away, saying that, oh, this was it's garbage, it's trash, it's this tragic dumpster fire, or whatever they want to say. So you're constantly striking this balance of how can I get it out without people losing patience and losing interest versus when is it not too not too early. How can I give somebody a quality product? I tried a third approach here as trying to strike a balance there, which was releasing betas to people who are donating to my Patreon. And then that just created this whole scenario of being accused of paid modding. Now these are paid mods, rather than just I'm sharing betas with people who are supporting my work and making things possible, like the images you shared earlier, like the Legion armor. And so it's like a trilemma where you're damned if you do, damned if you don't in every direction. So it is definitely a hard balance to strike. Currently, the Fallout show NPCs that I've worked on from the Call of Duty resources, I feel like it's stuck in that quagmire right now because I've got it where I can use it in my game, but I feel like if I release it, there's a certain section of people that are going to criticize the poly count or the optimization or accuse it of memory leaking, and then to the other side, um, uh, yeah. So I mean, you can see where I'm going with that. So that is it's definitely a hard balance to strike.
100%. And same to you, Rooster, my man. Following on to the question there.
I'm probably the worst person to ask on this because I've experienced all the extremes. Generally on the let's just say I've had some acute learning experiences from releases like Russell. Like, hey, I'm gonna release a beta and for a complicated quest mod, which was haphazardly scripted, and let's just say there was a vehement response from the users. Honestly, now most of the stuff I'm working on is small and relatively compact, and I have a closed group of testers that I trust, and so I'll generally once I get a consensus that it's stable with different builds, I'll put it out there and I'll test the waters, and I'll admit one of my flaws, you know, is I'm always looking forward to the next creative endeavor. And I'm always brainstorming and making notes. And I will admit with some of my standalone projects, and I've tried to work on this, I have a penchant for release, patch it a few times. If it's relatively stable, then I'm on to the next thing. Like I'm hyper focused on a new creative endeavor. And I have tried to improve on that front, but uh, with some of the standalone stuff, I'll admit I'll reach a point where it's stable for the vast majority of the audience, and I'll try to get some sense of that from comments and other feedback, PMs, and so on. But yeah, there's a point where I know I'm definitely not one to fix on a mod unless there are exceptions, like say with a Legion mod that has an acute deficit and anatomically correct bovines. That's something I'm going to keep patching until I get it just right. So I just need to make that note.
I hope every topic comes back to that. It just has to, man.
It will. It will.
I think it will, man. Yeah, Toxic.
I think both you guys have a really good idea of this, and I think like they kind of alluded to, this is going to vary for every modder. I found that personally, I just can't deal with some of the criticism that occurs if you release a mod that's like half finished, or even if you like clearly mark it as maybe a beta or something like that. I just personally like can't handle the stress that comes from that. I think a lot of it is like when you're working on big projects, you want them to be really well received, and uh, you try not to obsess over what people are going to say, but at a certain point, like this is something that you've put months of your, time into. So it's not really like, we're getting paid for it. So it's more like the judgment is based on, the comments section or something. So while I definitely don't want to put as much into it as I probably do, I think I try to make sure that a mod is, not unbreakable, but like relatively stable now. I definitely used to mess around more with mods and release them a bit early, try to see what sticks. But now I think now that we've kind of also built a team too, we try to make things a little more polished before they come out. not just because of the potential reception, but also because I think as we get older and we learn more about modding and making stuff in general, I have found that I become more critical of like games and everything. Like my standards have risen too. So I think it is kind of fair for the audience to also expect that level of, polish from certain folks once you have that reputation. And then the last thing I do just want to say really quickly is I also really resonate with what Rooster said about once you start or like once you complete one quest and then you have another idea, it's really hard to return to something that you've kind of closed the book on. So like Drywells,
Absolutely.
yeah, Drywells is a perfect example of this because like everything's functional, but I know that visually it isn't the most beautiful thing in the world. I am not an artist by any means. So like trying to come back to that and fluff it up has been so difficult for me. Versus starting a new mod, I'm way more productive. So I think a lot of modders kind of feel the same way there.
I
Amen,
100% feel
brother.
the same way. Yeah. I have a question for you guys. You both mentioned the idea of having testers. I wonder if your experience has been the same as mine, where I'm not, I wouldn't say constantly, but I would say I've been frequently approached by people who offer to test mods. And what I've found is that what they really mean is they want early access. And sometimes I've tried, and
Yeah.
then with some testers, the testing isn't extremely thorough. It's I'll console command in an NPC to see if all the textures are there. Okay, your mod works. Um, so how have you found these testers, and what sort of work are they doing for you?
Well, in
Uh,
my experience, oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
no, you're good, Rooster. I just took up enough time.
Well, I can understand. I can echo some of those sentiments because I've run into that. I take it in stride. I look at it. I try to do because really, by the time I get to testing, it's either partially voiced or pretty far along, and I don't mind, and what Drag's saying is absolutely correct. There are some that are just going along for the early access adventure and exposure, and want to be completionist to some degree or get exposure to all parts of the content. But I've gotten to where now I have this in-depth guide and what I'm seeking from the testing. And I mean, I'm like, I want you to be very rigorous. Here are the things I'm looking for. And this is something I've developed over time, just from practice. And that unless you explicitly state what you're looking for, a lot of times, these people are amateur. They're not professional QA. And so you just kind of got to spell out what you're looking for. Like, this is a process. I need you to try to break this. I need you to also, give me, other than from the technical side, like, feel free to give me narrative feedback. I consider that part of it as well. It's not everybody's cool with that, but I try to seek it out, and I'm like, be as harsh as possible, and just lay it all out there. And so I try to get as many testers as possible that, weeding out the handful of psychopaths here and there, and, work with them. So yeah, that's the process for me. Keep it simple.
And just
Yeah, that's really
sorry,
good.
Whiteout, just quick one. Guys in chat as well, if you've got any questions for the boys on here as well, feel free to fire in. We'll be, I'm sure these guys will be more than willing to answer them. But yeah, sorry, Whiteout, you're going to say something there.
No, I was just going to echo what Rooster said. Thought agreed with it really strongly. With Long 15, obviously we needed a ton of testers. So we had a lot of people try to jump in really early in the process, and we were really excited. But then also, like Drag said, I think a lot of the folks just wanted to play the mod early, and they ended up being really disappointed that quests were broken or there was no voice acting or things weren't working, and they would just kind of abandon it. And like we appreciated it. We always told folks like there's no obligation to help, but at the same time, we're not obligated to keep you on as a tester. So, like, if somebody wants the role and wants to be able to jump into the mod at any time and have early access and then not report anything, we would just kind of, say thank you for your time and just remove them from the role. But I think you start to, you go through that enough times, and you really start to realize who is gonna be consistent there and who really wants to help watch this project come to life. Because there are really awesome people in this community who will do it, but there's also a lot of people who just want to play a mod early and get it before
Yeah.
everyone else and stream it on Discord somewhere for their friends. And it's like, yeah, that's not really what we're looking for with QA.
Yeah, I've got to
Um,
ask. So chat's Cellblock Psycho's got a question, and all you guys feel free to answer this, of course. The question is, what's the most brain dead comment you've gotten on a mod? I'll just start off, Drag. I'll start with you first, but guys, feel free to interject.
Give me so this is just a recent example, so it might not be the most brain dead, but it was one that kind of made me facepalm. Recently, I released the Birdman Lives, my Joshua Graham overhaul, and somebody was complaining that it was causing some difficulty when using the race as a playable race. And I just wanted to say, listen, if you use a mod in unintended ways, you're going to get unintended consequences. This isn't a play as Joshua Graham mod. This changes Joshua Graham in the game. So don't tell me that the mod isn't working for you trying to play as Joshua Graham. That's not what the mod is. So yeah, that's a recent example that comes to mind.
I
Anybody else?
I uploaded a save game. This was back 10 years ago, and I did it mainly for Al and other reviewers. So because it was for some heavily scripted content for the New Vegas Bounties 2 update. So yeah, a save game, and somebody said the quest won't start. So yeah, that's probably my example. It was a fucking save game.
Oh man, Whiteout, you must have a cracker as well.
Yeah, ours are pretty obvious. I think a lot of people realize this as soon as they get either long 15 or dry wells. It's I nuked long 15. Why can't I go there
Oh
now?
my
Why can't I
God.
go see your world? And it's like, dude, we get those at least once a week still. It's like even the top of the description says like explore it before nuking it, and they're like, hey, I nuked it and I went there and everything's destroyed. I don't see any new stuff. So, like, yeah, that sounds right.
You're like, wow, that means the mod's working. It means
Yeah.
it's not conflicting with the game. Thank you for the quality assurance.
Yeah.
Hermit was also
Here's a mag-
asking about bug tracking. Rooster, you were talking about like vetting QAs. Do you have like a bug tracker for your testers?
Yeah, my stuff is pretty if people can see the behind the scenes of how simple I have a Google Doc and I keep track of it. It's like my master document, keeps track of all my mods. I have like a technical section on my design doc that I keep up to date. It's nothing too elaborate. I just have that, and I have a to-do list and a separate document as bugs come up, as either the testers report them or as I play them, and then I just go back in and try to fix them as quickly as I get them. That's it.
I take it you've got a text document on your PC, obviously, because I just imagine like if you had anything written down or anything like that, any paperwork, your cat would fuck it up.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he's got a lot of anger. It's probably because he's missing his scrot. He's neutered.
This
There's a lot of-
motherfucker.
There's a lot of built-in rage there, in addition to his like natural demonic essence. And so yeah, he's trying to stymie me. If I'm not now, there are some exceptions. When I'm working on Legion content or an evil quest line, he's the most amicable, loving cat in the world. But when I turn away from that, then it's destroy mode. So yeah, he has a clear bias as a writer. Sometimes it works out.
I'm glad to hear the cat has an input because what's the cat's name?
Delano.
Delano. So Delano's got an input on mods. Imagine that. Okay, there's always a first in the Rawcast. You would never heard that anywhere else, guys.
In
Sorry, Ross, go on.
In contrast to the most brain dead comment, Ahab was asking, what is the most big brain comment you've gotten on a mod?
I actually have a really good one for this. We found so we took in the long 15. We took a lot of inspiration from The Wire, the old TV show on HBO, and we used a bunch of the different names like Bub, McNulty, and We used we made our characters' names like Bub McDaniels and all these different characters. We gave all the criminals like similar names like Bing Bong and Lunch and all these stupid nicknames, just like they had in the show. And we found that some guy, I think in the Modding Links Discord, had broken down all of the names and like put them back together as the Wire character names. And I had to go back to our lead writer. I was like, "Did you literally just scramble the first and last name of all the characters?" And he's like, "Yep."
That's
Nobody
awesome.
had thought it for like 3 months. Yeah.
Holy shit, that is big brain, man.
Very big
Holy
brain.
shit, that's awesome, man.
Well, I think, and don't let me jump the gun here, but I feel like big brain comments. This might be a time to talk about the. You know what I'm talking about, Rooster. Somebody pointing out that a bull Brahmin model
Jesus.
needs a bull Brahmin model.
You know what? Let's do this. Let's do it.
I mean, 'cause to me,
We're all
it's
in-
like, yeah,
we're all
of
in.
course.
Let
Yeah.
the people have it. Let them know.
Gentlemen, proceed.
Right.
Go ahead with the story.
All right. Well, one of my most recently released mod is Acta Non Werba, and it is a pretty small and episodic Legion mod. And one of the quests involves going to a town and helping these people. They're destitute and they only have a couple head of livestock left, and they're not procreating. And so you have to motivate the bull to procreate with one of the heifers. And he is not, as pointed out by one of the astute and very outspoken users at the Nexus, this was not an anatomically correct bull. This was just a replication of the female Brahmin model. And so I reached out to my artistic muse there, DRAGBODY, who's just incredible. And I was like, look, this is clearly the most important thing we could be working on right now. The lack of testes has been brought to my attention. I dropped everything I was working on, scripts, storylines, overarching plots, all that shit got pushed to the side. I was like, we need balls right now in this mod, or it's just because it's a Legion mod too. I mean, you got to have the bull is a sacred symbol. So I was like, Jesus, I'm shitting the bed all from the start without these balls. And so I went to DRAGBODY. I was like, by God, we need the balls. And like, boom, overnight, I had beautiful, just natural testes that could have been, painted by Michelangelo himself. And so, got these balls in. Immediate, overwhelming positive feedback from the two people that play that mod, and so it was incredible. So, thank you, DRAGBODY. It's a feel good story for everybody, including the Legion players, all three of them. So, thank you guys. I appreciate it.
It's step aside booby mods. We got testicles. That is crazy.
Right.
Jack, do you want to expand on the ball chat?
Part of me wants to say that I had this testicle model just on the shelf, waiting for the day that I could finally use it. And Rooster reaches out, and I said, "Yes, now's the time. I can bring the balls." But that's not true. It was actually a fun little quest to get there. I like to challenge myself with fun little side quests like that, and I'm glad that we could make Brahmin recreation a reproduction possible.
Part of the circle of life.
I mean, it's from the images that Raw's showing right now, they're 10 out of 10 balls. I mean, like you said, the other was a bit of work, Rooster, or drag. Sorry, one of the two years.
Yeah, there's a on the female Brahmin model, there is a bone that allows the udder to sway a little bit for animation while the Brahmin walks, and there's just a little bit of that in that scrotum. So the observant player might see the balls move a little during animation.
I don't want to hear any more shit about a lack of Legion content. If they give me crap, I'm gonna show a GIF of those balls swinging. Like, we got these for you.
Before we started, I was like saying, there's a lot of debate about what's the best Legion mod, and I think now there's no competition. I mean, it's really clear There's nothing that comes close.
God, no.
Gargoyles was missing
In
something. We just
size
couldn't
or
figure it out.
scale.
that final ingredient.
Oh, God, no.
Now we
Man,
have quality and quantity.
it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see if this mod picks up from people watching this podcast. You'll see the numbers. The numbers of ball downloads. This is going to be interesting. I might keep tabs on it. Keep tabs on the balls.
Rocky Mountain Oysters is a new craftable.
Don't give me any ideas, man. I'll do it.
Is that all we've got on the balls? Or are we gonna? Is there anything else we can chat about Brahmin balls? Or
10 times the detail.
we did say that there was two. The two-headed Brahmin would probably have two penises, right?
2 penis heads at least.
Two penis heads.
Yeah, we call that the double barrel.
The double barrel.
Yeah.
Of course, makes sense.
Yeah.
See, this is why DRAGBODY is the artist that we respect. This is what we're thinking about.
Not the artist you want, but the artist you need, right?
This is the artist we need. Yes.
I think I finally figured out what Whiteout is squinting his eyes looking at. It's the little chicken nuts.
Heavy,
It's the little chicken
heavy
balls.
is the head.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Is that what's in that cup there in front of the chicken?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
And I just want to say kudos, Whiteout, for using the wire, man. That's my top. It's an amazing piece of television, and that's a brilliant idea to use it in terms of urban and societal decay, especially in a post-apocalyptic setting. Kudos to you and your team for using that. And in terms of the name reversal, I have done that more than a few times. Just the subtle, the unsubtle switching of the names. So no, totally understandable. And kudos to y'all, man. Great work.
Yeah, thanks. Most of the credit there goes to Alaska. He's our lead writer. I think I can write, stories okay. I can do okay, but man, his stuff really just feels realistic. It feels like you're talking to a real person. So when he mentioned he wanted to use that, I thought it was a great idea, because he kind of compared the hub in Fallout to like Baltimore, especially in early 2000s, late 90s, where it's just kind of like a rough city. There's a lot of urban decay.
Hey, hold it thought.
Good.
Sure.
Oh, man, we just got a super fat $2 super chat from Psychor Games. It was also reading off his comment. That's why I interrupted you, because you were already being interrupted.
Oh, no worries.
He said, have you guys seen Pluribus? It looks good.
It's good. Yeah, that's the show from the writers of Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul with Ray Seahorn.
Yeah, I have no idea what you guys are talking about, but great.
Yep.
Never heard of it. It's not exactly relevant to the conversation we were having, but I don't know. Maybe Psychor Games is on the Pluribus payroll.
Right.
It is a show.
Yeah. I did watch the first 2 episodes. It is interesting. I have not gotten back to finish watching it, but the showrunners are good, and Ray Seahorn is definitely great.
I do want to draw attention to the fact that we just spiked like 10 extra viewers as soon as we started talking about the bull balls. Just throwing that out there.
Well, in that case, let's
I feel like we have milked that one for all it's worth. No.
Oh
no
my
pun
God.
intended.
Oh no.
Oh my God, dude,
That's some low hanging fruit, guys. Come on, let's get serious.
Oh God.
If we're still talking about that sort of thing, I mean, are those pickles? Are these really pickles in that jar, or what are they? Are
You don't want to
they
know.
mutant penises? What are they? That's I was going to say super mutant dicks, but that doesn't exist.
Oh, that's funny, man.
That's what happened to all of them. That was from the master's stash.
The master cut them off and stuck them on a round table.
I do want to. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Drag.
No, actually, you were saying something, and it got cut off.
Yeah.
Oh, just wanted to say, I did send a ping to the folks who are online in the Whiteout Discord. So,
Oh, dang.
Ross, as soon as we got onto the serious topics, I had to let folks know.
Yeah.
So, that's where the spike is. Just wanted to say, welcome everybody. If you haven't subscribed, make sure you do. Raw Tactics has some awesome stuff.
Oh shit, I appreciate you. Thank you.
So as we're talking about names and switching up names and using names in a mod, I do have a funny story. I had forgotten about this until recently. Wajeson, I hope I'm pronouncing his name right. There's always these things that we read and never say out loud. Wajeson, who, EVE, Essential Visual Effects, legendary New Vegas modder, he's back. He's actually working on something, a couple new mods. He released a 30-minute YouTube video recently
Mhm.
of just all the effects that he created and implemented into the Frontier. Just some really great things that unfortunately get overshadowed by all the controversy that came out of the Frontier. But what he reminded me of, we just had a brief conversation the other day. I had totally forgotten about this. There is an Easter egg of sorts in the Frontier. I forget exactly what it was. It was something like a terminal entry or something that you were reading that had a list of names. And that list of names, uh, the what made it an Easter egg is that it was the actual names of the modders who were working on the mod. So there wasn't any name switching. It was just our actual names.
Wow.
And as it happens, my actual name is Richard Spencer. And if you Google Richard Spencer, what you're going to find is that there's a very famous Richard Spencer who is an alt-right lunatic. And this
Oh
is the
shit!
guy who achieved notoriety, infamy for starting the Hail Trump in the hotel lobby back during Trump's first presidential campaign. He was the guy that got punched on live TV, and all the memes were like, "It's never not okay to punch a Nazi," so it's this guy. And so somebody sees the name Richard Spencer in this Frontier Easter egg. I think it made its way into a trailer or something, and somebody like paused the screen, and they're like, "Holy shit! It's an alt-right dog whistle. The Frontier are Nazis." And they actually had like some damage control they had to do as a result of that. And they're like, no, no, there's actually a guy on the mod. That's his name. We don't share a middle initial, thankfully, but I had totally forgotten that that was some controversy that creeped up at one point.
Yeah, you got to
So crazy.
use that middle initial, brother.
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
wow.
Yeah. Ricky B. Spencer didn't
Or
seem like
just
a nice fella.
or just go full Dick Spencer. That'll work.
Full Dick Spencer. What's funny to me with my name is that if you ever meet a person, like for example, I have a friend whose last name is Potter, so he's gonna have heard every Harry Potter joke in
That's
the
the first
book.
thing I thought of.
Yeah, if you ever meet somebody who has a name that inspires an obvious joke, just know they've heard it their entire life, and
Yeah.
don't go for it. Okay?
You're not the first one.
Oh
Yeah.
god. Yeah.
You're not the first. Hopefully, you're the last, but probably not. So I've heard every dick joke for my entire life, and I will tell you the last original dick joke that I heard in response to my name was in 8th grade. There was a guy who recognized that because my last name is Spencer, if my middle initial was D, my name would be Dick Dispenser, and he's the one and only person who ever who ever figured that out. And yeah.
That's actually pretty creative.
It's good.
Yeah,
Yeah. That's all right for eight. Was it 8th grade? You say or whatever?
eighth grade.
That's pretty
Yeah,
decent. Got
those
hats off
filthy
there.
middle schoolers.
Yeah.
Oh.
Of course, that's where like my 13-year-old brain immediately gravitated towards when I heard the name.
You were already on it. Rooster was already on it.
It's,
See, what that guy,
deep thoughts.
what it took your friend there like years to come up with, it took Rooster 5 seconds. That's why he's the greatest quest
No.
modder here.
No,
He's
don't let him speak.
He said Dick was in fact dispensed.
That's right. Right on to a bull Brahmin, as a matter of fact.
Oh god, the images.
I'm not showing any of those.
No, don't. If they exist, holy shit.
So we were talking right before we got started. We were sharing our opinion on Bethesda and
kind
Fallout
sir.
4 and
Hold
all
your
of
thought.
these
Hold that
games.
thought.
Harvey makes you wish for a nuclear.
A nuclear. Thank you, Heavy Equipment, for that super fat $2 super chat. You were talking about Fallout 4.
Yeah, Fallout. Well, we were talking about Fallout
Yeah.
4 and
Right.
all of our response to that, and other Bethesda content post Fallout 4 and beyond. And so, question: who here has, and of the five of us, who has finished Fallout 4?
Right, can I start?
I have not.
I've finished Fallout 4, and I've finished them with all the factions. But
Brave.
yeah, it was very brave. And I don't know if it was a younger me just like being obsessed with Fallout and stuff like that. I know, like we talked about off stream as well. I wasn't very happy with the voice protagonist, and yeah, that aside, we'll probably talk about that a little bit later on in this conversation. But when it came to the Fallout games, I completed 1, 2, 3, and 4. After that, I lost interest. I don't know about you guys, but is that familiar?
Yeah, I would
Go
say
ahead.
I've never finished 4. I definitely think the factions are the big thing that hurts it for me. I don't care for the railroad. I can't find anything really redeeming about the Institute. I think like kidnapping people and then just like replacing them with robots, that's just not really like a strategy I could get behind.
Yeah.
You know what?
Um,
You're absolutely right. Sorry, sorry to cut in,
no, you're good.
Toxic, but I agree, and I felt like I just needed like I don't know. Again, just talking from personal perspective, but being like a bit of a completionist back in the day, I just wanted to finish them and find out what the hell
Yeah.
was going on, and that's why I did it. It wasn't like out through intrigue or anything like that. A lot of it was just like, all right, get this done. There was a few things like I thought the Brotherhood one is half decent, but then they started going down that silly, another you need to liberate another settlement or farmyard and stuff. I was, oh my god, it's just repeat quests, isn't it? It's just
Yeah.
absolute bollocks. And then I 100% agree with the Institute one was just like so like it's been done in like sci-fi films like that I'd watched previously, and I was like, yeah, I can see the script coming a mile away. I just thought, oh yeah, I can see this. And the only one, what was the other one? And no, and the Minutemen one bored the piss out of me for obvious
You
reasons,
just
right?
have to do everything. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it. It bored the piss out of me. With like the obvious Preston Garvey bullshit, coming up to you every 2 seconds. Everybody knows that. But yeah, the whole I think the previous Fallouts, and I'm going to go Vegas, Fallout 3. There was a lot of intrigue for me in the quest. Like just it just popped into my head there. If you remember, there was a quest in Fallout 3 where you visited a family, and they turned out to be there was some sort of oh god, it was like they were cannibals or something like that. It was
Oh, the vampires?
no, is it Andale? Yeah, Andale.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
Oh
Andale.
yeah,
yeah.
the actual.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Do you remember that one? That one actually got me intrigued, and I was like, oh wow, this is like quite a nice story. But there was quite a few of them in Fallout 3. The Big Town was another one that I quite liked as well, with the super mutants invading and stuff. But you get my point. There was a lot of quests that were quite intriguing. Like in Fallout 1 and 2, Jesus Christ, there was so many. There was so many that captured my interest and made me want to go back and find out what actually happened and what I could do differently next time I played it and stuff like that. Like just chucking it out. Sorry, I'll go straight back to you, Toxic. I mean, what's your thought on that? Was there that sort of what I just said? In terms of intrigue, was a lot of
Mhm.
that. A lot of that was lost in Fallout 4 for you, right?
So, I know I do want to say, like, especially with there being a decent amount of people in the chat and stuff. I know there's definitely going to be some folks who probably do like Fallout 4, and I definitely want to clarify. Like, I think there's a lot of fun to be had with Fallout 4. I think the combat is much improved. A lot of the side content, the exploration can be great, and I also will add the DLCs. I really enjoyed. Far Harbor, I thought was excellent. I did
Thank you,
finish
kind
that.
sir.
Um,
Rooster,
Hey,
Roy
hold on,
Nuka,
hold on.
You two drag. I'm gonna need an update on those alien member Steelers and Roderick Redbeard.
You guys have the chat pulled up right now, or you want me to read this off to you?
Read it
It's
off,
a super
please.
chat.
Okay, so It says Rooster, Roy here. Love you, bro. You too, Drag. I'm gonna need an update on those alien members Steelers and Roderick Redbeard. And thank you for that super fat $5 super chat. Incredible stuff, Scotty. Huge W's in the chat for Scotty. Thank you, sir.
See, these are the intellectual inquiries I cultivate in my fan base. Aliens that snatch penises and yeah, among other things. So Toxic, I'll leave it to you. You were having like this thoughtful comment. Like, where are the aliens stealing dicks, Jimmy?
No, finish that thought first. Finish that thought. Yeah, where is this
Yeah,
going?
go on. Yeah, no
It'll
way we'll
happen
go back.
when it's done. I love you, Roy, but the aliens are coming later.
You're gonna have to keep waiting. I think with Fallout 4, it's hard to even go
Holy
back
shit.
to it. I will say this. There's a lot of fun to be had. DLCs, I think, a bit of a mixed bag, but they're completable. The main story, they just lost me. I think that's the main problem. Like, I will go through all the dungeons. When I play Fallout 4, it kind of just turns into a dungeon clearing simulator, which can be fun, but it's not exactly what I'm looking for at the moment. I think folks who like Fallout 4 the best probably started with it, and I think
Yeah.
that makes
Yeah.
sense because I think
Yeah.
going backwards would be really difficult. But if you started with the old games, I think the key thing is when you go to the newer ones, you start to feel like something is missing.
Absolutely.
And I have not gotten that feeling back. Like, I've just felt that way about every release from then until now.
It was kind of the beginning
Yeah.
of the Starfield pandemic, like 1,000 miles wide, but only an inch deep. Like there was no depth to any of the systems. They just wanted to shoot for everything, but didn't really go all in on anything.
Yeah, I would say they definitely appealed to more people, but their core audience maybe got left behind in some regards in that way. Yeah.
Yeah, what I thought was interesting was I played 76 for a while. So my position on Fallout 4, I agree with pretty much everything you said, Toxic. As I said earlier offline, I took a week of PTO from work when Fallout 4 released so that I could just dive in. And within a few days, I realized I wasn't enjoying myself the way that I expected to. And it was like I was so relieved to just realize that, oh, I can just keep doing what I was doing on New Vegas. I don't have to I don't have to play this new game if I don't want to. But when I jumped into 76 for a while, I actually had a lot of fun with 76, as I think I mentioned before.
Mm.
What I thought was interesting was that while playing 76 and just meeting up with people, just chatting online, which is a whole different dimension to it. A lot of these people, 76 was their first game. So they hadn't played 4 or New Vegas. And so anything that they're talking about from these earlier games was just new to them. And so it's something you definitely have to keep in mind that each new release is going to bring in a whole new crew that has no loyalty to the games up to that point.
Yeah, and you can 10x that with the show as well, I would
Yeah.
say.
Especially
Yeah.
that event out in Good Springs. You think like that being the location where New Vegas kicked off, it would be primarily New Vegas fans, but no. No, that was not the case at all.
Yeah, it
That
was
was a
just
rude awakening for us.
it was just people that wanted to go and do a Fallout thing, and that's something I would actually love to hear from you guys. Is what a Fallout fan day could look like. Like, what's a version of a Fallout fan day that you would want to go to, given our experience at the one this past year?
Rooster, not to put you on the spot, but would you be up for answering this one? Be curious to hear what you think.
Well, given my antisocial tendencies, I'd probably show up as Stephen Randall. If nobody approached me, I would consider it a win. I'd be like antisocial gold medal grabbed. No, something like that. I guess I'll be honest. I would be more interested in meeting other creators.
Yeah.
And yeah, interacting
Yeah.
with a few people here and there. I don't like big crowds, and like they said, you waiting in line and shit. That sounds like
Yeah.
brings flashbacks to like Six Flags when I was a kid. It's like 100 degrees. My mean grandmother saying, "Hey, we're waiting for this ride for 3 hours," that kind of shit. And so, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, pretty much
You
exactly
summed
that.
it up very well.
I
Yeah,
pictured your
good rating.
grandmother as like Joanne Butterfield immediately. I think that's where that really stemmed from.
Look, man, you write what you know, okay?
Right.
Crazy hillbilly
Right.
stuff. What can I say?
Did you actually
Yeah.
meet a lot of hardcore old school Fallout fans during that event? Yeah, I'm talking 1 and 2. Did you actually interact with any
I
of them?
mean, from my perspective, I think the only like real hardcore fans that I interacted with were like other creatives and mod authors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not the environment to me wasn't exactly conducive to just going up and talking to strangers.
Yeah.
You could do that, but I guess I was in my mind, I thought there was going to be some sort of way that we would find each other. Like
Yeah.
I had my name, DRAGBODY, on the backpack I was wearing, and
Okay.
0 people were like, "Oh, hey, you're DRAGBODY." I thought that I might not know what I was looking for somebody else, but maybe they would have something similar. And I could say, "Oh, hey, you're so and so. I like your mods," but I didn't see any of that in anyone else, and no one approached me. And so, like Toxic, we met up
Yeah.
in the hotel, but that was like it felt like it was extremely difficult to even make that happen due to lack of internet and the distances that had to be driven between locations and trying to find food. It was an interesting experience to say the least.
It sounds
Yeah, I
like it
have-
was a. Sorry, Whiteout.
No,
Excuse
go
me.
ahead. Go ahead.
It sounds like it was just like this is. I'm just gathering from what like from your vlog and stuff like that. I think it was Ro's vlog that there's a lot like it was poorly organized. It was so like from the queues and things like that, where you had to queue for like hours just to see like one single person, and like that would take away like half your day or whatever it was. It seems like, and then you're talking about food and stuff like that. It's like these are basic stuff for an event. Surely, hopefully they learn from this, right?
Yeah, I have seen. I don't know if y'all are up for the emails, like if you guys have
Yeah.
signed up for those, but
From
it
Buttered
does sound
Popcorn.
like they heard, yeah, some of the feedback.
All
So I
good.
guess all we can really do is hope. But yeah, I did want to say, like, Drag, I had a similar experience. My wife and I went there, and we both had long 15 shirts on. A few other folks were there that had long 15 shirts on, and yeah, similar experience. Like, we presented in a modding panel and stuff, and all, but like, I did not have one person approach me and recognize like long 15. So it was kind of a wake up call that, like, yeah, there may be a lot of people online who are into modding and this type of community, but when you actually get out there, it's a very, very niche, small community, or at least like maybe folks just aren't, I don't know, they aren't the same type of folks to go to those events. But
They're
I felt
probably
like
Yeah.
it was,
more casual Fallout fans, I guess. Like
yeah,
that watch the show or whatever. I'm kind of guessing.
Or
yeah,
just that the Fallout like the Fallout franchise encompasses so much more than just New Vegas modding.
yeah.
As you guys
Yeah.
know, because you talk about a lot more on this Rawcast, and I think that Toxic, you definitely have a point with the idea that the people who are modding at home are not going to be the same people. Because how many people were there in cosplay? Probably over
It was a
half.
big,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
big cosplay event.
So yeah, so that's going to skew a lot of the attendance there. I would think for anybody considering going or doing something like it, hopefully they can fix the event. But what I did personally a few years before, I went and just visited Vegas on my own and had some locations that I wanted to visit. Went to Red Rock Canyon, did things on the Strip. Went to Hoover Dam, stopped in Prim. I drove through Good Springs by myself one morning. Didn't see a single other person. Just got out and looked at the buildings and thought it was super cool. And so being able to connect with the real life locations in that way was very cool, and I think that I would definitely be up for something like something fan organized with like a smaller get together, doing like a tour of certain locations, something like that, like a meetup would be super cool.
Which is funny because that's what the event originally started as. and then it turned into this like huge convention.
Well,
Yeah.
it turned
Yeah.
it's a convention in one location because it's the Good
Yeah.
Springs people putting it on, right? And so once you see Good Springs, cool. But as we talked about Hoover Dam,
Mhm.
going and seeing Hoover Dam is going to be amazing, even if you don't know anything about Fallout, just because that
Yeah.
structure is so impressive.
Yeah.
And the perspective you get on the real world locations, visiting multiple locations in the Las Vegas area, is much cooler than just trying to find something to do in Good Springs for hours.
Yeah, they love Fallout fans too. Like Hoover Dam has Fallout merch there, or not merch, but like, and if you walk through the museum, they have Fallout references in there. We found a snow globe. The old Mormon fort is like they have tons of Fallout stuff. So if you just go there as a fan, like just to see everything, totally agree. I think you'll have a much better time.
Man, I missed out then because I went to Vegas. I went to excuse me, Hoover Dam and stuff like that. But it was pre Vegas, Fallout New Vegas, should I say? And so, oh man, I would have loved to do that. But like what you said, Drag, like just itself as a spectacle and stuff like that, amazing. Like Hoover Dam, like it was the two places I've been to in the US is like Austin, Texas, and Vegas. But seeing Hoover Dam and stuff was like kind of mind blowing. Something that I'd I would never see in Scotland, so that from that my own personal perspective, it was kind of crazy seeing that. But I'm actually gutted for what you just said, Whiteout, with like everything's kind of, well, they love the Fallout fans. I would love to have seen that, like being there. That'd been crazy.
I guess
Yeah.
some of these guys in chat have been making a pretty good point about this whole thing too. I didn't really consider, like, Drag, you were talking, well, you, Rooster, we've all been kind of talking about being somewhat antisocial, and Drag, you were mentioning how it didn't seem like it was much of a push to try to meet other people and like have these deeper conversations. Barab said that he had some good conversations standing in line, but I think a lot of the people that were there also had the same kind of perspective and like somewhat antisocial. Like Earl of Pancake said, some people having social anxiety and in today's world struggle with it, with personal connection, grew up communicating digitally. I wonder if that really did play like a large part in that too, why it didn't really feel like there was much connection out there, although there were thousands of Fallout fans.
Yeah, I could see that being why maybe some people didn't go. But I
Yeah,
think once you're there,
yeah,
the question was just like, who do I know?
yeah.
And I just was looking around and just all faces of strangers.
Yeah, agreed. I think the fans who did go were just a different community. It opened my eyes that, like you said, the Fallout community is way bigger than I even realized. A lot of that's probably thanks to the show, thanks to the newer games. But I've also realized like the
Hey,
76
hey,
community.
Thank you,
hold,
kind
hold that
sir.
thought. Sorry,
Just
bro.
want to say I
No, you're all good.
appreciate all of you and what you guys do for this community.
I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm gonna just go Skit. There we go. Skit, thank you for that super fat 50 sec super dude. Thank you. He said, just want to say I appreciate all of you and what you guys do for the community. What money is that? What is SEK when it comes to money?
Swedish krona.
Swedish.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay, got you.
Shout out. That is one of the new developers on our. He joined our team for the bull.
Sick.
Yeah, Battle for Bullhead.
That's
Also,
incredible.
he did I believe Into the Deep, which is one of my favorite
Oh,
quest
snap.
mods
Yeah,
ever.
I know that one.
Yeah, so super talented
mod.
quest modder there. Yeah.
Yeah, GG,
Yeah,
thank
so
you very
welcome,
much,
dude.
sir. Now, please proceed. Yep.
Kind of lost my train of thought there. Sorry. What was I talking about?
Oh, we were talking about.
Yeah. The community. Yeah. The community is much larger. And what I was gonna say is I didn't realize how separated the community is. So I think a lot of the cosplayers they're all maybe on Instagram together, and then us modders were like only in our modding Discord.
Hold it again.
Thank
Hold
you,
it
kind
again.
sir.
Oh no.
Should do a Fallout mod con /meetup.
Just
I
need
like that
corporate
idea.
sponsorship.
Barrett.
$sign emoji.
Very much so. GG, huge W's in the chat for Skit and for Barrett. Super fat $10 super chat, my man. I do appreciate you, and I agree completely. We should do a Fallout ModCon or meetup. Just need some corporate sponsorship money. Yes, sir.
Good to see you as well, Barup. He has also joined the Project Fullhead
Oh,
team,
he's
and
in
that's
on
also
it?
the Nuka Land,
Yeah.
Nuka World
Nuka,
creator.
yeah. No, it's Nuka
Yeah,
Land.
Nuka Land.
It's Nuka
Nuka
Land.
Land, yeah, Nuka Land creator.
Have you seen the
Really,
latest
really
update to that?
incredible. I haven't seen the latest one.
Oh my god, dude. I streamed it when he dropped it. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, that's
It's
right.
crazy.
With the big fight
Yeah.
at the end of the Death Claw. I did see that. Yeah, that was awesome.
Good work, Barrett. One more time,
Right.
Whiteout. Please proceed.
Yeah, I mean, long story short, I just think that the community's it's split up. You know, you have the cosplayers who they seem to all know each other at the event. They seem to have their own community. I think the modders, we were a lot more disorganized.
Yeah.
We didn't seem to know each other. Definitely some YouTubers there, which was also crazy that a lot of them were like barely even like recognized. Like
Yep.
Al Chessbreach, who's like a complete legend for us. I only saw maybe like 2 people go up to him and recognize him, and yeah, that like blew my mind. I like couldn't believe it. I just thought I thought he'd be getting swarmed the whole time. So yeah, it was just crazy to see that we're kind of in a bubble here.
Yeah.
Just saying it right now.
went to-
I'm just saying, if I met Al Chessbreach, I'd be like a teenage girl at a Backstreet Boys concert. I'd shriek, man.
That's what I was
Yeah.
saying.
I walked past him. He was in a huge crowd of people just standing there with his hood on, chilling. I walked past him, like, did a double take and stopped in my tracks. I was like, Al? And he just lit up. Like, he was like, holy shit, someone recognized me. Like, yeah, dude, it's fucking Al Chessbreach.
Yeah, I gave him one of the long 15 books because we had printed out physical like guidebooks and handed them out, and he thought it was pretty cool. He sent he put it in his video when he like played long 15. I thought that was really awesome. He's
Hell yeah.
just a great dude.
Yeah, and that's awesome that y'all made those books. It's kind of a throwback to the old days when you'd buy a game and you'd have the actual manual or guide.
Yeah.
with it. Really
Oh,
wonderful.
here we go. Yep, Raw just made a video that I don't know if everybody's seen it. Yeah, talking about actual physical material and that. If you've not seen it, chat, take a look. It's popping off on YouTube a bit. It's very good. It's very, very good. It's got a lot of sane conversation. If you it's definitely not insane, Raw, right? It's
not that
proper
one.
good. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff in there talking about how social media has changed the sort of the gaming space as well, and how people operate. But I'll not rattle on too much about it. Just check it out. You'll be able to find it on his channel.
Yeah, I appreciate you. It really talks about just, I mean, society, gaming, and social media, like you said, but gaming is one of the main focuses. Everything has changed so much. Like, you guys remember, like you were just saying, when games actually having pack-ins for the consumers, like games used to be made by gamers for gamers, and now it's like these guys, the shareholders. The shareholders are really the ones calling the shots behind the scene. I feel like that really reflects in a lot of the stuff like we're seeing right now. Like with Starfield, like I said, feeling like 1,000 miles wide and only an inch deep. They're shooting for the masses instead of like really honing in on their core fan base that built up brands like Call of Duty and brands like Fallout to what it is. Like, you guys agree with that? What's your take on how a lot of that has changed over time?
One observation that I would make is when I think about how much money I spent playing 76.
Yeah.
I mentioned to you guys, I got into that for probably about 8 months. A friend of mine from the gym invited me to play it with him one night. I had tried it a couple times, couldn't get into it. Third time was the charm, and I was into it for like 8 months straight. It's actually can be quite a lot of fun if you're playing it with friends. And so you're paying, you buy whatever, you spend whatever you spend on the game, whether it's on sale. I think it was free at one point, whatever the game costs. Then you're paying for the monthly a PlayStation membership. Then I was paying for Fallout first, so I got access to the additional content. I was buying atoms to spend in the Atom shop, and so there was a lot of additional microtransactions that I had going on, and I didn't. I never totaled it, but I spent probably hundreds of dollars on this game, which to contrast it to how much I spent on any of the other games, you just buy it once and get the DLCs, and that's pretty much it. So if I'm thinking from the perspective of somebody who is selling this game from somebody who has shareholders in mind, of course they're going to be steering towards a game that can make continued revenue rather than something that you buy once. So um, I don't know what if I have like an overarching opinion about what all that means, but it's an observation I can't help but make.
You know, while you're on the topic of 76, let me pull up this article real quick.
Yeah. And speaking of 76, there was something in the conversation you had with Rooster,
Mhm.
and I remember you guys talking about it. And at one point, um, again, I would defend 76. I wouldn't defend every element of it. I know it had problems when it came out, but it is a lot of fun. And you have to be in the right mindset because it is a different type of gaming experience than playing, say, New Vegas on your own as a role playing game versus getting into the 76 world and playing with friends. But I thought it was funny because you guys said that it was like the least Fallout. But then at another point in the interview, you also said, like, let's give the Fallout IP to multiple different developers and see what they spit out. Like, let's get like a real-time strategy type version of it. Let's see what can be done with it. And I wanted to jump in and be like, guys, that's what 76 is, just an MMO version of the Fallout IP, and it can be fun if you get into it. And so I would just encourage you guys that it can be fun. I understand when you say it's the least Fallout, but there is fun to be had there.
There is. I've had my fun with it. We actually streamed it. That's how me and Blue initially met. Was I was doing like a community live stream on Fallout 76. Um,
That's right.
there,
I was going to say.
there's a lot
we,
of
Sorry, go on, Ross. Sorry.
there's a lot of fun to be had, and there's a lot of the artistic, stylistic decisions that are being made in that game. Like the landscape in 76 is probably the best Fallout world space in my opinion. At least when it comes to 3D spaces, I think that is one of the most unique and creative ones. The environmental designers really just gotta run with that, and I absolutely love that. Some of the creatures are incredible. Some of the weapon designs are pretty solid. I got this article.
Yeah, you say
Okay,
mention
so
the creatures and the weapons. What I
Mhm.
think is interesting about 76 is that I could totally relate to anyone who says that it doesn't feel canonical because like as I'm playing it and you go and you have a scorch beast come out of the ground and fly overhead like some sort of post-apocalyptic dragon,
Mhm.
and then you go and play the later Fallouts that we're all familiar with from before, it doesn't feel like they're the same universe, you know?
Yeah,
So in a lot of ways, 76 does feel almost lore adjacent
right.
rather than because I don't play New Vegas in the back of my mind thinking, it's not like if you're watching Game of Thrones and you think, oh, the dragons died out 300 years ago, and now you're playing New Vegas. You're like, yeah, the Scorched Beast died out 200 years ago, or whatever the timeline is. It doesn't. That's that mindset doesn't exactly jive with what I'm playing New Vegas with. So I totally understand that point of view.
My
Understood.
opinion on 76 is that I think it is good for what it is. And I personally don't have a like a big gripe with it. I definitely see your point about like, you know, it makes sense that it's a different type of game from other Fallout games. But in my opinion, the reason why I'm not a huge fan of it is because I think it replaced a lot of the development time that could or should have been used to go towards another single player
Yeah,
Fallout game. So
yeah.
I think it is
Yeah.
good, and I think it's good that they experimented with it. I'm actually happy they tried it, but I think this is on Bethesda. They made the mistake of not giving us a new single player experience for over 10 years and then wanting 76 to like satisfy everyone. And I just think the type of fan that really enjoys 76 isn't like a full overlap with the same ones who like the single player games. So you end up with some unsatisfied folks in that way.
Totally
Yeah.
agree with that. Yeah.
Rooster, did you? I can't remember if you mentioned it earlier on in the cast, but did you ever play 76? Because I would, if you did, I would love to watch you streaming 76.
Let me just say, there's a spectrum of introversion versus extroversion. And
Yeah.
at the end of the introversion scale, there's like solitary confinement with books and a pull-up bar. That's where I'm at. So, like, yeah, I'm not doing an MMO. But with that said, I have referenced some of the content when researching mods and trying to keep some relative. Like, there are things that may be tonally questionable, and I will refer to Fallout 76 within reason. And it's always a balancing act. Things like Wendigos and other additions to the lore, which are intriguing. And so I'll give credit to 76, and it's easy to lambast it. I do think it's a good outlet for multiplayer intended players, kind of like with Elder Scrolls Online, which I have played and I did enjoy to a degree. I didn't invest nearly the time in it that I would in, say, Skyrim or Oblivion, but no, I've heard overwhelmingly laudable things about the world space design and how they have iterated on what was no need to add on to how disastrous the launch was. They have put a ton of work in it, and it's admirable. But like Whiteout said, there is a sense that it was a distraction from their normal focus on single player games. And I hate to say it, like the amount of time that has elapsed has been detrimental to Bethesda, I think, in the grand scope. And I understand from a big picture business standpoint, they've got to make money, and it is a money making venture, and it's probably a very profitable title for them. But from somebody that's deeply invested in the IP from a single player standpoint, I just have trouble getting invested in it. But that's not. I certainly don't want to detract or be somebody that harps on other people for enjoying a multiplayer experience like that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, totally agree. I think the biggest problem that Bethesda is having is not that they don't make, enough money. It sounds like they're doing really well and they're getting good sales and stuff. I think the biggest thing that they need to worry about right now is their reputation. I think before they could just sell games based on name alone, and now I almost think their name is starting to hinder them. Like when I hear it's coming from Bethesda, I used to like put it on my pre-order. I used to, be so excited just from that. Like I was like, well, I know it has to be good. And now I have like the complete opposite gut reaction of well, I hope it's like how they used to be. I hope it's has some single player elements. I hope, there's at least some good world building, because I have not really been impressed with what they've done in a long time. But like you said, Rooster, I don't think that means that these are bad games. I think there's a lot of enjoyment to be had. And I definitely don't agree with folks who just dump on everyone who enjoys their newer stuff. That is not productive for anyone. But I think it is good to hold Bethesda to a little bit of a higher standard, because they want us to hold them to it. Todd says it all the time. He's like, we want people to be critical, but then when people actually are critical, you kind of see some doubling back. Like, don't ask about Elder Scrolls. Don't even talk about it. So
yeah, he said that was one of his biggest mistakes, was like announcing what the Elder Scrolls 6 is at the same time they announced Starfield.
Yep.
What I don't understand about that is, to say they're announcing it. They didn't announce any details of it. So what's the alternative to announcing it? This is not announcing it, so we're all just going to wonder, will they make an Elder Scrolls 6?
At this point, I'd rather be left wondering than be like, okay, they said that they were making this like 10 years ago and we've seen nothing. They've done nothing with it.
It was just that screenshot, wasn't there? Remember that screenshot that came out?
Yeah, it was just that pan in of the like random landscape.
Yeah, and we'll try to guess what it was.
Yeah, there we go.
Hammerfell. Yeah, it's like that's going back to Daggerfall, wasn't it? Hammerfell. Yeah,
Mhm,
pretty sure.
mhm.
What I was going to say, toxic, something you touched on there in terms of Bethesda and stuff like that, and how it seems like their name has been like you were kind of alluding to it, like the name's kind of been smeared in terms of like our gut feeling. Like I'll talk personally about my gut feeling, and I share the same like sort of experience as you. I felt that every time I see Bethesda, my gut goes, oh no, oh my god. But then you go on social media and stuff like that, and it seems like it resonates with a lot of people. And I know um, exactly where you're coming from as well in terms of you should play the games yourself and experience this first and not take anyone else's opinion and you not shitting on Bethesda constantly. But it just
Mm-hmm.
seems like the whole everywhere I look, when I see Bethesda's name, I see negative, and I'm just like here we go. This one last thing I'll say about this is they recently updated Starfield, right? And again, it seems like that's went down like a lead balloon. They updated Starfield with what fans were asking for in terms of not having these loading screens and you can fly through space and not have interrupted, have more immersion and stuff like that. But again, I've not played it, but the reaction online hasn't been very positive, and it's sad. It's sad, and there's a part of me that wants to play it, but when you start reading stuff like that, again, maybe I shouldn't be too bothered about it and just try it. But it just seems like you said, that the name's not great at the minute, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, on the initial release of that latest update, I saw a lot of positive reception online about it. But it was either yesterday morning or this morning. I literally just saw a whole bunch of backlash now because it's doing the Bethesda thing. They released an update, so it introduced a whole new slew of bugs and glitches, and it's causing all types of like file corrupting crashes and like ruining people's games. And
Is it doing the same with the modding side of it as well? Probably is,
I mean,
isn't
I
it?
would assume so. Anytime a Bethesda game gets updated, mods are just done. They're screwed.
Long
Yeah.
live New Vegas.
Right.
Yeah, that's what yeah.
The one that they will never update.
Yeah.
When I think of New
Leave it
Vegas,
alone.
I think of that old meme of the guy with all the buckets going up to the cow that's been milked. Like
Yeah.
it's like the scrawny little cow that has no more milk. He's like, I'll find it. He's like, good morning, sunshine. That's New Vegas.
Yeah, it's the
Yeah.
it's the complete opposite of Drag's fucking Brahmin, isn't it?
Had to come back to that.
Yeah, we had to come back to that, definitely. Zero balls.
That's right. Starfield, yeah, and they could have like anti-gravity, zero gravity scrotums in space. I mean, they haven't even explored that. That's not something
I
because
know.
that's too risque. But yeah,
Yeah, floating balls in space. They've not even tried it.
We
Yeah,
had
I
so.
wonder.
Oh, no, go ahead, Drake.
Sorry, go ahead.
Nope.
I was just gonna say, I wonder the degree to which, if they make an update based on fan feedback, I wonder, like, do fans actually know what they want in a game? Because I think that you could say, hey, this would be cool, and then it gets implemented, and maybe it doesn't go over the way that maybe you think it does all the time. I don't know what feedback they're getting, but I feel like the modding community just is this deep reserve of research into what fans want. And I don't know the degree to which Bethesda's actually paying attention to the mods that people are making, and that people play the most, because that right there will show you.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's things that were introduced in New Vegas mods that haven't been introduced in 4 or 76, and it's like, okay, this is clear that this is what fans want. And then there's things they're introducing
Yeah.
that no one did in a mod.
Uh-huh.
And so
well, I'll jump to their well, you can argue it because some people have, and I am definitely settlement skeptic, but the settlement system in Fallout 4 was taken directly from Real Time Settler. That was one time where they 100% looked at those mechanics and what made it work, and they
Yeah.
implemented that in Fallout 4. Now, whether or not you agree with it, believe me, and I have my misgivings about settlement system as an overwhelming part of the game. are dominating the game landscape in Fallout
Mhm.
4, for example. But
Mhm.
I will give them credit where credit's due. And, things like we talked about the voice protagonist. They did remove the voice protagonist in Starfield.
Yeah.
There's some other, I will give Bethesda props on certain things. And Obsidian, when they made New Vegas, of course, was attentive to things like the weapon mods and other things that were active in the Fallout 3 modding community. But
Yeah.
that's Obsidian, totally different animal. But I'll give Bethesda credit on some. Again, it's a very different company than, we're talking things that happened
Yeah,
10,
sure.
15 years ago.
We got a few community questions real quick. Andreas is saying they're about to go to bed, but beforehand, which armors and outfits would you want to port from Fallout 76 to Fallout New Vegas?
Well, so I've done quite a few
Hold on.
already.
Hold on. Hold that thought.
A table
Hold
of
that thought.
kings.
Eero with the super fat $5 super chat. A table of kings. Thank you, kind sir. W's in the chat for Eero. Appreciate you, dog. Great content over on Eero's channel too, by the way. The man that produced
Oh,
the
yeah.
trailers for the Long 15.
Oh,
Yeah.
top man. Top man.
Yeah, good dude. Yeah, so I think what armors would I want to port? One thing I noticed when I was playing 76 is that there were certain things that I had a hard time getting, things that were rare, certain things that you had to buy from the atomic shop that wasn't coming through, and that I was never able to get. I thought, wait, I can just put all this in New Vegas now. What am I waiting for it in 76 for? Um, so there's a couple of things. The Bog Wanderer outfit was one that I really liked in 76 that I edited for myself. They have a few cool power armors as well. Um, yeah, and then there have been a lot of iterations of the BOS infantry armor that have come out. Some for New Vegas, some for 4. There's the 76 original. So that's a really cool. That's a really cool suit.
Just one other question as well, and it's like quite a simplistic question, but just thrown out there, for all you guys. What do you guys want out of a new Fallout? I'll start with you, Drag.
Do I want out of a new Fallout? So that's where to begin. I mean, I think we could come back to that question because what I the simple short answer is New Vegas on steroids, right? That's what I want. If you
Yeah.
want to ask what I want, but if we want to think about what I want in a world, in a real world, and what is actually on offer, I think we need to we can dive into conversation where we consider AI and because that's inescapable at this point. Oh, I'll also mention there was a meme that I saw recently that gave me a good laugh. Did you see the one where it said that Bethesda is officially partnering with the United States government to ensure that Fallout 5 happens in the real world?
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
They're on the fast track for that one. That's the one thing they're going to push out ASAP.
Yeah,
Holy shit.
yeah, so it's pretty
They
good.
might
So,
release something.
Right?
yeah,
We might actually get a release before it's over. Shit.
immersion one. Yeah,
There'll definitely be a tweet.
You said they're
A
what?
controversial. I'll say there'll definitely be a tweet. A controversial tweet, right?
Oh, yeah.
I'm not going there. I'm not going there.
yeah. So I'll pass it to the other guys with that. Here.
Yeah, go on.
All right. I would echo some of what Drag says in regards to keeping the general design principles of New Vegas in place and just treat the IP seriously.
Yep.
Whichever place you're going to do it in, and because the United States is a huge blank canvas there, and that's again and I've said this in the comments. If the TV show had been set in one of the unknown areas of the United States, I think it would have had less issue. But putting that aside, I think for a new game, whether you set it in New Orleans, Atlanta, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, wherever, that any number of hypothetical settings, just do the research and make it a proper role playing experience for the player. And that's not to say you're entrenched in old methods or styles. Obviously, you take some risk and you try to implement new mechanics and design principles. But overall, I would say ideally you bring in some of the old thinkers that can help move forward with that. whether they're from Obsidian or Bethesda. And I don't want to sound too pessimistic here, but I don't know if Bethesda in their current mode is capable of that. Whereas Obsidian, I'm not sure just yet where they're at. If they could pivot into something that could produce a product that's akin to New Vegas, but yeah, I would say something that's like New Vegas, takes the IP and the setting seriously and does its homework. I know
Yeah.
if somebody like Josh Sawyer and some other people like Chris Avalone were involved, I would feel pretty confident about that. But
Yeah, absolutely. I
yeah,
agree with
that's
that 100%.
obviously, I like in the other interview, I would like something set in the American South that's
Uh-huh.
not cartoonish, because there's a lot of rich history and literature there that I hope they would draw upon. But no, that's my wish list. I'm not optimistic. I think it's going to be a long time, and depending on how Elder Scrolls 6 plays out, who knows what Microsoft is going to do from a big picture corporate standpoint. If they're going to really put the squeeze, if they start splitting up the company and so on, but that's all speculation at this point. So we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah. Whiteout, what do you think, mate?
Yeah, I would echo a lot of what Rooster's saying. My ideal location is always Texas. I think, people
Oh
always
man.
start with the location. I think Texas is such a interesting place, and you could literally look at the Texas Triangle and just throw a dart on the map and take any of them. And I think you'd end up with like a really cool, unique type of game. Um, the one thing I would really ask for, and it's like kind of hard to say this out loud, but it's like I would just ask that Bethesda doesn't dump on the fans that really care, because a lot of times people are like, oh yeah, sure, here we go. But I do think there's been a little bit of like, I wouldn't even say a little bit, a lot of pushback against fans who just really care about like something that's really serious, maybe something gritty. And I
Hmm.
think if you're gonna do Texas, you can't do the Jetsons. Like it just it doesn't work.
Hell no.
They don't work
Definitely not.
together. You
Yeah.
can't do the big blue curvy buildings and the tight vault suits. It doesn't work. So I think giving it a more serious tone, um, I think you could look at a ton of the movies in that area. There's a lot of movies in like East Texas and stuff. I'm kind of losing some of the names, but I'll come back with them. But just kind of having that vibe of you saw a little bit of it with New Vegas, but I think doubling down there would be really awesome. The other thing I think is it would be nice if they pulled in some outside writing talent. I also agree. Ideally, that would be with past developers, but if that's not something they're willing to do, I just think they need to get really serious about their writing and trying to tell a story. At some point, they need to understand that this is like a AAA experience. So this is something that like is going to make as much money or more than a blockbuster movie, right? So there's no reason
Yeah.
why the writing needs to be like high school, college essay, like if you can feel that a millennial wrote the story, that's a bad thing. That's
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. Nail on the
Yeah.
head. Yeah.
So I don't want any modern like references because they're just not going to age well. I think it's better to just like focus on the story, lock in on what you have, um, and try and give the player that full experience. So I know I'm droning on a little bit, sorry, but I definitely think Texas is where I want it to go, and I agree with Rooster that should be serious, should be a Western. I think that's where Fallout would thrive right now.
We just need a New
Yeah.
Vegas part 2. Put it in Texas.
Yeah.
We're good.
With a lot
No,
of, like,
if y'all
sorry.
want East Texas, that's my stomping grounds. I can do that, man.
Mate, get on it. Get on it. I just want to see it with grit. I want to see it be serious and with grit, and have that. Like I said before, like I'm not going to drone on about it, but like have that grit and intrigue, and have me like captivated playing it, and seeing some serious, like some serious issues that I have to be morally choosing through. All that that's classic Fallout for me. Having that quest where you're kind of like, oh shit, what shall I do here? This is wrong, but I could benefit from this. Not like with it written like half decent. I'm not talking like, you know, total Shakespeare can write, and I'm just talking, you know, having it done correctly in the right setting. But you know, Texas would be like spot on for me. I agree with you, Rooster and Toxic, 100%. I would have it there, but I would more. I would love it like as from a personal point of view, being in Scotland. That would be like killer. I would absolutely love that.
Yeah, I would agree on the Texas location as well. As I think, Rooster, you mentioned last time you were on the show that there's multiple countries within Texas itself, right?
Yeah.
I've driven through Texas a couple times, and yeah, you could create a map with just such distinct geographical qualities and personalities in Texas. You can have a downtown area, you can have just a completely desolate desert area,
Yeah, yeah.
and everything in between.
And they can
All
be 5 miles apart.
Yeah.
We
yeah.
chatted about this. We chatted about this.
Yeah.
We chatted about the last one. Is class. Yeah, exactly what you mean. Drag. Sorry. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, and here's something I thought of as far as the frontier goes. This just occurred to me, and I thought, why had this never occurred to me before? Because you know they've been reworking the frontier, the new frontier. I don't know how development's going on that. I'm not involved in it. I wish them all the best. But here's a question I would like to run by you guys. Why didn't they set it in Anchorage originally? You know, they picked Portland, I think, just because it was a city kind of nearby, and there was no real story-driven reason. But to me, Anchorage is definitely fit for that icy environment. There's a lot of game lore that you could dig into that's implied in the stories, and I just wonder if maybe they missed an opportunity there.
Mm.
I'd buy that for $1. Saying, sounds cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Hey, just Whiteout's posted in the Discord. I've just seen it. Excuse me. Good question from Cellblock that I think we missed, but he's asking, and obviously this is to all you guys. He's asking, your favorite quest mods as modders. You know, what are they? What would you say? Like, it doesn't have to be obviously your own ones. Is like what are the best quest mods that you've ever played?
Yeah, Drag did mention one thing that I will raise is that a lot of modders like rarely get to play other mods, so I will preface with that. But from what I have played, um, excluding the folks in here, because I will obviously say Rooster's mods are pretty much always my my number one for quests, especially with all the nostalgia I have for them. Um, I really liked Into the Deep. I thought it was just really well made. It was a really fun story and kept me like kind of encapsulated the whole time. And Autumn Leaves is another really amazing quest mod.
Yes. Yes.
Can you like briefly elaborate or just like expand on these, like for people that haven't played it and stuff like that? Just give a brief description, Whiteout, of what these mods were and how and how you why you liked them. I guess.
Yeah, I would start with Autumn Leaves because it's just so iconic. I think it was one of the first, maybe the first quest mod that was like a decent size, and I don't think it has any combat at all. Um, it's more of like a investigative mod. I really thought it was just so creative to come up with something like that in like a first person shooter environment. Like it just I think expanded what folks realized was possible with quest modding. And now I think coming out now it would still be really amazing, but I think at the time that coming out at the time it did is one of the reasons why it held up so well. It's just really impressive uh, piece of art. So good that Bethesda kind of took it and brought it into Fallout 4. Um,
Yeah.
Yeah, there was definitely that controversy.
and then Into the Deep, it's a really interesting quest, just about like a mining town where like the miners blew their way into a vault, and you have to go in and help rescue them. And as you go down, the facility just gets more and more kind of like dark and sinister, and um, it's just a really incredibly well made mod. I don't want to misspeak, but I think it was all made by one person, which is even more impressive. Um, but yeah, the author's super nice guy, really talented. So would definitely recommend anybody tries that one if they haven't.
Nice. What about the rest of you guys? Any other ones?
I just want to echo the sentiment that when you're making mods, it kind of eats up the normal gameplay time. So I am regrettably remiss in experiencing some of the more recently made mods, including Long 15. I've watched Al's play, and I'm thankful for Al because it gives me insight into a lot of the new mods in snippet form. But most of the mods I'll reference are probably old school, and that's not a dig at any of the new authors. It's just what I experienced, especially prior to modding with guys like, again, I'm going to say Poos Moose a lot because he was so influential on me. The style couldn't be more disparate. It was very textual and puzzle based, but it was deeply formative to me as a modder and informed that you can make something that's relatively erudite or well written. And obviously, I took this deeply intellectual form of quest mods and I ended up making profane westerns. So, to each, that's the natural progression for me, at least, was to turn it into something ultra violent and insane. But yeah, I was deeply informed by a lot of Oblivion and Fallout 3 mods. And once I started modding, and again, this is like it's kind of like when I discussed I have a hard time going back and patching and revising old mods. It's hard for me to take time to play other mods and even games when I'm modding, and I try not to use that as a cop out. But that's the hard truth of it. I've been very impressed from Long 15, which is I think it's a testament to the strength of the Fallout New Vegas community, and I think it has helped elevate New Vegas above Fallout 4, at least in
Yes.
modding terms. I don't want to get
Yeah.
into a pissing contest, but I think we punch way above our weight class, and that's certainly helped propel us. In terms of matching the vanilla tone and the intent of the designers, it's fantastic. I mean, I make my little stuff here and there, but you've got other small authors. It's a very vibrant community, and also Artistic Harmonica is back as Angry Kazoo. We have a lot of really talented and passionate quest mod authors that are constantly striving to put out content, and I think people laud and I think Skyrim gets a lot more player count and views, but I'm actually really proud of the New Vegas community, and it's one of the things that always brought me back to it. So I'm hoping at some point, to take in and digest more of the more recently made quest mods, but nonetheless, that's kind of where I'm coming from on it.
Wait.
Well
Yeah,
said,
I'm gonna
Rooster. Thanks.
absolutely. I would echo both of those guys in saying that one of the things you sign up for when modding is that you dig into the silo you've created for yourself, and quest mods are one of these things that I'm constantly putting on my to try list, and flagging them as something maybe to try in a future playthrough. That seems to always be it's there was a joke about lab grown meat, if you've ever heard of this stuff, and the joke is that lab grown meat is 6 months away, or 5 years away. I think it was 5 years away and always will be. And to me, that's my next playthrough. It's 6 months away and always will be. And that's when I will try all of the quest mods that I've been wanting to try. But I would definitely second Whiteout's endorsement of Autumn Leaves. I also thought that was a really cool quest mod. And it was good to see Autistic Harmonica / Angry Kazoo come back. It was disheartening to know that the community gave I don't know the details, but apparently there was some unhelpful and harsh criticism of some things from Autistic Harmonica that was not received well, that led to them taking their mods down and leaving the community for a brief time. So I'm glad that they've been able to push past that and bring their mods back, and I just hope that that can stay on a positive trajectory.
Amen, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, very well said.
Yeah.
Yeah, the,
Just-
the community can be really cruel sometimes with their feedback, and I just think people forget that a lot of these are just made by one person. So you're not like yelling at some game studio with somebody who's hired to like handle your comments. You're just yelling at the guy who put a bunch of time into making this for free. So that's I know the folks that we're talking to here on the call already know all this, but it is still a bummer that there's people who kind of float around like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, glad to hear he came back because Harmonica's really talented guy. He's I've worked with him a little bit in the past, and he's done some really amazing stuff.
Is that still the thing? Just going on to what Toxic was saying there, and ironically, you still get toxic feedback from a lot of people. Just, I know it's a bit of a negative question, but I'm just interested because surely a lot of people should be switching on and realizing now with the power of the internet, social media and stuff like that, and seeing like how you guys start your mods, develop your mods, and enhance your mods. Is it still a thing then? Do you still get like a lot of negative stuff, or are people more understanding? Because it seems like I would imagine with, like I said, people should realize that user guys coming from a passionate, creative like state of mind.
What I will say about the negative feedback is that I may have said this before on the show, that negativity always seems to have an outsized weighting emotionally when considering all the feedback that you're getting
Yep.
from the community. So it takes 19 people to say, hey, thanks so much, I enjoy the mod, and then one person comes in with some sort of trolling comment, and that can affect you and be more memorable than the 19 other things positive that somebody just said. And I think that part of learning to get past all that is to just, and it's unfortunate, but you stop, and maybe not, let me not be general. For me, what I've had to do is stop paying attention to comments in general. Not that I don't pay attention to them at all, but that I'm not there following all the comments. I've got friends that will come and tell me, "Hey, I heard so and so said this. Did you see this?" And often I didn't, and I'm not looking for it. What I've realized I have to do is that I've got to focus on what I want to make and keep working. And I've gotten enough positive feedback in the past, and I can kind of just know from an intellectual point of view that there are people who like it. There's always going to be a small percentage of people who are going to do the internet troll thing and talk shit and be negative. And I just need to do what I'm going to do with more or less blinders on. And so I feel like that may prevent me from connecting positively with some members of the community. And that's an unfortunate consequence of the negativity that is lurking out there. So I apologize to anyone whose messages I may have missed or anything to that end. But that's one of the ways that I deal with the negativity is you just got to put the blinders on and move on and keep pressing forward.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry,
ahead,
I was
Luke.
gonna. No, sorry, I was gonna throw it out, but Whiteout, go on.
I was just gonna say there's a skill to reading through the lines too, like not taking certain things personally and realizing like, okay, well maybe the way this guy directed this comment is totally unnecessary and immature or whatever, but just like reading through the lines and thinking like, is there anything to take from here, or is this just like
Yeah.
somebody's shitty opinion? Because I have had really nasty comments before where I'm like, well, they had a point about this, but the other 10 things were like not super helpful. So, I just think as long as folks can be like reasonable with their critiques, there's still a lot that you can take from them. But
See,
yeah,
just
I,
to
I
sort of interject, Toxic. I think, right, I reckon a lot of it's just pure jealousy from these people. Like seeing people being successful and doing really well in terms of modding and stuff like that, and they're just bitter and like, just shitty human beings. Like I've obviously not experienced what you've went through in terms of the negative feedback, but I look at it and just think, I think you touched on a way out that a lot of these people are probably immature and young and stupid and don't, or not stupid, but just naive and just don't know the bigger picture and are like kind of what's the term? They're just looking down the tunnel and see it in for themselves and being quite selfish, whereas there are people that are, in my opinion, that are mature enough to comment, but are just pure jealous of your success. Do you think that's a reasonable thing to say? A reasonable point?
It's funny. I would have originally said no, but now after I would say Long 15 came out, I would say yes. That is a thing, and the reason why I say that is because specifically for Long 15, we tried to be a little more official with it. We put together a IMDb page, which if folks aren't familiar, it's like where all the movies go, video games go on there and stuff. So we tried to make one to help feature the voice actors and stuff. And overall, we got a really good rating, but we started getting people, and we would get like 3 in a day, where they would just rate it like spam 1 out of 10 on there. And it's like, okay, I understand, maybe if you gave it like a 5 or something, if you really didn't like it, or like a 3, but a 1 out of 10 is like clearly somebody who did not play the work. They just wanted to dump on it.
Yeah.
And after seeing that, I'm starting to realize, like, yeah, these people really do exist who just, they get so upset, or I don't know what could cause you to do something like that. They just will give it a 1. And I think, they don't leave a comment. There's nothing productive. The only thing that it does is just try to drag down someone else's work. And
Yeah.
so,
Yeah.
yeah, so I do think that is an aspect of it. But like Drag said, you can't let that get to you, because
Mhm.
if you just look at the 1 out of 10s, you're gonna ignore all the 8s and 9s and 10s and the thoughtful comments and all the, good critiques that actually help you improve. So yeah, you have to develop thick skin.
Yep, 100%. I can imagine, man. Rooster, you don't need thick skin. You take this on your stride, right?
Hey, luckily, I've never released anything that was controversial or got a lot of negative feedback or anything. It's all just been so well received. Everybody just loved it.
I
Top
knew
to
it.
bottom. It was just roses and sunshine all the time.
Yeah. No, see, go on. Sorry.
Look, I'll just say this. Look, I've kind of come full circle. When I was starting out modding, I'd be really defensive, man, and like emotionally invested. People would say they'd come in there and just shit all over them and be like, all right, motherfucker, you try it. That kind of thing. I was like, I would literally say that. I was like, hey, asshole, you give it a shot. You try to go dig through this shit. It's like, all right, that's not the most
reaction
productive.
as well.
Yeah, it's not a cerebral or productive way to handle this kind of criticism, Jimmy. So in time, and especially after some of the things I've experienced in life, I was like, all right, you got to take the shit in stride. Yeah, there's the
Yep.
poisonous flies, like Nietzsche said. The shitty people that are gonna shit on you. At the same time, I'll admit, coming back in, like one of the reasons I rebooted and came in as a bird was because I wanted just to fly under the radar and just make small stuff. And my mod pages are deliberately horrific and simple, and it's no accident. It's like I just want to make some stuff here and there, and if people like it, they like it. I do appreciate, and
That's
I
because
go
your cat
out of
made
my.
them. Your cat made those, right?
I'm
What's
sorry.
the cat? I'm saying that's because your cat made them.
Oh yeah, Delano, yeah, and of course Delano is an author, so what are they going to say to him?
Yeah, no, they
he
will
would murder
fucking
them.
hell.
So
Yeah.
but I try to now. I have a much more. I try to be thankful for any feedback I can get and take it in stride. And again, like there is you can detect patterns and you can read the room when there's a consensus of criticism or a chorus that's constantly
Yep.
saying, hey, maybe that New Vegas Bounties 3 thing, that wasn't the best way to resolve that. It's like, hey, maybe I shouldn't have done it that way. You can kind of read between the lines and take action on that. And so that's the approach I've tried to take. Engage in introspection. Don't be overly defensive. At the same time, except there are some fruity people out there, and you just got to block them or whatnot. But I do think that's a minority, and I feel for Whiteout, like having had mods that hit that level of exposure, there's an increased level of scrutiny and feedback, and some people are just absolutely vicious.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so I feel your pain on that. I don't miss that. And I salute you, man, because like you get it. You're just gonna take it on the chin sometimes. And that's that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I would
yeah.
I would I would add two more things. One, I don't know if you guys have had any experience with this, but running into people that you can tell have mental health issues. It's happened to me where
Mhm.
there was a guy back in the old gun days. I remember a specific series of interactions um, where this person would be nice and apologetic, and uh, s- then they would just turn and start saying awful things in the forum. And um, like
Holy hell,
this
yeah.
this one guy, I remember he released a work in progress that I shared with him after he like begged and pleaded, and then just like thought he was intentionally ruining the mod because he thought people were out to get him. He was having some sort of mental event, and I feel for this guy, but given the number of people that are in this community, there's going to be some representation of that in the people that are consuming the mods, and you never know when the feedback that you're getting is from something that may have that kind of source.
Oh, absolutely.
But
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah, but another thing is that, and this goes across social media. This is just sort of human psychology. Is they say if you're investigating financial crimes, you follow the money. Uh, on social media with these sorts of comments, you follow the prestige. What you have is a lot of people who, when you have a mod that achieves the type of notoriety that Long 15 did, and you have so many people speaking positively about it, there's
Mhm.
this incentive to be the person who finds the thing to
Yep.
talk shit on,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
And so
absolutely.
then you become the person who saw through the bullshit, and you're the insightful, and you're the wise one who knows why all of these people who are praising it are wrong, and people should be listening to your sort of uh, heightened, elevated opinion. And you can find that a lot, and it just is a sort of engine running a lot of this toxicity online.
And you can also create like a sub community of people who also resonate with that, where
Hmm.
maybe they also had some critiques, but they might have been silenced or shut out by other people.
Yes.
And
Yes.
now they'll kind of create their own little toxic sub community where everyone can just be negative together. And I've seen
And
this happen with
it'd be like
games.
sorry, toxic, and it'll be
No,
like
you're
an
good.
echo chamber. It'd be like a
Yeah.
total echo chamber, right? Yeah, yeah. Sorry.
No, no, you're totally good. I was gonna say I've seen this with video games all the time. I I mean, this is kind of how Starfield's, the bad example maybe, but this is how Starfield's reviews turned, right? Like the first 3 days, people forget it was all 9 out of 10s from everybody,
Yep.
and if you said anything negative about it on Reddit, it was like you were shut down, you were downvoted, everything was like, and then over the next couple of weeks, the like general sentiment started to turn. Well, when you have something that maintains like a good status, you're still going to have people who don't care for it, and that's fine. But I think one of the downsides of like not allowing negative, criticism at all, if people can be respectful about it, is they're going to go find a much worse place to spew, maybe their bile. Like, they're going to find somewhere where they can say whatever they want. Um,
I
which
seen the exact same
yeah,
thing with Crimson Desert. I don't know if you
yeah,
follow it. Yeah,
yeah.
I seen the exact same because it's kind of it came out and there was a few there was a lot of issues with it. But then, as all good developers do, they sorted them very quickly. From what I've seen, I've not bought the game yet, but it's positive reviews on Steam. And it seems like it's like basically what you just said, Whiteout. People shat on it very quickly, and a lot of like media reviewers or journalists were shitting on it straight away, saying this, that, and the next thing. I couldn't
Hmm.
quote it right now, but they sorted it, and it's overwhelmingly positive now. And it's a game that I want to pick up just incidentally, but yeah, it's that what you said resonates with me because a lot of games get tarred with that brush straight away, don't they? It's like there's always a sort of I was going to use the word community, but not community, but a group of people that will immediately jump in the game because of certain issues that I only get into, and immediately the game's trash. But it's not trash if you play the game.
Yeah.
People don't just like use their own initiative and play the game itself and enjoy it for themselves. They listen to this sort of negative impact that seems to be kicking about the internet now. Sorry, I'm rabbiting on. Anybody else want to kick into that?
I think there's a clickbait aspect to it as well. If you look at videos that come out, I've felt the inclination in myself if I see a headline of, here are these 3 horrible things that ruined this game. This game was a complete failure. Here's why. And I'm like,
Yeah.
oh God, I need to go see that video. I didn't know the game was a failure. Let me go see what this is about. And after clicking on 1 or 2 of those, and you realize that it's just somebody sharing the sort of negative opinion that we're talking about, that
Yeah.
is just somebody finding something to complain about,
Mhm.
warranted or not, but it's not representative of the actual community experience with the game. And I just gave it a click. And it's clickbait titles. It's people who want their own exposure. It's people trying to get their
Yeah.
their
Yeah.
clicks up, and
Yep.
it's just an attractive way to get people to click.
I think it's
Uh,
gotten much worse now with YouTube removing the
Oh,
dislike button
oh,
because
hell yeah.
there's no
Hell
way
yeah.
to know the general sentiment on a video anymore.
Nah,
I
it's
just
true.
Go ahead, Rooster. I
I
saw you
just
were
want to say, if I was just, a profiteering grifter, I was going to make a series called Todd Howard Ate My Babies. And that was going to be the gist of it. I think that would actually get a lot of traction. I'm just saying.
It definitely would get a lot of views. I mean, people are looking for any reason to hate that guy.
Yeah.
In the thumbnail,
know.
Todd Howard in the files, question mark?
But Rooster, I took you to be a person who does not like to contribute to conspiratorial lunacy, and that would just feed right into it.
All I'm going to say is, a rooster's got to eat sometimes, And I know I'm looking at the data, the raw data. This is a moral dilemma. I need to make a quest out of this. It's like, do
Yeah.
you make some brazen profiteering horse shit or stick to your principles? But no.
I mean,
Everyone makes more money. That's what we always say.
Isn't that what Bethesda is in right now?
Yeah, I mean, and that's
Yeah.
partly, and that's something to weigh. Like the quest giver, it's like, well, they're doing it, jackass. And so, yeah.
You have no idea how hard it is on YouTube trying not to follow those type of trends. Oh my God. And the same thing, like with... Go ahead.
I was gonna say the like shocked face, and you're like pointing at a game. You're like,
Yeah,
you
dude.
won't believe they did this. Like,
Yeah.
Oh man, we talked about
it's
this, Rod, didn't we?
terrible.
The trends, the fucking, every thumbnail. Remember we chatted about this in multiple broadcasts. It's like, this is insane. Like in bold writing,
Yeah.
someone got destroyed. So, it's these fucking YouTube videos is like, obviously, looking for clicks and impact, but bloody like, and then you watch them and you go, fucking hell, mate, what are you doing? It's like that. It's clearly like rage bait and looking for clicks and stuff like that. I wonder if, right, just Andrew, I wonder if, like, see after this cast, right, and I very much doubt it, right? Todd Howard probably won't watch this cast, but if he did watch this cast, do you think you'd be impressed with, the dragon, the rooster ball situation in terms of Brahmin? Do you think he would fucking, he'd probably jump all over that, wouldn't he? He would take it.
He's gonna jump all over the dragon and the bull balls. That's what he's
Yeah,
gonna
he's
jump
gonna-
all over?
Yeah, he's going to jump all over it in terms of taking it and fucking making it his own.
I might just be talking out of my ass here, but I think in some ways Todd's a tragic figure in that this guy is a
Yeah.
brilliant designer who did some of the
Yeah.
most amazing game design.
Yeah.
And he was just caught up in, like, let's face it, Bethesda, look at what they were in 03,
Yeah.
2011, and in 2015. It's
What a
there's a certain
run.
degree of corporate entropy there that, it was out of his control, man.
Yeah.
And it's gone, and he's not actively involved in making the games anymore. He's a manager, which
Yeah.
and having
See,
been like in
joking
jobs
aside-
where I used to do the job and then you're put in charge of people, it totally changes the dynamic.
See, just joking aside, I know, obviously tongue in cheek saying that, but if I'm being positive about Todd's, like, Christ, like, I've watched YouTube interviews with him and stuff like that, and his progress as a developer in person and stuff like that. Where he's went through what was it, Arena, Daggerfall, Morrowind, Skyrim, and you have to give him absolute kudos for those, because those were groundbreaking, man. Like Daggerfall. I mean, I remember when I played that, and that was the first time I ever played a game where it was like so fully. I know it lacked a lot of like, it was kind of like Starfield in a way, where there was a lot of land, but there was not very much content. But it was the first experience. If you guys can, relate to that, it was one of those ones where, oh wow, look at this world. I could go here, there, and everywhere. And that seemed to be a taught hour thing. He was just trying to expand, and better himself as a RPG creator. I think that he deserves a lot of credit. It's to start off. I sounded like I was bashing him, but he must be, Christ, he must be just like chilling out right now and just saying, "I've done it all. Like, why should I fucking bother?" He's got so much on his resume right now.
Well, go ahead. Go.
I was gonna say, every video I've heard or I've seen about Todd specifically, it seems like he wishes he could go back to there just being like 100 people on the team and they're just working on one thing. Like, it seems like he even, like, we all miss that. It seems like he also misses that, but I just don't think we're ever going back to that. Like, he'll talk about how he thinks recently he said, like, he thinks Bethesda is creating a lot of stuff. He's like, I think we're moving really fast. I think the quote was. And I don't think any fan would say that. But from his position, when you have people coming to him every single day and he's tracking every single release that's coming out, every merch drop, whatever, maybe he does really think that, because in the past, they were just working on one game at a time, and now they're working on, I don't know, maybe 3. And so from his perspective, they are making a lot of stuff, but to us, we're just like we just want them to go back to their roots, right? Like, we don't want the corporate interests. We don't want them to have a team of 600 middle managers. Just put 100 people who really love the game and know how to make the game in there.
I think part of the problem now too is like going back to what I was talking about earlier with like the corporate overlords that are running everything. Like back in the day when games were still profitable, but gaming wasn't what it is today. Like, isn't gaming like the #1 source of like media right now? Like, it's the #1 grossing media.
Yeah, and it's not even close. Like, GTA has sold like they've made multiple times as much money as like the biggest movie ever. I think the stat is like, I'd have to look into it, but gaming makes way more money than even the movie industry right now. That's
A lot of
why
this
it's
is
becoming so corporate.
Exactly. It's getting out of his control because it's all just being run by money now. I'm sure that there's probably decisions that he wants to make, like he's talked about and hinted at in all these clips that you've been referring to. I know what you're talking about. Like, it seems like there is a part of old Todd Howard, the one that we all knew and loved, but he's just being suppressed because he doesn't have as much control, especially now that Bethesda, sold out, just to put it simple. Like, they were bought out, but yeah, a lot of that's not in his hands anymore.
See what you just what you were saying there, but the whole money, gaming makes more money than movies and stuff like that. Without looking into it, that is probably true, right? But right, okay, I'm going to be quite controversial here, right? But see the state of gaming right now. Is it really that good? Because I see a lot of slop. I don't think it's like there's nothing that I would really jump.
Remember your audience here. You're talking to people
who play the same
old
16-year-old
game. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. That's exactly what I'm saying, man. And it's just like I always go back. I don't like. There's a few games that I've bought that have been okay, or I thought are I'll play them for like a couple of hours or whatever, and be quite invested in them. But then I would go back to playing stuff that, like like you said, I know my audience. It's like New Vegas and stuff that's, a lot of thought has been put into it, and it's creative, really creative people with passion that do it. And I just think that a lot of that's lost at in this time because there's never been, like, for example, the last couple of games that I've bought is a game called Menace, which is like an old school XCOM game, which I've really enjoyed. Windrose is another one that I've been playing. Me and Rob played that on stream actually. I bought the full game where it's early access, and I'm having a blast on that. I know you don't really like it, Rob, but like, see, going back to that, it reminded me of playing Assassin's Creed Black Flag, where you've got the sea shanties, the freedom on the sea and stuff like that. I'm always going back. How do you feel about that? Like, are you
I
always
can
kind of going back? Obviously, modders and stuff like that, but you're always modding games that you want to enhance and stuff. But is there anything that you've really that's captured your attention right now?
I do want to
Yeah,
make
this
a
little game
point.
called Fallout New Vegas, I'd say.
I do
No,
want to
you're
make a
talking to the right
point.
people for
Oh.
that, though. Sorry,
No,
go ahead, Rob.
honestly.
I do want to make a point real quick on what Blue was talking about, like having done proper research on this exact topic, like pursuing my degree. I can very briefly explain to you why gaming is as profitable as it is, and yet we feel like most of the AAA stuff is just slop now, right? So the population boom that has happened over like the last several decades, there's so many more people on the earth now than there were, right? And in that time frame, we started seeing all those microtransactions and the stuff I was talking about in my latest video. All that was pertinent to this. The introduction of microtransactions and those being so heavily pushed and like battle passes and all this other stuff. There's an entire generation of kids that don't know gaming pre-battle passes. That is their new trending thing. To fit in, you have to buy this skin, you have to buy that skin. They see it as like it's clout, it's their status. So they're introduced like into that, and they don't know anything else, and it's just normalized to them. And their parents are wanting to do more for them that their parents couldn't do. So like, yeah, my kid wants this thing on this game, I'm gonna buy him this little $1-2 thing, whatever. And it's got a whole ripple effect because you multiply that by millions of kids with millions of parents spending $1 or $2 at a time, and like you can
That's
see how
just
we ended
fucking,
up here.
honestly, hang on. That is just fucking, honestly, I'm going to rant here. That is just shit parenting, though. That is absolute shit parenting. They should be fucking invested in what they're doing and have a bit of research into that. Honestly, it goes back to like, oh yeah, like back when we were like all younger and stuff like that. Oh yeah, but can you buy me RoboCop? Like when you're like 14-year-old, that's an 18. Don't be fucking back. Like, just like, have a general consensus and look into, look after your kid. Jesus Christ, that's the way I look at it. You can tell I'm a bit riled up here, but fuck me, just research into what they're doing. Just don't go. Oh, yeah, okay, I'll do that. That'll keep you happy. That's just shit parenting, guys. What do you think?
As someone who doesn't have any children, it's hard to know. I mean, I can say as a kid, I would want my parents to buy to give me some money to buy these things. As an adult, I found that I would rather spend like I was saying with 76, I'd rather spend money continually on a game that I like and get continued enjoyment from it rather than buy a game, play it, now it's done. Now I need to go find a new game to start all over with and buy that to start. Like that's the way that we used to play games growing up. You know, you would buy a game, play it, buy a new game, and that's how the gaming industry produced
Yeah,
money. Now I was spending money on 76 for myself. You know, it's not these kids' fault that maybe they don't have income yet. I got GI Joes when I was a kid. For my birthday, as if my aunt was visiting or something like that, and that could be what it's like for these kids. You know, they're getting a skin, they're getting a DLC, something like that. I would want that as a kid, and I wouldn't take it as necessarily bad parenting if my parents got it for me from time to time. If it's sit in front of the screen, leave me alone. The screen is your babysitter. I'm going to get you
Yeah,
more game content so that the screen will keep you engaged as a
yeah,
way of me ducking out of my parental responsibilities, then that's a different scenario.
100%.
yeah. No, I get it. I get it. But I just think, surely when your kid asks you I want to get this, I want to get that. The parent should be going, well, why do you want this? And then they look into it themselves and go, all right, okay, they're just taking the piss out of you. This company's just looking for money. Nah, I'm not doing that. And then explain it to the kid. Hopefully they understand, but and they'll be crying probably. But fucking hell, I just feel like there should be more, understanding from the parent side of things. Maybe that's me being a bit harsh, but that's the kind of way I look at it.
Another perspective on that too, Blue. Like I've had firsthand experience with this too. You got to remember back in the day. You remember growing up, right? And I'm sure everyone here could relate to this in some aspect. Like gamers used to be nerds, right?
Mm.
Gaming isn't.
Yeah.
It's not looked at in the same way that it was 20, 30 years ago. Like everyone games now. But those people that were calling the gamers nerds, those people grew up and didn't have all the exposure to games, right? And those people
Yeah.
become parents. And they don't know exactly what their kid is getting into and how these corporations maneuver and all this other shit too. Like that's also
Okay.
another perspective on that.
Yeah, fair point.
I also think that's a lot of the reason why games have like shifted to this is because they've captured that like regular general audience. People used to sit and watch, cable TV are now sitting down playing Madden or
Yeah.
Call of Duty.
Yeah.
So now that they have that audience for, every year, it's like, why not try and siphon as much money from them? And those people, a lot of the time, have a lot more money than nerds. Nerds, I think, go to the extreme of the income brackets, but
Yeah.
if
Yeah,
you're looking
no,
for
I
the
agree with that.
general
Yeah.
consumer, the general consumer is down to buy Call of Duty for $60 a year, or
Yeah.
better yet, give them a battle pass. Like, Drag brings up a really good point that I had never considered, because I always think of live service games as like a negative thing, but it is a good point that if you just really love the game and you're going to pay X amount of dollars to keep having more content on it and convince the developers to continue working on it, is that more valuable? Or would you have spent that money on a bunch of other games that once you're done with them you're never going to touch them again? So I get it, I understand, and I think
Yeah.
there are definitely it's more gray than people want it to be. Like,
Yeah.
I see videos of it being very black and white, and they'll get you all mad, like, oh, they don't make good games anymore. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of incentive to just make NBA 2K because there's like a huge audience for it who just want to play a basketball game. So, like, yeah, you might take somebody who's making a really good RPG, like a development studio, and then transition them to something that's not as deep, But the reason why is because it's going to make more money.
Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
that's it.
So
Well, they do that they do that every year with it's not called FIFA anymore, but like the soccer game, right? What's it called? EA 26 or whatever it's called now. They just regurgitate the same old shit, don't they? It's like they'll improve it
yeah,
slightly and just do it and do it and do it, and you could say that with probably Call of Duty as well. Not to the same extent, I guess, because Call of Duty they do enhance it, but it's not it's not groundbreaking or anything like that. There's always like a new game mode or a new map or something like that, and they do it. But surely, I know it's like they do it to entice like the kids and like you said, toxic with the new skins and all that sort of stuff. But it just kind of blows my mind that they get away with it and people aren't like clamping down on them. But at the end of the day, it's just what makes them money, right? So they're just going to keep doing
yeah.
that. That's the thing. It's their financial gain, I guess.
We gotta pull
Pulling it-
Rooster out the introverted hen house.
Yeah, Rooster, what's your take on this?
Oh yeah, I
Okay,
want to hear that.
This is a complex issue. I sympathize with a lot of the users who are frustrated with the microtransactions and the constant ramping up of prices amidst increased cost of living and the imbalance there and the strain. And people would rather revert to old media that is reliably quality, for lack of a better term. And And this kind of ties back to an earlier conversation about what you would want to see with the Fallout IP. I would like to see some of the indie developers, like the ones who made, what is it, Tainted Grail, Fall of Avalon.
Yeah,
That's
great
the
game.
older. Yeah, I probably gave it the wrong title, but it's an Elder Scrolls inspired
Yep. Yep.
indie game. I would love to see a company like that, or even Warhorse, some of the other up and comers,
Oh my
get a
god.
crack at the Fallout IP. And I think AA to single A gaming is still very vibrant and robust. I think AAA, it's just look, the market will sort this out. There's a bubble there that for a number of reasons that are probably way above my pay grade or intellectual capacity are coming to a head and will just collapse. You're going to have an implosion, and you're already seeing the incipient signs of that. Because people will vote with they're going to vote with their wallet, and for a number of reasons, people just aren't responding to a lot of the AAA releases. I think the big watershed moments will be GTA 6 and Elder Scrolls 6. That's going to be the real telltale moment. Those are going to be pivotal moments, and I, for one, and again, this is subject to change. There could be great hype. Believe me, I was there in Reddit when the Oblivion remaster was announced, and I was posting, freaking Sopranos-inspired Oblivion memes in the Reddit like a maniac. But I, for one, am going to be cautious about, and it pains me to say this as a Bethesda fan, cautious about pre-purchasing Elder Scrolls 6.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people share that sentiment until we
Yep.
get a lot of information. And so, whereas with AA and single A indie games, when I have time to play them, and there are times where I still buy those games, even like I have them on my Steam library. I just haven't had time to play them, but I try to support those developers as much as possible, just for the sheer creativity. And again, that they're those standout ones like Fall of Avalon. That's what I find myself gravitating towards and rooting for. And again, as a modder, I think that some of at least I've seen it firsthand, even in my little niche corner of it. A lot of players coming back to this title, and some of that was the TV show, admittedly, with the IP. But a lot of players would just rather, either play an indie game or mod an old game that they're comfortable with, rather than spend the time and money on a AAA game. Because and again, the rumors I've heard about GTA 6 are what, $100. And that's just, it's madness, man.
Yeah.
Absolute madness. So yeah, I think the market will sort it out.
I saw an interesting take pop up on I think it was on a recent GamerRanks video when they talked about GTA, like some of the recent news on it. There's already a wave of people that are having GTA 6 fatigue. We got any takes on that?
This is one of those things, man.
What do you mean by fatigue?
So
I don't understand, man.
It's everywhere, right? Like that GTA's.
You're already sick of GTA because of the delay or the hype that's coming out? Is that what it is?
It's constantly hearing about it because it's everywhere and leading up over the rest of this year until it releases, if it releases this year. Like it's all over everything all the time, everywhere, and it's popping up more and more on YouTube. And if you guys know how it is, like when you're really into something, you're gonna see that pop up a lot more on your YouTube feed, right? Like most of us have Fallout content all over the place. But those type of people that are like huge into GTA, like that's all they're seeing is this constant GTA 6 flood of basically nothing but people hyping it up into something greater than it is to gain that same traction that we were just talking about. Like playing
if you just watch sorry, keep going, Raw.
No, you're good. You're good. Go ahead.
I was gonna say it just reminds me of people. I mean, I've fallen into this with Bethesda, where you're just watching Juicehead and Matty Plays videos, like holding on to any rumor you can possibly get.
Fuck me. Whiteout. You know, when I was going back to the whole YouTube thumbnails, insane.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna. No, fuck it. I'll mention Juicehead is horrendous at that. It's like everything is insane, and Mr. Matty, everything is insane. Like clickbait, bullshit. I've stopped. Like I used to watch those videos a lot, but I've binned them off, unsubscribed. Right?
It just makes you feel shitty, you know.
Absolutely, mate. Absolutely. That's the reason I don't need this negativity. I don't need it at all. Because these guys are just constantly waxing lyrical or just giving false hope, and I was just like, nah, I'll make my own judgment, right?
You know, another thing that I think you have to be careful of if you're working on if you're generating these hype trains.
Mhm.
I don't know if you've watched any movies recently. Within the last few months, I've watched One Battle After Another and Begonia,
Yeah.
and both of these movies are the One Battle After Another. Just seems like the best movie in a decade, and
Yeah,
it was
that's
up for all these
Yeah.
awards. And Begonia was like, oh, it's so amazing, and they was up for these awards. And I watched both of them. They were good movies, but I wouldn't have like lost my shit over either one of them. And I wonder if part of that is due to the hype that went into it. Like you go in expecting something, and when your expectations are set high, it the thing has to really deliver in order for you to not be disappointed. Whereas if you just have much more tempered expectations, then something can impress you much easier and leave a positive impression, even if we're talking about the same thing. And so definitely, I think these games need to be careful of that. If you set the hype train too much, players are going to inevitably just be disappointed.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you can't build. I mean, I've seen Starfield developers talk about this, that you can't just build bigger and bigger games forever. There has to be some point where you're like, okay, well maybe the map is a little smaller than the last one, but you're also gonna like it. You can't just, yeah. There has to be a limit. So maybe GTA 6 is hitting some of that, where they're like, it's gonna be 4 times bigger than GTA 5 and 10, and it's like, at what point is that impossible?
Well, so one thing that I think about too, and it's something I'd love to hear your guys' opinion on. Um, it's a more broad topic, but AI. When we're talking about these games that are coming
Oh
out,
boy.
and
Here we go.
oh boy, yeah. I mean, it's impossible to not think about. And there's a lot of different aspects where we can look at it, ways we can chop it up and talk about it. But AI is developing so fast. If it's being incorporated into any video game, it's hard to know like the technology that exists now, if the game isn't being released for 2 more years, the technology that it's incorporated into it now is going to be outdated in the next 3 or 6 months. And I wonder to which degree just trying to keep modern AI integrated into a game that is releasing, that seems like a challenge I have no idea how game developers are grappling with. But yeah, so that's one question I would put to you guys. What do
Yeah,
you think?
here. Sorry, I'm going to answer this question, but I'm just going to. A great point, Drag, because I recently seen something Tim Kaine actually said about AI, right? And he was like, I think he was playing devil's advocate, right? And he was saying that when it comes to modders, and this might scare the shit out of you, modder boys, because there's going to be a point where AI gets that advanced in terms of video games where the the general the guy that's just sat behind his computer will be able to go, oh yeah, I don't like this part about this game, I'm going to enhance it with AI, I'm going to do something about it, advancement through the years. How do you feel about, sorry, I know I'm Drag, we'll talk about we'll answer your question, but my God, is that no scare the life out of you in terms of like modders, like sort of passionate creators, where all of a sudden, potentially in years, someone just sat in front of their computer will be able to go, oh yeah, I don't like this part of the game, or I don't like this aspect of the game, I'll just mix it up with a bit of AI and I'll change it to how I like it. You know, is that's like, to me that's kind of scary.
I have an opinion on that, and I want to give the floor to the other guys first before before I dive into
Yeah.
my
Sorry,
opinion on this.
I kind of digressed on what you were. Sorry, but yeah, go for it, boys.
No, so what I was saying before is really kind of the same thing. The reason I brought up AI, just to connect it to what was being talked about, you're talking about the map size being 4 times larger,
Yeah,
right? So map size, once AI is integrated and AI can just spontaneously generate new content, 4 times larger would be nothing. I mean, we're talking about worlds that could be essentially limitless as long as you have a sufficiently advanced system that is responding to what the player is doing and continually generating a new world. And so. leading to your question about what does that mean for modders in a world where AI is making mods on the fly for the gamers. I have some thoughts. Again, I'm going to give the floor back to the other guys.
Whiteout, I'm desperate to hear your opinion on this. Go for it, man.
I have mixed feelings about AI. I definitely originally I was like absolutely not, never, zero AI ever, all the time, and I've been introduced to, like, in my day job I use Claude every day, and I have to say I think that AI is at the point where it it's hard to say. So I don't think that you can trust AI to write something for you pretty much ever. If you ask AI, like, just go test it right now. Go in ChatGPT and be like, go write me a really sick Fallout mod in Fallout Texas. Call it Fallout Texas. Make it, give me 3 factions. You can give it all the great instructions you want, and you're gonna read it, and it's gonna be like a steaming pile of shit. Like it
Yeah.
just is. But what I found is that you can throw an idea at it, not ChatGPT, because what ChatGPT is going to do is agree with everything you say. But if you
Exactly.
throw an
Yeah.
idea into like Claude or some of the other things, it'll tell you, this is cool, but did you think of this? You also forgot this. And while I don't think it's at the point where, I don't know if it'll ever be at the point where it can write a story for you or write a quest or anything, I think that there are use cases where you can use it to proofread your documents. You can use it for things that are like
That's all I
time
use it for,
saving.
mate. Yeah.
Yeah. And like when people say like no AI ever, I understand that sentiment, and I was pretty much on that train for a long time. And I still think there's some things that can't be replaced. Like I would never replace an artist or a writer, or I think personally I prefer the sound of voice actors and stuff. But I understand that perspective more now, where it's like, okay, I mean, I don't need to make a table with 50 character names and put it into Excel if Claude can do it for me in 2 seconds. Like
Yeah.
that's not making a mod with AI. It's it's basically just streamlining something that I was going to have to do manually, and it's the exact same end result. In that case, I don't think AI is bad. Now, when you're talking about like expanding the world, I mean, like Minecraft already does this, right? Like you have procedural worlds that go on basically forever. I think No Man's Sky is another example. So like, you can the term of AI gets kind of fuzzy there, but I think eventually it's going to be part of all game development. Like even Larian is using it and stuff. I just think when you talk about the level, like what you're supposed to do with it, I don't think it should replace people. I don't think laying people off and then replacing them with AI, you're just going to end up with a worse product, in my opinion.
Correct. I agree.
Yeah, as far as laying people off, here's Blue. Before we started talking offline, you asked me about that story I told you once about Hussein Diba, the guy who was a professional artist.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that story is that I've found some work he had done on an old website that's since defunct. I reached out to him. He for a few $100s, he shared his Will Smith from I Am Legend model with me, and I was able to put it into a mod, and then was able to hire him. I think it was about $400 per character head. He was making, like, he did the Tom Hardy that I put in that Heroes of the Apocalypse mod. He had that Rick Grimes model. He did a Denzel Washington. And very good character likeness. And then I got a phone call one day from WWE because he had put me down as a professional reference since I had hired him, and I just told him how good of a job he had done. He got the job, and now you can go to his ArtStation page and just see all the insane stuff he's been doing over the years. professional inclusion in WWE, making all these old wrestlers just an outstanding artist that pretty much anybody in the industry recognizes by name. And I reached out to him one time after he'd been doing this for a few years. My friend Lucian, he liked the Kit Harington model that he had made, the Jon Snow character, and
Yeah.
is much better than the version of Kit Harington from Call of Duty. And so I reached out to him, just said, "Look, can give you some money for this model," kind of just hoping for an old time's sake discount because I didn't know what he charged at the time. And he responded to me with no discount at all. So I hope I'm remembering the number right, but where he used to charge me 400 for a head, he was now charging 7,000 for a head sculpt. And this was several years ago. So those prices have only gone up. So if you think about that, just 7,000 in, probably 6 years ago money. If you think about what AI can do once it, and I think it currently can, but it's only going to get better, that if you can just type in like a name of somebody that you want and it can generate a 3D model, just even if it's almost as good, any developer, if they're stuck between paying a person $10,000 to make this
Yeah.
model
Oh yeah.
or clicking a few buttons and getting it from Claude, where are they going to go? Like it's I think that the writing is on the wall, and I don't want artists to be replaced. I totally
Yeah.
agree with Whiteout, where the dangers of
Yeah.
AI are the devaluation of human creativity and the dissolvement of jobs. So that's definitely a problem for the game industry. But I also think that that is a problem for the world, on a macroscopic level, beyond video
Yeah.
games. So,
100%.
like, I hope we're talking about the future where, modding is almost an unnecessary practice because AI is doing it for us. Like, I hope that's a problem I get to worry about in 3 or 4 years or however long it takes. If we get there and AI is doing that, and I care, it means that I still am gainfully employed and can afford video games. It means that I still have leisure time. Like in all of the ways that AI threatens to disrupt the world in the next 3 to 5 years, it would be a relief if video games are still something that I can worry about.
Yeah. I mean, I can't disagree with anything you've said. It is a scary time. It will be a scary time, I think, in the future. Just from you've seen yourself the technological advancements we've seen the past 10 years.
Yeah.
Christ.
So anything we're thinking about AI now, think about, I remember when I was first introduced to AI, I was in a philosophy course, Mind and Brain. This is back in 2022, and I'd gone back to school to finish up my degree. And we were looking at Crayon. And the AI art it was generating was total slop, like horrible. And you can just go back and look at the development of AI and just look at a character like Will Smith and just see how much it has improved until what was it, Sora, that had this video that came out that had Hollywood in an uproar because Tom Cruise is fighting Brad Pitt on a rooftop. And Hollywood is saying, oh my gosh, we're done for. Like it is only going to continue to get better. So having a conversation about AI and what it can do, like the opinions that I think that I would hold in this moment, they're going to be outdated fairly soon. And when you look at what AI stands to be able to do in video games, because we're talking about procedural generation of world spaces, think about generating those world spaces with NPCs who have facial responses that are responding to you, that are speaking to you, that have the ability to respond to choices you've made in the game, and a game that can, in real time, adjust the difficulty level to the way that you're playing. And when AI is going to have the ability to test the game. We're talking about making mods for us. It's going to be able to test the game and identify bugs for developers. Um, it's going to change. It's going to change the industry at a fundamental level. And yeah, I totally agree that the devaluation of human creativity is something that we're all going to bemoan at some point. But
Mhm.
yeah, I think with all of those things on the table and all that AI stands to do, I think predicting what the future looks like is extremely challenging. And yeah, I think we're all just going to be along for the ride and see what the future holds.
It's not looking good. For anyone that's
Have
been
you
watching on
seen- have
chat,
you-
oh my
have you seen
god.
this shit? I'm gonna go for a piss.
Oh my
But
god.
to say it's not looking good, what Rooster said earlier is true. People will vote with their dollars.
Yeah.
You know, remember that. People will vote with their dollars.
And I think, in my opinion, if you have any takeaway uh, from this conversation or any of these similar conversations, it's that you do hold a lot of power as a consumer, and if you hear all these gripes and you feel all these gripes towards certain game development studios, like, you can just stop buying their stuff. Like, in a few years, it'll be $10 anyways. Um, it's hard not to ride the hype train. I fall for it all the time. Like, perfect example is I'm so embarrassed about this. My wife bought me Starfield for my birthday, like, in advance, because she knew how excited I was. And leading up to it, I realized she bought me the $70 version and not the $100 version where you get 3-day early access. So I refunded it on Steam and spent the extra $30 to get the expensive version. And I didn't even like the game. And I was like, you know,
Wow. Wow. Does she know this? Has she been told this
yeah,
story?
I've admitted it. I've admitted it to her. She knows.
I've just come back. What game are you talking about?
Starfield.
Yeah.
He refunded the not most expensive version that he was kindly gifted by the love of his life because
no.
that wasn't good enough for him.
Hey, it was early access, man.
He's like, I've got to spend the most money I possibly can. I'm not leaving anything on the table.
The point of exposing myself here is to show, I can say all this, and I'm totally guilty of falling for their marketing tactics, right? But if we all agree, to, like, hold off, wait until the reviews come out, and even after that, maybe wait a little bit longer, because the initial reviews of Starfield were very misleading.
Yeah.
I think, you give a lot of power back to the consumer, and ultimately, if everybody has these problems with, the anniversary edition and all these different editions that Bethesda's coming out with, if nobody bought them, they would stop making them. Like, if they didn't make any money, they would not release $155 Fallout New Vegas anniversary bundle that doesn't even include the game and just includes, like, a plastic figure of I think it was Victor. They only do that because people will buy it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think Rooster's totally right. You just got to vote with your wallet.
Yeah. That's
put your foot
exactly what
down.
I'm doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. I've been doing that for the past, I don't know, 5-6 years, something like that. It's like when I see something, I'll vote my wallet, but I'll try not to take too much influence from shit on YouTube and like Steam reviews. Not too bad. I don't mind them, but when it comes to, like, the slop that I was talking about before, I try not to get too engrossed in all that kind of stuff. I'm sure you probably boys you're wise enough to agree with that, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I want to know what Rooster thinks on this topic.
Me too.
Oh, me, fuck it. Let's go on.
Yeah, it's I'm at the center of this discussion because I know as much as anybody I've contributed to the normalization of AI voice acting, at least in New Vegas. So I'll give you my sentiments on this. I think that from the outset, I viewed it like the splitting of the atom. It's a scientific reality that we're going to have to deal with and have guardrails in place and treat responsibly. You can't wish it away or just, retreat back into Ludditism. As much as I joke about my inner Ted Kaczynski would like to, it's a reality. We have to cope with it. And I will say I use AI in my real world job. I understand its limitations, which are acute. And I think that when you deal with AI in other jobs and other capacities, it demystifies it to some extent. It loses some of the Skynet magic that you might attribute to it otherwise. I appreciate its what it can do for me as an individual creator. And I will say, look at somebody like Todd Howard and how when you're absorbed in a corporate apparatus and all that bureaucracy and what it does to you as an individual creator, I want to try to leak in a little bit of optimism in regards to AIs, what it can do to enable individual creators. I mean, I'm on the verge of potentially, with all the controversy that may entail, of putting a motion comic on my YouTube channel with panels that are created using AI art. As controversial as that may be, it's something that will allow me to enrich the stories and the kind of parallel lore in Fallout that I've cultivated, and that's only because of AI. Also, the burnout related to voice acting, and I'm sure Whiteout can understand this. It is a colossal undertaking when you are adding voice acting, and it's not simply people that don't understand that process and have never undertaken it don't appreciate how much work goes into it. And also, again, and I'll fully admit, it's probably a character fault on my part. I struggle with the people management side of it. In the old days, having to manage and deal with people, some of whom took on deeply parasocial traits and just all kind of crazy stuff that you had to deal with dealing with actors online and volunteers, it repelled me to an extent. And so when I discovered that AI enabled me to create a facsimile of voice acting that was close to, and it's sometimes comparable, and this is just based on user feedback, comparable to the quality of human voice acting, I jumped on it with an understanding that it would be a placeholder. And again, I give full credit to people like Egg the King and other people in the community that readily volunteer to replace that AI over time. Again, I take a gradualist, pragmatic approach to it. I try to use it as a tool and play to my strengths. And what it does is allow me to focus on the things I'm good at and that I'm passionate about, that I don't get dragged down in the voice acting and people management side of things, which is just to put things in perspective. Like I'm Moving On was a mod I made in 2 weeks with voice to voice AI, which is essentially a voice changer. It took Egg the King probably, and again, this is as a hobby on his off time, took him months to get that voice acted. 7 Graves from now took me 2 months back in the summer of 2024 with voice to voice AI. It took him the better part of a year getting all that cast and doing it incrementally in his own time. And that's, again, if you're laser focused and that's all you're doing in your off time, it could probably be more expedient. But people don't appreciate how much time voice acting takes. And so I, for one, having gone through that process repeatedly, I'm a little more entrenched on that position with the understanding that over time I will ease into human voice acting for all the AI stuff I've laid out there. But knowing the quality and scrutinizing it, I feel pretty comfortable that it's good to most players. And I think there is again, this is purely anecdotal. I think there's probably a good quarter to third of the user base that is absolutely repelled by AI in any form. I've made my peace with that, and I'm honestly very transparent about it. But I try to use it as a tool to enable more creativity. And I can say honestly, in the last almost 2 years, I've been far more productive as a modder than I ever was in the old days. So with that said, again, I try to respect the dangers of AI, but at the same time try to use it as a tool that it's capable of. And yeah, that's my semi-inebriated perspective on it.
Well, there you go.
Rooster,
Thought you
I
weren't
will
drinking
say,
any.
oh, go ahead, Rob.
No, ignorance. I thought he wasn't drinking anymore.
Beer doesn't count.
Right.
That's just water.
Yeah.
I will say we put over 4,000 hours into Long 15. And I think the total man hours of everybody, probably closer to like 7,000, maybe 8,000. And I would say, counting the entire team, if you're counting the casting, writing, inputting the voice acting lines, all those different things, retakes, everything, I would say over 1,000 hours, maybe over 1,500 hours were spent just on voice acting. So to
Yeah.
that point, you're 100% totally correct. It is such a huge time sink in like quest modding, because if all you know how to do is use the GEC and you don't know how to work with voice actors or create a script, or like follow up with voice actors when they have questions or set the correct tone, all those types of things, those are not taught by anybody. You just have to figure all that out. And I don't know how game studios do it, but that was really difficult for us to figure all that out. So definitely agree with you. Like, as far as a time sink goes, voice acting takes forever.
Yeah, it's like a full-time job.
Yeah.
And that's assuming the stars align, everyone is stable and punctual in their submissions. And again, I've worked with a lot of incredible, the overwhelming majority were fantastic voice actors and actresses,
Yeah.
but there is a sizable minority with community theater, which is essentially what this is. They're either going to ghost you or, in worst case, they're mentally unstable. And I've dealt with both. So yeah, that's part of the process.
Yeah, agree with all that.
I think Rooster, maybe it was on your last time you were on the show. I think you mentioned something about having somebody who did lines for you before and bringing that character back, but not being able to get in touch with that actress, and needing to use AI to replace that. And that struck me as something that would definitely come up with modding, because people just pop in and out of the community at unpredictable intervals. And for anyone who is going to say, just have this hard line, no AI ever position, I feel like that scenario that you were in, like, look, I need to use AI so that I can continue to push this creativity in this area, in this story with this character, and this voice actor or actress is no longer available. Like, that seems to me like a scenario that people should be willing to accept.
Yeah, and that's Esther, who was in The Inheritance, and then I tried to bring her back for New Vegas Bounties 3. I still included her. She's just unvoiced in the vanilla version.
Right.
And after that, again, that's one of those things that sticks in your brain, and you're like, all right, for future reference, like with my episodic mods, like Mercenary and Acting on Wereba and so on, where I'll have recurring characters, I want to make sure, come hell or high water, those characters will be voiced episode to episode. And so, yeah, in that case, using a voice changer, and again, a lot of people have a misconception of some of the AI. It's not simply typing it in and the voices are rendered. That usually sounds robotic and stiff. They're still acted. It's just I'm using AI as a voice changer, essentially.
I think Todd Howard is AI.
He's opposed to look, and again, this is just from the creation side. I know for creations, it has to be human.
Yeah.
That's where their stance is now. I'm curious to see if they hold that line.
No, I'm talking
I
about him
have
as somebody's inserted a chip and he's
but like
AI.
he's literal AI.
Yeah, he's just AI now.
Sorry, I'm such a nerd. I misinterpreted. I misunderstood you. No. He's like he's an AI. Like it's like the bitch off Superman 3 made out of a machine or whatever. Yeah, fuck
It's
yeah.
like Terminator. It's like Terminator. Somebody stuck a chip in the back of his head and just
Skynet.
like, yeah, he
It's
go
like
back
Tupac, dude. He still lives on in concert.
Cyberdyne models. Todd Howard. Yeah.
Yeah. Trying to think of Cyberdyne model. Fucking. I'm trying to think of something witty to say. I can't. But yeah, he's definitely 101.
Hey, a funny note, Bethesda made some pretty good Terminator games back in the 90s.
Well, hey, what Future Shock?
That's right.
Yes, good game.
Speaking of Terminator games, if we're talking about things that
Oh, don't get me
games that
started.
we're looking.
I could chat about these fucking games all day long. Go on.
Well, so I'm a child of the 80s and 90s, and
Yes,
Terminator 1 and 2 in particular hold a special place in my
absolutely.
heart as far as sci-fi fiction goes, and I think they always will. There's this game Terminator Survivors that the release keeps getting pushed
Yeah,
out,
I'm on
but
it. I'm on it.
man, like if we're talking about games that I hope are good when they come out, like I don't know what this game is going to be, but I hope it's good. It looks like it could be.
It's like I've seen. So from the footage I've seen, it's like it's set after the events of Judgment Day, where it's got pretty rough, like really rough for the human resistance, and like it's portrayed to the survival aspect basically is the T-800s are badass, and you have to hide. You have to hide from these guys because you're not gonna stand a chance. You're playing as like resistance guys, like a la Kyle Reese, and the future scenes in Terminator 1 and 2, where he's trying to hide. Probably John Connor might be involved in there. Well, he must be involved in there. But I had a little like snippet of that when I don't know if Drag, you've probably played it, the Terminator game that was released by the same guys that did the RoboCop game that came out recently. It was, what was it called? I'll bring up on
It's
the
about
screen.
Salvation.
Hang on, I don't think it was Salvation. The original.
I know what you're talking about. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's like it's got a stroke of RPG element to it, but it's like the
Oh, Terminator Resistance.
yes, that one, right?
Yeah, I don't know where
Amazing.
Salvation.
And there was a little element of it where your guns could not. You were using the basic like M16s and stuff like that, and you couldn't harm the Terminators, the T-800s, so you had to hide. And there was some moments in that game that were just so like when stealth is done well. Jesus Christ, they've done it so well in that game. And these guys were, I think they did a Rambo game that was absolute horse shit. Then they did Terminator, and then they did RoboCop, which is like I played the RoboCop game and it's phenomenal, right? But going back to the Terminator thing, that game potentially be fantastic. I would love to. Hey, if any of you want to play that game with me, if it's a survival multiplayer and we're trying to survive against T-800s and stuff like that in the future war, sign me up, man. This looks incredible. Sorry, Rooster, you've obviously played the Terminator Resistance game, right?
Yeah, it was. I loved the aesthetic, the feel. It was
The music,
like
the soundtrack.
it was like, yeah, it was like, you know how Alien Isolation is more reverent towards the Alien IP and tone.
Yes.
Than the successor films, Aliens notwithstanding. I felt that way with Terminator Resistance, and I haven't played the RoboCop game, but again, and this is a good example of where AA games shine.
Yes,
man.
absolutely,
It's
absolutely.
greatly appreciated.
Oh man, I can wax lyrical about these games all day long. But if this one,
Yeah.
Sorry, Drag, I butted in.
I was just going to say,
go.
I know that Whiteout and I both need to hop here relatively soon, so I just don't want to have to end abruptly. If there was anything that we wanted to make sure we got to, if there were some questions or anything before we got to hop.
Sorry, my bad, man.
Oh no, it's all good. We've
all
just been
good,
going
man.
for about 3 hours here, and yeah.
It's been a blast so far.
Use are losers because me and Rooster like we're on for about 5 hours, right?
We got to break that
Hey.
record tonight.
Yeah,
No,
absolutely. Hey, Rooster,
It's
Rooster,
not about
I'm
willingness.
game, by the way. I'm game. Are you ready?
I'm just hungry, dude.
I'm just finishing my first 6-pack.
We all go get a 30-minute snack break. Everyone meet back here after dinner.
Hey, I'm all good, man.
Back
Right,
to
and
our
Delano-
friendly full time.
I've got snacks all around me, man.
Hey, Delano the cat has emerged, so yeah,
Oh.
we've got all the party members we need, man. We can do this.
Nice.
Holy shit.
Actually,
That's
I'm gonna put an AI chatbot that I've trained in to sit in for me, so you guys will never know that I'm gone.
Awesome.
You should do it. It should just criticize me the entire time. That would be the ultimate poetic justice. You
Oh
fuck.
my god! You'd wonder what I trained it on.
You know, Raw, this would be a good game night group here.
Hell
Get
yeah.
everybody
Oh.
on a game.
I mean, if
got a good game.
if
Not
we can
Halo.
get Rooster to play anything multiplayer.
Toxic knows what I'm talking about, man.
We'll
That
just
was, I
get
mean,
dogged again.
yeah, it was fun, but like in a bad way.
We got
That's
3 out of
very
5
much
votes for
a
that.
good time.
Rooster, Drag, how you guys feel about a game night?
In principle, I'm down. Finding a time that it works in a game that that I can hop on. I'm willing in principle. We just got to work the details out.
Roger that.
Hey, my
It's good
first,
enough for me.
yeah, my first one, my first like thought is like a turn-based game. What about that, boys? A sort of turn-based, maybe RPG, or would you want to do a shooter, or what's the general consensus?
This is starting to sound very social.
Yeah, exactly.
No, we're all gonna play separate single player games in different rooms. We're all gonna.
It'll basically be this,
just
but we're all
compare
going to be
progress
gaming.
at the
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh man.
All right, here's something for the 3 of you. If the 3 of you had to collaborate on if y'all got to collaborate on one mod, what would each of you insist on doing your way? What leads would you
that's a good
take?
question. Y'all
Man,
go
well-
ahead. I need a minute.
Well, fortunately, my area where I tend to work is kind of limits what I would be able to contribute. So I would want to work with these 2 guys and figure out what their vision for the story and quest is that they're putting together.
Yeah.
I actually do like writing. I've never written anything that has been released on a wide scale. Oh, you know what? Actually, let me point this out. GG Mods, which I mentioned before, is up and running. I don't know I don't have any investment other than that I put my mods on it. I'm not involved with them at all. But I did throw my Willhaven content pack up on there. It's a work in progress that is not a plug and play. Don't go expect to play it. That is not what it is. But some older mashups and some older content, some quest work that had gone in there by some other people I was collaborating with. If anyone wants to look at it from like a modder's perspective and see what was going on in there, that is there. Some things that I wrote are included there. But I say that just to say that writing is fun. And so I would love to be able to contribute some writing with these guys. But then just hearing their take on the world that they're creating and being able to do my Brahmin bull ball sack work on the characters as on the entire cast of characters. That's what I'd be there for.
On the entire
It's got to be the
cast?
header of the mod. Like as you open it up, you've just got it like the ball sack backed up to your screen.
So let me
Dragon
just
balls.
specify. No actual ball sacks need to be involved. What I'm saying is that
We've got enough ball sacks on here.
What Rooster says, look, I need a Brahmin with a ball sack, and I did it. And then all of these characters, hey, I need a character with this. I need somebody who portrays this. Boom, I'm gonna knock those out. That's what I'd be there for.
Drag, did you write Courier Cash?
No, the writing for that was almost exclusively Mishoxi, who was the writer for Niner. It was sort of this thing that just sort of fell together. That was done. It was one of those things that just all the pieces fell together and short, and we could go back and remaster that. The voice acting is 2 of those 3 characters are me. And I could redo the outfits, but the writing was Mishoxi.
Roger that.
Yeah.
And the other 2 of you, on what you would contribute to their collaboration?
I just want to write the terrifying presence options and anything scrotal related. This is going to be in depth because clearly I care so much about the Legion in my past mod. So I'm just now coming around to writing Legion content. And so what the sum of my Legion contribution is bull testes. So yeah, that tells you what I care about it. But no, that's really where I'm deeply invested emotionally, is those 2 areas. So yeah.
What
But I
about
just
Rooster
want
and Bachelor?
I want to say, like, I'm actually, I would love to see Drag write, man. He's a thoughtful guy. He's well read. Like, he's got a philosophy degree. I think he could make some great contributions. So, yeah.
Well, maybe we'll have to do that. We'll have to do that. That vault mod based on Plato's allegory of the cave.
Oh, that's right. That would be good. Yeah, forms and shadows. That would be nice.
Yeah.
Never
I
talking.
think, yeah. I mean, Rooster, if you're gonna do the nut sacks, that's only gonna be like 80% of the mod, so you're gonna have to be lifting some heavy weights over there. But in seriousness, I think working with these guys, I think we'd be able to put out something pretty awesome. Like, I know it sounds like we're all maybe interested in Texas at some level, so maybe something related to that. Or I know Drags. I don't want to give away too much, but he and I, when we were in person, we chatted about some ideas that I thought sounded really interesting.
Oh yeah, I don't have anything to hide there. We can put that out there for the chat.
Yeah, I liked the idea. Drag had this idea about I forget how to say it. It was like things like
Mojave cryptids.
Cryptids. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, and in fact, Rooster brought a couple more. He had not. We hadn't talked about my idea for this Mojave cryptid mod, but he brought some other cryptids to my attention. But yeah, the idea is just in the same way that you've got cryptids in Appalachia. There are cryptids unique to the American Southwest, or if not entirely unique, at least present in the American Southwest, that I've got an idea cooking for an NPC who would lead you in a quest to go and find some of these. And it's something that I definitely would need to lean on the expertise of some partners to make happen, but I hope it's something that we can. There is an artist who's been working on NVI with me and Bale, who is interested in creating from scratch the models for these creatures, which would include Chupacabra. There's a cryptid called the Mongolian Monster, which is also called Arizona Bigfoot. Then there is a Jackalope, which in Fallout would not just be a little bunny with horns, but like something more similar to like a sheep squatch, basically like a Deathclaw like jackalope. And then there's this crazy thing called what was that cactus cat or whatever that you brought
cat.
to attention?
Delano's sitting here with me right now, and he wants to remind you of the cactus cat.
A cactus cat. I mean, that just seems like that seems right up Fallout's alley, right there. We have an actual cactus cat. That is
That just
old
reminds
world
me-
blues all the way.
Sorry, Drag. It just reminds me of fucking the Monty Python scene with the killer rabbit. Have you seen that? Please tell me you've seen that movie.
You know, Monty Python was just before my time, and I never went back into it. Yeah, so you would have
Look
to
at
fill
the
me in.
bones.
Hold
Yeah,
on,
Rooster
hold on.
knows. Of course he does.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
away.
I may or may have not referenced Monty Python pretty along, because I'm known for my subtle popular cultural references. So yeah, I may have referenced Monty Python a few times.
I hope the mic is gonna actually pick this up. You're not gonna believe what I have right now, though. Hold on. For the Monty Python fellas, you'll get this.
Anticipation.
I'm just gonna attribute it all to Delano because he's sitting here right with me.
Could you not hear it?
The mic is not picking it up.
I got two coconut halves in my hands, and I was clacking them together.
The Robin.
Where'd you get those coconuts?
Over my head.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Oh my god!
Drag,
Yeah.
if there's anything you want, if you've got downtime, you need to watch Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Wow, that's something. That is something. You'll.
Yeah.
I think you'll appreciate it.
You're probably right.
The Black Knight, Rooster. The Black Knight. How many like film references are just like, we're talking about chivalry and Mordhau and even probably Bannerlord. Right, the Black Knight. How much is that?
I've literally, and Drag will appreciate this. There are times I'm getting squished in BJJ, and I will say a Black Knight always stands. So, yeah.
That's what a flesh wound.
It's inspirational.
Oh man,
you need to see it. It's absolutely compulsive viewing.
Nice.
Whiteout, you must have seen it, right? Please tell me.
Monty Python?
Yeah.
It's just a flesh wound. I don't know. Yeah, I've seen a little bit. I haven't seen the whole thing, but I've seen about half of it.
Well, I'm surprised because it's referenced in Fallout 1 and 2.
Yeah, I
The
know.
Holy
And
Hand, the Holy Hand
Holy
Grenade.
Hand Grenade. Yep.
Yeah, there's so much stuff that they've taken from that. You know, they're obviously fans, Tim Kaine and all that. But yeah,
Is that where Biggest Dickus came from?
No, that said Life of Brian.
Life of
Oh,
Brian.
Life of Brian. Yeah, I've seen that one. Yeah.
That scene, but when he's trying to fucking stop laughing.
That's the one I've seen. Yeah.
It's like that was pretty much me on this podcast listening to fucking Rooster talk about balls.
I've been doing movie watch nights on Discord. I think the next one's going to be a Monty Python. That way anyone hasn't seen it can see it.
Yeah, that is a good pick.
Well, it's Fallout relevant as well, so yeah.
Yep.
Why
Gotta
not?
do our research. It's for the mods.
Right.
Oh yes. And talking to that, Whiteout Home Alone mod, I've got to drop it.
Actually, Bear Up, who did Nukaland, he's kind of specializes in that type of thing, like building like wacky houses and stuff where you can like go in and then like a hallway will disappear and then the hallway comes in behind you. I think he could do an amazing Home Alone mod, honestly, like setting up traps all over the house and stuff like that. He's a really great scripter.
We need one of those in your up and coming mod.
Yeah, just for context to the rest of the guys, but you might have probably seen some of the stream. We were chatting about it before, but obviously Macaulay Culkin being in Caesar's Legion and stuff like that. I mentioned it to Whiteout, and I was like, "Come on, we need to have like Harry and Marv in some capacity as the Wet Bandits hunting down fucking Macaulay Culkin in a Fallout mod of some sort. Not even specifically Macaulay Culkin, but having opening doors with blowtorches above their heads, and I think that'd be fantastic. Just Caesar Legion one where it's Macaulay Culkin in full armor. Oh, that'd be tremendous.
I think that'd be best if it was the Joe Pesci from Casino that was doing it.
Yeah. Oh, like total raging as well.
You
total,
made me
angry.
put your head. You made me pop your eye out of your fucking eye socket like that.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be killer. Whiteout, get that in the big one, please.
I will. Hey guys, I have to get heading out here.
Yep.
But it has been a blast.
Yep, sure.
It's been so much fun, you guys.
It's been a lot of fun, and Toxic. It's. I just can't thank you enough for all the work you've done recently, and major kudos and drag, man. My arbitrary Homer Simpson-esque request for art. You're always there, man. So thank y'all both for your contribution.
And right back at you, man. The community wouldn't be the same without everything you two guys are doing, for sure.
Yeah, seriously, I don't know if I'd be even making mods if it weren't for you guys. So seriously, thank you. You guys have been like pillars propping up this community for over a decade. So it's something amazing to be proud of.
It's been fun talking to you guys.
Awesome.
Thank you guys for your time, man.
Super great work. And can I just say, thank you again for coming on here, guys. Brilliant stuff and brilliant content as always. And I'm sure I'm speaking for Raw here, but yeah, welcome anytime, and thank you very much.
Yep, thank you guys. Ladies and gentlemen, that is going to conclude another episode of the Rawcast. Be sure to check out Mr. Whiteout, Long 15, and the Legion expansion. Go check out DRAGBODY, all his amazing overhauls, and SomeRooster, aka Some Guy. You guys already know what he's about. Without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, if you enjoy what you watch, please consider hitting that like button. Subscribe if you haven't done so already. I'm trying to get to 5,000 subs by the end of the year, and I cannot do without you. Thank you all for your time. You guys stay active, stay healthy, stay hydrated, stay in the scripture. We out of here.
Peace.
Later, y'all.